government stuff is really kind of buttressing what I have in here, but it's adding to it and giving it more of a foundation. And I told my agent, or excuse me, I told my collaborator all along that I didn't want to do a second book unless I had something really explosive to add, to anything that we began in the first that couldn't finish. And he said, we have so much stuff we didn't put in the first book. It's the second book, and it'd be pretty quick to turn around because a lot of it was already written, and we just set it aside because it was already too long. But we're probably going to decide in the next couple of months, how to go about it, whether it's going to happen. I just know it is. I'm not going to do it alone because it's going to take another 20 years.
No.
This guy, he and I became such a good team. In 2 years, we turned around a book that I'd already been working 18 years on.
Wow.
So
you like my shirt? Marilyn Manson?
Yeah, you got to be careful with where you wear a shirt like that right now because he's been canceled, I believe.
Yeah, he's been canceled. Officially canceled.
Yeah. And you're a big fan?
I've always been a big fan of Marilyn Manson. Yeah, since I was a little kid. The first thing I ever saw was when he did like the MTV Music Awards or whatever. Mm-hmm. I think I was maybe 10 years old. Something like that, really young. I was super intrigued and followed his music ever since.
Yeah, well, I mentioned
he may have been a piece of shit person behind doors, but my opinion on it, my far away 20,000 foot opinion on it is that if you're getting into a relationship, a romantic relationship with that guy, you kind of have to have an idea what to expect. It's not going to be normal.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I think the visit was kind of. I mentioned earlier that he invited me up to his house in. I think it was last February.
Did he really?
I don't even remember now. It was well before the scandal.
After your book came out.
He had the book, and he started reaching out to my agent to see if I would meet with him. And he was so cryptic in emails that my agent didn't think it was really him. And he told his secretary to get rid of him, and she was a fan. So she said, if I get on the phone with him, I'll know whether it's him or not. And she got on the phone with him, and she said, it's him. And he just said, I would love to have him come to my house. I have something to show him that I don't think he knows about or that he's ever seen before, and it terrifies me to even possess it. So he said you could call him. So he and I got on the phone. He didn't think it was safe to tell me what he had on the phone. He wanted me to come see or hear it. He was being very vague. And the fact is, he didn't need anything. I mean, I love going into unusual situations. And I thought, I wasn't a huge fan. I actually became a little bit of one when I did some homework. But my collaborator is a musician. He's an ex-drummer, and he loved him. And he had just finished and published a book on Prince where he was working with Prince on his memoir, and then Prince died. It's actually how I got him as my collaborator, because when Prince died, their project came to a screeching halt. And then he had to wait a year or two to figure out whether or not he had enough material to finish the book without Prince. But I told Dan, my collaborator, I said, how would you like to go with me to Marilyn Manson? I don't know if I want to go up there alone. And he goes, are you kidding me? So we got on the plane just to go up there. So we went to the castle in the hills, and he... I don't know if he's ever going to listen to this.
No, he won't. I've been trying to get him on this for years. And he'll never do it.
Number one, I did love the guy, but he didn't have anything. What he had was an audio tape that he thought he had found in the house. He lived at the Tate house where the murders happened. He and Trent Reznor moved into
they recorded an album there, right?
Yeah, well, they were living there and recording an album. Right. And while they were there, he found stuff that had been left behind by the previous owner and tenants. And one of them was an audio tape of Roman Polanski's police interrogation. And I had it already, and you can get it. I had it actually 20 years before when nobody had it. But in the last 5 or 6 years, it somehow got out, and they're bootleg, and you can buy it online. Right. So it was difficult because Marilyn was, already partying. We didn't. He said, "Don't come before 11 o'clock at night." So we got up there at 11, and it was actually a historic night if you're a fan, because it was the first time he and his guitarist, who he threw out of the band a number of years, Twiggy, were together, and they had reconciled recently,
Yeah.
but they hadn't met yet. So he invited Twiggy over to hang out with me and Dan and him and talk about Manson. And Twiggy, I guess, had been through rehab and everything.
Yeah.
They were both really sweet guys, but Twiggy was sober. And Maryland has this amazing screening room that feels more like a harem. Unsurprisingly, there's no furniture. You just sit on pillows and it's pitch black. And there's this huge, what would have been a huge, beautiful window with a view of the valley because it's high up in the hills. So it's all blacked up with bricks. Because I think all the windows in this house are like that. I'm not 100% sure. So we just spent like 3 hours talking about the book, and he was trying to find the point in the tapes. And he said, well, even if I had them, you probably don't have this. And I'm pretty sure I do that. And then I thought, well, I'm just going to humor him. I didn't mind. We were still having fun.
Right.
And, but thank God for Twiggy, because Maryland didn't know how to operate any of the technical stuff. So Twiggy was going through everything. And
were they just little like cassette tapes? Or?
Yeah, they were cassette tapes. And we finally, when we were done listening to them at about 3 or 4 in the morning, let's just say there was a lot of substances offered to us. And Dan and I were on an adventure, so we accepted them. Twiggy stayed away from everything.
Right.
And I think he left at about 3 in the morning. And then the even better stuff came out, which he didn't want to have to
Twiggy.
Twiggy, yeah. And then at about 7 in the morning, I said to Dan, I go, because Dan's 20 years younger than me, I said, Dan, if I do any more of this stuff, I'm going to have a massive heart attack or a stroke. I go, I can't die at Maryland Manson's house. He's got enough problems.
Oh my God.
So we literally left, I think, at 7 or 7:30 in the morning. And it was fun. I mean, the one thing I can tell you about him, since you are a fan, is he's one of the smartest guys and funniest. I mean, he could be a stand-up comic. The problem was he was so kind of, let's say, feeling good that he slurs a lot, and he also talks under his breath, and he doesn't. He's not performative. He'll just say these off-the-wall remarks that almost make you piss in your pants. And I missed so much because he was slurring a lot. And I thought this guy could have a whole 10 other careers. I know he acts now, but he's a really intelligent guy. He was having problems with his fiance then. It was the night before the Oscars. And they had a huge fight because they disagreed on what he was going to wear to the Oscar party. They weren't going to the Oscars, but they were going to the Big Ben and Fair party. And he helped Dan and I help him decide what to wear.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He had already they had been supposed to get married 2 or 3 times already, and they kept fighting and canceling it. She was somewhere in the house. We never met her.
Who? Which one? Which woman was it?
She's his latest. She's a filmmaker. I can't remember her name. She's beautiful. I mean, Dan and I, when we looked her up the next day, she's a beautiful woman. I don't know if she's still with him or if she's made any of these allegations, but he went through all his old ex-girlfriends with us and told us stories.
Really?
He should have made us sign an NDA, but he can trust us,
Right.
Yeah,
Did you drink any absinthe?
he had it.
Yeah.
He brought out tequila.
Oh.
And when Dan looked at the tequila, I don't know my tequila, he said, this is like a 300 bottle of tequila. And of course, we're sitting on the floor because there's no furniture, and you get kind of uncomfortable. And after you drink a lot of tequila and do a lot of other stuff, you're not as mobile. And at one point, he brought out a second bottle of it, and I knocked it over right after we opened it. And he has a shag rug. Oh, no, I'm so sorry I spilled a bottle. He goes, I got cases of them in the basement. Don't worry about it. So,
Oh my fucking God. What a story.
Yeah. He's an open book. We were talking about the rumors about, the rib being cut out.
Oh, yeah. What did he say about that?
He said it wasn't true. He had a scar there for something. I can't remember half of what happened that night. Luckily, Dan took notes the next day, so I call up Dan to refresh. I should have done that. I didn't know you were a fan.
That's one of the most classic rumors about him, is removing the rib to suck his own dick.
Yeah.
And he had a bunch of funny, witty answers when people would ask him that in articles.
Yeah.
But he's incredibly intelligent and witty.
Yeah.
Like on the spot, being able to just just destroy people.
Yeah, and he had just finished his record, which had a song, or maybe it was a title, had chaos in the title.
Oh yeah, We Are Chaos.
Yeah, and, and my book's called Chaos, and he's like, "Don't you try to sue me for plagiarism? I didn't steal it from you. It's a common word." I go, "No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. When you're performing it, hold the book up or something. You have millions of fans." But I guess he's not going to tour now.
Yeah, I don't know if he's doing anything. I don't think he's been in the public at all since Evan Rachel Wood came out and said all that stuff about him.
And then a couple other piled on, I think.
Yeah. But I think one of his ex-wives actually said that like he does do a lot of dark, demented shit, but he never did anything that
was Dita Von
Teese, right? She's like, he would never do anything as far as like rape somebody or like.
I think he should have stayed with her because she was the one he had the nicest things to say about when we were talking. It was true. And then he texted us. I knew he wasn't going to bed, and he had mentioned at some point that he never gets up before 5 in the afternoon, and he did text me at like 5:30 or 6. Saying he just wanted to make sure we got home okay and we were fine. And I'm like, wow. I said, I couldn't do that a second night in a row, but whenever you do it, after I've had a few days rest and relaxation, just let me know, I'll come back. And then a couple months later, he texted me Easter Sunday morning, so I know he hadn't gone to bed yet, at like 7 in the morning, and just said, Happy Easter to him. And, I have Marilyn Manson, into my phone, so Marilyn Manson, Happy Easter.
Wow. Oh man, it's kind of just so bittersweet. Just his story, his life, like you can't be that age and sustain that lifestyle.
Yeah, I don't know how. So it was. He played us some new music that hadn't been released. Had a music video that hadn't been released, and Dan got to talking about music, which made him, so happy.
Yeah.
But I'm older school. I'm like before Marilyn. My music was Patti Smith,
right,
the Ramones and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, his obsession was with those days with the American obsession with and the combination of someone like Charles Manson and his story being a serial killer. He was just as equally such a part of American culture as Marilyn Monroe was, and that mixed with like the Kennedy assassination and like all the obsession around that, and it's just fascinating how obsessed people are with true crime and these kind of cultural iconic American stories.
Definitely.
So what is the next book going to be about? Is the next book, how could you possibly expand on everything that you went through over the past 20 years to create this book?
Believe it or not, it wouldn't be that difficult. First of all, for your listeners, if they don't know anything about the book, I don't want it to be oversold. It doesn't answer the biggest questions it raises. Basically, that's why it took so long. I kept looking for a smoking gun to prove the theses. There's more than one in here. And my agent kept telling me after like the first 5 or 6 years, you've got enough stuff. You don't have to prove everything. You definitely completely blow apart the official versions of the Manson murders, the reason for the murders, the fact that there were more people involved in the commission of them and the manipulation of Manson. That's huge. That's enough. But I was never satisfied because I always felt like I was, one day away from going on and on and on.
Yeah, so that's what keeps you going, right?
Yeah, for better or worse. So what I've gotten since the book came out is I've gotten a lot more substantiation. It's like building a pyramid and I'm almost at the top. And I'm thinking, like I told Dan, my collaborator, a week or two ago, I said, I think if I can get a few more things in the next month, then I can stop and we can go and start on it. If not, I do think we have enough anyway, even if I don't get it, but I'll still want a little more time. We didn't write anything about the Shahan case in the book, assassin of Robert F. Kennedy's assassination occurred about a year and a month before the Tate murders in Los Angeles. And the same cops, attorneys, same players, and I uncovered a lot of new and pretty compelling information proving that Sirhan was a Manchurian candidate, somebody who was programmed to be in the pantry. Believe me, I'm not the first one to do that. A lot of really respected writers and authors have been trying to get this case reopened for years. I had some new information, but we couldn't link it to the main psychiatrist in our book who we allege manipulated Manson. He was a good candidate, but I said without linking it, it would have been 2 or 3 whole chapters that wouldn't have stayed on our narrative through line in the book. So when we do the new book, I think I will be able to link it. And that's one thing, for instance, that'll be in the new book. And also the Jonestown case, with like Jim Jones and the mass suicides in Guyana. All this stuff happened in the Patty Hearst kidnapping. Right. So it's basically just kind of unraveling a lot of stuff that are pretty much landmark historic crimes in the United States that occurred in the 60s, and I try to stop in the 70s. Right. That were presented to us by media, a media that was complicit with the government and the CIA to cover up truth and realities of how many of these things were provoked.
How frustrating is it knowing that there is evidence out there that basically would give you the answers?
Yeah,
to all this book, like what is it? The guy Tex Watson. There's recordings of him. There's tapes that are somewhere that you just can't get your hands on. But it must be so frustrating to know they're there and they exist.
Yeah. So that's actually the book kind of ends with me trying to get those tapes, and I won't spoil the story, but that was incredibly frustrating. I hope that comes through in the book because number one, I discovered these tapes existed, that they were in a safe in an attorney's closet in Texas that he had kept since November of 1969. And it was what he had told me were 20 hours of audio tape of Tex Watson, Manson's kind of right-hand man who did most of the killing and all the murders. Manson was absent from the murder scenes. Right. The second night of the La Bianca murders, he tied them up and told the others what to do, but left before the murders happened. So Tex, before anyone knew who he was, who the Manson family was, they weren't in the papers yet. Only the police considered them suspects. Had been detained. He had fled home to his little town in Texas where he was from, and the LAPD wanted to interview him as a suspect. So they called up his cousin, who was a lawyer in the small town that he lived in, and speaking as a sheriff of that town, and the cousin agreed to take his nephew into custody while the 2 LAPD cops came down. And he called the lawyer, Bill Boyd, and Bill Boyd came over and said, I'll represent him. And he said, what are these guys coming down here to talk to you about? He said, I have no idea. He goes, well, something happened in Los Angeles. And he said, it beats me. So the 2 cops came down and sat down with the lawyer, Tex, his parents, and his uncle, the sheriff. And they said, where were you on the night of August 8th, 1969, August 9th, 1969. And the others put it together. And someone said, are you talking about tape murder? And he said, I never knew I had nothing to do with that. So Bill Boyd said the others, can I have a few moments alone with them? And they said, yeah. So they left. And then he said to Tex, he said, Charles, his real name. He said, Charles, this is pretty serious allegations. I want you to think about it and then answer as honestly as you can these detectives' questions. And I'll represent you and make sure you don't go to that death penalty. Because he already knew, you could tell that he was getting caught up in some lies. So they left Tex alone for an hour or two, and then Bill went back to see Charles. And again, alone, just one-on-one, he said, do you know what these men are here for? And he goes, you know that girl Sharon Tate, that actress that they mentioned? He goes, yeah. He goes, I killed her. And he said, okay, I'm going to tell them you're not talking to them, but that I'm going to represent you. So he said, you're done with my client. You can come back, with a subpoena or whatever, but right now he's my client. I don't want him answering any questions. So then he went and reported Charles for 2 days, just telling everything about how he met Manson, what other people were around. And I called him, this lawyer, in 2008, I think, to interview him. And he made the mistake during the interview of telling me I have these tapes that nobody's ever heard, and they were before anything had been written in the newspaper, so they're probably like the purest account of what really happened. Charles was so honest, and he just talked for about 20 hours. And he said he even described other murders that the police had never learned about. The minute he said that, I thought, number one, he's implicating his former client, who's always your client, in other murders. And number two, he's never going to let me hear those tapes. Right. So when I said, so you're talking about murders that the police hadn't discovered? And he said, yeah, other murders. And then all of a sudden he realized what he was saying. He goes, not that Charles had committed, but that Charles was aware the others had done. And I said, well, who were they? Like, why haven't listened to them? And I guess then it was like 40 years. Because I know there were a couple bikers they killed, and I was already looking into these missing bikers who were at my scene with the group in Death Valley. And I said, Mr. Wood, is there any chance I could come down and listen to the tapes? And then he got really nervous, because then all of a sudden he's realizing he violated his confidentiality. He said, well, I couldn't do anything without Charles' permission. But I'll ask him. And then that was it. He wouldn't take my phone calls. His secretary would always say, oh, he had no time to see him, he's traveling. And after like 3 months of blowing me off, I told the secretary to tell him I was going to write to Charles in prison, tell him what he said and ask for an interview. And she had just told me he was in China on business. So she said, I'll tell him. And she hung up, and the phone rang a minute later. And my caller ID said, McKinney, Texas. And it was him on the phone. Don't you dare write to my client. If you say that I said all that, I'll deny it. God damn it. And I said, but you said all on audio tape. He said, I didn't give you permission to tape me. I said, not only did you give me permission, you did it on tape. God damn it. So he died 2 months later of a heart attack on a treadmill at about age 68 or 7, I think. I had nothing to do with it.
Oh, you definitely did.
Long story short, the tapes went into his firm had gone bankrupt. So they went to bankruptcy court, and for about 2 years, I tried to get the court to release the tapes to me rather than put them up for auction or destroy them or whatever they were going to do. And again, it's a very long story, but I'll keep it short. The trustee in charge of them ended up contacting the deputy DA in Los Angeles, who knew what I was doing and really wanted the tapes too, and was kind of advising me. And I said, if you don't think I'm legit, you can get in touch with him. So she did. And then, of course, stupidly, I was naive enough to think that that wouldn't ruin my chances. But sure enough, Patrick Sakira arranged to get the tapes from her. And he had always promised me that the minute, if he got them first, I would sit down with him and listen to them for the first time.
Who's Patrick?
He was the deputy DA who was in charge of all the parole hearings for the Manson family. So he called me up really excited. He said, I can't believe it. They're going to release the tapes to me, but we can't let the press know, because if the press finds out and Tex finds out, he's going to stop it. But somebody down there in Texas found out. Oh no, the trustee called Watson's current attorney because she had to. I don't know why Patrick thought that wasn't going to happen. So then Watson immediately went to court to stop the tapes from being released. And then there was a 2 or 3 year process from the court to state court to state Supreme Court, where they finally decided the tapes should be released. And then the LAPD and the DA's office got them, and then they wouldn't talk to me anymore. And to this day, they're sitting in a vault, because I believe those tapes tell the truth about why things happen, how they really happened, and who was behind the scenes manipulating Manson.
So that, Oscar, can you hit the power button on the AC real quick? What camera? Okay. Just put it down to like 75. So this may be a stupid question, but Tex is in prison for life. So
he does get parole here.
Okay.
He has 4 children that he's had in prison. She got married, and until the late 70s, prisoners were allowed, even convicted murderers on death row, were allowed to have conjugal visits. Sharon Tate's mother, Doris Tate, when she found out that Watson had had his first child, she spent, I think, 10 years lobbying the legislature, the state legislature of California. She became a political activist, and she finally got them to write a bill saying no more conjugal visits for prisoners in California. So because of the late Doris Tate, prisoners can't get laid in prison anymore.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but he managed to have 4 kids before she prevailed, and they're now grown up. One of them is in the Marines. The wife he had them with divorced him, and I think he's remarried to a new woman.
That's so weird how women love to marry people on death row.
Yeah. Yeah, Bruce Davis, another convicted Manson family member, is married. You might recall the year or two before Charlie died, he was engaged to a young woman that really looked a lot like Susan Atkins, Star.
Yeah.
Who is interesting now. She is now the lover of, I forgot his name. He's an actor, and he was a Manson obsessive. There was a movie called Buffalo 66. Oh, Vincent. Can I?
Yeah.
Sure. Because this is fascinating, and it's never been reported before, to my knowledge. Yeah. She was engaged to Manson, living outside of the prison walls in Corcoran with a guy named Grey Wolf, who was Manson's communication man on the outside. Like when I interviewed Manson, I had to go through Grey Wolf. To get to Manson, everything had to come through him. So Grey Wolf was an old hippie in like his 70s. Star was living with him and visiting Manson every weekend that she could.
Wow.
And they were this close to getting married, and then Manson found out that she was fucking Grey Wolf.
Oh.
So he ended his relationship with her and his relationship with Grey Wolf, who had literally devoted his life to making sure Manson had money, got his mail. Any interview that Manson did had to be approved by Grey Wolf.
Right.
And a friend of Manson's, who I kept in touch with, said that Charlie cried himself to sleep every night after found out he'd been betrayed by both Star and Grey Wolf. And I thought, she couldn't get laid with Charlie, so she was maybe thinking of Manson when she slept with this guy who looked a lot like him, same age, but maybe a foot taller.
I would imagine a guy like Manson would have already been able to cope with that idea by that point, having spent his whole life in prison.
Of course.
Like, having you thought of that scenario already?
And I mean, when he was Manson, he was sleeping with 5 women a day. Right. There was nothing about monogamy in their lifestyle. But, I guess when you're an older guy and it's done to you, maybe...
And the girl, Star, she was much younger.
Yeah.
She was like in her 20s or something.
Yeah, and she shaved her head. She did the swastika on her forehead. I can't remember if it was scratched in or maybe tattooed or something. The actor's name is Vincent Gallo, and he was kind of an underground indie actor, but here, I'll show you a picture.
Pull him up on the screen, Austin. So this guy?
That guy, yeah. No, yeah.
Huh. He looks like a
he's
freak.
Yeah, he was a Calvin Klein model. He used to live around the corner from me in Little Italy in Manhattan in the 70s and 80s.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and he did a lot of really good movies. He directed a couple. He moved out here. He does character parts in some films.
And he's obsessed with Manson.
Yeah, so I think he got to know Grey Wolf, and they were interested in, he would buy stuff at auction, Manson's paintings and things like that. And somehow Star got in the mix. So as soon as Grey Wolf threw Star out, my sources told me that she moved out to Malibu, and he took her in, and they became lovers. And now they're in New Mexico or Arizona or something.
Wow, that's wild.
Yeah.
That's totally wild.
Wow, that's so popular drama even to this day.
So you met him face to face?
No.
Never got in the same room.
Unfortunately, I interviewed him in 2000. He was what they call in the hole, in solitary confinement. He wasn't allowed to have visitors. He was only allowed out of his cell for an hour a day, and he was allowed to make phone calls one night a week. So during the period that I finally set up the interviews, I couldn't go in. And you always want to face somebody, and it's really frustrating, especially with a guy like him who plays so many games. Yeah. So we talked on the phone 2 or 3 nights. One of my claims to fame is the first time I spoke to him, I went to Premiere, the magazine who had commissioned the article, because my editor didn't want them having my home phone number. So she's like, you have to do it at the offices. I don't want them to know how to find you. I'm like, if they want to find me, they're going to find me. But I agreed to do it.
Who's they?
Manson and the people that are on the outside of prison.
Okay, his crew outside.
Yeah. So I went to their offices, and it was nighttime, like 9 or 10 o'clock. And all of a sudden it occurred to me it was Valentine's Day. And I'm like, wow, this is tragic. My Valentine's Day is a date with Charlie Manson. So when he answered the phone, or when he got on the phone, he called me, and I go, hey, Charlie, how you doing? He goes, real good, man. How are you? And I go, great. I go, happy Valentine's Day. He goes, oh, thanks, man. Same to you.
Charles Manson was your Valentine.
Yeah.
Marilyn Manson texted you on Easter.
I was at a wedding in London about 15 years ago, and there was this very old man there. And we had a competition to see who had the greatest brush with evil. He won. Mine was the Manson thing. Happy Valentine's Day, Charlie. He was a Jewish man who, when he was about 7 or 8 years old, was playing with some friends, and the Fuhrer, Adolf Hitler, was surveying this little community he lived in that was, they had already been partitioned off to Jews. And he said to this little boy who was like 7 or 8, you're a cute little boy, would you like an ice cream cone? And he said, yes. So Hitler bought him an ice cream cone. What? So at the wedding, they had a vote to decide who had the best brush with evil, and they decided that getting an ice cream cone from Adolf Hitler was scarier than Manson saying Happy Valentine's Day.
Jesus. Yeah, I would say it trumps the Manson Valentine's Day. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's backtrack a little bit. Explain to people who don't already know how did this whole thing start for you? Like, how did this whole journey start with you just being, you weren't initially interested in the story at all. You just kind of like
I didn't even want to do it. I was freelancing. I moved out to LA for what I thought was going to be 2 years. Sublet my place in New York. Was going to go back the following 6 months later. My editor, who I'd written with at another magazine that we had all left, it was called Us Magazine. It's still around. It used to be an entertainment magazine that was mostly about motion pictures, music, and TV. And Jan Wenner, who owned it in Rolling Stone, had decided to make it much more tabloidy. Reality TV was just starting, and he wanted us to do stories about the Kardashians, the reality people. So all of us at the magazine let our contracts go and quit, and they all went to Premiere Magazine, all the people who I worked for. So she said, you should come over with us, but you got to do one great piece here. And she said the anniversary of the Tate LaBianca murders were coming up in August. This was March. And she said, do a story on it. I'm like, a story on what? And she goes, read the book, you'll find an angle. I go, oh, come on, Leslie. I go, number one, I've never read the book. Hasn't it been written to death? And I didn't say that, to be funny. I didn't realize it until after I said it. And I just said, there's nothing about that interests me. And she says, what I got for you right now, and I know you need the money because I haven't worked for a few months. And she said, here's something I'll tell you. Now that I put his name into your head, you're going to realize that you hear him reference sometimes every day. She said, I hear he's always, compared to the most evil person in the world, described as a metaphor for evil, popular culture, news, and sure enough, all of a sudden I'm seeing his name in newspapers just as a descriptive, like an adjective or something. So I agreed to do it, and it was supposed to be a 3-month job, and I read Helter Skelter, and I circled stuff or noted stuff that seemed a little bit, something that I thought could be explored a little more. And there were lots of stuff that Bugliosi, who was the author, Vince Bugliosi, and also the prosecutor who convicted the Manson family group in trial in 70 and 71. But there was a lot of stuff I could kind of go along with, but I'm like, listen, this is so amorphous. I don't know how. And she said, once you start to find an angle, you always do. I've been working with her for like 15 years in the magazine business. She was always my editor, and we thought alike, and she was great. So she said, if you can't find anything else, just find out how it changed kind of the culture of Hollywood, because, you know, that's when everybody started retreating from the place it started, you know, putting walls up, buying guard dogs. They didn't feel safe in their homes anymore. That didn't interest me either, but I thought, all right, I need the money. But what I did was I read Helter Skelter, and then I interviewed Vince Bugliosi first, spent about 6 hours at his house. He was very generous with me, talked and talked and talked. Said a couple of things that are too complicated to explain in an interview. It takes like a half hour, but if you read the book, it takes chapters, and it's not till the very end you realize why it's so important. A couple lot, as he told me. But after that, he basically told me everything I'd already read him. He'd said to other interviewers for years and years. I thought, why don't I reach out to people who've never talked about the case, principal witnesses? Because at the time, people really were frightened of the Manson family members on the outside. So the prosecution witnesses, the guy that owned the Tate LaBianca, the guy that owned the Tate house that rented it to him, has always been pursued by journalists because he's never talked about his pivotal part in all this. Terry Melcher, Doris Day's son, who also was connected to Manson. Right. So with the passage of time, I thought maybe they won't be as frightened. You know, maybe people who wouldn't talk will. So first, actually, I reached out to people like Sharon Tate, Roman Polanski's crowd. You know, they were very close friends to dozens of Hollywood people, but most close to Robert Evans, the producer, Ali McGraw, Michelle Phillips, John Phillips of the Mamas and the Papas, Warren Beatty, Jane Fonda, Roger Vadim. None of them would talk to me. No one would talk to me. And it started getting really frustrating. And then I went to the witnesses, people who actually were lesser known except in the Hollywood industry. And I got a couple to agree to talk to me. And I realized it wasn't that they were less scared, but nothing had really happened to them since then. A lot of them, their lives were off the rails being associated with this, especially this one guy, Rudy, who owned the house where the murders happened. He was a principal prosecution witness for Bugliosi. He had to testify about Manson having this visit to the house before the murders to establish that Manson knew where these people lived and how to get into the property. And Rudy had lost his life savings. He had owned that house, kind of became a drug addict, went through everything, had to sell the house to Trent Reznor of the Nine Inch Nails, and was living in a shitty, like, garage apartment in Van Nuys.
What year did you sell the house to Trent Reznor?
I think he owned it for 20 years after the murders, so that would be 79, 80.
Yo, what up, GB? How you living, pimp?
And he had a long time
business
partner who was his lover. That guy had died, and he was being kept alive.
Excellent. I'll have to take a look at it right now. Just a moment. So I would find it in the Telegram. Okay, didn't we have a Twitter community? Or was that just for Sprotos? Okay, very well. I wish I could do more on Twitter. I mean, you're probably like Rabbi. You live stream more on Twitter than anybody, period. Like anybody. But if I interact with anybody, they've got my IP tagged or something, or my account's tagged, and my account gets banned like just about instantaneously. That's why I can't like or upload anything of anybody's. The only thing I can do is just create new streams, and that's all I do. If you would put it in the Telegram, and I'll look at it right now. Okay, GB, I'm looking at it right now. Oh, that's baller. This is the power of retention. See the glow of this man's eyes after not releasing himself for you. This could be you. Never stop, never cool. Love it. I love it. Thank you, man. I feel like a member of ZZ Top. Do you know who ZZ Top is? Yeah, absolutely. This is the second longest beer of my life, and this has been like maybe about 6 months or so. The longest one I ever had was like this. It was really, really big. And yeah, it becomes really hot. But it's just I'm gonna grow it out that big, and I'm thinking I'm just gonna be one of those people who just never shaves again, basically, or like I think I'm gonna have a really long beard this time. So get ready. It's gonna. Yeah, exactly. And it was very, very big. And I would get this issue where, like, I don't particularly, I mean, I think I know, and it's something that's common where you, like, since you can't clean your skin, because you can, like, run your skin under water, like, run your beard underwater and stuff, but it can get dried out. And it just would get to the point where I would want to like have it a little bit like more how would I say, softer. And so I got some beard oils, and these beard oils work a lot better. So this time around, I think it'll just be able to not get as dry, and it'll be really big. So yeah, the other rabbis refer to it as like, because it's like a red beard, which is different than my normal hair. It's like a certain haplotype that I am. It's known as MC1R, and it's pretty common of people who basically, like, we have a higher pain tolerance than people. It's just like something that happened through evolution. So we have like red patches of like my normal hair is brown, and like my arm hair is brown, my chest hair is brown, but my beard hair is red, or like kind of not like bright red, but like a little redder than normal. So oh, okay, then you're probably the same. So what color is your hair? Oh, your hair is blonde, but your beard is red. There you go. So very similar. And it's pretty common amongst people. So all right, so what are we doing now? I've got all these people who are complaining about me on Blue Sky, and that's great. It's very much, I'm sure you've seen the meme, because I've seen it a lot in the crypto community, of the guy who's diamond mining, and you never know when you're just right at the wall before you turn around. And but I did this thing. I created a bot on Kick, and I haven't given up on Kick yet. And the bot on Kick just basically posts clips of mine, or like I make clips of people, but it puts my YouTube in there, and it puts my Discord link. And I had some people who messaged me in Discord like, "Hey, why did you do this?" And I'm like, "Oh shit!" When I find out like that works, that's a big deal for me, because like basically it's about how much time and effort I'm putting in. And so I think I'm gonna have one device just doing Kick, and the other devices doing Blue Sky, and it'll cut my Blue Sky spamming down about a third, which isn't a huge amount. I mean, it's enough, but it will give me like multiple platforms on which I'm spamming. So I think that'll be positive. And I found this really nice website that, like, the thing that would always kind of be difficult for me in spamming or creating a bot is when I go on Kick, it gives you the front page. And so I'd have to scroll down the front page, which takes time to find, and like have it do on an automated fashion to find a new person to spam. Well, this I found a website that allows you to just do a random stream of somebody. And that's a lot more beneficial because you just go to it and it just randomly gives you a new stream. And so that allows me to mix things up a lot more than normal. And I just figured out a way of logging in with multiple accounts. So I've got some things in the hopper, which is positive. And when people like I had a bunch of people in my Discord last night, and they find out for me from Discord. So it's kind of like I have no idea how people are going to find out about me. I mean, I don't even consider Discord like it's big for me and being able to communicate with people, but like getting new people in, I don't even expect them to find out about me on Discord. But it's by far the way that people find out about me the most because I'm in live in so many different Discords simultaneously, just live streaming. So I'm gonna work on this bot, and I hope you have a wonderful day off. I love the content that you make; it's amazing. And I had somebody. This made me laugh so hard. Um, they made okay. Do you know who Vince McMahon is of the WWE? Okay, so there's that meme of him where he's like, oh, I can just show it to you. Um, he, yeah, exactly. So I do this thing where I spam people, and it's like come to Rabbi's Discord and discuss Santa Claus machines, which are like replicators. Basically, it's like a 3D printer that's connected to every element in the periodic table and lets you create anything. So not just like 3D printed stuff, but like it let you make a computer or like a dog, or you could make a diamond ring. You can make whatever you want, but it's not just out of plastic. So there's that. Then I say invisibility cloaks, and then I say MILFs, and it's like Vince McMahon like getting high, like hornier and hornier, and then the final one where he blows, it's like MB made a trillionaire. And this person made me laugh so hard. This happened like within the last 36 hours. I laughed so hard that I captured it on my stream and then actually uploaded it to the guy because it was so funny. So I get some people who just make some stuff that is just really, really creative and make me laugh and stuff. And you're definitely one of those people. So I am gonna continue making my bots. I appreciate you hopping in, and know I'm always here for you. Enjoy your day off, and if you have more time, come back a little later. Okay. Love you too, GB. You're the man. Take care. Peace. That's GB, everybody. The man, the myth, the legend. What a sweetheart. All right. Welcome. How are you? Hello. Can you hear me? Hello. How's your day going? Oh, it's Brinks. What up, Cap?
Hive, and his bills were paid by an interesting group of his former clients. He was a talent manager. Dick Van Dyke, Jack Nicholson, Jimmy Darren, who was a kind of a pop singer actor, and Sally Kellerman. So they would give him allowance because they all felt so sorry for him. So I started trying to get him to talk to me, and first he wanted me to pay him, and you're not allowed to pay people. I said, I'll just take you out to a really nice meal. That's the best I can do. So we went to the famous Musso and Frank restaurant, which if you saw once upon a time in Hollywood, it's where Al Pacino character has his first big dinner, Brad Pitt and Leonardo DiCaprio. It's a classic Hollywood movie location restaurant. So turned into weekly dinners for about 2 or 3 years, and
Weekly.
Yeah,
For 2 or 3 years.
I mean, because he was lonely.
Right.
After the very first dinner, when he was driving home, he said he was chased off the road, got in a car accident, and was almost killed. He thought that it was because he talked to me. Everything did happen. He did have an accident. Somebody hit him and ran. He did have to go to the hospital. I tried not to get paranoid. Nobody ever did again. He got notes and stuff from people telling him to stop talking to me, but the point being, he didn't have enough money to buy another car. So then I had to drive out there to Van Nuys from Venice, which is, you always want to go about 5 or 6 o'clock. So that meant a 2-hour drive with rush hour traffic. Then you always wanted to go out and swank places in Hollywood. So that's another rush hour traffic would be 45 minutes. We get to a restaurant and he wouldn't order food for 2 hours because he wanted to have all his martinis or gin and tonics. And the next thing you know, he's grabbing the waiters' asses. He was a real character and got away with it. But and then I'd have to, on the way home, stop at the supermarket at midnight. And I didn't pay for his groceries, but walk with him through the store, and it took forever. So it was like that 8-hour investment. And I had to drive all the way back to Venice. But he was giving me information. And that's how you get it. You know, you have to really kind of embed yourself into people's confidence and lives. And he was the first, and then there was like dominoes. Because people knew he was talking to me, more people. And then, but it doesn't happen overnight. So that's when the story changed and evolved into something that wasn't going to be a magazine story anymore. My editor-in-chief of Premiere became obsessed with what finding, so he kept extending my deadline. He said, we don't need to do it for the anniversary. This is too important. So I think they paid me for 1.5 years, a monthly salary just to report the story. Then that editor-in-chief got fired, and I went to my editor who worked under him, and I said, please tell me Jim didn't get fired because of all the money that he spent, like $150,000, not just on my salary, but on my expenses and stuff. And I would be flown to London to interview people. She said it didn't help. So a new editor was hired, and I got a call the next day from him. He said, sounds like you got a really exciting story there. I go, I hope so. He goes, well, I'm really going to be proud to publish it, and I'm sitting it for the issue after the next. Oh, I can't finish it. Jim would have told me. He goes, no, Jim's not here anymore. He goes, you got to have it in. So at that point, I got a book agent. And I didn't want to put out what I had because there were so many loose ends. And I thought, once I put out the most important stuff, you know, the LA Times, maybe I was grandiose, the New York Times, they're going to put their teams on this and they're going to get it good.
Finish it, right?
Yeah. So my agent got me out of my contract with a caveat that I had to reimburse, blah, blah, blah. So that's the right thing to do. Yeah. So at that point, well, sometimes I wonder, because the next thing I knew, you know, I didn't sell the book for another 5 years. In 2005, I sold the proposal, but I got an enormous. It was going to go to auction. So the publisher Penguin Press gave me what's called a preemptive bid, which is higher than they'd normally pay, but for I think it was 48 hours, nobody else could try to make a deal with me. And if I didn't take their offer in 48 hours, then they would withdraw. Then it would go to auction. Okay. So I said yes. My agent said they're really the best publisher in the business. You know, they do like presidential memoirs, and they're boutique and powerful, and just publishing with them is going to give your crazy conspiracy book complete legitimacy. So I did, and they gave an advance that was like record breaking for somebody who had never written a book before. I'd just been a magazine journalist, and that looked like it was going to be a real happy ending. But then they got it paid in 2011. And long story short, they canceled the deal, and worse, they then sued me for a return of the advance, which had been spent by me on all my reporting. So from 2012 to about 14 or 15, everything was frozen. I couldn't go out and try to sell the book until the lawsuit was resolved. I had to get a pro bono lawyer. So I just kept reporting.
Okay.
I was going to have something.
How are you paying your bills?
I was living, borrowing money off of what little was left from the advance, but I lived very frugally. I mean, I'd done it in New York for years. You know, I was a struggling journalist. I drove a horse and carriage in Central Park for 8 years. I knew how to hustle.
Okay.
But I didn't have any real full-time job during that period, because I worked 7 days a week researching. So once the lawsuit was resolved in 2016, I think, or 15, I got Dan as a collaborator, and we revised my book proposal. The original book proposal was book length, it was 220 pages. In fact, when Dan and Scott, the two people at Penguin Press, bought it, they said, you know, you've written the book. All you have to do is fill in some of the guts. This is the guts. Just fill in some of the stuff. And it made it easier said than done. They're still reporting. Mm-hmm. So once I got this wonder kid on, and only because Prince died. If Prince hadn't died, he would have been working with Prince for 3 more years. Prince died, and all of a sudden, his agent said to my agent, you know, I heard you're looking for someone. Dan would be perfect for this. He can't pick up the Prince thing for at least 2 years until that estate is figured out, because they were all fighting over whatever Prince, you know, his money, his future projects. So Dan had like 2 years off, and he and I turned it out in 2 years. And it came out literally, we turned in the final draft, I mean, after all the edits and notes from the publisher, the day before what would have been the 20th anniversary of the magazine assignment. So it was literally 20 solid years.
That's incredible, man. Yeah. That's incredible.
But I don't advise anybody to do that. It took off 40 years of my life. It was brutal. I mean, you keep thinking it's going to end. And the scariest thing, the book had never come out.
Yeah.
That would have been, I would have been the tragic figure who, you know, spent his whole life writing a book and then never publishing his book. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, now I feel like if I got run over by a bus today, that's fine.
Yeah.
this is still here.
Right.
So.
Right.
Yeah.
You achieved your goal. You got it out.
Yeah.
You can wash your hands, but you're still, you know, obviously going to put out more.
Yeah.
It's not going to take 20 years. So, okay, what was the guy's name who owned the house who sold the Trent Reznor?
Rudy Altobelli.
Rudy.
I can tell you an interesting story about him that just happened recently. So Quentin Tarantino released his movie, you know, a few months after my book came out, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. And I think it was his most successful movie box office-wise to date. I had 2 mutual friends of his, and one of them is one of his producers and his longtime first AD, and the other one was an ex-girlfriend, who's one of his only ex-girlfriends who remained friends with him. So both of them gave him a copy of my book, an advance copy that I had signed months before my book came out and months before his movie came out. And they said, we're not going to give it to him unless we read it first. We know you, we love you, but we want to make sure it's something that he'd like, because everybody wants you to give something to Quentin. So they did, and, you know, he never read it. And I wasn't surprised, because he's about to release one of the biggest movies of his career, about publicity. So about a year after, like last fall, I think it was, I got a call from one of our mutual friends, and he's like, can Quentin call you now? Suddenly go, excuse me, I needed him like 2 years ago, but sure. I go, why? He goes, he's obsessed with your book. He finally got to read the one I gave him, and he has a million questions. And, you know, if Quentin Tarantino has a million questions, that means it's like, blah, 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 blah. So he called me from Israel, where he was living, and
going to Israel?
Well, I just read an interview with him a couple days ago. I knew he was there, and I didn't know why. I knew he had married an Israeli woman and had a baby there. But when the pandemic hit, they wouldn't let him back in. So I guess
hopefully he's not still there now.
He was on Jimmy Kimmel a couple nights ago.
Oh, okay.
So he was there doing a lot of that, and the interview I read said, I think he was in Tel Aviv. He didn't say anything about, bombing the violence or anything. He just said how much he loved it there.
Yeah.
So he and his wife and kid have now moved back, I think, in the last month or two. But so he started calling me, and it wasn't just because he had a million questions, but it was because he was doing the novelization of the movie, where he's fleshing out characters, adding scenes, and he'd always wanted to write a paperback book, kind of like a pulpy paperback book. So that comes out Tuesday, and he talking about Rudy out the belly, and like our second or third conversation, like, Rudy, how did you ever get Rudy to talk to? That's amazing. He goes, damn it, I've got his character in the book. I didn't have him in the movie, but I have to, fake his name, or he goes, or do you think if you reached out to Rudy and asked, would you take like $250,000 from me to let me use his name in the book and promise not to sue me? Well, Rudy's been dead for 10 years. Are you kidding me? You just saved me $250,000. And, I'm still in debt, hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Right.
And I'm like, Rudy, or Quentin, give it to me. So I should have said, give me the cash and I'll deliver it to Rudy.
Oh, yeah, you definitely should have done that.
So the book comes out Tuesday, and I'm hoping.
You know the name of it?
It's the same name as it's the title of the movie, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Yeah. So I think he was on Jimmy Kimmel a night or two ago, and I was flying, so I didn't see it, but I read the recap of the interview. But I'm hoping, for the in-depth interviews, if he was telling me the truth, he said, oh my God, he goes, I thought I knew this, and I didn't know anything about this character, that character. I'm hoping he'll mention the book, because all the Quentin fans then might be interested in get the book.
Right.
Yeah, so we'll know. But it's already going to be a bestseller because it's a Quentin Tarantino book. It's the first one he's ever written. And he keeps saying, I didn't just turn the novel into a script. He goes, it's like a whole fresh take, new characters, much more about the Manson family, the murders, all this stuff.
So there was literally barely anything about this.
Yeah. He released a trailer. The publisher released a trailer last week that he put together for the book. And so it's like a 2-minute trailer. And he has scenes in the trailer that are in the book, but they were cut from the movie. So there is a scene between the Manson character at the house looking for Terry Melcher. And they don't show who he's talking to, but in real life, it would have been Rudy out the belly. So the guy who owned the house, he went up there looking for him. So I'll know a lot when the book comes out. I hope he gives me an acknowledgement if I save him $250,000.
Oh, right?
Yeah,
you definitely put your name in there, shout you out somewhere.
Yeah.
Fucking Quentin. So Rudy, when you talk to Rudy, I mean, what was it about Rudy that opened, what did he tell you that opened Pandora's box for you?
It began very slowly. He started telling me that he had suffered more than anybody else who was associated with the victim, Sharon and Wojciech, Abigail. They were all his friends, Sue, Rome. He lived in the house behind the main house. So Rudy owned a beautiful area at the top of Cielo Drive. It was like a French design country house, one story with like beautiful views everywhere. There was a pool, and then there was a guest house. So he lived in the guest house, bought the house, I think, in the 40s. And among the tenants who stayed there were Katharine Hepburn, Clark Gable, Cary Grant, and then Terry Melcher, who's the son of Doris Day, who's a music producer. He moved in there in 65, moved out in January of 69, and they all rented from Rudy, and Rudy always stayed in the back house because that's all he needed. But he only rented to people he thought he'd party with. He was a youth partier. Yeah. He was one of the out gay guys in Hollywood who's flamboyant, didn't care what people thought, real character. And when Roman and Sharon moved in, he and Sharon became very, very close, Sharon Tate. So they moved in February of 69. And then in March, the two of them went to Europe, him to do script notes and fixing on The Day of the Dolphin, which he was going to direct in London. And Sharon went to make a devil movie called The 13 Chairs in Italy. And then they came back. Sharon came back in July. And Rudy never came back. He went over with Sharon. He flew over there. He wasn't her manager. He was just her best friend. So they flew together. And then he went off with an actress named Olivia Hussey, who was in Romeo and Juliet, which was this big sensational 1969 movie. So his relationship with Roman and Sharon and Terry Melcher was really important to what became the line of inquiry I was doing. Did people in Hollywood have relationships with Manson that were concealed by either Hollywood, the machine, the publicity machine, or law enforcement? And Rudy started kind of telling me, yeah. So he'd get drunk. I'd usually drive him home, and he'd always want me to come into his shitty little apartment for one more nightcap. And that's when he'd start talking. And he had a few drinks, and he goes, you know what? Terry went on, he had a great career, produced all these bands. He was so alive then. Roman's never suffered for this. He was the only one who lost their house, lost their reputation, because people thought he had a relationship with the family. Even law enforcement. They eventually said he didn't, but a relationship with the Manson family, that was another reason for them to come up there. He was just bitter and angry, and he said if the truth ever came out about Roman and them and Terry and Dennis Wilson and the Beach Boys and some other people, he goes, nobody would believe it was true, and I could tell you. And so he ended up started telling me how to prove that the district attorney, Bugliosi, had covered up a much more involved relationship with Terry Melcher, for instance, and then government people who were involved with Manson. And it's hard to say if people haven't read the book, and I don't want to give too much away, because part of the fun of the book is you think it's gotten pretty crazy and it's over, and then like the next couple of pages it's like, oh, what? It's even crazier.
So the official narrative of Manson is that from a young kid, his mom was a prostitute.
Yeah.
And he was just involved in a bunch of petty crimes throughout his life, in and out of prison, and he kept getting out of prison. And then eventually there was one point where he went in for 7 years, and then he came out different.
In 1967, and he immediately violated his parole. He was paroled to Los Angeles. Without permission, he went up to San Francisco, to the Bay Area, turned up at the parole office and said, I want a parole officer up here. They looked him up and they said, you're not allowed to be here. You've got to go back to LA. They wrote to LA. LA demanded he come back. He didn't. And then all of a sudden something happened, which I can't find the paper record of. The reason I have the records I do have is I did Freedom of Information request to the Bureau of Prisons. And I got a part of his parole record for the time he was supervised from his release until the murders, which paints a whole different picture. He got assigned to a parole officer in San Francisco named Roger Smith, who was a criminology student at Berkeley and also a researcher, and working out of the Haight-Ashbury Free Medical Clinic, and that's where things get really crazy.
Now, was he connected to Sidney Gottlieb?
Not that I know of, but Jolly West, who was a psychiatrist, who went to leave of absence from the University of Oklahoma to study the explosion of the Summer of Love in '67. He somehow anticipated that like 6 months before. He went to the Haight. He opened what he called a hippie pad, a laboratory described as disguised as a hippie pad, where they put up, posters. And he had grad students. He told them in January, grow your hair long. We're going to staff this hippie pad, and we're going to study the young kids that are getting bathed the Haight in the summer. He knew this all in advance, and the whole reason that I won't get into here about how he worked. It was basically engineered by a bunch of these people to happen in government. And Jolly West had been working in the CIA's MK Ultra program since 1953, which was a program that their ultimate goal was to learn how to create programmed assassins, people who would kill without recollection or of not only the killing, also their programming. And that was what this guy's specialty was. He was a very well-known psychiatrist. And in the 70s, 75, this information about this secret program MK Ultra came out because a State Department person who found the record, what was left of the record, blew the whistle. There were congressional hearings. He was identified as one of the CIA researchers who gave drugs to prisoners, to people in fake apartments to study them in The Hague in New York and a couple other cities. And he was fingered, but he denied it, and he was never investigated. At that point, by 69, or after 69, he went to Los Angeles to UCLA and became the head of the psychiatry department there until he retired and then died. The year I started this book, it was the year he died.
Oh, wow.
And he was actually murdered by his son.
What?
Well, he was dying of cancer, as was his wife. And the son had, his wife was a doctor too. They had a family plan that if they ever became terminally ill, that the son would give them administered lethal drugs to them. So nobody knew it at the time, but after both of them were dead, and I think the son waited a number of years. And there's no statute of limitation on murder, but for this kind of thing, I'm not sure why, but he did publish a book in the early 2000s. So they died like 6 months apart. His parents were killed by the son, and that was 1999. And the son published a book in about 2011 called The Last Good Night, where he describes the planning and the killing of Jolly West and his wife Catherine by lethal drug administration.
Where is he now?
So the son wouldn't talk to me before he wrote the book. He said, "I will never talk about my father. It's too dangerous. He had too many secrets." I couldn't get him to talk to me. Then the book comes out in 2012 or 13, where he talks about the rumors of his father being CIA, but he doesn't say anything more. It's mostly about just the human family drama of what it's like to have to be talked into it by parents and then to actually carry it out for them. He got a lot of press. He was on Good Morning America, all the talk shows. So when the book came out, I thought, well, now he's gone public, I'll try him again. But I waited a year or two and found out he had died in the previous year or two. And he would have only been about 55. I can't find any record of where he died, how he died. He has 2 sisters. Neither of them would talk to me. One's in Europe and one's in New York. I begged them to let me interview them. So I don't know what happened to him.
Whoa.
Yeah, I just found a death notice, on Ancestry, and no record of him at any of his old addresses.
That's so weird.
Yeah. So
he didn't get in any trouble for killing his parents, even though they wanted him to kill them?
Yeah. I mean, I have the book, and somebody asked me recently how he got away with it. And I think it was something technical, like he enabled them to inject it themselves. He gave them everything. He did all the concoction, but he didn't do the injection, something like that, or so he said, who knows. He did it to a way, he had lawyers advising him, and there was definitely a risk of him getting charged, but I think it would have only been as an accessory, and maybe it was that if it's only an accessory after a certain number of years, they can't charge you rather than the actual murder. I'm not sure that's a good question.
Wow, what a crazy thing.
So Jolly West is working at the Haight-Ashbury Free Medical Clinic, which serviced the community in the summer of '67. It was built to take care of the needs of all these runaways, and it was opened by a guy named David Smith. This gets confusing. David Smith allowed Jolly to recruit subjects for his studies of hippies and LSD around the corner in his hippie pad, laboratory disguised as a hippie pad. And Roger Smith, who was the parole officer at Manson, had Manson come to the Haight-Ashbury Free Medical Clinic where he was working on his own drug research and doing his parole. It was during those pivotal 2 or 3 months. Manson got out in March of '67. He was just an ex-con. He'd been in prison half his life. He was 32, I think it was 17 years in and out of federal institutions.
For dumb stuff, like stealing cars, robbing grocery stores.
Yeah, and he was never in a county jail. He kept waiting for, federal trials. Yeah, silly stuff. Stealing a car and taking it across the state line, which makes it federal. The last thing he went to prison for was stealing an envelope from the mail, which made it a federal offense. So if that had been stealing. There was a check for $37 that he cashed. If he had just stolen that check and cashed it, it would have been a local thing. He probably wouldn't have even gotten jail time. But since he took it from the mailbox, he got a 10-year sentence. And we're going to go into that more in the second book about, it looks like they wanted him in these federal places for all those years. And even Bugliosi admits in the book why every single time he committed a petty crime, and stealing a car is not that serious. It happens all the time, but he always happened to go across the state line, maybe just for a few hours, making it, and then come right back. He said it was weird. Bugliosi admitted it. Well, I found evidence that there were. He didn't go of his own volition. He had no reason to go the next day, because they were doing this research in prison. Wow. So I think, well, I don't want to say it now because I haven't proven any of this part yet, but I'm building a case now that this all began when he was still in prison, experimenting with him.
Have you ever met a guy named Stephen Kinzer?
Yeah, he wrote the Sidney Gottlieb book.
Right. Yeah, I talked to him about that, and the way he explains MK Ultra is just fascinating. How it's basically, he had to go to different countries, went to Germany because he was violating the human rights. Like the stuff he was doing, he had a license to kill from the government.
Oh, yeah,
he was destroying people.
So you had him on the podcast?
Yeah.
How'd it go?
It was great.
Maybe it was you guys. Somebody asked me if I would go on a podcast with him, and I said,
yes, it was. Yeah, I wanted to have you guys both on together.
And I said, I don't think he'd do it. His book is very straightforward. He's a New York Times best-selling author.
Yeah.
It's not academic, but it's very sober. I don't think he'd want to be in my category.
And he kind of shut down a little bit when I started to ask him about Charles Manson.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'd love to sit down and ask him why Charlie West isn't even in his index in his book. And this guy, my book was already out before his book. And nobody wants to take somebody else's findings. Even you would obviously acknowledge them. But I have the documents. I show that he was Gottlieb's first psychiatric partner when he was at the Lackland Air Force Base in Texas. I have all the letters that I found that West accidentally left in his archive at UCLA, where they're page after page after page describing what kind of experiments they're going to do. They're all illegal on patients. And West says we hide it from the other doctors on these wards because the patients are already suffering from mental illness. So what I do to them is just going to look like another one of their, but it's going to be with my drugs and hypnosis. And Gottlieb's like, well, you have to double, all the ways they're going to hide their correspondence. Gottlieb had an alias. He wanted West to have an alias, but West didn't want one because he thought that would draw attention if anybody caught that. So he did that from 53 to at least 67, 68. I've got a paper record of him corresponding with Gottlieb, and nobody has the unredacted record like I do. Like everything Kinzer saw here in the room, my sour grapes.
Yeah.
The stuff he got through other people's Freedom of Information Act requests, and it's all redacted. Because I read it, he doesn't have new information in there from documents. He's got a lot of great stuff in there that fills in the gaps. But for him to completely ignore the scientist that's John Marks. John Marks is a whistleblower who was a State Department official who found these financial records for MK Ultra, went to Congress, told them about it, caused a congressional investigation. Seymour Hersh, the famous investigative journalist, worked with Marks, and he wrote the first big stories in 1974 or 5 on this horrifying program that our government did since the early 50s, where they were testing drugs on people without their awareness, making them even guinea pigs, and some of these people died, committed suicide, or had massive nervous breakdowns.
Right.
So I didn't think Kinzer was. If he hadn't even mentioned my findings, I knew that he didn't want to have anything to do with my book.
Why would he? What would be his reasoning of ignoring the stuff about West?
Do you want to know what other people tell me?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I'm fascinated by it.
Do you know what a limited hangout is?
What's a limited hangout?
A limited hangout is when an agency uses a media person to release more information than they've released before because it's coming out anyway or it's about to come out, to try to keep people from suspecting even worse. So people accuse him of actually, I would love to have him see this podcast and reach out to me and tell me he's going to sue me or something. So people I know who are serious researchers think he's paid by the CIA as it's called a limited hangout guy.
Wow. So because people would question it if it came directly from a government agency.
There's not a lot of new information in this book. So there's only been a couple really good books about MK Ultra. They were all written in the 70s. John Marks, who was a whistleblower, wrote the very first book. It's called The Search for the Manchurian Candidate. Seymour Hersh wrote about it in a couple books. A guy named Opton and Lipton, I think their names are. They wrote a book called The Mind Manipulators in the late 70s. And nobody really wrote a book just about MK Ultra until Kinzer did. And I think his book came out like 6 months after mine or something. I think that, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's not substantiated in this. Unless you read it cover to cover, it sounds crazy, you know?
Right.
And that's why, I mean, I don't want it. I know that I was on Rogan, and Rogan's audience is an audible, you know, they listen to books. And I'm so glad that people are buying the book much more since I've been on this show, but almost all of them buy the audiobooks. And I listen to audiobooks now, but if you do the audio, you're not seeing all the sourcing.
Hold it up a little higher so we can see it on the...
I think it's 60, 70 pages of endnotes. And I don't know if you're an author, but what authors do in the endnotes is we cheat by adding more information than you really should, because it doesn't fit in here. You don't want to stop the reader with like where this came from.
Right, it disrupts the flow.
Yeah, it disrupts the flow. So you put in the end notes, but then what you do is you give a little more that you had to cut out of the main narrative because it gets too detailed. So some of my end notes are like a half a page long. And there's just so much information in the end notes. I'm more proud of the end notes half the time.
Really?
Yeah. So, so people that get the audio, they also, you don't get the pictures, right, in the audiobook?
No, you don't get the pictures. It's just people. I mean, nobody has with all the media on your phone and everything these days. People don't have time to do anything.
I can't blame them. I'm the same way.
Who has time to sit down and sit in front of a book for hours on end?
So this is Rudy in the guest house having a party in us, Candace Bergen. And this is like 1966. Rudy Altobelli, and then this is him when I would go see him in his apartment. I took that picture of him, and he had like 20 cats.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's incredible. Yeah. So, what? Just hold it up by your face. There you go. You just point to it that way. The camera can see it right.
This is Rudy with his kitten.
Yep.
Yeah, he took care of like 20 stray cats and had 3 crippled dogs, and got mugged in his neighborhood like a month. And then when Rudy lived in the guest house in the 60s, whoever was in the main house became, especially the women, would be like his pet. So Candace Bergen, he was very close. She was tearing off his girlfriend. So that's a party he was having with Candace in the guest house. That's Candace and Terry Melcher. Yeah, if you guys didn't get if you only get the audio,
you don't get this. No, I'm gonna order the hardcover.
That's a picture of me when I was young, when I started the damn thing and didn't go white until my threats.
Wow, man, look at your computer.
Oh, yeah.
The computer really tells it all.
And the one at the bottom is me more recently in my office with.
Okay. Oh my God, what a bookshelf that is. Yeah, that's incredible. Another thing about MK Ultra is they like all the stuff they did on the prisoners, like Whitey Bulger. Yeah. Apparently, like, what's the story with him and MK Ultra?
Well, the government admitted after he died. That's when it came out. I can't remember who. I think it was a journalist or something, or maybe it was during his trial.
I thought he was like openly talking about it.
Yeah, he was talking about it, but nobody would believe it. But during his trial, I think it was his lawyers were able to get his prison records. Somebody sent them to me recently, where they have the dates of an LSD. Well, and this was all in the 50s, before Manson was in prison, but in the 50s, he was still a kid. He got out of prison in 67 or 32, so 57, he would have been 22. He was in the same prisons that were treating people like Bulger experimentally with LSD. So one of the jurors who convicted Whitey Bulger reached out to me when my book came out. She's gotten a lot of national attention. She didn't know that there was a little bit of mention in the trial, but the judge wouldn't let too much of it in. After he was convicted, he started writing her and telling her all about the experiments. And she is a very good reporter. She's not a journalist, but she lives in Boston. And she started looking into it, working with researchers, and found out that it was much more extensive than anybody ever knew, and could have been the reason he became such a violent sociopath.
It was when he was very young.
Yeah.
It happened. And he became a notorious killer after.
And then the entire time being protected by the government, he was a federal informant, you know, and well, with two agents who the FBI denies that anybody but he was in that they were rogue agents that were paying him to get information and provoking. So she wanted me to write a book with her. And I just said, I can't do something just on Whitey, but keep coming to me with your information. And also, so we've been sharing information since then. I haven't talked to her for a few months, so I don't know if she found another author. But yeah, Whitey Bulger had what happened to, I believe, Manson in prison on paper. I don't have a record yet like she got, but I'm working with some people now trying to get records from when he was in prison, and they won't release them because they say they're medical records. But he's a convicted, dead, notorious criminal. So I actually had a lot of work to do. I have to find out how they got the medical records from Whitey. I think it was because Whitey was alive and Whitey shared them, and he had access to his own records. But I don't think I'm ever going to get the rest of the records from. If you read in the book, it took me like 2 years to get the records I did get from the Bureau of Prisons about Manson. And the trial, when he was convicted, his defense attorney was trying to get his prison record, and they wouldn't release it to him. And this was during the death penalty phase of the trial. And when I talked to experts about that, they said anything should be allowed to be introduced when somebody's life is at stake. So the state was arguing for Manson and the others to be, executed. Irving Kinnaird, the defense attorney, wanted to show that Manson had always been a docile prisoner, had never been badly behaved in prison, never been violent. And he couldn't believe that the government, the U.S. government, wouldn't release the record. And he screamed and hollered. And since the trial was such a circus, and Irving Kinnaird was pretty crazy too, nobody took him seriously. And it wasn't, I talk about it in the book, the Attorney General in 1971, John Mitchell, who ended up going to his prison himself for being part of Nixon's cabinet and part of the plumbers and stuff, mid to late 70s. He sent a representative of the Department of Justice who worked beneath him to argue to the judge against releasing Manson's file. I can't find evidence of that happening in any other case in the history, but I believe that's just like the Watson tapes. There's secrets in there about what was going on with Manson's head and what they were doing to it that they're never going to share. So the record I got was, I think, 70 pages out of probably 300 or 400. They described it. Kinnaird got somebody to describe what the parole record looked like, and I think they said it was like 2 phone books thick. And I got like that much.
So who was his parole officer before he went in for the 7 years?
That was interesting. The parole officer who violated him in so he got convicted for stealing the letter and the mailbox, yeah. And that was a 10-year sentence. And he was released, I think, after 2 years on parole. And then within a month or two, he didn't show up for a parole hearing. Not a parole hearing, an appointment with his parole officer. They immediately violated him, sent federal marshals to Texas, who went into Mexico where they had information that he was in Mexico. The Mexicans turned him over to the marshals at the border of Laredo and Texas. They don't do that for these small, tiny criminals. And then they brought him back to L.A. and then had to do the next 8 years of his prison sentence, which would have taken him, I think, 69 or 70. But then they decided to release him 2 years early in '67, so he'd go and do what he did. But what's so ironic, and I mentioned this in the book, he got sent back to prison for missing one appointment, one meeting. You're supposed to go either once a week or once a month. Roger Smith, when he was his parole officer, he wouldn't show up for meetings. And then when he was down in LA for months at a time, and he was never violated. He was getting arrested for rape, for drug possession, for pimping during '67 and '69. Charges dropped every time. In my book, I have a scene where I take this record that I had gotten, a few pages they released to me, the prisons, and to this retired district attorney named Louis Watnick in Van Nuys. And
See the judge?
he was a judge, yeah.
Right, okay.
So he had been a DA, and then he became a judge in I think it was Van Nuys. And then he retired, and he was sick and dying, and he's like on oxygen or something, so he's raspy. I had a tape recorder, and he's going through my documents, and he actually, Manson had come before him when he was a judge on some petty charge, and he said, I dismissed him on that case, I remember, because there was no evidence, but it was something like breaking into a car or something, but he remembered very well. But he's looking, he said, I had no idea. And he said, there's something, this is chicken shit. This is all chicken shit. Yeah. And I'm like, what's chicken shit? He goes, well, obviously people make mistakes. We're a bureaucratic system, but this is like on every other week he's getting picked up, taken in, both released without charges. All of these are violations of his parole. He should have been sent back 10 different times on the stuff you're showing me. But he also should have been prosecuted on half of these things. And they just dropped the charge. He goes, somebody wanted him out. He was more valuable to people outside than inside. Somebody worked to keep him out on the street.
Like he was an informant?
That's what I said. You mean like an informant? He goes, well, people confuse what an informant is. An informant doesn't just provide information. Sometimes, and there's a history of it, they can provoke other criminals to commit crimes. They can conspire with them and then walk away. And then the police know what's going to happen when it happens. They can be much more proactive. So he said, you got to find out who he was working for. I go, how am I going to find out? He said, I don't know, you're the journalist. And I go, well, who do you think it was? He goes, well, I'd start with the Los Angeles Sheriff's Office, then go to the LAPD. He goes, they're not going to tell you, but that's who you should look at. And I go, is that where? He goes, no. DEA, FBI. He didn't say the CIA. But he said it could have been any number of agencies who he was either sharing information, was sharing something with, and they wanted it to keep going. But there's no way this is an anomaly, like there's a couple mistakes. He goes, this is a pattern. There's no way we would have missed this. Whoa. And what was important about him was he was in law enforcement from the prosecution side and then as a judge during that same period. So, a lot of times if I show it to somebody now, they say, oh, of course he should have been picked up with computers, but he didn't. So he was important because he knew exactly how they shared information, how it came in. And even Roger Smith's relationship with Manson, his parole officer for the first year, well, he became Charlie Manson. When he came out of prison, he was panhandling, playing guitar in the Bay Area, gets hooked up with Roger, and within a couple months has this following of women. The first 6 months, I think he had anywhere from 4 or 5 to 10 women that were following him all over the Bay Area, going to the clinic. He would leave the women with the doctors to get tested, for VD and get, some of them were pregnant, get pregnancy attention. And he'd go in and meet with Roger for parole hearings. And everybody, they described it to me. I'm not the first one to report it. They said the women would follow Manson. They never stood beside him. They always had to be behind him. They wouldn't spoke unless he spoke to them first. They would pick things up for him. They were like slaves. How did he become this guru in a few months? How did he develop the skill to all of a sudden have these people do whatever he said? And then within 2 years, do whatever he said, including go kill some strangers in a house that you've never been to before except for text, and do it, with as much, brutality as imaginable. And then come back and not even be remorseful about it. So that's the kind of thing that, the book shows what was basically withheld from the public, and that's what Bugliosi did. He wrote the best-selling true crime book of all time, and
Helter
Helter
Skelter.
Skelter. Yes, that to this day you can probably go into any bookstore.
Yeah, even if you Google like Charles Manson documentary or book, there's also a documentary called Helter Skelter.
Well, no, there's two scripted movies.
Oh, okay.
So the first one that was made in 70, the book came out in 74, I think, and then the first TV movie, it was a 2-night movie, which they didn't do back then. It was like a big event. I think it was 76, and at that point, it was the highest rated TV movie in the history of television. It took 1 and 2 spots. I think number one was the second part, and number 2 was the first. Then he remade it in the early 2000s. He updated. I mean, it was the exact same story, but it was new actors.
Bugliosi's narrative.
Bugliosi's narrative again, yeah. And then, in my book, they'll see it opens with our confrontation. My confrontation with Vince in his kitchen, where he's threatening me and trying to stop the book, and writing to my publisher and calling me at all hours of the night.
Now, what? Obviously, your first meeting with Bugliosi was very pleasant.
Yeah. So the first time I went over there, and this was what was interesting too.
For people listening who aren't familiar, we'll remind you. Bugliosi was the prosecutor, right, on Manson's trial.
Bugliosi was an unknown prosecutor in 1969, and he was given a career-making case. This is the highest profile murders in the history of California. Crazy case. And not only did he know it was his ticket out of the DA's office, and then he wanted to run for president and or be a famous author. Not only did he know it was his ticket out, he got a book contract and hired an author to sit in the front row of the trial every day for a year and a half. Whoa. Which today would get you disbarred. Back then they didn't have, the bar association didn't have rules about it because nobody did it until he did it. People never knew he did it until I reported it in my book, because Kurt Gentry, his co-author, told me, well, the cops told me, who were at the courthouse every day, he had a damn author in there. He was playing for his reading audience. He didn't care about justice. He was making it as sensational as possible. And Kurt Gentry told me that's the truth. He said I had a spot in the press thing that Vince was, and he would be pissed if I wasn't there every single day. So he wrote the book, and it became the best-selling book of all time. And then
he's still the best-selling book of all time?
True crime, yeah.
True crime book of all time.
Well, I say that in my book, and Little Brown's like, we have to fact-check that. And they said, you know what? We're not going to fact-check it. We know it's likely, but we can't get records from all the way back to 75.
Right.
But we do know that it sold millions and millions and millions of copies. I think it sold like 18 million or something over. It's always reprinted. So it launched his career, and he left the DA's office right after, and he wanted to he did want to be president. So he was famous. He was on talk shows, interviewed by everybody in the world, and he ran for the district attorney of Los Angeles. And a few months before the race, he was the Democratic nominee, and he would have won, except a couple came out and went public. Herb and Rose Wazell. It's the craziest story. Herb Wazell was a milkman in Pasadena in 1964, and the Bugliosis were on his route. Vince had his first child, Vince Bugliosi Jr., in 65, I think it was. Within a year of the baby's birth, Vince decided that it wasn't his child, that it was the milkman's child. So he started stalking the milkman and harassing him. And the milkman didn't know who was accusing him of being the father of one of his clients' or customers' child, except that it was a man who had eyes everywhere. What he didn't know was Vince was using investigators for the DA's office to trail him and report on him. And he told the investigators that he was a witness in a murder case, lied to his own office to get info.
Because he was just paranoid about, did he actually believe this guy was the real father, or was he just...
He did, and so much so that he picked up the kids at school. And when the parents found that out, they had to. They said to the kids, "You can't ride the bus home anymore." He intercepted them on the way to the bus, picked them up. The daughter told me this story. She got in touch with me after the book came out.
Scoot this a little bit. Scoot to your right. Just get down frame. There you go.
The daughter wrote me an email after, and I wrote about a lot of this, but what I'm telling you now, I didn't. I knew that the parents thought he was going to do something with the kids because he talked about when they got out of school. He would write these anonymous letters to them. I have one or two of them on my Instagram page because I post stuff about it.
Yeah.
Threatening letters saying, implying that he's going to hurt the kids. The daughter wrote me after, and she goes, "You got everything in your book about what he did to our family is right, but you didn't get a lot of other stuff, which I'll share with you." And I'm like, what kind of stuff? And she goes, "Well, for instance, he picked me up at school, took me to a toy store. Told me I could buy whatever I wanted, brought me home, left me on the sidewalk with this pile of toys. I was 5 years old. My mother comes to the door, and Vince waves to her and drives away." And she said my mother just burst into tears because she had already been, they knew that there was this man who was a danger to their kids, and he was sending them a message: "I can win your kids over if I want." Wow. This is while he's a deputy DA, prior to getting assigned.
This guy's a psychotic piece of shit.
Yeah, and then what happened was the milkman finally hired someone to tail Vince because he would sit in front of their house and watch them. So Vince knew he was being tailed and he was about to be exposed, but didn't think the milkman would go public. And the milkman wasn't going to go public. He just wanted him to stop. So Vince sent his wife, Gail, to the door to insist to the other wife to talk her husband into taking a blood test. So Gail goes to the door, Rose answers, and this is all in the depositions that came out later. And she said, "My husband is mentally ill. That child is his child, but he won't believe me. And the only way to get him to stop this is for you to get your husband to take a blood test." And she goes, "I absolutely won't do it. And we are going to sue you for everything as soon as we find out who your husband is," because they still didn't know his name. So I think it was that day or the next day, they did get Vince's plate number. They found out who he was. They contacted the DA's office. First they found out that Vince had a private lawyer, so they called him. That lawyer arranged for a meeting between the couple and Vince and his wife, and Vince admitted everything. He said, "I'm sorry." He goes, "I thought he made my wife pregnant, and I wanted to know whether this is my baby or not. What's wrong with that?" And they're like, "You've been sending us threatening letters. You park outside our house. You picked up our all this stuff." So
you lied to your own office and told them it was murder. They were searching him for murder.
So the lawyer said, "Vince, you can't do that anymore." And if the DA's office didn't know about it, he said, "They're going to find out about it. So I'm going to have to tell them because it's better coming from us than you. You have to pay them a financial settlement and promise you'll never follow them." So Vince offered them $200 in cash. And the Weisel said, "We don't want your money. We want your word that you will never bother us again." And he didn't. A year later, the Tate LaBianca murders happened. The DA's office knows about this history of Vince, and they give him the biggest, highest profile job in Los Angeles. You'll see it in the book. I believe they needed somebody that they could control as a DA who would be who would break the rules, and Vince was a compromise.
Someone they had leverage on.
So this story didn't become public until he ran for district attorney of Los Angeles. After the Manson convictions, after he left the DA's office, he runs for the DA, and the Weisels never wanted to go public with this, but they thought, that's the most powerful law enforcement person in the city. He's insane. Look what he did to us. So they went to his opponent and said, "We have a story to him." And the opponent said, "Will you tell the public that?" And they said, "Absolutely." So they stood on the stage. There was a press conference, and they told what I just told you. Actually, I might have told you more than they told, because they didn't. I don't think they knew about the DA's investigators until they actually had the civil suit. So Vince responded with his own press conference, and he told the media, "Here's what happened. That man was our milkman in 1964. and he stole $200 from our kitchen table. When I was at work and my wife was upstairs, he delivered the milk and he stole $200. I was investigating him for the theft of $200. Now, listen, the press didn't ask these questions, but he basically called him a thief. The lawyer for the Weisels didn't say it then, but he told the police or the reporters later. Number one, that story can't be true because Vince wouldn't have been investigating him in 1966. Whatever the date was, the statute of limitation on home robbery or whatever was 2 years. So he was saying he was investigating for a $200 theft more than 2 years after.
Right.
He said, I called the Pasadena Police Department. Why didn't he ask them to investigate it? They have no record of this theft being reported. So we're going to sue him for libel. And then it went to court, and Vince paid them a fortune. And the agreement was they could never go public. He admitted to telling the lies. But Vince lost the election, and then 2 years later, he runs for Attorney General of California, even bigger position. And a woman comes to his opponent named Virginia Carwell, and she said, he shouldn't be the Attorney General. He beat the shit out of me, held me captive, made me lie to the police. She had gotten pregnant with his babies, and he gave her dollars to get an abortion. And called the doctor, and the doctor said she never even showed. And the doctor's not supposed to say anything, but yeah. The doctor said she didn't come in for an abortion. He went to her house and she said, I'm Catholic, I'm not aborting that baby. He beat the shit out of her for like 4 hours. She went to Santa Monica Police Department. I have the photographs, black and blue everywhere. She had a miscarriage. And then
after he beat her?
Yeah. And then that night, someone saw it on one of the journalists at one of the papers saw it on the ticker or whatever. They see everything that comes in and out of the police station. Bugliosi accused of assault and kidnapping by a woman. So the next day, it was in the LA Times, the Los Angeles Herald, that this famous prosecutor had beaten up this woman. And this is before he ran for Attorney General. He was writing a book at that point. Helter Skelter, and Vince went back to her house with his secretary, held her captive for 4 or 5 hours until she agreed to go to the police and say she filed a fake report. So the secretary typed up a receipt, and the story they came up with was that Virginia, who had recently gone through a divorce, had consulted with Vince about a custody payment. Her ex-husband wasn't paying for the 5-year-old kid who was in the house when all this stuff happened, and had never had a sexual relationship with him. He'd never been to her house. So she was going to go to the police station, and they called her up because they wanted her to come back in for more questioning, and Vince was in the house with her, and so was his secretary. Right? And she said, what, you want me to come? Okay, you're going to send a car? And she said, oh no, I'm fine, I can go. They knew something was funny, so they sent the cops anyway, and Vince was still there. He wouldn't let them in the house. And I interviewed the cop who came to try to get her out of the house. He eventually did. Then what happened was the police interviewed Vince, and he lied to them. He said, she's in love with me, she's stalking me, and it's just over a $200 bill. So
again, with the $200,
$200, yeah. And she still told the story to the police that she had made it all up, that she was angry at him for charging her, that she was terrified of him. And it wasn't until a couple of days, and the papers reported that she was crazy and she was charged, with filing a false report, and she's vindicated. And then a couple of days later, her brother said, she told her brother, he said, no, we're hiring a lawyer, you can't let this go unaddressed. So they quietly filed a lawsuit against him. He admitted to everything, paid her, I think, $10,000 or something, and then a year later run for Attorney General, and she did the same thing the Weisels did. They violated their NDA, and she violated hers, and she knew he called her a liar, but she knew he couldn't sue her because he'd have to answer the questions. So he lost the case again because of that, because everyone believed her and not him.
Right.
So he was a monster, you know, and that was the end of his political aspirations. But he did write probably 15 best-selling books for the next 20 or 30 years until he died.
Now, when you guys got into that heated argument, like the last couple of exchanges before you published the book,
Yeah.
at what parts of the story was he pushing back on the most? And what was
The biggest part was Terry Melcher, because Terry Melcher, he called one of his most important witnesses, because if it weren't for Terry Melcher, Manson never would have, his house existed. So Terry Melcher had met Manson through Dennis Wilson, the Beach Boy drummer, at Dennis Wilson's house. The official story was he met him once, and then later agreed. Oh, and then Dennis drove Terry home with Manson in the back seat, and Manson saw the house and saw where Terry lived. And the official version is Manson knew Terry didn't live there anymore, but the Tate House, but he wanted to kill whoever lived there to send a message to Melcher, and then to the world that Helter Skelter was happening, and he wanted it to look like the blacks. And it's crazy. This is all Vince made most of this up.
the race war?
The race war, yeah.
Right.
So,
explain that for people who.
So Manson did talk about a race war that he said was coming, and he called it Helter Skelter, named after the Beatles song that had come out in the White Album, I think in the winter of '69 or something. And he did talk about it and prophesize it, but the only people that said he wanted to ignite it by committing these murders before were 3 former Manson family members who Bugliosi, let's say, manhandled into saying that. You know, there was a truth that he would talk about it, but not that the murders happened for this. So Terry, you know, it was really difficult to convict Manson of the Tate murders because he was part of the official version. He went out to the Spawn Ranch twice to audition Manson in June before the month, and then he said he wasn't talented. Didn't tell him that. I just said he'd be better as a TV documentary, and then I never saw him again. But what I found when I got access to sheriff's files, because of the cop who I think he felt sorry for me, the retired cop called another retired cop at the barracks and said, let this guy in the back door, because his job was to be the security guy at the archives. So I was there the whole summer of, I think, 2000, going through the entire Manson file. And I found all these smoking guns about the fact that Rudy had already told me that Melcher had Manson's, one of his followers, Dean Morehouse, living with him in the house. And the girls were up there, and Manson was up there all the time.
In the Tate house?
In the Tate house with Terry Melcher before Roman and Sharon moved in.
Okay.
And that Rudy said he told Melcher they had to leave because they scared him. And I got corroboration of that from other people, but then what I found in the files was that Terry went out to see the family right after the murders happened. And there's an eyewitness account in the police report. A guy named Paul Watkins said that Terry fell to his knees and he was crying and begging forgiveness to Manson. And that Manson said they all had to die, all the pigs had to die. Now, the frustrating thing for me is the sheriff who took the report was dead, so I couldn't ask him what that meant. You know, these are notes, so I didn't have a tape recording, and it's like a shorthand. Like they all had to die. Terry falls to knees, crying, begging for forgiveness from Charlie. First week of September 1969, so like after the murders. Paul Watkins, who told the police this, who was one of the acolytes of Manson, was dead, so I couldn't ask him.
Paul Watkins was one of his followers?
Yeah, one of the followers. He's the one who told the police the story.
About Terry falling to his knees.
Yeah, and then Terry denied that the story was true. Right. So I couldn't verify it from anybody else except that report. Then I found other eyewitness reports of Melcher going all the way to Barker Ranch in Death Valley to have another meeting with Manson. And this was like 2 weeks after the Spong Ranch one. And it's a substantial trip. It's like 6 hours to get out to where they were hidden in the valley at that point. I mean, in Death Valley at that point. And there were 2 or 3 different family members who talk about Terry Cummings going off in the car with Manson. And the 2 or 3 family members who told the police that admitted it wouldn't talk to me. And then Terry denied it. And the cop that took it was also dead, but I couldn't find him. But I found out that Terry's relationship was significantly different than he said under oath. He said he barely knew Manson. He met him once at Wilson's and then twice at Spong Ranch. It was all about music, maybe producing him. So the fact that, as Stephen Kay, who was Pugliosi's co-prosecutor in the trial, said to me when I showed him these documents,
Stephen Kay, who's Pugliosi's
co-prosecutor. He was an assistant DA who helped Pugliosi prosecute, questions people. First, he said, "You will never be able to convince me that Terry Melcher had anything but a fleeting with Manson." So I already told him what I found. And I said, "Now I want to show you the documents." I had like 3 meetings with him in his office. He was in the DA's office. Right. And he said, "You'll never convince me of this." He goes, "I knew Terry." I cross-examined him on the stand, not only at the main trial, but at the Watson trial. Right. And I showed him the documents, and I described in the book. He's shaking his head, and I don't know what to think about this anymore. He said, "I've been going to these parole hearings for 30 years at that point. Every time a Manson family member had a parole hearing, he had to go represent the state, and he had to go through the official story, usually for 2 hours. How the person who was on parole met the Manson family, what they did in the murders, everything." And he had this blueprint story that he told again. And he goes, "Now, I don't know what to think about this anymore." And clearly, this is Vince's handwriting. He had taken these interviews from these people. "This changes everything." He said, "And more frighteningly, if Vince lied about this, what else did he lie about?" So that's why, for instance, that revelation about Terry was really, really important. And that's why when I took the step that I took with Stephen to Terry's house, I'm like one of the 2 people he's ever talked to about these murders. He gave one interview in the 70s. He released a solo album of himself singing. Yeah. And then he agreed to talk to me in, I think, 2001. And it was only because he knew that I had something on him. So he had just moved down from Carmel, where he had lived with his mom, Doris Day. Hadn't recorded music for like years, but had decided to do Kokomo with the Beach Boys, which I think is the worst Beach Boys song ever. It was their best-selling song of them. And then work with Lou Adler again. He had produced all his early stuff. He was getting back into the music business after being retired for like 10 years. So he got a penthouse on Ocean Drive in Santa Monica. And he says, "Don't go to my apartment, just go right up to the roof." But then you go up to have to go through the doorman. The doorman said, "Yeah." He said, "Don't go to his apartment, just take the elevator to the roof." But I got to the roof, and it was, there's a pool, there's an outdoor dining, but he was the only one up there. It was the 4th of July, like 3 in the afternoon. It was weird. There wasn't a single other person on the beautiful roof, but it wasn't, I thought at first I might even be on a bare roof. So he was there, and big bottle of wine in front of the afternoon. He's already wasted. And I knew his drug, I don't know how to pronounce it, Hologon or something like that.
It's what?
The drugs that he likes to take. It's like Xanax, but it's called
Klonopin?
No, it's against the D. D-I-L-U. I can never pronounce it. So he's stoned and high, and he's got sunglasses on. He looked like Jim Morrison from the photos I've seen, because he used to be a blonde, young, good-looking guy. He was bloated, and his hair was long, and he had these aviator glasses on, and he was slurring. I sat down with him for like an hour or 2 on tape, showed him the same documents I'd shown Stephen. Wouldn't even look at them. So I'm reading them to him. He goes, "That's shit, people just trying to be famous. They're always trying to." I go, "Terry, this is serious. I mean, you perjured yourself in a capital case, meaning you lied and gave testimony that resulted in people getting the death penalty. All 7 of them got death penalties, but the Supreme Court overthrew the death penalties in the early 70s, saying it was unconstitutional for anybody, so they suspended the death sentence, and that's the only reason none of them were killed by the end of the 70s.
Right.
They all got their sentences commuted to life in prison with possibility of parole.
Right.
But for you to perjure yourself in a death penalty case, you can be susceptible to the same penalty. So it's found out that you lied in a death penalty case, you can get the death penalty if your testimony convicted and sentenced. I think if they got it executed. So it's a serious charge. And I go, it's not, and again, it's not like one little lie or fit, but everything you said about Manson and how you knew him, where you met him, who else, you have them living with you in that house. And they asked him, he was on the stand for like 3 or 4 hours. Did you ever meet this person? No. I go, almost every word that came out of your mouth was a lie. So finally he's like, who sent you? Why are you doing this? Who wants to fuck with me? I go, I'm a journalist. He goes, here's what I offer you. I've never written my memoir. I've been asked so many times to write about my mother, my life producing the Mamas and the Papas, the Beach Boys, my mother's records, about her life with Sammy Davis. She was part of the Rap Act, Frank Sinatra, all those guys. I could tell you stories that would shock the world. We would have a bestseller. Want to do it with me? I'm like, Terry, you know what this sounds like? I said, number one, why would I trust any of your stories when you lied about this? And number two, you're trying to buy me off.
Right.
And he said, yes, it'd be a much more. He says, nobody's going to believe this bullshit. I'll give you my book. We'll do it. Let's do it. I can tell you're good. I go, no, sorry. Then he said, okay. He goes, I have lawyers. And he starts naming these lawyers, and I heard some of them, who will crush you if you try to publish this. I will crush you. It's in fact, right now, I'm going to take your briefcase and throw it off the roof. And I'm like, Jerry, I have copies at home. I wouldn't have been use it. Yeah, so that's, there's a lot more of it in there. But that was, I mean, the same thing with Vince. He was calling me and threatening me. And when I was at his house saying, recorder's off. He turned recorder's off. He goes, I will hurt you like you've never been hurt in your life. And I said, what does that mean, Vince? He goes, that's, interpret it whatever way you want, but I will hurt you like you've never been hurt in your life. I go, does that mean you're going to beat me up like Virginia Cardwell? Are you going to stalk me like the milkman? It's crazy.
Austin, can you tell him to quiet down? Okay, so the reason... You want another water?
Yeah, I have a mind.
Will you do sparkling water? Also, will you grab a bottle of water from the fridge out there? Thanks, man. Okay, so
when I go off into the weeds, just go like this.
No, you're good. I love it.
Sometimes I get too deep.
I love it. I'm just right now, I'm having trouble understanding how. Okay, I understand the evidence that you found throws off the official story, and it throws off the helter-skelter narrative. The fact that Terry Melcher met with Manson in the weeks following the murders.
How is that significant?
Right. Like obviously it's significant because it changes the whole story. It shows that their shit was covered up, was false. But what is
it's
the smoking?
That it opens the door to the possibility, were these people killed because of something Terry had done? Why would Terry be begging forgiveness? Thank you. Forgiveness for what? The most important thing is just that the prosecution withheld this. For instance, when I showed this stuff to Paul Fitzgerald, who was probably the sanest of the defense attorneys, he was Leslie's attorney, Church of Crime Uncle. And as Juliosi said in the book, the smartest and the best. We were having lunch at a dim sum place in Chinatown, and he starts pounding his hand on the table. He goes, this is amazing. He goes, I've been interviewed 1,000 times about this. It was probably like 2001 or 2. He goes, this would have gotten the case thrown out. This principal witness lied under oath, and Vince scripted the lies. Because everything at that trial, just like Stephen K. said, now is questionable. Because he lied with his own witness, and he knew the witness was lying, because he would have been arrested for that, disbarred automatically, and he would have been charged. So, other stuff I found out, isn't in the book, but that makes the whole other thing fall apart is I found out that there was in the lives of the same four people: Sharon, Wojciech, Abigail Folger, and Jay Sebring. The night before, at Jay Sebring's house, he lived down the canyon from Sharon lived at the top of Cielo. Jay lived in a castle on East, and that was a famous, they thought, haunted castle. This film director, Paul, I forget what his name was murdered there by probably his wife, who was a famous 1930s starlet. But the studio protected it, made it look like a suicide. Jay lived in this house, had wild parties there, had secret doors to S&M, had drugs. Well, the night before they were all murdered, he had dinner for Sharon and Wojciech and Abby, Gilly, and him. And while they were having when they finished dinner, he had installed cable TV. Now, when I first read this in a police report, that's how I found out about it, because it's not in the popular literature, it's in the police files. I thought they didn't have cable TV in 1969, but then I looked it up, talked to experts, and they said they started introducing cable TV in the mid-60s. The public didn't have it. You had to have a fortune, but you could subscribe, and they had it, and only some very wealthy people had it. Jay had cable, and they were going to watch a movie after dinner in his bedroom. And then all of a sudden, there was, according to the police report, from an electrician who he had installed all of the wiring for Jay's house. His father was Jay's lawyer. He was a law school student, Paul Greenwald. And Paul went to the Sebring house 3 days after the murder, because his lawyer, who was Jay's lawyer, said, go get a suit for Jay to be buried, like 2 days after. And there, he told the police that the night before the murders, Jay had called him because the cable had gone out. And he went to the back of the house when he went to get the suit 2 days after. And, the police were guarding the house, and they interviewed him only because he came there. And they said, what are you doing here? And he said, well, I think you should know this. When I went to the back of the house, the lines had cut. And I felt by the gradation that they were deliberately cut, because they were all sliced in the same direction. There were like 4 lines, and 2 of them were cut. And he said it couldn't have happened. It couldn't have been a gardening accident, because it was 9 o'clock at night. There wouldn't have been gardeners there. It wasn't an animal that chewed through it. It seemed significant that the night before those same 4 people died at the Tate house, somebody cut the wires at Jay's house. Now, if you know the Tate murder scene, the first thing they did was Tex climbed the pole and cut the phone wires. Just the phone wires, not the lights, to the house, so nobody could call out. So Paul Greenwald, I found him when I found this report, and he said, oh yeah, I remember following that. I mean, telling them that like it happened yesterday. Clearly someone tried to kill them the night before. And I asked him for more detail than was in the report. He goes, well, what's interesting is the lights were on in the house. They only lost cable. They didn't know what they were doing. They were trying to cut they thought it was a phone wire, and it was a cable. They'd never seen it before, but they hit another wire, and he said that causes a surge of electricity. So every light in the house would have blazed, and he had loved it. Just for like a second. And then they couldn't watch cable. So Jay called, and this is in the police report, Jay called Greenwald at 9 o'clock, said, I have Sharon and Gibby and Boyd check over. We've lost cable. We don't know what happened. Can you come over and look at the wires? And Greenwald said, I finally got this girl to go out with me, who I've been trying to get to go out for 3 months. It's 9 o'clock. I got to be at her house in like 5 minutes. Please. And they said, all right, forget it. We'll go to Daisy, which is what they did. They went to the club. The very next night, Watson cuts the correct wire at the Tate house about a couple hours later, about 11:30. They go in and slaughter those same 4 people, and then Steve Parent happened to be in the back house visiting. So if this is all true, and it is, I have the contemporaneous report that Greenwald gave in August 12th when he went to get the suit. That means that the whole argument that Bugliosi made, that these people were strangers to their killers, that they picked people they didn't know, just that they knew had to represent Hollywood and glamour, because Manson knew Terry used to live there. So that meant that whoever there was now was likely in show business. It meant, no, they were stalking and targeting
Specific people.
at least one of those four people, maybe two of those four people, maybe all four. Juliosi kept all that out of the book, and again, the only reason I found it was because I got actually, after I got into the sheriff's files, then I got an LAPD cop who had caught, he was a sergeant who was in charge of the Tate murder investigation, and he had copied the entire file. I heard about him through collectors. He was selling it for $2,000, and he was the only one who had the whole file.
Holy shit.
And he wouldn't considered letting me look at it for free. I flew out to Sun Valley, Idaho, and this is when Bruce Willis and Demi Moore were still married. This cop, who had retired, lived in a mansion next door to Bruce and Demi, at a beautiful millionaire's mansion. He was a really corrupt cop. Holy shit. So I spent 2 days there, went to the house twice. He had married a homicide detective, a woman. He and her left their spouses in the middle of the night and ran off together and got married. And they're still married all these years later. So I got drunk with them for 2 days. They were both alcoholics. I'll do whatever I have to go shoot heroin if it's going to get me.
Man, you had a lot of fun escapades with your subjects.
So at the end of 2 days, he agreed to read from some of the stuff he had on these principal witnesses. Long story short, that was like 2001, I think. It took me until 2008. They relocated from Utah to Palm Springs, Palm Desert. Bought a beautiful house that used to belong to Russ Meyer, this famous pornographer. He made all these 60s pornography films, and they lived there then. So I started visiting him there about once a year, and finally I broke him down. And he said, here's the deal, I want to write my own book. He said, if you organize all I've got here, like 2 or 3 boxes, alphabetize it, index it, put it in an organized way, he said you can copy whatever you want. So I spent a week there in his garage, taking everything, copying almost all of it, if not all of it, and then putting it in hanging files in these boxes with labels and everything. Except every day at lunchtime, he'd come out, it's time to go lunchtime. They'd take me to this little steakhouse every day, and they didn't like it if I didn't have a martini with them. And they didn't like it if I didn't have 2 martinis. So we get rip-roaring drunk at lunch and then go back to the garage. And I try to keep working, and he'd keep drinking and just sitting there in a folding chair telling me stories. And Elsa, his wife, would stumble out, going, you leave that fucking kid alone. You gotta work. And I was staying at a friend's house, but it was a week of that, and I got everything, and that's where I found that report about the wires. Oh my. But that's why it takes 20 years. It took me 7 or 8 years to get him to finally let me look at it, and that was probably 10 visits to him, 1 in Utah and 9 in Palm Springs until I won him over. He died a couple years ago, and then she died last year. And I know that the son, I shouldn't even say his name is, I don't care, the son is a cop now, and he has the files, and I've always been worried that he's going to sell them. I guess it doesn't matter now because I took the best stuff, but there's another box of stuff there. I'm not going to say it because I don't want to publicize. I'll tell you after the show. Okay. But it's really, really important that he wouldn't let me look at that, and the son has it now. Whoa. Yeah. This is just trying to give you the overview of why an investigation like this doesn't happen like it does on TV. Right. Yeah.
Have you ever considered doing any sort of like docu-series on it or anything like that? Has anyone approached you about that?
Yeah.
I mean, especially since you've done the Joe Rogan thing, that's probably blew it out of the water.
Yeah, it sure did. But before Rogan, actually before the book came out, I told you that my first publisher sued me and everything stopped. Yeah. As far as being, and my agent said, frankly, you're getting sued by the biggest publisher in the business, the most respected. That's why we went with them. I might never be able to sell this book again, even if we resolve the suit and settle. He goes, you've got a black mark against you because you couldn't deliver that book. I'm like, thanks, Mom, but I just want you to know the truth. So I actually reached out to, I don't know if you know who Errol Morris is.
Errol Morris, isn't that Hamilton Morris's dad?
He knows Hamilton, yeah. Yeah, Hamilton.
I don't know much about his dad, but I've heard the name.
Well, his dad is a lot more famous than Hamilton, but Hamilton has got his following. I know Hamilton now.
Oh, yeah.
Errol. Errol made his first movie that kind of broke him out was The Thin Blue Line.
Okay.
About a wrongly convicted killer in Texas that got the guy out of prison. And it kind of changed documentary filmmaking back in probably the mid-'80s. Just phenomenal technique, everything he did. So every movie since then has been a big story. He won the Oscar in, I think, 2005 or 6 for a movie called The Fog of War, where he got the Secretary of State McNamara, Bob McNamara, who prolonged the Vietnam War by lying about it under President Johnson. Never admitted before that they knew we were going to lose the war, that they had reduced the number of casualties. They basically lied to keep the war going. Errol got McNamara on camera to admit about all these lies and break down and cry when he was like 90 years old, and it won him an Oscar for Best Documentary. So his last film was about Timothy Leary and his girlfriend. It came out on Showtime last year. So in 2015, I reached out to him because when Penguin was still working with me, they thought he would be a good match for me as a collaborator because he also wrote books. And I said, oh, I'd love to work with Errol Morris because I'm a huge fan. So they sent him my proposal, and I was like, I'm not going to write a book with this guy. I want to make a movie about him. And they said, no, we got a book. We'll get back to you when we're done the book. So it occurred to me when I was desperate and broke, and when my agent said we might never be able to sell the book, I said, I'm going to go see if Errol wants to make the movie now. And I had his email address. I'd never met him or spoke to him, but I had it on a bunch of printing agencies. So I just emailed him out of the blue, and he called me that day. Again, long story short, he and I worked together for a year. So he came out to my place in Venice with a crew and shot for 3 days, I think. They wired my whole bungalow with cameras. There were like 15 cameras on remote tracks. And then they went in an empty bungalow across the lot. And they had like 10 computer guys with these massive screens controlling the cameras. Yeah, they'd be tracking across my ceiling. And then it's just Errol and I in the bungalow. One other woman who was pulling focus on one camera that you couldn't use remotely. And then like a crew of 20 or 30 people on the whole property. And then we went to a sound stage, and they moved half of my apartment to the sound stage. Like my desk, my chair, all those books you saw in that picture. The nightmare. Just we have to put them back exactly where they are. And they promised for the place they didn't. Then they recreated my apartment on the sound stage in Hollywood, and then they had a camera like 50, 60, 100 feet in the air, swirling down like when I'm going through my stuff, and then he has smoke and all his. He does a lot of weird, beautiful stuff. So he sold it to Netflix, and it was going to be a series about me and the book, and it was going to be 6 hours. And right after he sold it, but before I signed the contract with Netflix, he changed the focus, and there was another guy who he decided he wanted to combine our stories. This became a series called Wormwood. It was on Netflix about 4 years ago, and it's about a guy named Eric Olson, whose father was murdered by the CIA in 1953, thrown off a building at the Statler Hilton in New York City because he was going to be an MK Ultra whistleblower. And to this day, the government only admits that it used him in an experiment because he committed suicide. But with Eric, his son, who's 70-something now, has spent his life trying to show that he was murdered, got enough evidence together that Errol believes in, and most people do. So Errol wanted to blend our stories of Eric chasing his and me chasing mine. And I said, oh, that's not what I signed up for. Yeah. You know, and my book isn't written. If my book were written, maybe, but you know, right now you're the author of this story. I'm not going to give it up to you if I'm sharing it with a whole other story, no.
You've dedicated way too much to this.
So I walked out on it, and I would have made significant money, and I was getting evicted from my apartment, not for not paying, but because they were demolishing it, and I was fighting back. It was the lowest time of my life, but I walked away. He was furious. There was nothing he can do because my contract gave me an out until I signed the deal with. The first deal I signed with him was just to work with him and nobody else until he sold it. And when he sold it, because he invested $250,000 to shoot all this with his own money, until he sold it, I would work with him, but then as soon as he sold it, it would be my last chance to quit if I didn't like the direction it was going in. So I quit. And it was a tough decision, and he hated me. And then he ended up just doing Eric's story, which is like, wait, that's what I wanted. And it was called Wormwood. It was a big success. You can see it on Netflix. He used real actors for the first time in a documentary. So he blended documentary with scripted. Mm-hmm. So Amazon Studios optioned this. They got a hold of the proposal that Dan and my original proposal was 220 pages, and we shrunk it down to about, I think, 30 when we decided to take out after the lawsuit was resolved in 2017. So we sold it to Little Brown. They published it, but before we'd written it, somebody got a hold of the proposal when it was under NDA, brought it to Amazon, and Amazon came to us with an offer to auction it. So that meant that they, for 18 months, could develop it, even though there was no book, but just own it until the book came out. And I didn't want to do that because they wouldn't say whether they were going to do a limited series or a feature film.
Right.
I knew it was going to be scripted. I preferred documentary, but I knew scripted was much more money and a lot of debt. Because my resolution was Penguin.
Books out. Fuck it, scripted, give me the money. But it would be a million times better if it was an actual, a proper documentary.
That's where it's going, and it might be a happy ending. So what happened was, my agent said you can't get them to commit to one or the other. You have to hope that when they get the book, they'll see it could only be a limited series. And I said, how much are they going to give me? And he said that. He goes, you know that if they give you that, then you and Dan can write the book full time. You don't have. At that point, I started driving Uber, which is horrible. Oh, no. So all you can do is the book, and you need to do it and get it done in 2 years or less. So I took the money. They renewed the option when the book came out and hired a screenwriter. He finished his feature-length script, not limited series. Pulled his hair out. He told me, he goes, now I know why it took you 20 years, and I don't know how to condense this in 2 hours. That's what my assignment is.
Right.
So I turned it in November to Amazon, and he did a good job, but it just doesn't reflect the book. It just jumps across on it. So Amazon pulled the plug, and they didn't say it was because they didn't like his book. I don't know if this is true or not, but they said it's because they're pulling away from movies with white middle-aged protagonists, that they want to do people of color and women protagonists.
Really?
It was the whole Me Too thing and all that.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't think that's true. I think they were trying to make them feel good. I don't know, but whatever. But they pulled the plug. So I called Errol. I go, I don't know if you're mad at me or not. I haven't spoken to him for 5 years, but just so you know, it's available again. Because I wasn't allowed to do a documentary, but they own the script.
Right.
So Errol and I are, I'm not supposed to be talking about this. I don't care. He wouldn't care. We're negotiating now to do, Netflix has already said we'll do it. So
that's amazing.
We're going back to start.
Fuck yes, dude.
But I don't get my hopes up anymore.
No, not with that industry, man. You can't.
Yeah,
It's just full of letdowns. I used to be a part of that world.
Really?
Yeah, I pitched many TV projects and had my heart broken too many times, which has got me to the podcasting YouTube world,
which you probably love.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's so much fun. I love it.
Yeah.
No one to answer to.
Well, when we're off camera, it doesn't even have to be today. I want to ask you because I've also been thinking obviously about doing something like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for coming in, everybody. The book is called Chaos. It's a beautiful book. It's a masterpiece.
Thank you.
And I'll link it below.
Great, thanks. Yes.
I appreciate it, Tom. Hopefully we can do this again once your documentary's out. Or your alleged
possible
documentary's out.
Yeah.
Cool.
Or the next book in 40 points.
Or the next book. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that as well. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Well, cool.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Goodbye, world.
The back roaders, I love it. That's what people, it's like never walk in the back of the helicopter. I remember that one girl, she married my buddy. She walked into a helicopter. Yeah, that'll happen. Fucked her face in the hospital. Yeah. She'll do a selfie or some shit. Oh, Jesus. Can't talk about it. I don't know why I get all like balls. Let's take a little break here, man. Dude, I want to talk about boots. All I do in Texas wear boots, really. It's raining. Boots. Dude, one of the most comfortable boots I've ever freaking
Yeah.
put on these palms I got here. Look good, too.
Yeah, we gotta keep moving. All right, Craig. Well, thanks for doing this, dude. I appreciate you. Appreciate coming down. I know you're here for a couple days in Tampa, but thanks for having me. Absolutely. So what's your story? What's your background? Where are you from? And how long have you been doing comedy?
I'm Los Angeles, born and raised, born in Harbor City, and raised in Florence and Bonita. And then I'm half Mexican, half white boy. German, English, Mexican. My dad's white, my mom's brown, and just got in the game at like 25 or 26. Did improv first before stand-up, so I was terrified of it at the Second City. And then after I went through that program, I started hitting stand-up pretty hard. And that was probably about 9 years ago. So I guess in the game, like a decade or 11, but stand-up consistently. I don't really count the first 2 years because I did it like twice a year. You know? I don't know what to call that, but I just say a full decade. Yeah, average up or down, I don't know. And then it's cracking now. I'm going everywhere.
You're cracking. You're full tilt. You're traveling. You're traveling the damn country, man. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, it's crazy. I prayed and wished for this my whole life, and then I got it. I'm like, oh man, I'm never home. It's like, oh, this is tiring. It's a beautiful problem, but I'm a little homesick. I'm not gonna lie, because I'm gone all the time. Man. Yeah. Look at my flights and shit. It's just like hopping everywhere.
Well, you're one of the last comedians that stayed in California, right? Like they all moved out. Or they're all moving out.
Yeah, good chunk.
They're all following the almighty Lord and Savior Joe Rogan.
Yeah, I mean Joe's the man, but I'm LA baby. So I think it's actually great. I think it's great. I don't know. There's mixed reviews on the internet. You see a lot of haters out there. I'm like, what? Who cares? I don't think Austin will ever become like an LA or New York, no. But it's a great scene, and it's just leveling out the playing field. I don't even know if you said that, but I heard that and it's right. It's just creating another hub. Yeah. What's wrong with that? Like, people are such haters. It's just creating more work for everybody. That's fucking awesome. Yeah. And when the big dogs leave, it gives the up and comers chance to rise up. So it's a win for everybody. Right. And then there's more work here and there's more work there. And everyone talks shit. I'm like, you idiot. Yeah. It's literally a win-win. Yeah. And you're talking shit. Like, comics are the most hateful people on earth.
Dude, I was listening to Tim Dillon's podcast a couple weeks ago, and he was talking about how much he hates Austin.
That guy is so fucking funny.
Dude, it's insane. He goes, I'm fucking done with this hellhole. Yeah. He's like, the food sucks. You got to put in your reservations 7 weeks early to eat some shitty brisket. And he talks about like the shitty rivers you float around in.
Harry Black's barbecue is the best barbecue I've ever had in my life. So he's wrong about that, but he's right about everything else. That man is so funny. That guy just spits fire, bro. I'm a huge fan. Austin is a bit of a. I love Austin, and I've worked there a few times. And but I went down by the freeways. It's a bit of a shithole, but I'm not. So is LA. I'm not one like. There's just homeless epidemics happening, and my heart goes out to them. But yeah, it's just sad and awful. And some guy on this podcast, Connor, wonders. He said like Joe Rogan grew in Austin. It was a joke, but he's like the homeless, was in LA, and then he moved to Austin, and he's like, okay, and they followed him. It was funny because I was like, it looked like it's true, but it's obviously not.
Yeah, I just started following one of those that Instagram profile all about like gutter people. It's called Gutter People of Los Angeles.
It's so sad and dark, but fast. It's like I don't want to watch it, but you're just like, it's easy.
I don't remember it ever being like that.
The pandemic amplified it by 10, man. And the cops stopped policing or doing anything about it. If that's policy or because they're pissed off everyone was against them. But I'd say this. I did notice after the protests they're a lot slower to get to the crime scene, And it's just like, all right, the reason we're talking shit is because of the murder, It seems reasonable to stop shooting unarmed humans.
Well, didn't that guy just get sentenced to like 22 years?
22.5.
Yeah, he just got sentenced yesterday.
The max was 30 and he got 22.5. Anyways, that shit fucking awful.
He'll probably only do 10 if he behaves. Yeah, probably get roll out like after 10 years. 10 maybe. 15.
I don't know how cops do in prison, but I imagine it's not. He makes it that long.
He'll get protective custody. He'll get like protective.
I think he has to. Like, he'll get shit in the shower.
Like day one.
Yeah, I imagine it. Have to put him in protective. Yeah, I've only spent overnight in jail. God bless my mama who bailed me out.
What did you go to jail for?
Just through firecrackers. Police officers on board, stuff like that. It's allegedly. Yeah. No, it was an accident, and just that's why you offered me a beer. I was like, I'm retired. That's why.
You're not drinking this, or you still drink this early?
No, I don't drink. I'm sober.
Oh, you're sober. Okay, so you used to drink. You had a drinking problem.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Story of firecrackers.
How old are you?
37.
37. Okay.
Cool.
So how long have you been sober?
It's going to be 8 years, August 10th, but I was smoking weed like 3 months ago. So I'm California sober or whatever, but
3 months ago.
Wow. Or something like that. I don't even remember, but very recently, the pandemic hit and just some, dark shit, and I was like, man, what's this? Weed saved my life from, pills, narcotics, and whatnot, and alcohol. So I never really had a beef with it, but I just had to put everything down to get to where I was going because I have a voracious appetite. I like to go hard at whatever I'm on, and I know like stoners are critical people too. Like I started smoking weed at 12 years old. Right, I'm a huge advocate of pot, but it can ruin your life, motherfuckers. I've seen it happen. There's the guys that just don't leave their homes. Yeah, it doesn't ruin your life in the sense you smoke crack and lose your family and your teeth, right? But you don't do shit. And I always say this analogy, like if you're smoking weed like Snoop Dogg, but you're not fucking Snoop Dogg, put the pipe down, bro. You work at Starbucks. You're not there yet. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like you live with your mom, bro. Chill out, go get life. Then teeth up all you fucking want. Yeah. And if you ain't Cheech Chong, if you ain't Wiz Khalifa, if you ain't Doug Benson, whoever's got a career as a huge stoner, then chill the fuck out. Because you're slowing your shit down. And that was my whole point. And all these stoners, they're like, I'm like, dude, I smoked from 12 to 29. That's 17 years, motherfucker. Like, I'm on your side. I'm just saying, balance, fucking balance. It's all about balance.
No, I'm a super fucking lightweight when it comes to anything, especially weed. Like I can't. I eat these little edibles, these little square edibles that are probably like, I don't know, maybe they're 20 milligrams, whatever. My wife can eat a whole one, no problem. She smoke a joint, eat a whole edible. I only can eat like a little bit of a quarter of one, but I'll have a full blown panic attack.
That's like my girl. Like if she built her tolerance a little bit, I had 5 milligram gummy. She took a bite of one. We're watching like fucking Lord of the Rings. Yeah, of course, right? And then I look over, and it looks like she's passed out on heroin. It's like this. In her chair. Like this. I'm like, how does that? You ate 2 milligrams,
I'm the same exact way. I'm the same exact way.
I did grow up, though. Like, I give this analogy, too. Like, I used to smoke the whole fucking joint to the head. Hey, that's not necessary, Now I take like 2 to 4 hits. I get a little high. I put it out. I go back to it, 4 hours later, and I'm functioning. Like I get to work. It helps me with my anxiety and shit. And then, but if I smoke the whole joint, then it amplifies my anxiety, and I'm just in my head like, what's up? Yeah, fun, like that. And it's so weird how like just a little bit perfect. It makes life easier, food's better, sex better, all that shit. A lot of it, you're just like, oh my god.
What's the Simpsons? Remember that dude told the Simpsons quote? The Simpsons character, he said, "I don't even need drugs to enjoy this, just to enhance it." Yeah, that's what he said. I think it's Curly, maybe. But yeah, no, you gotta like, it's like a fine line. You gotta be able to dance. It's hard sometimes. You can't take too little, you can't take too much. As long as you like dance on like a fine line, it like just benefits like work, especially for me.
Yeah,
like work. Like if I'm even like doing something like editing or whatever, and I eat like or smoke the perfect amount or eat the right amount of an edible, I can just be like hyper focused on something for a long time.
It's fabulous. I even noticed that my fans, my podcast producer noticed, they're like, you speak better, like it slowed me down to where I could actually spit my words out correctly. And then, obviously it was sometimes too high. It was not the case, but when it was that perfect little balance, just a couple hits, good sun and soil organic kush, I'm with you. I like that.
What's the name of your podcast?
Community service. You guys do no research, huh?
No, I know. I was just teeing you up for it. So, how many episodes do you do? Do you do episode every week, or how often do you do?
I do a weekly episode. Community service drops every Wednesday. All on the tour a couple times. I've been like a whole month. But as soon as I get back to LA, I'm gonna stack episodes, and that will never happen.
Do you do them remotely most of them, or do you?
I do it. No.
You do it in person?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. I saw you had Bill Burr.
That was the one remote podcast I did because it's Bill fucking Burr.
Right, yeah.
Any of my friends asked, want to do Zoom? I'm like, no.
Yeah. Bill Burr, like,
you're
okay.
not Bill Burr. It's way harder. It's I like it costs more money. I'm just like, nah, man. You get down to my
come over. Yeah.
Bill Burr wants to do Zoom. He can do Zoom. I'll fucking Zoom him from Mars.
Yeah, fuck it.
Yeah, that's like, what was that like, man? That was cool, huh?
I was shitting my pants,
yeah.
dude. I am just so lucky that he saw my shit on the internet, and then he liked me.
Did he reach out to you? Or
yeah. Well, I asked him.
Like a connection?
Well, I did like 20 shows with him, and I worked Comedy Store, Laugh Factory, Improv, and Hollywood and shit, and I'd MC a lot, and I'd get to work with big dogs like Bill Burr, Joe Rogan, Sarah Silverman, all so dope. And so I worked with them in that capacity a bunch. But when you're the MC, they don't see your set. They show up later, and you do your time. You do 10, 15 up top. He's usually up last. Like he didn't see. So he knew who I was, just like, oh, I know that guy's face. Like, I've seen him around, he's always here. He's a comic. And then he saw my shit on the internet. This is like over 4 years. I made like, 10, 15, 20, I don't know, quite a bit of shit. And then he saw my shit on the internet, and then he stopped me at the comments. He's like, hey, man, I didn't know you were funny. And then, because it's true. It's true. It wasn't a shock. You don't know until you see someone go up or you see this shit online. And then he's like, "You're fucking weird, huh?" And I was just like, I was literally like this. Like, I was like, "What is happening?"
Yeah.
I was so happy. He's like, "Yeah, man, you're funny." And then he flagged me down again, and he told me, he showed his wife my videos of getting raided. I got raided by the cops, and my buddy put the cop pointing a shotgun in my heart. It's a crazy story. Anyway, yeah, it's fucking nuts. And then he saw that, and he said he showed his wife, and I was just like, my mind exploded. I was like, dude, you're my hero. Like,
he was watching your video.
Yeah, I was like, what's happening?
Yeah.
Like a dream came true. And then I did a couple shows. The pandemic hit. This was pre-pandemic. And then the pandemic hit, and then I didn't see him for like 6 more months until LA started to open. And then I was doing a bar show with him, my buddy Mark Hayes, my Irish buddy, and Josh Adam Myers, another good friend of mine. He was on the show. I got my 100th episode of my podcast coming up. I want to ask Bill. And he's like, well, does he know you? Like, do you have a relationship? I was like, yeah, he likes me. He said I was funny. He's like, yeah, fucking ask him, because if you don't have a relationship, you just can't ask him. Yeah. And then I stood up. I bring up Josh his name because I credit him. And I stood up to go ask him, and then I reached down and I sat back down. I was like, oh, I'm scared. I don't want to do it. Shit. And he's like, get the fuck up. He's like, you go ask him. And I was like, all right. And I got up and I was like, excuse me, you know, like, may I please, will you request, could you please do it? And he just said, yeah, I'll do it. What is it? You know, and I was just like, that's how cool he is. Yeah. He didn't even know what it was. I was like, oh, it's my podcast. That's so sick. And then he's like, yeah, give me your number. And then I was like, what? And he said yes. And then he said to do it on this episode. And then he goes, hey, kid, you know what? I booked SNL. I can't do it. Can we do it next week? And I was like, yeah, man. Yeah. You know, of course. Right. And so he ended up being the 102nd episode because he was gone to New York. He's like, don't tell anybody. It's not announced yet. And I was just felt so cool, you know. I was talking to you. What the fuck planet am I on, dude? You know? He did SNL and then he did my podcast. And that's why and make it that good consistently. Like I'll do solo episodes and some of them are hits. And some of them I'm like, oh man, I don't know. You know, I think we'll edit that a little bit. It's so to keep that for an hour or more by yourself. Yeah, that's hard. You know, it's so hard. So I like to have guests to help, you know. Yeah, I've never done a solo one. I probably never will. It's so boring, bro. You better imagine notes. Yeah, for real. That's all I gotta say. Those guys just ready to go. Just riff gold. Yeah. Like, what are you guys? Tim's just funny because he can make fun of his producer guy. The guy that sits on the computer, like that's funny. I love that guy too. He just laughs. Ben, right? Yeah, like, when he laughs, it just makes it so much funnier just because you're just laughing at him laugh. Yeah. And he's so like mean to him, it's an act, you know. You know, like, when he fired him for at least Sayat, another buddy. I hope I pronounced his name right. Yeah. I apologize. My apologies if I biffed it. But that shit was so funny. The Curb Your Enthusiasm. Did you see that? No, I didn't see that. He got mad at Ben, he fired him, and then all of a sudden it was hands to lead filling in. Really? Oh, I did see that. Yeah, I was dying. I was like, oh no. And I thought it was real for a fraction of a second. Yeah. Then I was like, nah, that's a bit. And they put the music in there. Yeah. Dude, they're great. So what happened with your friend sticking a shotgun in your chest? What's that story? I was living in Culver City, and it was weird telling it on a podcast, like not on stage. You don't really do that? No, I do. It's a great story. Okay. I don't want to ruin your great. No. Okay. It's already posted on the internet, and that was like 10 years ago. I wasn't even. I maybe had done stand up twice when I did this story at the Moth storytelling, Grand Slam. I don't know. Anyways, I was at classes at UCB. For improv and storytelling, so I was scared to stand up still. That's why I went to that world. And then my friends were like, hey, come to the Moth storytelling show. And I was like, all right. And then I put my name in the bucket. And it was, the team was getting deep, like tricked or whatever. And I was like, well, I got raided yesterday. And it was the wrong house, you know, so that's like a dupe, I don't know. And then, so when I told the story at the Moth like a decade ago, I got raided the day before. So I got raided, and then I told the story. So when you watch it, and I'm so raw and green, like I forget what I'm talking about. And I'm just like, I'm in the middle of the story, and I'm just like, I fucking love you guys, you know, because I don't know where I'm going, you know, like you can see the greenness in me, but it's funny, you know. And then I'm just telling a true story because those, you know, it's hard to mess those up. Anyways, I was working at. I'm gonna tell the whole long story. That's not the green version. I was working at Trader Joe's and I was training my coworker. I bring that up because I was a mad stoner back then, and we're on lunch break, and I'm training him, and he's a little shifty. He's pretty cool, you know, but he's my people, you know. He's Latino, and then I was like, "Want to smoke a bowl?" We're on lunch break, and I pulled a fucking weed bowl out like a normal human being. He pulled out the cookie pipe. Sweet man, I never smoked meth in my life at that point. And then he's like, "You want a hit?" You know, and everything in my mind, body, and soul said no, but I'm an addict. I was like, "All right," you know, and I took a little hit. I was like, "Oh, that's good," you know, and that was good work for that day. Let me tell you. And then, you know, I was like, "Yeah, I want more." And then I went to his house, and it was in the fucking hood. It was up like Hoover, and I was just like, "Oh shit, this is spot." And he's LA, you know, South Texas shit. I don't even know where it was, but it was wasn't a good neighborhood. Yeah. I was scoring dope, and fucking ghetto birds were up there, and I was all paranoid in my head. Anyways, I get home, and then good, and me and my buddy do some shit, go out there and just have a good time. I say all that because cut to maybe like 4 or 5 days later, I'm asleep in my bed, and I just hear noise, and I don't know what it is. I'm asleep. What it is a fucking SWAT team breaking down the gate. We lived in like a back house. It was a house, but the landlord split it in half. So it was a front house and a back house, but it wasn't like a duplex. He just did that to create double homes, double rent, to make money. So I'm in the back house, and I just hear noise, and I'm just like, I'm waking up, you know, and I'm blind as a bat. I wear glasses and contacts, and minus like 7.5 is bad. I can't see shit. You'd be blurry from this distance. And I think it's my roommate, my buddy, playing a prank on me, you know, and I just hear hands in the air, and then I'm reaching for my glasses, and I hear hands in the air, motherfucker, and I'm just like, who is this, you know, like this, and then
You're doing the motherfucker.
yeah, oh yeah, and then they fill up this window and this window and this window to my little studio back bungalow, whatever you call it. And then I'm just like, oh shit, you know, like what the fuck? Yeah. And all I kept thinking is like, oh, the meth guy, you know, because I was selling a little weed, little fireworks, little mushrooms, but nothing. I'm no Pablo Escobar. It was like a quarter pound of weed, an ounce of mushrooms, some Roman candles, firecrackers, you know, the basics.
The basics, just the necessities.
Yeah. And then they go, open your door, because I had a deadbolt and shit, you know, and then I open the door, and there's a Culver City cop pointing the shotgun at my chest, and then I just go, Chris? And he goes like, right? And he pulls his gun back, and it's my buddy Chris Caraballo. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say his full name. I keep fucking that up and stuff. Anyways, just edit it out. Yeah, just leave his last name. And he's I've known him since I was 12 years old.
Yeah.
I played Little League with him, maybe even younger. I went to middle school, high school with him. He's my buddy.
Yeah.
And I'm not he's fucking raiding me. You know? we went down different paths, you know.
Yeah,
and then
totally.
and then I'm just like, help me!
Right.
What the fuck's happening? No. And then he handcuffs me, and in my act, I say like that motherfucker, you know. He put him on loose. He really did, because I've been cuffed up 3 times prior. Anytime. Fuck them, man. They crank them on so hard, you get nerve damage. They cut you. I literally got locked up twice before overnight, you know, and then I had to go to work Trader Joe's, and I couldn't even like ring people up. I was like, oh, my wrist, you know, I couldn't stock apples. They're like, stop getting arrested. I'm like, I'm not trying.
Oh my god.
Anyways, that's why I'm sober. And then so I'm like freaking out, and I'm like, dude, I got like weed in there. He's all in there, and he's like, bro, like I see my friend. He's like, hey man, stop telling me this, you know. And then I was like, I got fireworks in there, and then I'm on probation, fireworks because the firecracker, incident, another story, and then he started laughing. He's like, oh yeah, the one that made the paper, because it made a couple local newspapers, of course, he heard about it. And I was like, yeah. And then they bring another cop up, and he has a drug sniffing dog, you know. And then he's like, you got anything? I was like, yeah, you know, of course, dude. And then he's like, tell me where it is. I'm gonna rip your room apart. I was like, yo, it's in the dresser. I just find it. And they pull me out to the alley, and I'm just handcuffed with my roommates, and we're just, what the fuck, you know, we're sleeping, we're in our underwear. And then they were questioning me, and they surrounded me, and I got really nervous, and I farted, and I swear on my life, I farted on the car, and my roommate was, I was like, it was an accident. I was just nervous. It was like Zurley. I was like, I'm sorry. And then he's looking at me like,
It's hard.
This
guy
hard
just
on
shit
us,
his,
you know,
just
farted on
shit
me.
his pants.
Yeah, and then later, I why? I know, seriously. I was like, hey, yeah, spicy,
Handcuffed.
and then all I kept thinking is, I can't go to jail again. My mom's not gonna bail me out for a fourth time. I have to bail myself out. I'm not a man, you know what I mean? The fourth time, I'm like, leave me in. I'm sorry. That's on me. And all I kept thinking is like, I can't miss UCB school. I paid $750 for this motherfucking comedy class. I know that sounds crazy and like a bit, but that's all I was thinking. I was like, I gotta go to school. I gotta go to school. I gotta get funny. I can't go to jail. I gotta go to fucking clown school. And then I didn't even know this. My good buddy Grant Lyons told me. Because I was in UCB with this guy who's a great comic, and he's on my show in LA July 2nd. He'll get these jokes. He hasn't been in West LA. And then he said that I had told, because I was like, I'm a fucking weird, addict kid going to these improv classes. Everyone's from out of town. I'm from LA, and they're just like, what are you? You know what I mean? And then, like in that UCB class, I'm just open. I'm open, and I was like, yeah, I smoked meth yesterday, first time. Everyone's like, why are you telling us this? I was like, I don't know. And then cut to like, man, I got raided, and then just like everything's adding up. And then later in that class, he told me that I farted at the teachers. This is right after I got raised. I made it to class because I didn't go to jail because they were there for King Mike's front house. He was like a drug lord running meth or some shit. He had 2 strikes.
Who own now?
No, just a renter in the front house.
Okay.
He was a 2-time striker. They were trying to strike him out and send him to prison for the rest of his life. I guess he was dealing with meth and drug use. Yeah, just cook, so I tell you what. Yeah. And then his name was King Mike on the Wi-Fi. I just thought it was funny. And in the act, I say his password was 12 1 2 3. That's obviously a bit. That's the only fabricated part of the story. And then, where was I? I don't remember. Oh,
the class he's talking about. Like,
so
smoking meth.
yeah, he told me that I farted. Like I didn't even remember this. I farted the same day in class that I farted on the teacher. And I know that sounds crazy, but like I got cops, witnesses, classmates that vouch for me. Like it just sounds made up,
It's a weird day.
Yeah, but I always have been a farter, and I think it's funny and hilarious. The cop one was more nerves than anything.
Yeah.
The class one I forgot, and I probably thought it was going to be quiet, and it wasn't. And the teacher's like, "Are you fucking serious? Did you just fart?" I was like, "Yeah."
Was it a loud one or a
Yeah,
silent one?
it was a loud one, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why. And then I ended up running into my buddy Chris Cox later on the streets. He was just patrolling, and he's like, "Oh my god,
How crazy was
remember
that?
when you almost killed me, bro?" He's like, "Yeah." And he said the precinct talked about me for like a month or 2. He's like, "Remember that dumb hippie that fucking farted on us?" And I was like, "Yeah."
Hell yeah.
It's just fucking, it's like, can you make this shit up? Thank you, God, for all
Yeah.
my
Holy
stories.
shit.
Yeah, dude, it's so wild. Anyways, I got sober. I'm off narcotics, no alcohol, only weed. I'll never touch narcotics again. I think it's devil reincarnated. It ruined my life. It ruined my friend's life. It's killed many of my friends. It's the worst. And in my opinion, alcohol is the fucking worst drug on this earth because it led to all my narcotic behavior, which I never would. No one smokes weed and then goes, "I'm gonna go do meth." You know what I mean? You get
Right.
shit faced,
Yeah.
and then some motherfucker is like, "You want some meth?" And you're like, "All right," it doesn't just happen like that. It's 98% of the time it's alcohol.
You think all drugs should be legal?
Yes, absolutely, 100%. Legal, education, you know what they are. They're clean, they're made, no fillers, no fentanyl, no harmful byproducts. There's rehab facilities. I think everything should be legal unless it's murder, rape, and of course that horrible shit. Prostitution should be legal. Legalize all of it. Whenever you make it illegal, it just makes dark entities take it over. And now I want prostitution to have unions, retirement plans, mental health care, exit strategy.
Hell yeah.
Fucking Roth IRAs. Let's get these hoes some fucking millions, man.
Retirement plan.
I'm serious.
Roth IRAs.
Roth IRAs, baby.
For the prostitute.
Hell yeah.
For the
Why
lobby.
not? way it's going now, it's been around since fucking Jesus. As the pimps control it, they beat the fuck out of them. They're all constantly, it's not regulated. They're getting murdered and kidnapped by weird fucking meth truckers, lock lizards and shit like that. Let's legalize this shit, unionize it, get them benefits, dental, fucking rehab and exit plans.
Hell yeah.
And what's the problem, man? Why is that so crazy?
It's not. There's a couple countries that do it. I think Holland is the one that lets you.
This statistic, when prostitution is legal, rape goes down.
Oh yeah.
Yes, that is a real fact. And I learned that from comedy. My buddy Greg Romero Wilson did it in the bit. I was like, is that true? And he's like, yeah. And then I Googled it. And I was like, holy shit.
Yeah,
It also saves women.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I was in Aruba and it's legal there. And like girls would come from other countries there and it's legal and they have to come in, check in with the doctor, get paperwork, get tested, get paperwork signed off with their clean, and then they can go legally prostitute.
It's amazing. If it's legal, it's done by choice. When it's illegal, that's when they're getting kidnapped and hooked to dope and trafficked. It's fucking insane. The solution is so simple. Legalize it. Yeah. I'm a big union guy. My uncle's in the union,
Is he?
Yeah. This is make a livable wage. Like, why do people always want to go against the union? Oh, you don't want a hardworking worker to have a life and buy a home and feed his family and have health care?
Right.
That's fucking America. That's what we're about.
Right.
It's like, no. Minimum wage. Make them work 3 jobs. Yeah. This country's so
barely
stupid.
make right.
We're the richest nation in the world
Well,
without health care.
Unions are pretty dirty though. There's some unions up north that are pretty fucking ruthless. Like Mikey tells stories about some of those unions that would march on Uncle Lawrence.
It gets a little mafioso, but hey,
run certain parts of it too.
They give me my Roth IRA, I'll work the other way.
Right. Hey, whatever.
They let me buy my home for my family.
Where's Jimmy Hoffa?
Yeah.
But aren't there there's some corrupt motherfuckers on the top of those unions that collect their union dues. They probably break some legs.
There's corrupt people everywhere. Yeah. I don't want corruption anywhere, including the unions, but I'm more okay with that because at least the working man is getting a fair fucking shake. He's getting. It's just crazy how hard he has to work.
Nowhere in Florida, by the way, because they're cutting down trees with a chainsaw 2 inches away from the door.
What's crazy is you got the good marks. I got these too. Is that it feels like it's, of course, it's inside of our brains and it's heckling us, but 98% of the time it doesn't come through that. Yeah. Because I have the same thing. LA, that just start the podcast, and then the neighbor starts mowing his lawn. I'm like, God damn it!
I love it. I just love leaving it in because that shit always happens over here, and I just leave it in for the comments. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like live.
Does doing the podcast, does that help your comedy? Does it help your
for sure.
Like your writing or whatever, like working stuff out? And there's a lot, like pretty much every comic they have podcasts.
Yeah, you can flesh out some bits on it. It's quite fabulous. You go on rants. You're able to talk about it longer, which on stage you might not be able to because on a podcast you don't need laugh in front of a live audience. You're bombing. Bombing. You're not gonna get booked again if it's just too long those periods without laughter. So yes, it's beautiful for that. And you see Bill Burr do it all the time. I don't know how to do it on his level and cause that guy just turns a bit. They're doing the same shit. Like these guys are just fucking geniuses. And it's like, wow. They're also 20, 30 years in the game.
Right, yeah, they're better.
Everything comes with time.
How much of it is like developed still versus like natural?
Hello, bro.
It's both. There's always Eddie Murphy. That guy was just born top dog. That guy was just never left. He retired from stand up at 25. You know what I mean? Most people
that's great.
Don't make it. The guy retired as one of the goats by 25. I'm like, okay, Tupac. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Yeah. But of course, natural goes way further than anything. But I have seen painfully unfunny comics work extremely hard and get good at it.
Really?
It's a muscle. It can be learned.
Yeah.
It's just like you're bad at math. You take a tutor at math every fucking day. All of a sudden, you get good at math. I've seen bad comics get good, and I respect it. Of course, when England won that, you can't even look them in the eye. But when they work that hard and they turn it around, I'm like, oh, all right, I see you. Goddamn, you know, you used to suck.
Yeah.
And now you're good. And that's crazy. But of course, the natural, you know, goofy motherfucker, they just get up there and you got like, I like this guy, you know. I know people where their aura and energy and presence on stage is way more advanced than their bits. Like, I'm not really a fan of their bits, but I'm a fan of them. So I still love it. It doesn't matter, you know. And also, it's just new, you know, everything's time. Like, everyone's in such a rush. There's no stand-up comedy is just time. You know the analogy, 10,000 hours? In stand-up, you're trying to get 10,000 hours, 3 minutes at a time. It's not easy. Yeah. In the beginning in LA, anyway, you get 3 to 5 minutes at open. And then you know, that's 2 to 6 years of that, depending on your growth. And then after that, you get 10, 8 to 15, right? I'm averaging out about 10. So, yeah, I'm 10 years in, and I have a pretty good following, and I'm well liked, and I only get 10. I'm not saying I deserve more. I'm just saying I'm just trying to get an accurate description. It doesn't matter. Like even Bill Burr, Joe Rogan on the comedy show lineup, they get 15. There's just too many comics in Los Angeles, and so still, oh yeah. Yeah, we're like cockroaches. 10,000 leave, 10,000 rise up. Yeah. You never stop comedy, man. And it's just crazy. I
love California though. I was hoping that like
where's that rain going?
It was like natural born talent.
Oh yeah. Natural shit always wins, but you gotta work hard too. You have to write. You have to work. There's no shortcuts in this game.
Yeah, I was hoping that like enough people from California would move from Texas to Florida and kind of like fit it out there, and then maybe like the price of real estate go up here. I can just sell all my shit here and go back to California. Or like go to like San Diego. I like San Diego better. I like
I love San Diego.
San Clemente, San Diego,
Escondido,
those areas.
San Onofre, yeah, my cousin Don lives down there. I go visit her in the La Jolla Comedy Store. My buddy Josh Nelson show. He's a producer, a comic, and he has fire shows. And I love San Diego. It's just like, well, sometimes when you're a little too fucked up. PB is a little bit too much cocaine, a little too much liquor, a lot of you're like, too many affliction shirts and tank tops. I'm like, yeah, calm down, dude. We're at the beach. Oh, sorry, Pacific Beach.
Oh, okay.
PB San Diego.
Oh, okay,
yeah. It's just like, hey, we're at the beach. No one needs to be that angry. You know, like
down there.
Yeah. Anywhere with
you should go.
Yeah. Just cocaine everywhere. You're in Florida, dude. Are you fucking kidding me?
I heard.
What do you think of Florida?
I fucking love it.
Like
thunder scares me. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, it was storming. It was pretty good.
Shit. It felt like it hit my house.
It's a cool time of year. It's like it just started happening like a week ago.
Yeah.
It's been dry for a long time.
It's been dry. It hasn't rained once, and like I feel like it's been 10 months since it's rained. And now all of a sudden the weather's like this every night. We're like, it's like the rain.
Yeah. Yeah, I like weather, but it does scare me just because I'm from LA, born and raised, and I haven't really experienced weather my whole life. Besides visiting it very shortly, you know. So like when it happens, I'm like, whoa. But then an earthquake happens, and I don't even really. I just lay in bed, and like everyone's like, "You all right?" I'm like, "Yeah, we've never had an earthquake." My whole house will be rolling. I'll be on my phone like, it's so weird. I don't know why that is. I know I should be scared. I grew up with them. So it's like, oh, it's an earthquake. We haven't had the big one yet, and of course, you know the story. We're supposed to fall off into the ocean. We're long overdue. That's scary. We're on a fucking fault line, and I thought the fault line was up north, and then I googled it very recently. I was like, oh, I'm dead. San Andreas Fault. It just goes like this, and it's pretty much California would just fall into the ocean. And I'm just like, oh boy. Yeah, that
Florida's supposed to be underwater by like 2050.
Man, they say all that shit. They're fucking lying.
Bro,
it's a fear factor.
Did you see that fucking building that collapsed in Miami?
Yeah, that's
awful.
where I read it from because they said it was like.
No, but did you read the reports? That was negligence. The 2018 report said, "Hey, you need to repair all of this shit. There's structural damage in the column, and you need to do it now." 3 years later, not done, people died.
Right.
Fuck the owner, hang him.
Did
He
they say
did
how
that.
many people died in that?
4 confirmed
Four
dead,
confirmed.
149 missing. Like, they can't even find them, bro. Whole families just disappeared.
Fuck, man. Look at that picture of that building. You said that big bunk bed, like dangling.
Whoever
Yeah.
said no to the repair should be shot.
Yeah, totally. That's about.
Yeah.
That's what owns
Strong.
that place.
I don't know if that's illegal to say that, but shot with a Nerf gun. That's comedy, satire.
Yeah.
Fuck
Yeah,
that
no, that's
guy.
fucked up. I
Wow.
think the the laws are that you have to get those inspections, like the whatever the structural integrity inspections every 40 years. 40 is the I think that's the law for those buildings.
Oh my
Should
God.
it should be like at least 20.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna guess
four.
it should be 10. I don't know. I'm not a structural engineer, but I sure as hell know 40 is a long time.
Yeah.
It's a wee bit too long there.
Right.
Jesus Christ. I know you build a brand new building, probably under inspection for a long time, but you know, 40. Get the fuck out of here. That's insane. People just die, man.
No, that is stupid. That's really dumb. No, going back to you talking about cocaine. I heard the best cocaine story I've ever heard in my life yesterday. On this podcast, this guy told me. He was telling me he wrote a book about the famous killing Sharon Tate, the Charles Manson killings. After he wrote his book, Marilyn Manson blew up his email. He blew up his president. He was one of his publicist or whatever. And she thought it was fake because she was sending these cryptic emails. And she eventually was like, just call the number that you give us to see if it's really him because he's really a fan of it. So she called him and she goes, yeah, it's really fucking him. He wants to meet her. He wants you to come to his house. So he's like, oh, okay. He doesn't really know this guy told him. His partner that helped him at the club was like a fan of the drugs and drama or something. So he flew here from New York and they both went to his house. And they got there. Manson was like, don't show up before 11 p.m. So they show up at like 11:30. And they get into his like dark dungeon.
That's so weird. Why don't you say come over at 11:30 p.m.?
Right.
Just don't show up before 11. Yo, need time after
Who knows what the fuck's going on
You got
before
a
11:30?
22-hour window.
Yeah.
It's such a Marilyn Manson thing to say.
Yeah.
Like, makes you just coming over weird.
Yeah.
Knock 9
Yeah,
times.
gives you
Just
a lot.
hail Satan
Yeah.
before you enter.
Dude. And he said he had all this crazy stuff in there. He said that like when you first walk in the door, he had a life-size cutout. First of all, he had Taylor Swift blasting throughout his whole mansion. Like he had this Taylor Swift music blasting for 2 hours. And when you first walk in his door, he had a life-size cutout of Taylor Swift with like blood all down her, and like they drew this big vagina on her with like blood and stuff everywhere. And you know, like he's like canceled right now for some like sexual deviance, being a sexual deviant.
Yeah.
His ex-wife came out and said that he did some like fucked up shit. But and then he also has this baboon he smuggled out of China. This like 6 foot tall baboon stuff with a giant erection. That he smuggled out of China.
You just had a baboon with a boner.
Giant baboon with a giant boner, like in the middle of his living room. And he had this crazy shit like a skeleton. It's a dog, bro. Like a human skeleton with a goat head on it. Like hanging
Oh,
on his
that's
knees.
yeah. I'm good on that. Hey, I don't.
And he lives up.
That's too
That's
dark.
like real Marilyn Manson
Yeah,
shit.
I thought it was an act, bro. Like, come on.
not an act, bro.
Goats, heads, and boner baboons. Get the fuck out of here.
And you know the story. I don't know if you know the story, but Zac Efron went to rehab. He went to rehab. I'm not sure how long ago it was. He was basically filming a movie. He got Baker acted in the middle of filming. Came to set one day like really fucked up. And he was like super coked up and like drunk. They Baker acted Zac.
What's Baker act?
It's like what is it? You know,
You gotta go to rehab.
Yeah, when they take you, you're like too fucked up. They think you're maybe kill yourself. Suicidal
Oh, so
people, they Baker.
Like he couldn't leave if he wanted.
exactly.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
like
like
against his will.
That's the only kind of rehab that works.
Yeah, exactly.
I could leave.
Yeah, right. I could show up next week, sure, maybe.
And anyways, so Zac Efron was there partying, and he said that
At Maryland's house.
at Maryland's house.
Oh my
the
god.
night before he got baked.
Celebrity's so weird, you know.
Up all night. I guess he's a huge fan of Marilyn Manson already. So he reached out to him and he was like, "Yeah, come over and party with me or whatever." And he was over there for a few days. And like the last night he was there, Marilyn Manson was carving out giant cocaine swastikas and having Zac Efron, and they were both snorting these giant cocaine swastikas off the floor. And in his dark dungeon, like, and he's, like, remind you, you got this giant palace on top of a hill in like Pacific Palisades, and all the windows are blocked in. Like, he blacked out all the windows. He couldn't see out any of the windows.
That's such an unhealthy life. I don't like this world.
He's like,
he's
like in his 50s, bro, and he's doing this every night.
What the fuck? How are these guys not dead? I don't understand this. I look back at my past, and that does not even come close to what they're doing, and I'm like, I almost died. Like, what? And I got out, you know?
Yeah.
So people are
living it every day, man.
Fuck.
He's probably been doing it since he was in his 20s. Probably not.
You can't last too much longer doing shit. No, your heart's going to explode. Yeah. Marilyn, your heart's going to give out. I don't know you, but take a chill pill. Jesus Christ, little weed. That's it. That's it.
Wow, that's the best cocaine story I think of.
Yeah, that's pretty insane, bro.
How weird is it to picture Zac Efron and Marilyn Manson chilling together?
The weird. That's what I said. I was like, what is?
I don't think it's that weird. He hangs out with like Shia LaBeouf. He hangs out with Nick Cage. Hangs out with Johnny Depp. Seems about par for the course. You know?
I guess. Yeah, the party is. Johnny Depp was
good
huge
ones.
friends with Hunter S. Thompson.
Oh yeah.
Was he really friends with him?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
he
yeah.
was living with him for a while.
Yeah.
He went and stayed with him for a month or two. I forgot. But when he was getting ready to take Fear and Loathing, he stayed at Hunter's house for a while, and then they became friends, and then they always party. Hunter S. Thompson is the craziest, coolest motherfucker ever. Did you see him on video just having a shootout with his neighbors? He was the biggest everything. Yeah. They said he was like Superman. Like he just was.
She functioned on it.
Fucking a sheet of acid and drink a quart of whiskey and just like no one could even tell. And just would write, and
he's a god.
Watch the documentary on him though. It's kind of sad. They said like towards the end the drugs took its toll and his light got dimmed. And they said he would sit in front of the typewriter and later after all the years of drug abuse, and it was like a lightning bolt would hit him and he'd go and he'd like write some genius shit, and then it would like stop and he'd have to wait for it. It was a really cool analogy. Really. And he blew his fucking brains out with his family home. He said, if Bush wins the election again, I'm going to blow my brains out. And then he did. And that's the saddest shit I ever heard. But he is a man of his word. For sure. Like with his family home, and his son was talking about it, and he's like, it's kind of sad and poetic, but he's like, that's the way he wanted it, you know? And it was just nuts. And
what's the documentary called?
I don't remember, but just so good. And he was having a shootout with his neighbor, and the guy's just filming it. And then his neighbor shoots back, and then you just hear, and just bullets ricocheting. That's my fucking neighbor. And then just having a shootout on like a Sunday, and I'm like, what is happening here? What is you're shooting guns at each other?
Then
I got a
you
hand cannon.
just go about your day after that.
Yeah.
Like a bunch of documentaries.
Chef Next Door is a real good.
Yeah, Gonzo, that's it.
Gonzo, is that it?
So good. And Gonzo I don't remember, it's been too long, may have been the name of the lawyer.
Sick cover. I like the artwork.
Who was the lawyer in the movie Fear and Loathing? That was based off a real character. Benicio del Toro?
Benicio del Toro, yeah, he was the actor.
Yeah, that guy was a real character, and they talk about him in the movie. And Hunter said he was like a scary man. Like he was a lawyer, and he was a big, strong dude. He's like, this guy gonna get me out of jail or like murder me? You know, like he said he was a man not to be trifled with. He was a very scary guy. So of course he hung out with him and did copious amounts of drugs.
Yeah, he was sick, man.
I
read a story about him with the Hells Angels before that.
Oh, yeah.
Super gnarly.
He got the shit
He
beat
stayed
down
with them for like a couple months. He did everything they did. Yeah, they beat his ass.
Yeah.
Night, though, jumped him and shit.
Did you remember that? I remember that story. I think it was in this. He said, because one of the Hell's Angels was beating his lady and beating his dog. He goes, any man that beats his lady and beats his dog is a punk.
Yeah.
And the guy was like, he's really
It's like chilling at the biker bar.
And then he's like, yeah. And then they beat the fuck out of him because they're the Hell's Angels. But he was right, you know. And then he went
still
to the,
chilled with them, right?
yeah.
Like smoked meth with them and fucking partied with them.
He went to the cops all bloody and like said that Hell's Angels beat my ass. They said, "Get out of here! You're getting blood on the counter." Like no one helped him.
God damn! And he still, after you guys asked me, he stayed there and hung out.
I don't remember. I don't know after the beating. I want to say I would say he chose not to be there anymore. I watched
remember the
it
story going
10
on
years
a little
ago.
bit, but I don't remember.
Seems like drugs go hand in hand with being a creative genius. Sometimes
Yes,
they-
but also death and dark shit. You know,
it'll be a short run, but it's a slippery slope.
I will say this: like, I'm glad I went through what I went through, and I've given this analogy before. Like, I'm a fan of drugs, and they're fucking fun, dude. But you know, obviously, if they get you lose your family, your home, your life, etc. Go to jail, bad shit happens. But I just like, obviously, you can't tell kids not to do them. That doesn't fucking work. But like, I just say like, I dove all in and went like crazy, but I had my hand on the side of the swimming pool. Like, don't let go.
Right.
If you go all in, you're fucking toast. You seen where it goes. It's nowhere good. There's no happy ending. I mean, even Keith Richards, he's like the one guy that's been on heroin for 50 years. There's one guy. The rest are dead. There's one guy.
What do you think his secret is?
He's got reptile blood. I don't know. I don't fucking know.
He's got a really good dealer, that's for sure.
Well, he said that he does the same amount, no matter what. Like he doesn't, you know.
Okay.
That's what he's been quoted saying. I don't
He
know.
can quit whenever he wants.
Yeah.
No big deal.
But just, you know, of course, you want to experience shit. We all do. We're curious as fuck.
Yeah.
Just have an exit strategy. And, you know, like I've heard all these stories before, and they're jokes you hear in AA or the program. And, you know, like, don't try coke because, like, the joke is, like, I tried it once for 5 years. You're like, no one does it once.
Yeah,
No, it's just trouble.
It's like, hey, you want a bump?
Give me the A-ball. Give me the A-ball.
One's too many and 500 is not enough.
Yeah, exactly. You know the saying. It's true. They're saying for a reason. But I'm a fan of natural. You know, what God made. Sun and soil, seed, mushrooms, leaves. It's been a part of our culture, you know, ancient civilizations.
Well, coke from nature.
No, the cocoa leaf is from nature. The cocoa leaf is from nature. And you put it in your cheek and you chew on it like tobacco, and it's like coffee. It's like strong coffee. Then we cook it in the laboratory and make it crack cocaine or cocaine powder and sniff it, chew it up, smoke it. That's not natural, bro. That's not natural. That changes things a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's definitely more. I mean, I've talked about it. There's like a weird stigma on uppers versus downers. Like weed and mushrooms, like it's easy for people to talk about, like casually.
Because have you seen meth heads, bro?
Yeah.
Have you seen meth? Have you seen hippies? Little different. Little different.
Yeah, it's like no one's ever proud of being high on meth or high on coke, but weed and mushrooms and that kind of stuff, LSD, like the trippy stuff.
Yeah.
It's different. Like you can be proud of it.
Because unless you fry your fucking brain, which I've seen happen too, it kind of changes you for the better.
Yeah.
I remember the first seeds ever planted of sobriety were as a teenager on mushrooms, and I never had that thought in my life. I didn't even know that was an option with my family, and on both sides, you know, everyone just partied. And then, like, you do a little mushrooms, you're like, man, what am I doing? I need to do better. I'm gonna hug my mom, tell her I love her. I'm gonna get off these pills. Like, what is this poison? You know? And then, of course, the high goes down. You know, just forget about it. But I never thought that until much. And unfortunately, it took me about a decade to get out of that. Pills and coke and whatever. You know, I was just partying. Like people say, what was your choice? Obviously, Oxycontin, Norco, opioids. I just love that. But like, I was always like,
down here too.
like, whatever. Like, what's that to party? It doesn't matter what you got.
Yeah, I was gonna say. You still take mushrooms or no?
I started microdosing, so I haven't been high yet. But so yes and no. That has, you know, this pandemic, it's obviously hit the fucking world hard, but it started, my mental health went down, bro. And I was like, oh, fuck. And I didn't want to get on head meds because I was on pills for a fucking decade. And I was like, now I don't even like taking aspirin now. I, not that head meds can be great for certain people. I've just seen friends literally kill themselves on them when switching meds and like on stuff like that. And so I was like, fuck that. What are natural alternatives? So I started taking cold showers, ice baths, swimming in the ocean, breath work, microdosing. You take like 0.2, 0.3. It doesn't get you high. It just kind of stirs your little, and it fucking works, dude. It's so good. Oh my God. Well, I started doing it because all my friends started doing it, and people I trust, and not burnouts and shit. And I listened to something on NPR where like CEOs and execs were microdosing,
like Silicon Valley people.
Yeah, and I was like, all right, that guy's worth 2.2 billion, and he's taking a microdose. I'm gonna look into this, He's
not slipping scratch.
Yeah, and then I tried it, and it fucking helped. You just do it like every third day. And if you're microdosing every day, you're doing it wrong, like it's not meant like that, and it just stirs your little happy juice just enough, lights you up, and now that it's kind of being decriminalized in a lot of states, they're doing more and more scientific studies on it, and it's really just showing profound effects with war veterans, soldiers, schizophrenia, drug addicts. It's of course, take that with a grain of salt. The drug addict can also eat a quarter every day and ruin his life. I'm at a different place in my life where I was. That's why I made the decision to start dabbling in weed and microdosing. So I was like, I did 7 years, 100%, nothing. So I built my foundation. I felt like I developed enough. I'm still scared. I'm at least smart enough to know I can't have a beer.
Yeah. I'm sorry for putting these in front of you.
Bro, are you kidding me? I couldn't go to my family's house. I'm fine. Yeah. Everyone's like, oh shit. It's like, I'm not. It's okay. It's all right. I know where it leads. I'm good. But yeah. I don't remember where I was going. It's been very, very, very beneficial to me and my mental health and anxiety during this dark year we've all had.
I had a guy on here, this filmmaker, dude. He made a really famous YouTube documentary called Florida Man a few years ago. And anyway, he's really big into mushrooms now. And now basically every project he works on is all about tripping on mushrooms. He's dedicated his life. There's a podcast and he's tripping every single morning.
Every morning?
Every fucking morning, bro.
That's a bit. That's just a bit.
That's a lot.
It's a bit much.
He is hardcore into it. And he talks he told a story about his dad, how his dad super depressed. His dad had PTSD, and his dad still lives in LA. And he eventually convinced his dad to try mushrooms, and it changed his dad's life.
Yeah, it does.
It changed it for the better. No more suicidal thoughts. He was happier. He literally changed
So many
life.
stories like this. There was that one fighter guy that documented it. He was, an MMA guy. I don't remember his name. He's hard to do, but he had CTE and brain damage. He's fighting, and he was taking pills. He was all fucked up because of fighting, a head med and painkiller. He's a huge dude, so he's taking way more than everyone else because he's a huge fucking dude. And he's drinking like 40 beers a day, he said, or he's fucking 280, and it just takes. Anyways, he was ready to kill himself, and he has a family. I can't do that, but every thought I had was in the so much pain. And then he said he took a hero dose of mushrooms, which is 7 grams, where you go to
a hero dose.
That's what it's called. They call it a hero dose. So you go to, I call it Cuckoo'sville.
Yeah.
But he went there and they filmed it, and he thought he died. And he's like, it's kind of funny and sad. I'm fucking dead. But then he comes back and comes down, and then they do a follow-up. He's like, oh my God, I stopped drinking, I stopped taking pills, my suicidal thoughts are gone. And it's like a reset button. And the same exact story, pretty much, I heard from like an Army Ranger guy that went to war, and he did war shit. He's fucked up. Yeah. And this guy was a smart dude. That's of course, I got his name, but I have to Google it. But he said that he was just same thing, sad, depressed, suicidal. And he didn't start out that way. This guy graduated college, went to like West Point after that shit. He's like a fucking elite soldier, you know. He's like, I need to do something about it. So he started traveling the world and doing ayahuasca, mushrooms, toad, licked the toad. He did all of them. And he said by far the best one he did was ibogaine. Ibogaine, I believe he's in Peru or something. He said that, you know, it's the same as like a hero dose. You go there, you know. And he said Father Ibogaine appeared before him and said like breathe. And he said he like took all the negative dark energy out of him. And he said he's never felt such a release like that in his life. And after that, he was like, no suicidal thoughts, no PTSD, no anxiety. And so then I did some research in the hippie communities. I believe all this shit, but like ayahuasca, it's mother ayahuasca. You know, there's always male and female, and everything. And you gotta say that, you know, non-binary. Yeah, and then so there's mother ayahuasca and father ibogaine. You know, the male and female, and then he said that's why he thinks the ibogaine is more beneficial than ayahuasca, because he got rid of all that toxic masculinity baggage. Although I am a fan of masculinity and being a man, just, you know, not the toxic shit. Right? I think like it's everyone just makes it so divisive, like fuck masculine. It's like no. Masculinity is good. Build a house, provide for your family, hunt. You know, toxic masculinity is bad. Like there's a fucking difference. You know, everything is so weird.
What are you gonna vote for, Caitlyn Jenner?
I don't even know. I don't know who the options are.
She's ready to transform California.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of anyone that gets away with vehicular manslaughter. Yeah, you know, they're rich.
Yeah, I can't imagine a world where Caitlyn Jenner is the governor, and who would be her vice? I mean, the Terminator was. Yeah, that's what the Terminator was.
That one I'll give a pass, because Terminator 2,
yeah,
bro.
Terminator is the Terminator.
I don't think I was old enough to vote, but I ain't gonna lie. I'd be like, T2? Yeah. Dude, that's great. I've watched it any day, every day. Is the best action movie I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah,
so good. He still holds up. God damn, James Cameron, you're fucking genius, bro.
I forgot James Cameron made that.
He's made the best movies. I heard he's a big deal, but who cares? When you make that good, thank you, sir.
Yeah, I like the movie. Awesome.
When you make that good of movies, you could be a dick. I don't give a fuck. I won't speak up.
Yeah. I completely forgot that he made that. That was best. That's the one where he ends the thumb up and he goes in the lava.
Yeah. Terminator 2, greatest action movie ever. But maybe John Wick. Those are my two favorites.
So I hadn't even seen John Wick.
Oh, I gotta go.
That's what I've been telling him for so long. I've been telling him.
Shoot 'em up movie I've ever seen in my life.
Keanu Reeves so badass.
So fucking dope.
Do you have to watch them like in sequence?
No, it's a gun movie. It doesn't need to.
It has a storyline, but it's all the same.
Yeah.
All I know,
the first one actually is somewhat realistic.
Yeah.
After that, I hate the fans too. Everyone's a hater. They're like, he didn't even. It's like, it's a movie, guys. Like, it's unrealistic. He took on 9,000 men. Yeah, it's a fucking movie.
Right.
It's action.
Yeah.
Just enjoy it.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's not realistic.
Right.
It's insane.
Yeah, they're awesome.
I like it. I want to see Bobon's in it. The dude from the Mavs, the tall dude. The tall dude with the ears. He's a bad guy. I've seen the scene where he's in a grocery store and like John Wick beats his ass. He's like an 8-foot tall, big giant looking guy.
Oh,
He's like
okay.
a giant.
Yeah. I didn't know that guy was a ball player.
Yeah, he's a pro basketball player.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah, watch John Wick.
I'm going to watch
The first one's the best. Start there, but it doesn't matter.
All right, I'll watch it.
It's so good.
I'm gonna binge it tonight. It took him forever to get me to watch Trailer Park Boys too. I can start watching it.
Oh my god, I love that show. It's so good. Rest in peace with the Randy.
It's all right.
The alcoholic cat.
Jim Leahy.
That's right.
Did he just die?
Yeah.
He died a year or so ago.
Yeah. Dude, that show's so funny.
Yeah, it's funny as fuck. You gotta be super.
Bubbles.
You gotta be fucking
Fucking Bubbles.
That's
Stealing
one nice
cars.
fucking kitty right there.
Yeah, they're classic characters. And you can see the evolution of the show if you watch it, like in the beginning.
Yeah.
Like so grainy, and like you filmed it with your little handheld. Yeah, it gets
Production
that's
quality
a
gets
perfect
better.
example of those guys just make something out of
not of
nothing,
nothing,
you know?
at all.
Fucking camera, the production on this show is better than them. Like,
Hundred,
Yeah, I know, right?
times. Yeah.
and then it just, they're funny, and then it just kept going.
Yeah, it was just like some friends and made some shit on
Yeah,
YouTube.
It was just like fucking CKY, right?
Yeah,
Like they,
oh, yeah.
they started like CKY. It's just
Oh,
like-
dude, I watched that in high school.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
I
Everything.
got freestyle, but I won't call it yellow. And
Yeah,
remember that
Brandon.
shit?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Brandon
yeah.
Dick and Mello.
dude.
Oh man.
CKY's what got me started in everything.
Everything. All my buddies started jumping off buildings.
Yep,
It was
yeah.
like, but we didn't even film it. It was just for pain.
Really?
So stupid.
We filmed it.
Yeah, let me
No.
Danny filmed everything.
I started
We
filming
didn't
it.
have
filming
a
for us.
camera.
Bro.
We just have the memory.
Yeah.
And the broken bones.
Oh my god, we got so much fucking trouble. I feel like that CKY era, that when they may start making those documentaries, those videos, those kind of selling the DVDs, that must have inspired so many
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
kids.
Oh yeah.
Millions. I mean,
I met Dunn at a club once. And
Really?
Yeah, rest in peace. I was hammered next to me, like, Vegas. I was like, I'm fucking Ryan Dunn, bro. And he's like, yeah. I was like, you're my hero, dude. And he's like, all right. And that was
random here.
He was cool. He gave me a hug, dude.
Really?
I was a sweaty, all drugged out kid. He's like, fuck yeah, bro. And I just remember it was real kind words. It was a club. And he's yelling in my ear. He's like, that's awesome. And I don't know why. I just remember saying, like, I fucking love you and Led Zeppelin, bro. I just named those two things. I guess it's good company to
Hell
be in.
yeah.
You know, obviously fans of a lot of shit, but yeah, Ryan Dunn, Jackass, that whole crew, CKY,
Bam fucking going
Bam,
downhill.
yeah, he's a perfect example.
Basket case
He
right
stayed too long.
Yeah. He's on like male
Stayed
dancing
too long.
levels.
Yeah, I could see it.
Oh yeah, all the time. For sure. I mean, but he's fucking just watching social media. So it's fucking
It's a
sad
roller
to see him
coaster
like
ride.
spiral like
So
that.
Sad, spiraling,
He's all
puking
bloated.
on camera. He looks like he's gonna die. Bam, I love you, bro. Get sober, man.
Yeah.
Go Ibo game, bro.
Ibo game.
Hail Marys. It's like, go do what you gotta do.
Yeah.
Rehab ain't working. Go to Peru. Do ayahuasca and Ibogaine. Yeah?
He's
You're
done
gonna
it.
fucking
I've never
die,
done it.
man. You done it?
Not the but
Okay.
not West.
How was that?
That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
It was good. I mean, it wasn't like a super relief of everything pulled out of me, but it's definitely a very spiritual,
Yeah.
thing they went through, and it's really good for sure.
There's no guarantee of that. Like that war, dude. That was like his fifth one, you know.
Really?
And that's when he was like, oh, I finally got rid of the thing I was trying to get rid of.
Right.
Yeah, I wasn't really trying to get rid of it.
Yeah.
This is a higher dose. It's hard. It's too high.
Double down.
Double
man.
down, brother.
Next time I would double down for sure.
So I guess that's the process. It's like it's such a, helpful experience of puking and shitting your pants, but that you have a rebirth process, and it cleanses you as well. You purge, that's bad energy. Yeah, it's like a rebirth. You're just like, oh fuck, you shed that bullshit you've been holding on, whatever the fuck it is, childhood trauma, war, fighting, abuse, I don't know.
If I eat too much of an edible, I feel that way. I'm telling you, I fucking
Nah, that's different. Bro. That's just anxiety.
I just gotta step it up. I gotta
You're not
start building my tolerance higher. Greg, thanks for doing this, bro. I really
Thank you.
appreciate it. Tell everybody where they can find all your shit.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was too many
My bad.
questions. What's that?
I was saying, how long are you here? What do you
I'm 4 more shows. Saturday, Sunday. Come get these jokes, baby.
Hell yeah. Tell me they can follow you.
Craig P. Conant on all social media platforms. CraigConant.com. I'm touring. I got 43, 45 cities this year. Go to my shows. This is my foot in the door tour. This is my first headline tour. So fucking make me look good. Have them bring me back, everybody. I love you all. And thank you.
Hell yeah, bro. Thanks for coming. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Goodbye, world.
You wear them when you're not working. I don't even work on job site for any boots. I wear them anywhere. You know what? Just head to BruntWorkwear.com, BRUNT. Use the code FIGHTER, and you're good to go. And after you've ordered, they'll ask you where you heard about Brunt. Do us a favor. Tell them we sent you. You will not be disappointed. Brunt, they're the best.
Hello,
What else?
world. Today my guest is Roger Reed. Roger is a former pilot and international drug smuggler who ended up in prison for 33 years in 26 different prisons in 7 different countries spanning 4 continents. His friends and associates spanned the globe, from the Medellin cartel kingpins George Ochoa and Pablo Escobar to Mr. Nice, Howard Marks, and the infamous Barry Seal, who was Roger's close friend and employee. In his early 30s, Roger was making over $1 million a day flying back and forth from Colombia, and he eventually hired Barry Seal. And on the podcast, Roger gives vivid details to their relationship up to the very end of Barry's life. Roger escaped from prison on 5 separate occasions, was shot down in both Mexico and Colombia, and tortured almost to death in Mexican prison. It is with great honor I introduce to you the gripping tale of Roger Reeves. All right, good morning, Roger.
And good morning to you, Dan.
Thank you for being here. I really appreciate you traveling all the way from the West Coast.
It's my pleasure.
So, to open this up, you served 33 years in prison, 26 different countries. 26 different countries?
No, 26 different prisons.
Oh, okay.
7 countries on 4 continents.
33 years, 26 prisons, 7 countries on 4 continents.
That's right.
Wow. How did all of this happen? How did you end up here? Why don't you give people who aren't familiar with who you are, give people sort of a brief summary of your story and who you are?
All right, I was born down in St. Louis, Florida in 1943 during the war. My folks went down there in the war to work, and I was born there. And then after the war, we moved back to Georgia on a 3-move farm to buy some cotton, hardwood. And I stayed on that farm for 25 years. My daddy died when I was young. He was an alcoholic. And stayed with his brothers and sisters, just like those kids. I went to work at 14 years old in a grocery store, paying the lunch money. We started off $3 a day, and the lunch money was $3 a day. And I got a raise the next year, $4 a day. So I never did have a quarter left over. So I think it kind of made me appreciate some money. So I got out of school and finished school and went up to Canada to get tobacco. Since we had a tobacco farm around Ontario, Canada, had a lot of tobacco. The Belgians were growing it. And I went up there and working tobacco for $20 a day. And I went to a carnival, I wrestled a bear in a carnival for $500 reward that I didn't get. The bear beat me up. So I went to the beach the next day, and there was a pretty girl on the towel, and I talked to her. That's Mars, 60 years ago.
And that's your wife now.
Oh, wow. Yes.
How old were you when you done it?
18 years old. Wow.
That's incredible.
We got married a couple years later. And we have 3 children. And I got a job on the railroad. And I started making whiskey, and I borrowed money. And finally, she and I wound up with 36,000 chickens laying eggs. And the price of the feed kept going up. Eggs kept going down. And so I had to do something. So I started making moonshine whiskey. And I made 1,000 gallons a week. And I had 4 big vats, 1,800 gallons each. And those things blew up. I thought the revenue was ours. And anyhow, I had quite a run with them shooting at me in the bloodhounds and getting away from that. And we decided we might ought to leave. We were kind of ashamed to go to church, and people pointed the specters at us. The grand jury didn't indict me. They voted 12 to us. So we moved out to California, where I went to work in construction. I was painting and working in concrete and framing and any other thing that had hard work. Then I got on the fire department and down to the beach. And I drove the back of a 180-foot ladder truck for several years. And then we went up to Alaska, we went fishing, had a salmon trawler up there. And then we came back and went back to work on the fire department. I just took a year's leave of absence. And
I was holding antiques. I met a fella, and I was buying antiques around there. Like one of the first pickers, I had my truck. I would take them to antique, go and sell them. Every day I'd make me $100, $200. So this fella said, "Why don't you go to Missouri? There's more antiques there than you can see." I said, "Why is that?" He said, "Well, back in the 1800s, they would come on the train to the Mississippi River, and they take the ferry boat across and take all the pianos and the big sideboards and the tables, and they couldn't get them in those Studebaker wagons." I didn't realize it. The covered wagons were supposed to be Studebakers. All right. So we loaded up and started hauling antiques out of Missouri back to California and put them in auction. And I was reading a National Geographic book. They're talking about mercury in Mexico was worth 13 times more in the United States. And I said, I should go get me a load of that stuff. Mercury. There's an article in National Geographic, something to talk about. We pumped along 45 miles an hour, loaded antiques. So he says, "Oh, that stuff is so heavy, it knocked a hole in the bottom of your airplane." I had a F-182 by that time.
Oh, you already had an airplane.
I had an airplane. Yes.
At what point did you decide you wanted to learn how to fly and be a pilot?
Oh, when I was young, I was a big jungle pilot. And he's a man, Nate Saint, started Missionary Aviation Fellowship. And I read that book in my heart burned all. I was just in love with that. And he started Missionary Aviation Fellowship. And so it spread all over the world. These men flying missionaries in and out, sick people in and out of the jungle. They fly medicine, and he would just drop it with a cord in a bucket to them until they could put out a little script for him. Boy, I would like to do that. I'm not maybe be a teacher, but I could do something different. Yeah, so that was my idea to learn to fly. So I learned to fly Douglas military.
Really?
Yes.
How long did it take you to learn, to get your license and everything?
Oh, I flew a long time before I got my license. I got one of the stickers for it. About 8 hours before the instructor stepped out. I bought a Cessna 152, and I flew that thing all the way to Normal, Alaska before I got my license. Wow. And I had an air experience up there chasing you.
Chasing what?
Wolves. I was taking the real instamatic camera, taking pictures of wolves, and I got right down real slow and low, and that thing stalled right above the wolves and just almost turned upside down right across the tongue. I think that was one of my lives. So anyway, that's why I learned flying. That's when I went to flying. So I just kept getting ridiculous until I got a second one that wanted.
Did you ever think that you could make money being a private pilot or anything?
No, I didn't. Just working with the fire department, I had a little extra money. I had a painting crew and buying and selling antiques, and I was into chips. And I could pay $7,500 for 182. Those things, $300,000.
How much did you pay?
I paid $7,500 for it.
$7,500 for a Cessna
182.
Cessna 182.
Yes.
Wow.
And now they're over 300,000 people buy used with mine was used. That's right, but it's still not. So he says, "Don't you marijuana? That's the hottest thing I don't know anything about it. I've heard kids smoking it." I said, "What was he saying?" He said, "I think they paid $10,000 for a trip down there." I said, "I'm all for it." I said, "What would he do with the truck?" He said, "Probation." He said, "That thing's almost legal back in California." So he introduced me to the fellow. He said, "You got an airplane? You fly on it? You got me and fishing all the time anyway. It never bothered me."
Where were you going fishing?
In Mexico.
Were you really?
Yeah, I fly down there on some of my days off tomorrow night. Take the children down there, baby, and so we just had a nice life. We went far from Mexico and in Southern California.
Right.
So I went down there and did a load. And when I come back, they give me $10,000 on a paper bag. That was 2 years paying in the fire department. Take home. And I shook it under the bed. And Mari put her hand up over her mouth and, "Oh my, I don't believe it." And the baby grabbed the $100 bills and thrown around, and we just laughed. We didn't owe any money, we didn't do nothing. So we got together and we put it in a lockbox.
So what was that like the first time you actually flew down to Mexico to pick up marijuana? I mean,
It was just picturesque. It really was.
what kind of people did you meet with, and was it what you expected? Was it shady at all?
Not at all. I went to a place called Halapa Veracruz. It's the capital of the state of Veracruz. It's up in the mountains. And it was like Bible times. The people had like stone basins in the streets, and they were scrubbing the clothes of women were. And I went into church, a Catholic church, and I walked around, and there was the Stations of the Cross. I'd never seen those carved, all the Stations of the Cross in a Catholic church. I understand now that they have to protect them because they're such valuable art pieces. And I was impressed with that. And then I went out early in the morning to the airport to load the marijuana. And I had my fireman's badge in my wallet, and so the old guard on duty, he was kind of suspicious of it. I showed him my fireman's badge, and he was all helpful. So then I taxied down to the thing, and they met me with the van and put the stuff in, and I was coming back across and didn't have enough fuel. I knew I wasn't. I'd have to land somewhere, so I landed a little abandoned strip of a little stone house at the end of it, and the man that owned the marijuana got in. So I put him out there, and there was a little boy, Purdy Oates, and his name was Lazarus. So we put the marijuana in the stone house, and I flew into, I think that's one of the cities of Mexico, and we flew and came back out and sat there and had lunch with the little boy. And stayed back in there and flew on home.
Were you worried? Were you nervous at all? And you were flying, and you flew down there alone?
Yes. But the man that owned the marijuana flew back with me.
Okay.
So we just got in trouble.
And then at what point did he pay you? When you landed back in the U.S.?
Yes, they came the next day and paid me. And then the next load, they cheated me out of it. That was all they had. So the second load, they didn't have to pay me.
Really?
Yeah. So I took it, I found him, I sent him the ticket after we found him in New York. And I went up there and put the gun in his wrist and took him down to the wharf. He was so nervous, he couldn't even buy a cigarette. He thought I was going to give him a piece. I would have heard him a call, but I was going to scare him into paying him no money. So I took his dog. Wow. And his dog was named Leslie. A beautiful, long-haired setter. And he was so upset about taking his dog. He said, take my wife, take my wife. I said, no, that's illegal. So take your dog. So I dogged him out, and I kept the dog. And he put bones, bruised my head up.
Because this guy didn't pay you for the second trip.
Right. So he paid me. So he called so much heat to my friend. I said, give him his dog back. Right. You can bring his dog back.
How did you find it? You hired a private investigator to like hunt him down?
He went up to a cabin where this guy and where he lives. And he had in the fireplace with some burnt papers, and he looked at it, and there was where the dog was shipped to Vancouver County, and from there transcript back to New York. So he copied the numbers and all that before he touched it. And disintegrated, and signed up for a address for a field. Wow. He wasn't really a private detective. He was a detective. He was the guy that first introduced me to these police.
Oh, he was the guy who were introduced to us.
He was riding across country.
Right. So then you were having itch to join this stuff, or?
Oh yeah, I thought that should just be easy. I went to see a
You had absolutely zero fear of being caught or getting in any kind of trouble.
No, yeah. The fleet. Just at the treetop level, sagebrush would sometimes be in my wheel wheels, and I was afraid to hit no power line tonight or something more so than I was getting caught.
What was the reason for flying so low?
Keep off the radar. They got radars on the wheels around there, so they try and catch people. They catch pilots every once in a while.
Oh, okay. What year was this?
1973.
73.
So I went to the lawyer and I said, lawyer, what will happen if I get caught with that load of marijuana bringing in? He said, you work in the fire department? Yeah. And I said, yeah, there would have been some, you know, had a traffic ticket in my life. No, never been in violation. So you get probation. The most you get a year and serve 4 months. Breaking these on the military day. I don't like that story. I went and bought me a airplane, a Cessna 207. I think I carry 1,100 pounds, and I can make $20,000 in a day.
How much was that for?
$35,000.
Cessna 207.
Right. It's a stretch, 206, but it's the same as Jesus is nice. 150 mile an hour. Here's 1,100 pounds, go 1,000 miles. So the rate of tires. So I started hauling, so I bought me a new cattle. I didn't know about all this. Stop making people look at you. And I had my mother, my baby sister, came out from Georgia, and I took him to Disney with my new cattle. My mother said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm hauling cotton." "How much you making?" I said, "I'm making $40,000 any day I want to go down." "Well, then you could catch it." So I told her about what the lawyer said about 2 months at the most. I said, "What do you think, Mom?" "You need a co-pilot, son."
Wow,
My mother was just cool.
that's amazing. So, did you ever bring a co-pilot with you, or did you always let go? At this point, you're how old? 30 years old. I'm flying down to Mexico every day, making $40,000.
Yeah, you got to do about next week, and then you have 6 months or something. So you had to work hard.
Are you still dealing with the guy who you had to put down and steal his dog?
I just got in touch with him a few weeks ago. He got in touch with me on Facebook.
I mean, at this point, when you're routinely flying to Mexico and back, are you still dealing with the same guy?
No, we separated.
Okay.
Yeah, but even though our female got something, he just get that shit very involved in it.
So you found somebody else.
I didn't even have anybody. I did it myself.
So what did you do? You just flew down to the same location and said, "Hey, who's got pot?"
Oh, he had it. This guy walked in with it was a little river somewhere just north of Mazatlan, and and it came through a creek from a river that had a waterfall. And then there was a pool of called Pichini. Starving donkeys look like starving people. And that on the bend of the river in the sand was a 900-foot runway. It could be called a runway. That's the real stuff. But the technical is that we make it so. But it wouldn't take off in the wind. So this young
Just the runway was too short, it's too heavy. You were
so I would take my fuel down with me. And Mari and I would go to the grocery store and get food, goodies, and apples and toys for the children. And I'd pass out the boxes and they just drink them. So every day, when we were children, that's one way they heard of the American Santa Claus.
The American Santa Claus.
Yeah, so I hauled many of those out there. And one time I did it, I did it 13 days in a row. I hauled really every day. And so on day 13, I had that pain in my stomach. I have a warning, we all do. Watch out, don't do it. That's this guy walked in. The earliest guy, just ugly man. Well, I'm sure this place, yes, I'm famous everybody does, no problem.
This is the same routine you're taking every day.
Yeah.
You're used to it. 13 times on the final day.
Yeah, well, what no final. I was on the road. They had marijuana stacked up 5 times.
Okay.
I'm just hauling all like all out of there.
Right.
But this guy, Pedro, would get in the plane with me and walk in to tell him where he was going to block the highway. Sometimes it'd be 20, 30, 40 miles away. And I would, Pedro get in the plane with me. He would right, we'd take off and move. And there would be a 2-ton truck blocking the highway with a rifles or machine gun on it. And about a mile down the road would be another one blocking the highway. So I was on a major freeway.
Well, why did they block the highway?
That was my runway. Holy shit. There's no cars to come. And so I land, it's 1,100 pounds in that plane, and all it's like a bucket brigade off the truck. I'd shake hands with all the Mexicans with their sombreros, and I'd get back in the plane, take off over the next one.
Oh my God.
So every day we did it to get the place on different highways. So on day 13, I had the bad feeling all night long, but it was like food. I have a gift of it, eating my clothes. And the next morning I went down and brushed my teeth for the last 2 days. And 10 or 12 men went down with me. And I got in the airplane, Pedro got in, and I fired it up. And I thought, sorry, I looked over Luigi and said, "Wow, the fuck this guy?" And Pedro's yelling, "Policia, policia, policia." And I'm not at the end of the strip. I'm up partway, about halfway, so only got about 400 or 500 feet in front of me. I usually just go there and taxi back down and turn around. So I just put power to got to the firewall, cold engine and all, just went tearing off down the end of that strip. And when I got to the end of it, I was doing about 40, 50 miles an hour, and I rotated. And when I did, there was 4 of them, 2 on each side, and they just shredded that airplane with machine guns. There's 80 bullet holes in there, and they shot me down. And all the windows were shot out. I was shot across the top of my head, my knee, and my toe was shot off, nail off. And
What were they shooting you from?
From both sides of the runway, from the ground. On the ground. See, I just run between. Right as I went to lift off, they just sprayed. They just really. And we got one of them Bonnie and Clyde cars. So I went into shock, I reckon, because the world just turned yellow. And time slowed down. And the gasoline was just pouring in on where the bullet had gone up into the tanks above my head. And the windshield was out. And the bullet had hit the strut right in front of me. And pieces of splinters of it were all in my face and my chest. And I just saw ahead of me in the river, the cliff was coming quick. And it looked like in the river, it was on the new deeper less. With stones, you know, big as this table. It looked like great turtles, just with daylight. And then I thought, I'll crash on top of those and maybe I can live in the water. So I just pulled the power. I didn't have no control over the yoke whatsoever over the elevator. And it went straight in. And when it did on the first hit, the wind came off. And the second hit, the nose came and went underneath the airplane. And I'm sitting there, I guess I was unconscious from the joke. And Pedro was shaking like, come on, Roger, come on, Roger, come on, Roger. And I just stepped out over the nose of the plane right onto the river. And they said a roller was coming and they were still shooting it. Well, a couple of hit the plane, and there was a pistol over there. Later on, I couldn't hear pistols probably not out of trouble in the world. But anyway, I got one 9mm round, and I just reached and pulled out of the holster because now the radio where it was taped to is upside down, so it's just right there. And I popped a few caps at those guys, and they ran in the rock. And so we took off, and then I saw that Pedro's foot was nearly shot off. It was bleeding all that bad. It was just like white. My thing said, I took my t-shirt off and tied it, we went up the mountain. And it was an old donkey, it was like she was 80 years old, sleeping after we knew that. Shut him out, you ready? And we jumped on that donkey without a bridle or saddle, and we rode, I understand now, 7 miles. And we came to a little house in a clearing, and it was a small man, and he was plowing, and he had a little horse hooked to a little cow, and the two of them with a wooden yoke across their back. He was pulling a little cow with some lumps and stumps, and he was trying to make a living out of it. A burned place, I think he made do that sometimes. So we went into his house, and his wife and his daughter took some fall from my wings and poured diesel all over piece of flies. Diesel fuel? Diesel fuel. And so he took off, and he was gone all day. And late that afternoon, a bunch of horses come trotting up into the yard, and there was a doctor there, Dr. Benjamin Stokes, a red cross doctor. And he was just shot him in second shots, and he tried to find the bullet. I still have one in my foot. And he looked for it, and he said he had to get to the hospital. And they died. He didn't get to the hospital. They could kill one person and go down. They tried to run away up there. So they took us to a road. We rode a long way in the mules, and we got to a truck with a 2-ton Kenworth loaded with corn. So they dug holes on one side for me and holes on the other side for him, and buried us down in that corn, covered us up. They kept a little place for my face. But that was a real rough road, and every time that truck was rolling one side the other, the corn was rolling in on me, and I had to take it back off my face. And we went through 3 road rounds. And they said they had a bad 15 soldiers and over 100 of them looking for an American shotgun to be killed. And so we got to the highway after some miles. Went into a house and had a white pan, and they just kept changing the wheels. I think they changed it 20 times before I got the blood and all the head off of me for that episode. And they got a taxi. And they got a new taxi to take me to Guadalajara because they said roads all north was blocked. So the man was a little dwarf of a man. And I love this story. I owned them morphine pills and the shot that I had. And I laid back on a big blanket, and that little fella talked all night long. I said, Senor, do you have a family? Oh, yes, I have a beautiful white daughter and 3 sons. Let me tell you how I got a beautiful white daughter. I live with my mother, my little mother, and you can see no girl would look at me. I had my iron daughter across the room. And so one day she's playing the flute in the back of a band that's coming by, and I open the gate and pull her into the yard. My mother let me get her in the house. And she sits in a chair and she sits there still all night. And I tell her I love her and I want to marry her, but she won't even look at her. And so she went over the next morning. I got to let her do. But what could I do? So she went home and just at daylight, she knocked on her door. And her hard-hearted father said, "Get away from me, prostitute. Spend the night with some man. You're not my daughter anymore. Go away." So she hung her head down and walked away. And that's when I went up and told her, "Dora, let's go to the project." And said, "Well, that's how I got my beautiful wife." And so you won't believe it. 1 year later, we had a beautiful boy. And I was driving a Ford taxi. So we and soon the next year we had another boy. And that year I'm driving a Dodge. So we called him Dodge. And so I know you won't believe it. The third year we have another beautiful boy. And at that time I'm driving a Chevrolet. And the police were not Christian him Chevrolet. So I had to teach that son of a gun to drive before he was Christian him Chevrolet. And so that's how I got my 3 boys. That's incredible. Wow. Yes, so when I put that in my book, I have a couple of 41 chapters. Maybe just like 2 pages and 10 pages long.
So on that last story you told where you got shot down by the federales and you got shot in the toe.
And the top of the foot, across the top of the head,
And top of the head. After we got all fixed up and you were getting transported with the cord, where did you eventually end up after all that?
I went to Guadalajara and I flew back to Los Angeles. Got married to the Wilmington.
Okay. How old were you at that point? Was that your first time actually being shot at?
The most revenue was shot at was back in Georgia.
The who?
The federal revenue was back in Georgia when I was making whiskey. They shot at 8 of them shot me at the year attack.
In your planes?
No, I was on the ground running.
Oh,
From a whiskey liquor store.
holy shit.
Yeah, they wouldn't kill you. They don't care. If they got a badge and a gun and you don't do what they say, they just kill you.
Right.
It's like, I don't need that license to kill.
But it was your first time actually in the when you got into the transporting business, flying drugs back and forth, the first time that you encountered any kind of resistance. And so after you get back home to LA and you with Mari, you get fixed up at the hospital, and I'm sure your wife's trying to convince you to stop doing this, right?
I was pretty cool about it. We went to Hawaii and I had to put my foot up on a crutch. So I had to keep it out of my head for a month because that thing was raw. And so the children bring me to a lot of this hotel in Hawaii. And then we went to,
How bad did you get myself in the shot?
you told me off the top of his shows. And one slow got into the ship and I had to become a part of it. Okay. So I went for a pad. I'm going to be making
And one scrape right across the top of your head.
So then we went to Yugoslavia and we rented a little Volkswagen thing. My foot was stuck out the window, so it was above my head in a military boot, all tied up. I had my Chevy Eagle between me on the ice. And Ari's driving. And she's going fast in that little Volkswagen convertible, and it's almost been 2 wheels going down towards Albania. And the Russian troops come up, like the Houston block troops halt. So they explained that we passed a certain path up the way 10 kilometers and you got here too fast and you're speeding. And it's going to cost you $500. And Mark's laughing trying to take that picture. And I said, $500? You have to take her to jail. Well, she straightened up right quickly. And, said, I paid it $5.
Oh, okay.
So that's what we did. And then I came back and I bought a twin engine that Twin Beach had belonged to the Beach Boys. It was a famous one.
Twin engine what?
A twin engine beach craft.
Okay.
They're all twin beaches of Beach 18s.
Okay.
And I bought 12 of those in my life.
Is that one of those seaplanes that lands in the water?
No, it's just a big it's like it's a big twin engine plane with radio engines, great big round engines on front of it, like motorcycles.
Oh, okay.
So they were wonderful planes.
Is that the biggest plane that you had owned so far?
Yeah, yeah, I felt like I was really in the big times. Murray was in Atlanta, and I bought it in, I bought the plane in Wisconsin. So I flew down to Atlanta and picked it up. They were saying, I remember the November 797 Juliet parked up, keep your speed up 180. 747 over to your right on runway such and such. Wow, boy, I'm in here. And I landed in a taxi range.
You're flying with the big dog.
I'm up in it now. I got a smile on my face. And so I taxied a long way and went up to Hangar 1. And they rolled out the red carpet and Marty walked out there and come out with a surrey and got the plane and we flew away. So that was a step up like I see them flying a 747 from the.
Wow. That's incredible. So what happens next?
Well, I flew that thing every year in that beach. I tear them up. One bomb down, another one I hit the end of the ditch in the night, landing up the one.
So you immediately start taking that new big plane to make you keep.
Oh, yeah. Now I'm making about $80,000 a trip.
Okay. Going to the same spot?
No, we go different places.
Okay.
But, I went to Colombia and Panama and Jamaica. I like the one in Jamaica. That had the fireman guy over there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I'd get at night, after midnight or something. And I would taxi it. The taxi was almost 2 miles long. And I get to the end of it and I say, Kingston Tower, whatever my number was, I have a cabin fire lights up. And boy, all of a sudden the fire truck would come out of the station and come down next to a ton of clock right in the fire. Wow. We got it fixed now. Thank you.
Wow, that's awful creative.
I think it
So you weren't always landing on highways,
no highway. That was the only time I did it. Okay. Yeah, sometimes I landed military bases all the time.
Right. So you continue doing this day in, day out, making $8,000 a day, no problem, no
problem. During the season, I'd probably do it. But I did it with my money. We wasn't just all about it. Right.
So how long does this last before? This lasts for 10 years. With no hiccups.
I wrote a little book of them.
I mean, how long does this last before
police
before something else happens? Not like necessarily before you're arrested, but like the story of. I remember there's a story where you're flying and you have to make a landing and your tires get stuck in the mud and then you end up getting stranded out in the jungle.
That's one of my favorite stories. Let me tell you that story.
How did that happen? This episode of the podcast.
I went down
and was this and what plane? I mean, I'm sure. How many planes did you go through?
Okay, 25 different
25 different planes.
that I could use.
And out of the 25 planes, like what happened to most of the planes? Were they crashed? Were they shot at?
Most of them still by something different.
Okay.
So I must have tore, I think, 4 of them. One of Power State tore up another one for me. So that's fine.
When you say tore up, what do you mean by that? You crashed them?
One of them was bogged down in the sand on the runway and you come to helicopters. You run off and leave it.
So you just abandoned the plane
after you end up the bridge.
Jeez. Okay, so we're talking about the story where you're trying to land it, and
I had bought a beautiful PC museum piece. I believe Union Oil, and it was pretty lovely. There were pieces where you in front of the seat let down with exotic wood carved in different colors for the countries. I had to take that into what I did. And I went down to Columbia, and I had to wait on the script for time to go because I was over in the gorilla country. And while I was waiting, I went over and I went to sleep under a tree. There were 4 of us. I had a co-pilot, and the man that took me up to it, he had some of the fellows supposed to nowhere to go. And I was in a hammock asleep after lunch, and I was under a tree, and I just heard a terrible roll. And I rolled out of that hammock, and I looked up and the ass end of 2 military jets going straight up the afterburner. Then they turned around just like they would on an air show, and they come up the airstrip and just tore it up with big caliber bullets. I said, whoa. And I jumped out of that, and I ran to the other plant. And I just gave the guy $80,000, and he took off in the truck the other way. So I got in the plane, and I took off, and the co-pilot got in with me. And the 2 fellows had about 10 or 12 barrels of gasoline in the back in the baggage area, where the seats used to be in the cabin. And there's a 55-gallon drum with aviation fuel. So I took off, and the 2 jets got right beside me. The pilot was so close, almost right to you and I. And they kept telling me to go to Via Vicentia.
How were they telling you, on the radio? Or?
No, they was pointing towards it.
You could see them.
They had their wingtips over my wingtips. They went to go to the military base. They pointed at it. And I just put up the old hippie sign up and shoot my hand at them. I didn't think they would shoot me. So they just kept swarming on me, and I kept slowing that DC-3 down until they were just standing on their tails, burning all kinds of fuel, black smoke coming out of their tails.
Those things aren't meant to go that slow.
No, so anyhow, they kind of went under again and started shooting them 20mm cannons. Just shake their thing. So I pushed the nose over so they couldn't get on me. I'd fly treetop level, and later on they said I tried to crash into them. So later on they come in and they shot holes in the tail. They 50 caliber real sweet. And oh boy, they got my attention. And then they shot up the left wing tip. And I said, oh my. And there was one of them left, I guess, a few. So there was a black rolling cloud first off, thunderstorm. First off, I couldn't get my wheels. If I didn't take on a DC-3, they had teams that you stick in the struts. So the hydraulic collapses the plane went through down all the way in the ground. Okay, so it's like a strut. And I let those pins, and I got into those effects. So I was a big pass up ahead, so I landed. And it was rougher than it looked. And fuel kept popped off all over the place. And so on the World Series baseball game, we interrupted this baseball game to tell you that American DC-3 has just been shot down by Colombian jets. This is the first plane that's been shot down on Reagan V. Long Club. And then in a minute, it says, oh, she's up and away.
This was in the middle of the World Series when you were being chased by these Colombian fighter jets.
Yes,
There's actually like a recording of it during the World Series. Wow. So that would be cool to find if you can.
I would. I think I got my phone Jerry's really? Okay. So, we went on and I went into these balls, took off and I went into these balls clouds, and the clouds stick close to the mountains and sockets. And those mountains were up 20,000 feet there, and that's what it's going to be in the Andes. And I was afraid to go up further, so I went on up to about 20,000 feet and I started getting some ice. So I came back out again, and there was that jet right there boom, Dr. Plates. That's it.
Wow. Was it all metal like that too? All the shiny metal, like one of those Airstream bands?
Yeah, that one. I think it's beautiful. It was a blue and white. So, Oh yeah, so something boom, boom, boom. He shoot at me again.
The pins are in the struts.
I already
Oh,
got
the
them
fuel
out.
caps
I
popped
took
off.
off again with no fuel caps on top.
You crash landed.
No, I just ran it on past just a big cow patch.
Okay.
Those things got huge tires, bigger than semi truck,
Okay.
stuff like that. Oh, that was rough. I mean, it was up and down. I got out and took those pins out, took off again. So, but I was afraid that when the places shoot through the fuselage,
Right.
You got fuel on it, like, just the gas tanks, I just looked at it. So, yeah, I was serious about it. So, when I went back in, I thought, okay, I think we're going to place homes nice enough to look at that. So, I just took it over into stalling to a spin. Spin right down to about 2,000 feet. You know, just came out under it. It was just beautiful down there.
So, okay, explain that again for people who aren't familiar with flying aviation. So, you took off again from the cow pasture, and you flew up to how high? 20,000 feet. And that plane wasn't made to fly that high.
When you do that high, you need oxygen. You can stand. You're not supposed to go 15,000 feet without oxygen, but you can stand for a while.
Right.
You lose your, you get crazy.
Okay. And so, what was the reason that you purposely stalled the airplane vertically?
Don't you get away from that. You get away from Jet. I was going to leave him up there. So I just stalled it. And when you stall one, you put it up into a stall and put that fault forward on one wing. And it's like a falling leaf and it just spirals. And it's spiraling. It's just almost go down as fast as you could if you drop it. I mean, wow. Really good. It's like just falling on one wing.
Is this something that you had done before? Like, I mean, it seems like a crazy maneuver. So you learned it from your and the reason that you stalled the airplane was to get off of his radar or
just get away from him. Just do some maneuver real quick.
Just so, like, out of nowhere, you stop and you drop and then you run.
Well, I didn't know you would be doing that. Right. So I got away from him. And now I feel good. All right.
Your adrenaline's pumping.
I'm going to go get that load of marijuana. It's 3 tons waiting on us down there. We can't go back to those gorillas. So they don't run us off. Right. We got to wait till about dark to get there.
Right.
So I'm flying along the area here. It's waiting down until I'm closer to the grill. And
it's on the same flight.
Yeah,
this is right after.
That's where I was supposed to go to start with.
Okay.
We were waiting at that other farm until we could go in the evening to the gorillas.
Right.
So I see a long grassy strip that looks like it's 20 feet above the river. And I said, I got to find a spot where we're going to have no fuel power afternoon and fly home. And so on this grass, I guess it was not really steep, and I just touched the wheel down lightly, and I made a half a mile. Look, the wheel was 18 inches wide, I guess. The first grade, it looked good. The second row, it looked bigger. And the third row, I went 4 or 5 times and put a little more weight on the tires each time, and it was hard as a rock. And so I told him,
so you kept circling and going down, touching down, and going to make, you were making your own runway.
So, wow. So I did it, and
did you learn how to do this? Is this something that you learned?
Like, you know, on the farm and a tractor, you do all kinds of stuff. It looked like it was smooth, but what I didn't know, and so I had the co-pilot thing out. And so when we was almost coming to a stop, I said, get your feet off that brake out. I don't have my feet on the brake. And what happened is that thing weighs 30 tons. And on those 2 tires, they were breaking through the foot. It was like, I guess about 8 inches deep, real hard clay. And beneath that was soup water and stayed. So the wheels went through, and it just started slowly doing that range thing. And it went right straight up, and the nose and all the screaming slowly on it, and we fell in between the seats, saved our lives.
And it was collapsing.
And those the plane was coming up on the scale, like the seat right there. And it stopped right straight up and down, 90 degrees. You couldn't put a ruler on it. And the 2 big engines, they held it up.
Yeah.
And so I just undid the emergency hatch and stepped out in the grass. And Al came behind me, and we reached in and got our suitcases. Now the 2 guys back up in the fuselage, they got kind of banged up with all that drum cases. And it's 100 feet, not 100 feet, it's high up there, but that's nowhere. It's not really high. So they tied a couple of fuel hoses and they shimmy down and they set up there. And that was That's when they went down the road and I went through the jungle.
So you're in the middle of nowhere, Colombia.
And I said, listen, I'll eat snakes in the jungle for a year before I go down the road. After the Jets had done what they did and what we did. So I went through the jungle, and after 11 days, I came to a place. I kept asking the Indians, I'm just tired here. Where are airplanes? Loma, where is it? Lejos, it's far. And I kept,
where are airplanes?
Where can I find an airplane?
Okay.
In Spanish, I'm just tired. So I was speaking to the Indians, and I eat brown sugar and drink the water. And I had a St. Paul bag from the cleanest plastic, and I put the brown, bought a block of brown sugar, and I put that water in it. I get along pretty good on that.
With brown sugar and water.
Brown sugar and water for some days. I had to eat. So finally I came to a place, and wow, what is this place? I wanted World War II. A nice long runway, several airplanes, a tower. And I knocked on the door. I said, what is this place? What? How did you get here? My name is ABC. Got a lovely voice. I said, I'm touring. You don't get tourists here. So, this is London, the headquarters for Missionary Aviation Fellowship for the Amazon. So God just tapped me on the shoulder. The same people that had learned to fly, these are the people that went to their place. And one of their pilots, a little missionary from Canada, flew me out the next morning, and we flew to the same military base where they tried to get me to go. And a policeman reached in and got my bag out of the airplane and put it in a taxi. Wow. And the other fellows went into prison for some years. For sure. I said, come with me, please.
Wow. And that was the part where I remember in the book there's a specific part where you guys are in a Jeep and you ride through the jungle and you see there's a checkpoint and they all went to the checkpoint. They thought they could pay them off.
Yeah.
And you got out of the Jeep and you walked together. Right?
We went some ways to start with that first day. Second day, we got a Jeep to take us through, and so we went out on 20, 30 miles.
So was it at that checkpoint where they got?
Yeah, I'm sure it was. I know the so we also wanted to got in prison. She got real mad with me trying to beat me up. Really? Because I messed him down there.
So at what point in your life is there a chapter about the creation of the Medellin cartel?
Yes.
Now, was that the party that you went to out the airstrip that was supposedly all of the drug gangs around Colombia coming together and forming the cartel? What had happened was,
the way I understand it, they was 10,000 people killed in Colombia, killing each other. The price of cocaine was $10,000 a kilo in Colombia, $50,000. And one fellow had 10 or 20 kilos, and he'd give it to another person to take care of. So I got a pilot, or I got a way to get it there. And they would look in the paper, and over in New Jersey, I see 40 kilos is busted. Oh, I'm so sorry, Senor, yours is busted. Bang, bang, bang. Because he was being ripped off, and he knew it, so he was killing him. So the Ochoa brothers and Pablo Escobar, a guy named Gaucho, and the Mexican, several of them, they got together and said, all right, we will form it. They didn't call it the cartel, they just like an insurance. We will send to Mexico, to Miami, to use for $10,000 a kilo. If it gets busted anywhere between here and New Miami, we will replace it in Colombia. So you can't do it. It's going to cost you $10,000.
$10,000 just to get it to Miami.
That's right. So they got in your day, 100 tons of cocaine.
So they were like an insured transportation.
Exactly. And I'm their father. Right there at the beginning of it, I was there.
So you were there at that party, that the purpose of creating this alliance.
Well, I don't know that was the purpose. They reached some kind of agreement at that time.
But you had no idea where you were going.
I didn't know. I was just down there trying to get some work.
Did you meet any of these guys? Or was like big time?
Oh yeah, I met all of them.
You met Escobar was there?
No, I didn't see Escobar. I saw all the other ones down there. And I got a job.
The Ochoa brothers?
You know, they were behind. Okay. They was police chief, He was stand-up comedians, he was actresses, he was all kind of the people.
These were all lower levels.
I don't know, he was pretty decent. One guy that I did the first road, he had got told a ton of cocaine and Colombian, and 16 judges had murdered, and he was writing notice. Wow. And I did a load for him, and I didn't like it. And then I gave it to, got shot in the stomach. It took a while to get paid. So then, okay. Okay, let me just tell you, I'll tell you how it happened.
Okay.
So I'll back up and tell you. I sold an airplane to a woman in Bolivia. Sonia Diaz. She was like a black widow. And she had a lot of people killed. I sold her an airplane and she went to fly base from Colombia, but I didn't deal with her. But through this, I met a man named Jaime Correa. Brilliant man, kind of like Churchill. Beautiful apartment over in June 24 was up. And he was a drunk, but he had cocaine on the lock. He had a lovely wife. They were older people. And he said, yes, I'll take $5,000 on your child. So, in sachets, this woman from Bolivia, and she kisses him on both cheeks, and she has fur, rabbit fur coats and boots. And so, I have this lawyer with me, this introducing me called Roberta Chavez from Bogota. And she said she's going to the United States to work. So he looks at me and he said, Roger, over here, got some things for sale. And I said, yeah, I guess. So he's doing things like this. I yes, I have a cleaner. Who actually means cleaner? Anyway, I have a friend going down. I have to go to Colombia to get my budget to Bolivia to take her in a trip or contract to get my money. And this is a gruesome story. Anyway, we landed at the plane that you guys fly there. Okay, I then you take her there and get the money you pay for it. So we landed and they just out to the police and all, and they get a limousine with flags on it from Bolivia. We get in the cars and we go through town and we go up to the water tank, and it looks like a marble. It looks like a margarita with razor wire fence all around it. Like it's a prison itself. And they open the gate and the helpers are all crying and red-eyed. And what's the matter with you people? She's just really nasty. You're lying, they ate the baby. How do you leaving a baby on the floor in front of a lion? She had a cougar in the house. I went in behind her, and there's that cougar with blood on his mouth. Diaper, shit, blood all in the room. What? Yes. Oh, she hugs his line and runs all the people off. You idiots. I never want to see your stupid faces again. You know how it's just ate the maid's baby. The maid's baby. Holy shit. So, I got my money got on out of there. You're fucking kidding me. And James Clavell wrote the book. He's coming also wrote the big plot by the CIA and the crack cocaine and it's got a couple. I got a couple mentions in it. And says that I was in more degree files in Noriega. And who wrote the book? James Clavell, the same one that wrote Deep Cover. Who was a degree at the CIA. Tried to kill him for exposing him about the crack cocaine. So he wrote the big plot by the CIA and the crack cocaine. They developed put him in every city in the United States. So,
The CIA.
Yes.
What's the story behind that?
I don't know. They just wanted to sell their stuff, I suppose.
So he said that you were on more DEA reports than Noriega.
Yes, and then he's after her if she can find me and said, we've been looking for 5 years. She's on the 10 most wanted list. If you can tell us where to find Roger, we'll give you anything you need. That's in the big one.
So you saw this lady you're playing, and then this fucking lion eats a baby. And then, so at this point, at what point do you become aware that America's looking for you?
Well, they want to be told. This is years later.
Okay.
Okay, so I haul.
And how much money are you making at this point after you sold your plane?
I'm not making much money at all. I'm like losing some. I'm losing pretty good bunch of airplanes and different reasons. I'm not doing very well in the 2 years. So that's not going to be easy. It's kind of a dry time. Mexico got so hot and I got them shot up. I was unfortunate in the Mexican prison. So I didn't go to Mexico anymore.
Well, when did this happen? You were tortured in a Mexican prison?
Tortured almost to death. Would you ever tell you about that?
I'd like you to tell me about that. Yeah, please, Roger. Well, and is this before or after
This is
the Medellin cartel was formed?
Before. This is why I didn't go back to Mexico. A couple of episodes happened down there that it was not helpful.
Okay. Yeah, please tell me about that.
Anyhow, I was arrested in Mexico. And my 7 agents, and I won't give you that long story where I'm not one of the got away from all of them that was fine and got away. But I had a pilot coming down, an older gentleman, and he landed at Kermit Field at the international airport. He was supposed to run 5 miles beyond the Cadillac, a feedlot. And he said, I don't know why we did it. But anyway, he had my phony name and my room number in his pocket. He had $5,000 in the federal. He tried to take it from him. He was absolutely no right to take it. Anyhow, they arrested me and put me in prison on Marshall. And the number on him was from a field. He told me. So they want me to confess. So I just can't believe that. I haven't done anything. I'm just in a swimming pool and in my swimming shorts and I had to get handcuffed in the pool when the guy shakes hands with me.
Where, like a house or
They
something?
were in a real nice hotel. So they take me to the station and I sit there and oh, it was so hot. And after about 3 days in that cell, was for all the drug addicts and drunks and they take me back into the torture chamber and that's what I'm going to tell. And they hold my head under the gas until I can't stand it any longer. And then you just fight like crazy to come up and run you.
How'd you head underwater?
Yeah, it's like a tub and it's got some kind of bubble. If you inhale it, it will make you explode your head. Okay. It goes up your nose. Anyhow, after one time with that group, they take 4 of the hose down. So anyhow, I had that, and then I was beaten all over until I was just young.
What were they asking you? What were they trying to get you?
They just signed the papers, and all I had to do was sign the papers. They drag you there and drag you up, sign the papers. So, confess that you were marijuana smuggling, you can get 6 years in prison. So I thought, well, if you don't sign it, I knew you keep you 2 years for nothing. But so they give the the room was about 5 foot square and 14 feet high, and it was hot. There was a little spot under the door about that big. And they brought a man in, he was a black man, and he was wrapped in he was posing and wrapped in newspaper about inch strip, wrapping just like you wrap something, like a mummy, and you completely frozen. And they stuck the eyes still came this way up. He must have been used over and over again, and they hung him on the wall. And as he stalled out, his eyes, the water run down his face, and he was crying. And then, of course, the water, the formaldehyde ran out of his orifices, other ones too. And the old paper come running off of him, and later on you can see his liver was pulled apart. And they opened the door, you next, son of a bitch, you next. And so anyway, I didn't scare me so bad. I butchered large animals all my life, but I didn't get off. The smell was awful with that formaldehyde bubbling in the floor. And the floor
Didn't bother you that much?
well, as far as the liver and get around, it just like that didn't scare me. Okay, all right. I like it. Whatever. Yeah. So I had to sleep. That's what was still in the wall and dry blood where they take those people. They kill you. So I went to sleep and I put my head down because I don't let forest to breathe like that. And I'm breathing the fresh air from that side, but I'm getting the formaldehyde over close to me. And I went to sleep. And I never Walt Disney got some of his cartoons from. I had two flying pigs, horses, and all kind of colorful animals flying around in that state of mind from breathing formaldehyde. I was something. So then when I woke up and I saw that dead man hanging there, it took a minute to figure out which was a nightmare and which was real. I had to kind of pinch myself to see where the reality was. Right. And then they took me out and they put me over naked and buttered my bum and packed it full of hot chili, brown chili. And I'm talking about screaming and talking over you. I did some of it. And I looked at their faces if I can find you. Oh my God. And then, so just one day, after that, they put me back in general population for a few days. And I didn't sign anything on. I didn't sign anything. I would have died for that sign of 6 years and nothing. Right. So back there, I got a word out to Mari and some other people. And then one morning, they just said, come quick. And they took me out the back door of the prison. And they put me in a pickup truck down you and they had a horse to get on the door. And they sped through the streets of Mazatlan and looked for a bank. And I went in the bank and spoke English. And they said, listen, Walking, that's where I got shot down that morning. And that's the road I went back after. Has given Roberta the $17,000 and he has paid it for to get you out of this prison. Are you satisfied with that? So I went to the hotel where Mari was and we got on 747. I didn't believe I was out of there. I was terrible. How many days were you there? About 3 months. And so I got out of that place, and when the tires of that 727 was a brand new plane, I just couldn't believe they're going to come get me again. I was and the wheels went up, let's stop all down and lose. I thought, wow, that was on the 4th of July.
After that, I gotta say, man, I would have been like ready to call it quits.
I didn't want to get back to school. I kind of quit. I had another encounter with the past. So after several days in Texas, I decided to go to
Columbia. They don't treat you as bad if you go to prison.
It's more professional. You didn't go to prison. You just take professional people. You had good gasoline.
Okay. Better operation.
These other people were prepared to, some of them couldn't read and write. They had something to do with it.
So, at what point did you meet Barry Seal?
I've been flying cocaine. And Mari and I decided we'd look for a place that was in Honduras. So we flew down, looked for a place, a place kind of like a beautiful place in the mountains. So we could just sort of have a place and have all this money.
You were going to purchase a ranch. Okay.
So we flew down to Honduras and we did go to a beautiful place. And but we decided not to just too much, but it was just beautiful. So we came back to San Pedro Sula, and I was told all muddy and dirty from a week up there on that ranch and fooling around by Lake Rudy. And so we took him to the cleaners, and we said, I'll have him ready tomorrow afternoon. Of course, he was ready. Okay, first thing tomorrow morning. So Mari had the children with her. We had the 3 children. And I said, well, you go into the airport because it's easy for me to get out to New Orleans and just one of them. But all of it, it's going to be hard to get out. So she went into the airport, and I went out to the place. Of course, it was I got on an old taxi, and I had a lot of them in plastic bags. And I give the guy $100 and go faster, and he just grew the horn more. So I got there. And the plane's taxiing out on the train. And so I run and I got the clothes on my back and I wave to the pilot and I can tell him he waves back. Then I see Mari's face in the cockpit.
Yeah.
And I see the nose wheel go down and he stops and he laughs and he lets the stairwell out for me.
Yep.
And then he pulls it back and takes off again a little bit like it's like he's going to stop and I'm going to pick you up. Yeah, so finally he put it out. And I go in without data clothes and the whole 180 passengers That's so funny. So I go down and I sit down and my daughter sits in the middle and she's sitting on the seat about halfway down in the airplane. And I sit there and we take off. And the wheels come up. I guess she's about 9 years old. And then we're going up about 5,000 feet away from you. So that area. So we just turned the autopilot. So a fellow in there, I've been listening at nice clear blue eyes. He just looked too sharp. I said, he's FBI or something. Really, that big fellow sitting there. It looks like a skeleton.
Where did you guys take off from again?
San Pedro Sula.
San Pedro Sula.
So then you feel the inside.
Okay.
Yes, Captain the world for some reason.
The what?
Yes, Captain. Murder Captain the world for being in the communication. But at that time, laid back in a nice halfway stop coming up. So when I said that, you know, can you fly these things? I got a few hours, mister. My name's Barry Shield. How you doing? Then you got talking to me. We talked there. So he said, I just got out of prison this morning in Honduras. I got caught down here. I didn't believe in one bit. And he said that he had been a Transport Airlines captain. I don't believe he was XCI, but commercial. Yeah, he was 747. I believe he was the youngest 747 pilot for PWA. And he took a load of explosives down to the Cuban continent. He got caught with a DC-6 loaded with 10 tons of explosives, and he lost his job with PWA. So then he was working doing it. He's going like this video and got in trouble. So I didn't believe him a bit. We chatted about airplanes all day.
He should have just told you this on the airplane.
Yeah, I just got up with him, you know.
Flying explosives to
He got caught with 100 kilos and we got down there and he said, okay. I didn't believe it a bit. I thought he was just trying to fool me out. So when we landed in New Orleans, I took that really nice car and got out there and here's 20 or 30 women and children hanging on the car and begging hanging yet. I gotta tell you the truth. There ain't no way he could say that.
Wow.
So, I don't know too many. I've already write our name and address and the phone number. I said, Barry, I might have some work for you if you're interested. Come up see me in Santa Barbara. All right, I'll do it. So a week or two later, he comes out. I had
didn't learn his lesson, huh?
Well, he's ready to make some money.
Oh, yeah.
So I said, I'm hauling cocaine out of Columbia. And he said, oh, yeah. I said, what you do with flying? I didn't know what kind of power, all kind of power. So people get the license, field to fly. I don't know. So,
what was your biggest concern with him when he came out to meet you in Santa Barbara? You were talking about hiring him. What were you worried? Were you worried about anything like obviously his flying skills, or like did you have any sort of suspicion that he could have been CIA undercover or anything?
Not after that. Not after my families and I found out he was already in prison. They don't do that. I was comfortable. I really like that. He's my friend. You see it like for some people. Oh, he was just like
you guys got along
very good. Really. And so I had a 690 Aero Turbojet Aero Commander. That's what I'm really used.
What's it called again?
Aero Commander 690. That's
690 B Aero Commander.
It's that little jet engine that turns propellers. That thing was fast. It goes 300 something miles an hour. That's really right. But jet for a while. Anyhow, he got in that thing. And I said, show me what you got. He said, show enough. I said, yeah. It went a little while. I said, you don't have to show me no more. He's like Carl Hoover. He just did that. I mean, he was aerobatic. Like, really? Oh, I fly all right. But that guy was like the blue wing. I mean, it was just like, and then he cut the engine and he said, fly sideways to sideways. To see it comes good to that. The only person I've ever seen that is in the parachute bar people, the little champion. So he was out here. He was here. He had 1,000 parachutes in it. And in that movie they made about America Made About Him, it was so wrong. He was such a gentleman. They had him coming out of whorehouses and women hanging all over him. And yeah, that was just, I never heard him say damn. He didn't smoke, he didn't drink, he didn't do drugs. He was a businessman. He was solid. And a gentleman.
So after you were so impressed with his acrobatics and his flying skills, what would you do?
I said, Barry, look, I got this plane needs tanking. You know somebody? He said, yep.
Needs what?
Needs tanking. It won't go to range.
Oh.
And needs tanking. So, he said, yeah, I got a mechanic in Arkansas who keeps his mouth shut. So I gave him $10,000. He flew away in my new airplane. A few days later, he installed and said, come to my house. I want this house and install tanks up. And that's when I told him, you know, I've been stopping with him. I'll hire you to fly. I'll give you $2,000 a kilo. I'll get the fly. And so he was happy with it. And I said, but now we don't need this plane tanks. Well, first off, we get 3 loads. And he would fly down and meet me in Belize to the ranch out there in Orangeburg. And we would change the load over. But then it got changed. I figured, you know, we got $15-20 million for changing planes here. Now we're going to Jamaica. Because I didn't mind flying that southern end, but I was scared to cross the U.S. border. I'm not scared, but I'd rather not find out. So, but then I told him that we can refuel in the military base in Nicaragua. And he just couldn't believe it. So that was the only time I really ever impressed him. I said, yeah, come out to Bolivia out of Colombia. You know, that military base, no words. Just come right in, get up here, give you a space legs, and polish your airplane, you'll be in the way. Really? Yeah. So, very good. And he would fly, but he wouldn't fly another until I paid him. So he did 500 kilos just to raise $1 million kilos. And,
$1 million for one flight.
And he hired this guy in meal camp. I had to give the $20,000 for him to go out, get a meal out of the hunger in jail. And the meal wasn't much of a pilot or to fly, but he just get around.
Right.
So the two of them flew together. They increased each other. Goodness gracious. Two of y'all, you put 400 kilos in your window. But anyway, he wouldn't fly without it. So you might like it. So he would moan and groan until I paid him. Well, I didn't get paid until they got paid. So I had a pipeline coming. And sometimes they'd owe me $67 million. It'd take 3 or 4 weeks for them to get money, and then I'd get what they did. So I was paying him before I got paid. So I was like a loss. I'm back.
Right, you're fronting that money.
Exactly. Yeah. So he wanted.
So you were paying Barry. How much was you paying on one trip?
About $2,000 kilo. I paid $1 million.
So you get Barry $1 million cash.
Yeah.
He would fly where?
He would fly. He'd fly out of where we wanted to go in Arkansas, Louisiana. And he'd come over to a little radio post.
Like, where would he go? Where would he fly? Like, he'd fly to Colombia?
Where we didn't know where we were going all the time. We would come over a bank and so fortunately might be on the river there in Cuba. We were in a radio station. We still 720 AM on the dial. And we come at 10,000 feet surface. Pretty soon there'd be a plane you'd see that might be already there. If you had to and you'd be circling and you'd get right behind him and you'd move your wings. You might go 100, 200 miles and you'd get land in the jungle.
Oh, they would tell you where to land.
They wouldn't say a word. We didn't speak. We just followed the plane. Followed them where we were doing.
And there was a signal they would do with the radio.
We just do it. Yeah, okay. And so follow that plane. Did that sometimes. Some of you do the same place. But say the new place, we follow that plane. That's what it should be. And then we come back, stop at Nicaragua, refuel, and come all the way on. We go to Guinea with the Mina. And this is what.
So he had $1 million in cash.
Yeah, I gave him $1 million.
And what would he do with that $1 million once he landed there? So that was just his. That wasn't his cost to buy the cocaine.
No, I got paid $5,000 a kilo. So I got paid $2.5 million, and I gave him $1 million.
Okay, so wouldn't they have to give him all of the cash though?
No, they didn't give him anything.
Okay.
He just gives. He landed in Arkansas. And then he would put it in 3 different cars. Okay. And every day I had a fellow buying me 6 cars a week, great big ones.
So he was okay. That was where I was confused. None of the transaction revenue is going through the pilot at all. The pilot is just the
great.
person.
He was so got it. So, but anyway, he had the drivers. I didn't even want to meet his drivers. That's how I was afraid to meet people. Right, and get cold, they're gonna kill them. Exactly. All did. So exactly. I had somebody buying cars. Everybody's LTDs or the Ford or Mercury Marquis. And they got big trunks. You put air shocks on, tires that wouldn't go flat, new hoses. And then I gave those to the friends. And they would be trunk full of cocaine and duffel bags. They have rattlesnakes on it. Some of them have cow horns. This one went to this one, that one went to that one. Wow. So I had to just point the cars out to my friend Rico and give him the key. And I never went to see that car again. I said, "What do you say about that? I went back. Right, it's $5,000 to you, buddy." Oh, I said, "You took it to New York, Canada, where you went to? This is what you can do." So they like that. So anyway, one time, Harry was aching a little bit about my duty being slow on pace, so I was in the work. I saw some Stay Free mini tags. A pretty package. Stay Free mini tags. Oh, tampon, yeah. Australia tampon. And so I got $1 million and put it in a box, and I put those tampons on top of the Stay Free and wrapped that thing up with a bow in it. That's great. Barry loves it. He made a place on his mouthpiece for the Stay Free.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
that is absolutely amazing. So how long did your and Barry's relationship last?
About 2 years. 2 years and a half.
And when did it go south? What happened when it went south?
Well, I got arrested and I called us back in '82. Okay, that was him.
And then he was still.
And then he went straight up, full on looking. And he bought the planes from me. And he did marry the money for all of them and what drove and all that. He took care of it 100%. He cut me out of the deal. You want to give me a little percentage off the rest of the business.
Right. So how did you end up being arrested?
Oh, I just flew down the road on $15 million in a jet and I chartered it out of San Antonio. I flew down to what kind of jet? It's like a fighter jet, Falcon, I believe it was. And there's 2 pilots. I was laying on top of the money. I took it to the bank and put it in the bank. And the pilot said, "They need to stay for the weekend." Oh, man, it's holiday. I said, "All right, I'll catch you." Okay. And so when I landed in Miami, I was arrested. And they charged me with all kinds of stuff.
All marijuana. Any cocaine charges.
So I did 2 years. And I got out, and by that time I found Barry was had been working with him. He'd been with all of them working. He'd been taking off.
How did you find out he'd been informant and working with these guys?
I heard it already. So
when you were in prison,
but I was just telling you, Barry had it paid off. He just, whenever I went to Louisiana, I had a sheriff there in the place for $10,000. Or I landed on Interstate 10 and he filled it with the I followed that thing all the way across Texas. He said he was building Interstate 10. But just no way you could ever find. Wow. With a truck there and turn wide on that shit. Mile long, 10 mile long runway. And we go out there the next morning and rub the black marks off where I had.
Oh my goodness. So after you got out, did you try to reach back out to him, or you were done with him? You didn't even try to
No, it wasn't that. I couldn't think of Barry. I didn't know what he was. So I was I was having breakfast. And there was Ronald Reagan Blue Eyes right there on television. He said, "We have absolute proof that the communist underneath the government is in the cocaine running business." And there was that old fat lady, the C-126, on the runway in Nicaragua. Bella again.
You just never came to it?
No, that was on the carrier. But I knew what he was doing. And I knew that they listened to it. So, but Barry, I'm going to back up. Now, he wouldn't land anywhere else. He said, "I got paid off to the government. I got paid off as high as you can get. This going to cost me $50,000 every time my wheels touch the ground in Arkansas." So every time he landed, I had to pay $50,000. Wait. What? Yeah.
What part of the story is this? You're backing up now. You're backing up before you
You
got
know
it.
what I'm talking about? He's talking about Barry went and landed at Mena, Arkansas instead of Louisiana. When I started flying with him, he said, I will not land anywhere else except Mena. I got it paid off. I cannot be arrested. I cannot get caught in Mena, Arkansas.
Okay, so he claimed he had some sort of a deal in Mena, Arkansas, where he could not get, he wouldn't get caught, he was protected.
Exactly. So one of them knows it was the CIA. And they were shooting guns back down with him. But he also said he was having dinner with the governor. So Mr. Clinton was not far away. He was a strong man of the governor, and his home in Mena. And the movie that Tom Cruise made was written and played out as Mena, the name of the movie. And the Democratic Party got so far behind until they couldn't come out with the movie until after the election of Hillary Clinton. Because it shed bad light. Wow. And so the director quit. And that movie was changed all around and changed into American Made in a very few years.
Right.
So they were getting too close to home.
So what kind of details did he tell you about Mena, Arkansas? His sort of
He
like,
just said,
his like cloak of invisibility.
He just said, listen, it's going to cost you $50,000 every time my plane touches down. I cannot get caught. Listen, point out, I cannot get caught. 100% protected. He said, from the highest to the right on. And then Tom Cruise said, I'm having dinner with the governor. Not, but that was what
He mentioned to you casually, I'm having dinner
with the governor.
Wow.
So, later on, the CIA putting some small arms on these planes to take back to the concert so they could load it up with cocaine. Can you imagine what they thought they were going to do with a pipe full of AK-47 in the war? That was just a front.
What do you mean it was a front?
The CIA, out of some outlaw CIA agents, are saying, okay, we're going to supply the war. Congress can't supply the arms that we need to fight the communists in Nicaragua. So we're going to have Barry and he's going to take these guns down for us in his fighter.
Right.
Like a pretty big
It wasn't enough guns to really make a difference on anything.
Nothing, absolutely. We're going to bring tons of cocaine back to pay for that.
Oh my God. So what? I mean, I'm not super familiar with the story, but what were they doing? So if Barry was bringing back tons of cocaine to Arkansas, who was buying it?
They're spending it all over. They're putting it in that crack cocaine there without suppose. So anyway, they had to hammer down. Yeah.
Now, so you're saying that actually like politicians and stuff and CIA officials were purchasing this cocaine and spreading it out and selling it to people?
They were having it. They were buying it in Colombia, shipping it up by Barry. And of course, it's pretty. Well, they got the secret, pretty neat. I mean, that's what the whole story is about. There's no secret. What I'm telling you is legal.
And you kept in touch with Barry. So after you got out of prison, did you keep in touch with Barry at all?
No, I didn't keep in touch with him. Mari did somewhat.
Mari sold planes to him after you got.
We just came in for the planes. And so Mari, this is great. So I didn't think too much about it anymore. So when I got out of prison, I was out just a short while. And some days, when I saw Ronald Reagan's blue eyes on the television, saying that communist Sandinista government was in cocaine business, and my gut turned eyes were so when it later on that afternoon, I got a call from him. He said, I'm coming out to my friend. I'll meet you at this little French restaurant. So I didn't know what it was. So I'll be there at 9 o'clock. Where was it? So I came in at 9 o'clock. And he was on the back of his room, he was back. But I walked up to him and I said, "Are you right, Barry?" So he just started talking. Now I looked down and I said, DEA agents, and so they went over. There's about 20 people in the room. Blue jeans, ladies with leather strips and all that. So the room was full of DEA agents, and I'm on the hot seat. So he started telling me, he just said, Roger, they wrapped me up and they left me over in the bag. I couldn't do anything except cry. I couldn't do anything. And he put his hand over his eyes and the tears came down between his teeth. I just couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it. He said, so I go to Congress. He said, I went to see Edwin Meese, who was Attorney General at the time. I flew my jet up there, and I knocked on the door, and 10 tons of cocaine out of Colombia. And he wouldn't believe me, kicked me out. And the next day I went back and I said, I can prove to you. They were doing some with the guy, Jake Jacobson. We put him with it. He was a DEA agent. And we went down and did 1.5 tons. I bellied the plane in Nicaragua, took 1,000 pictures, and I testified before Congress, and I told them all your part, but you were under my umbrella. As long as you testify with me, exactly what I say, and you can all own it. You can have your passport, have your money, anywhere in the world you want to. Oh, no, two of brothers, this and another, this and Spain, the other one did, and this and that, the other. And so the DEA agent came over and sat down, and we had service legal and nice, and another nice time I liked him. He said, I think Brock Dustin and I would have been on the same team. I said, all right, I really did like him. Yeah. And he just said, listen, you can come to Miami tomorrow and change. Or you become first class with mine. It doesn't matter to me. But you're going to testify before federal grand jury. And if you do, you can keep your money, your taxes, and everything else. But if you don't, the only place you're going to ever see your family again is in a public prison. And he said, and you've got to have your pilot from Santa Barbara. You have to give him a very new that I was flying at another airline building. Same as him, did more than he did. But he didn't know he was performing. I didn't know that. They were trying to get a little competition. So, I guess my guts turned to ice water, and I went to see my friend Jerry. I said his name. We had been friends 50 years, so I wasn't no way I could tell him. Just couldn't do it. I mean, I was sick. So, I went and told him, I said, Jerry, I don't know what they're going to do. They cut my tongue out. I'm not telling you. It's not going to do it. So I thought, well, I better go down to Miami and see. So I went into the Nancy Lawyer's office, and he was on a treadmill, and got off and I talked to him. And he said, well, being rich is like being pregnant. Either or you're not.
That's the way to put it.
No, it ain't that. I've got to say something. I'm in a mess. I got to say, well, if you say something, you got to tell them everything. You need anything out there, use everything you do, you're going to get several licenses. I went to another lawyer, and he just kind of said the same thing. You fool with him, you got to tell him. You need anything you work with him, you got to go on all you got to tell him. So I went to a festival restaurant that night. It was on my birthday, January 26, 1985. And Barry knew that was like that. In Miami, so I went in, and him and his wife came in together. She was looking real pretty and very well. We had dessert together. I just told him, Barry,
Who are you telling me you're going to kill him? If he testifies against all,
he's going to die, man. He's got no choice. You can go now.
you guys are just no matter where you are, they'll find you, right?
It's almost anybody you feel like that. You just go in their lives and their families and their children and all that sort of stuff. You did it with your eyes wide open, and you made it deal. So most people don't live by that honor, so a lot of them get killed. And so anyway, I heard you next. many kids. My man and I were shooting the Brazil, and
The next day or what?
right away. I think him back to the house, he got some things, and he's gone. And so we did in Brazil, and I got word I got from somewhere in Brazil, and I was calling the Colombian, and they were getting a bunch of money, $3.5 million. So I was trying to collect some of that. The long Barry was alive in the same school, and they was going to pay me. And then Barry died. Oh, that was good news, good news. They killed Barry Seal last night. Yesterday or sometime. I cried. I told my daughter cried. So
How long after this? How long after you moved to Colombia did they tell you that?
6
6 months. I'm sorry. After you moved to
I think it was January of 26th, 1985 that I was in Barry. Yeah, and the rest of us, and then I think he was killed July of 86, just about 6 months later, he was killed. Wow. So now they have no case against me. So he was the only thing they had against me. And on the first day that I moved,
So what is the, how did he die? You know exactly how he died? I mean, I know there's the story. What is like the official story about it?
Well, of course, he was separated by his guy. Yeah, they still free him, still in life and doing life in Louisiana prison. They got Rick Renal, he was a trigger man. I know him quite well. I tell you a little story about Renal. On the first load I did for somebody, I think it was this guy Hine. This guy was a Vietnam player. Anyhow, I landed a banana plantation somewhere in the jungle. And had a turbo crop, and it was a small wheel, large wheel wheel, and they put 300 kilos of cocaine in there. This guy got in with me with a Mac 10 shot pistol, and he used to make sure I go to Louisiana. I could have went to Argentina. He wasn't on which way it was. Anyway, we took off, and the wheels, it was muddy, and the wheels filled up in mud, and the gear wouldn't come up. So here I am doing 200 miles an hour instead of 300. I'm not going to get home 2,500 miles. I'm just not going to make it. So, Belize, where I used to land on a new fuel, talk things in there. One of them was really nice fellow, Mr. Carter, there. For $10,000, I think stop and refuel. So I told this fellow, we got to stop. No, Louisiana. He put the gun right to my head, the Mac 10. I said, well, shoot me, fool. You're going to die too. So I wasn't worried about it. So we landed this cattle farm in Belize. Oh, he was a terrible side. He didn't know where he was. But I had to send him go out and watch the plane clean the wheel wells out. We went and had chicken and potatoes stew. He was all happy with it. We went up to Louisiana. Wow, that's when he got buried. So he's the guy that actually shot and killed him. Okay. His name was Renal.
Wow. Now, what's the story with how Bush was involved with Barry?
I don't know anything about that. Barry has 2 pictures of George and Jed Bush working away from his plane in Opa-locka Airport, where they just bought 2 kilos of cocaine. That's all he says.
That's what Barry said.
And they got a package.
That's very surprising. Such a high
He snapped their pictures. They the plane. So I don't know, and I think that's the one internet saying.
Is it possible that isn't it true that the American government or the CIA, whoever was the DEA, made it extremely easy for the Colombians to kill him and to find him?
Barry?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think yeah. Well, I tell you, I don't know who did it, but
Do you think that they wanted him dead? Do you think the U.S. government wanted him dead, the DEA? And
not particularly. I think that the police in these in that area, right where they've been chasing, he just said, you guys ain't got to take me. But I'm not doing anything today, but we'll be burning that gun up. You know, he just bait them a little bit. So they wanted to go and take his picture and make sure he was good. But I don't think he did anything because he hated him. But anyway, he was smart and fun. And the judge is who influenced the judge. The judge killed him. because he's already testified against all these problems, and the judge gives him 6 months and a half with every night, 6 months. So the judge set him up.
So that's his death sentence.
That death sentence, 100%. And
So he's attached to that fucking halfway house, and it's definitely fine.
they got to go every night at 6 o'clock. And the DEA stood up in court and said, Your Honor, this is a death sentence. They will kill him. So he should have thought of that before he did it. And he said, well, he didn't have a bodyguard. No, the guy in prison can't have bodyguards. He can't have arms. He can't have nothing. He's got to drive right up into that halfway house every night at 6 o'clock. And he's waiting on this witness. You see the pictures in there. They said, what he's going to do. He shot him up 50 times in the car.
How did you feel? Where were you? What were you feeling? Do you remember what the moment when they came to tell you? Like, oh, great news,
I called Mario in Colombia. And that's when he told me, oh, great news. They feel very still. You know? Well, I cried. I went to Mario and Mario, and they cried. He was our friend. You know, even though he testified, he put me in the, he did the death decree. They, the CIA, let him in the back. 100% they set him up. And whenever all the North stuff come about, arms from cocaine and Iran Contra deal, they just quit. Everything was in his name, everything he was doing. What's he gonna do? His own people. See, he was the CIA. You know that? Terry was the CIA.
prior to all this?
Prior to airline. And then he got over 1,000 parachute jumps. And he was George Bush's real good friend. Old dear man. He was his protege. And when he died, George Bush's personal phone number was in his wallet. And the lawyer called and he said, hey, Barry, how you doing, old buddy? And he said, they just killed Barry last night. He quit. And he hung right out. And yeah.
Jesus Christ, man.
Wow.
What a fucking story.
I'm glad to be out on
So you're in, you got the phone call about Barry, where were you in Brazil? And what were you next to do after all this? What were you thinking? Where were you in your life at this point? What did you want to do next? Like, what did you have any sort of plan for you guys wanted just like to stay in Brazil and just lay low there for the rest of your life?
Me and Murray had this kind of,
Okay.
I kind of like it. I'm not like it, but it was an opportunity for me to go into the interior and grow soybeans. I'm a farmer, and I ran $6 an acre, and it was just like easy to clean. All you got to do is fertilize, nothing, just plant the seeds.
Right.
Need combines. So I took Mari out to see it, 30,000 hectares, 75,000 acres. And she just cried and said, Roger, if I die in this godforsaken country, please don't leave my home to you. So I just was like, I didn't need where I had a lot of money and just go where I wanted to. So,
And was all your money in cash, or did you keep it in bank accounts, or what? You obviously you had tens of millions of dollars, right?
Yeah, but I invested it with crooks.
With crooks.
Everybody just about to crook if you give me money.
Yeah, that's
It just don't come back.
I
don't know what.
That's the way it works, no matter what business you're in.
Exactly. Just, you let somebody have sold you money, and it's gone.
Yeah.
So I invested with a lot of people in huge research deals. And one thing I did buy, I bought the world's most expensive corn. It's called a Brasserie de Bloom. Really? Yeah, I paid $350,000 for it. And I reached some money, so she sold it for $750,000. The guy turned around the next day and sold it for $1.4 million. And it's worth $10 million now.
What? A coin?
A coin.
How do you say it?
Brasserie de Bloom.
Brasserie de Bloom. I'd love to get a picture of this on the screen.
The bloom is the pieces of 8. You've heard of those?
Oh, yeah.
What's that say? An eighth of a doubloon.
Is this it right here?
Oh, yeah, that's it. Right there. There you go. There's 5 of them. I had the unique one. There we are. I don't know if that's it. No, that don't be that. No, I have to just got a wheelbarrow on one side. Look up Brasserie de Bloom.
Yeah, that's right back there. So that thing is worth over $10 million now. And you paid $300,000 for it.
$350,000 exactly. And a little story to go with that. it was in, I can't pronounce it, the corn newspaper, a paper, and the Bank of Miami read about it. So he went to Sam, the corn dealer, and said, Misty buys look like most expensive corn on earth. So that was just one thing that called me to light for me. So they said, we will give you $1 million insurance policy just to get you one question in our bank. So they built a pedestal in the back of Miami, it's all marble down there, and they put that corn in it with lights on it. And they give me the insurance policy, Sam did. So if anything happens to it, you give me $1 million. So I had got my locks and grandchildren now, and guess what? It was on the judge's desk.
Oh my God.
Oh, there you go. They were unmerciful.
Did you have bank accounts set up in Cayman Islands?
Oh,
really?
Yeah, that one got stolen too. The guys not to take it seal, living large. Who? The banker. He took the money out of the bank and just closed the bank down. And now he lives, when I got arrested, now he's out in Bakersfield. And if I even say boo to him, I'll go to prison for extortion or something.
Wow. So after he finds out you're in prison, he just says, fuck it, I'm taking his money.
He just shut the bank down and took my money.
That is wild. That is just wild.
His name is Stephen. What's his name? McTaggart.
You guys remember his name.
I called him.
How much money did he steal from you?
Oh, I'm not saying that.
You don't want to say?
Oh, $3.5 million.
Okay. Yeah. Good Lord. Good Lord. So, Mari doesn't want to be in Brazil anymore. So you guys are still in Brazil, you guys.
So we went all the way to the tip of Argentina, right down to the bottom, almost to the place. And I used to buy it. We used to Argentina and all the places and the ranches and things, and we just couldn't find it. So we got first class tickets down to town, Mari, where she's from. Her eyes were just sparkling. She got on that plane with the Dutch speaker and speaking her language, and we went to Holland. And then we lived in France for a year, and then we went down to Mallorca, Spain.
Ooh, Mallorca. That's a hot spot.
Where I met Mr. Howard Marks, the author of
Mallorca's a big island, right?
It's not very big, but it's an island.
It's like you take a ferry there.
Yeah, right. And so I met Howard Marks, the infamous Howard Marks, the Howard Marks. He wrote Mr. Marks, the famous one of the first ones about marijuana smuggling that ever come out.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And so he was sleazy.
What do you mean by sleazy?
Always did some deals, and whenever he knew his time was up, he hired me to haul a load out of Rothschild for $2 million, and he turned me in instead of paying me.
Wow. Bastard.
That's what it was. And I escaped from police 3 times, and I still couldn't believe he did it to me. I couldn't believe it.
So you were in Spain, still doing deals.
Yeah,
still running shit.
I was up on a ship, like on hashish.
On a ship now. You're giving up the planes and you're taking ships.
20-ton loads out of Pakistan, 20-ton loads out of Thailand.
How did you get? Where did Pakistan come in the picture there?
We just buy like hashish there. You go there in camels and ride the camels around the fellas up there in Afghanistan.
So this guy said, "Hey, we got hashish in Pakistan.
So we did.
And he had all these connections.
We had connections. So they're all in it.
So you bought a ship and you sailed to Pakistan.
6'5".
What was that like?
Nothing.
Nothing. The experience wasn't anything.
Not particular. He was in Malta, and the taxi drivers. They had some guys from North Africa that killed the taxi drivers, and they gouged their eyes out and reached in there to get their little bullets out and pulled them in behind the ship, and they came up all around the taxi drivers did around the turn of the ship. That was the most exciting thing, to have all those policemen all over me.
Jeez. 20 tons of hashish from Pakistan to where?
To Canada.
Just Canada. How long did it take?
I don't know.
More than a couple days.
Oh, 6 weeks, something like that. I didn't do that part of the trip, but I met the trip for the float plane. And then I flew them.
So you didn't stay on the ship the whole way.
No, I kept it over there. Okay. And then I called a Cessna 206 on float. Catch them
On floats. I love the way you say it. Basically, it's easy to land on the ocean, right? And you taxi on the side of the ship.
No, they piled it up. And then I hauled it down, off the San Juan Fusion Straits between Canada and the United States. So I landed on a lake in Washington State. And I hauled load after load, and that's not even. You couldn't see nothing. You could the power coming down on the lake until you didn't get nothing.
Some of y'all dads are 5'5".
That's insane, man.
Some of y'all are 6'5".
Such a crazy story. Like, it's amazing that you're sitting there alive right now after all that you've been through. Like, it's just like,
yeah, I almost got killed on the first load. I crossed the moonlight. Cool moon. And I think that lake was set, I believe it's how it came out.
in Washington.
Washington State, just over on the Atlantic Mountains, just on the coast. It's a pretty big lake, got some islands in there. It's got a radio station at the end of the lake, so you can make your approach right over that radio station and hang on the lake. And so I'm coming, and I think, oh, I'm a little early. I'm going to have a tail there. It's clear. And I see the lake, and I see a white sand around it. I don't remember a beach on the lake, but there it must be nice. So I feel the power of the wind. And I get right down on this plane, and I see that it's not a lake. It's a burnt over area where it's been clear cut and been set on fire. It's white like the lake. And I see stags sticking up 10, 15 feet high everywhere, and I'm down in them. Nice full of power, and just go out the jaws of death, just trying to pull that thing straight back out of there. What I didn't realize is that what I thought was the beach was a logging road going around this cut over area. Yeah, so you can get sometimes in your mind and get through your tell.
How much are you making when you're starting to learn this stuff from Pakistan up to?
We didn't make money. I don't know how much we paid for it, but we didn't make a lot. We had too much yak fat in it, and it eats the too much yak fat. They take the fat from the yak and take the marijuana, the glue, or the juice from the marijuana, and rub it with their hands like this till it gets hot, and then they hashish. And if they take the yak fat in it, and make it stick together. And if you put too much in it, it won't stay in on the cigarette. So it just brought the price.
So I just want to do that. No more cocaine deals once you went over to Europe?
No, I stayed away from that.
Okay.
So, yeah, I did a little cocaine in Australia. The biggest ever in the history of Australia. I got caught for $400 million.
When was this? After you moved to Europe? Yeah. How did this deal come about? Who were you doing business with? Was it the same guy that you met in Mallorca?
No, we don't split. We don't look it up in the down. I stayed from the they arrested me in Spain. I stayed 3 times. And the third time they put me in jail in Mallorca. And jail they had 7 prison. I took the thing with extradition. I had double extradition. Germany was asking for my extradition for this action. I hired a guy that called the lead. And the United States is asking because I was in 25 years special parole. And they're asking for that. And they got me for moving $7 million worth of gold coins. They said they could have for the full money laundering. They said, we moved these gold coins that the United States government would have seized had they named it no one belonged to me. That was the indictment. Wow. 5 years. But Germany won because they just made up some bullshit.
So now Barry was gone and I really had nothing else on you, so they just made something up.
So I paid the German captain of my ship $400,000 for all the load of axes. He bought him a long cigar and a long BMW. The police arrested him. They found the money and they said, if you tell us who it is, you'll be home by Christmas. But they didn't tell him it's Christmas. He got 7 years up in Germany. So now they've arrested me in Spain after I got away from so much. they handcuff me this way, like putting my hands this way. Everywhere I go, it's very painful if you let that thing overnight.
Oh yeah, I can
You
imagine.
can't get out of them that way. So, let me see. So anyway, they take me to court, and Marty's there, and my son, and I'm there for the extradition hearing. And I have 4 guards guarding me. All my paperwork shows using maximum restraint. So,
Because you had already escaped.
they charged me, and they got my So, I'm sitting there and I talk to Ray. I said, I wonder, I'm above palm trees. How high is this place? I'm in the 30th floor. And he said, you keep yourself. I said, yeah, this thing, 3.5 tons of hashish, charged in Germany, and 25 years parole in America, plus coins. So I bound across the room. 2 of them leave to go smoke. I bound across the room and jumped up on the desk of the sonographer, which is 9 months pregnant, and I kicked the window out of the courtroom. And I jumped up on the ledge, handcuffed.
Like, not like this.
No, I'm in front.
Oh, you're in front.
In court. And so I looked down and it's an awful line. I thought there might be some power lines or telephone lines I could grab on the way down and break it. And there was a car parked a little bit up on it. It looked like it was a station wagon. And I looked on the Los Angeles Fire Department package thinking, yeah, I'm full forward. So I bailed out, get to the top of that car, slammed. And the roof went up.
What was your strategy when you were falling from?
I get right on my heels and my foot, just right in, and the roof caved in and saved my life. But it went down and destroyed that car. And the sitting position, but more in my feet. And I still have a blood spot in my back. It gets hot from the side of that. So I'm in it like dolled up. I jumped out of the car and ran. And the next day, the newspaper said Spider-Man escaped. Anyhow, they called me. They asked me how to get to Germany. And Germany gave me 8 years for using a German citizen in the international fire. They didn't have any hashish or nothing, but because I hired a German citizen. And he told me, he kept his mouth shut, there's been nothing. So I got 8 years up there.
So you said the next 8 years of your life in Germany.
No, after 1 year, I escaped and moved back my country. I don't think everybody ever escaped. So I went out to the bar and got all hooked up, we got back for the key. And lost my clothes, lots of shoes.
This wasn't some sort of like tunneling escape.
Oh, I got stuck through the bars. And when they got on the roof and went above the guard towers, then I jumped down on one guard tower by the Sally Port and bailed over the fence into a pile of dirt, a sand pile. And a woman was there. I watched her, and it was raining real hard, and I lost my clothes and stuff on that blue jeans on. And I watched her and a little boy come, and she brought her husband to the door. And when she went back, I jumped on top of the guard tower, which was 1 floor below me. The guy went, oh! And it's trained to kill you. I mean, they got to move right there, and then I went across, and I went straight towards her so he couldn't shoot me. And then I went around behind the car and running down hill, and I made a stride. And here, bam, 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 she's up on the sidewalk, knocking the parking meters over, trying to kill me. And I jumped behind some car, and she just, at me, and the little boy standing in the seat, she tore the fender off of her car on another car, trying to get me. So I jumped over a fence and cut my hands on it and had glass on top of it. I had shoes on $200. I was sleeping in the prison. And my shoes moved out. I went off the hat, my knees in the mud, and the blood cut my chest all up. Oh, man. And so I took off running and lost my shoes, my $200. Now I'm barefooted and get that pair of blue jeans, blue top on, and I get away and get home.
Then you got to Holland. You crossed the border.
Across the border. I had a heck of a
At
time.
what point did you meet up with Mari?
I didn't. She was mad with me. Told me to go back.
Ooh.
Does it blow up?
Ouch.
It can blow up.
Why would you mad? Did you escape?
Going my life. What do you mean?
Oh my God.
Police come in here anytime I can't get the papers out of the house. What do I do with them?
Right.
Carry them under a rock. I don't care. I think she was tired of it at that time.
How old were you when you escaped that prison in Germany?
It was 1990, so I was 47 years old.
47. Wow. And what did you do when you got to Holland?
I met up with Mari's cousin. She had paid $100,000 for me on the place there in case I did get out. And she told me, you go to the lemon tree, you go to the haystack, and you go to the lemon tree, and you turn right, and you go 10 steps. But she didn't tell me there's 20 lemon trees. we had fun.
So they were messing with you, huh?
No, I mean, Mari just remembered how she got to where she buried it. So I got an iron rod and got her some clothes. I stayed there for a while, and I went back to Sacramento. And then I went back to see her come in and people that I knew. And I stayed there for a while. And then I got a job to take a boat. So I took a boat down there and I got caught.
Took a boat from Colombia to.
I bought the boat in Homer, Louisiana, and I took it to Australia from there.
What kind of boat was it?
It was a old supply vessel. And it goes out to the world. And when they get older, they can't get insurance on them, so they sell it as scrap. But you could eat off the engine room floor.
Oh, really? How long? How big was it? How long?
Like
100 foot. And how did you? Where did the cocaine come from?
It came. They loaded me in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean just above the equator.
Oh, really? Just they threw it over the deck.
They swarmed over and stole everything they could. They was
Oh, really?
Oh, there's a bunch of savages.
Jesus. And how many people are on your crew on that ship?
Three. Me by myself. I had my brother along with me, and the Colombian that got on both of them. She said he couldn't stand up and do what I was doing. Yeah, I had to cook and wash the dishes.
Gosh. And how long? So, tell me about this trip from the Caribbean, where they loaded up your ship, to Australia. What was that like?
Well, that was interesting. I left Homer, Louisiana. I never had the ship before. I mean, it was a learning curve for me. And somebody left the water on down in one of the bathrooms. We only had 600 gallons of fresh water because we changed it up to fuel. We ran out of water before we got to Key West, so I had to go into Key West to get water. And then I took off and went across the ocean to the Bahamas, and I went to Senegal, which the islands off of some island 600 miles off of Senegal. And, I can't think of the name of that. Yeah, I stayed there a week. The Colombian Silver did load me there.
Like Barbados?
No, this is what?
Canary?
No, south of the Canary is about 1,000 miles. I can't think of it. I know the German name. I know the Freya is the name of the town. Oh, anyhow, Senegal.
Okay.
And so I stayed there, and then the Colombian said, no, come back towards Colombia 1,000 miles. What? Because I just got enough money just to fuel just barely to make it to Australia. I have to go back 1,000 miles, and then they're not there, and I have to go 3 or 4 days cruising around up and down below the radar, the satellites, and finally they show up, so the stuff on it. And then I go down and I go follow the center of the Atlantic Ocean down, because the current goes counterclockwise in the southern ocean, clockwise in the northern ocean. And I went as far south as Cape Town and went down. It's down about 50 degrees in the Great Southern Ocean near Antarctica. I came with it. And I woke up one morning and the waves was, I fished in Alaska, remember? Yeah. These waves were just indescribably tall. They wasn't rough, but they were just mountains. Giant swells. Just swells, and they were sharp. I mean, almost straight up and down. And the boat would come, and it would just come up and it'd stop and go, and then the propellers would come out of the water, and then you curl down it, and you surf down it, the nose would stick in the ground in the water, you come back over. Yeah. I was really impressed with it. So I was supposed to be on the towards Melbourne, so I got out of it. And I told him, man, I took that. So I went down and loaded it up. And I loaded up about the middle of the rest of the story. But I had vision. And 2 weeks before I was arrested, I had a crystal clear vision of me being arrested in IPS and my feelings. They was on my back with hands and put me handcuffs on me. And I was in the sand down there and I was fine. I knew my life was over together. And it happened exactly like I saw it in that vision. So I turned my ship and it was 500 miles from where I was supposed to go. But the sister was on this train. I didn't reach out.
Who was the snitch?
One of those, the older brother, friend, and he's been working with him from day one. So we were all coming from 40.
So your vision of this, all this happening, and falling apart came to fruition. Yeah. So what happened after they arrested you?
Bulletproof band, one of those things like armor substance.
And how many, and you ended up obviously you didn't escape that prison, right? You stayed in
No, I didn't. I could have one time. Mario wouldn't send the little money he needed to have some help.
Mario was pissed at you.
She ain't gonna help me get out.
Were you guys in communication at all? Did you guys communicate?
Every day. Elsewhere in prison.
Really?
Yeah, they give you a long time. It's hard. But they treat you sweet. The food's good. The officers seem to be the schools that have a little more intelligence than just the scumbags that they have.
The officers are way different.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like I've always thought, all the people that I've talked to that have been out of prison, especially on this podcast, is that the people that end up in the United States, that end up being prison guards, are like the people who couldn't even make it as cops.
They take the money. Security guards. They're right.
And it seems like the people that are the security guards or prison guards in this country, they're not people that are there because that's what they wanted to do, because they failed at something else.
They got a job and they got a badge and they got authority and they
right.
We woke up and we just talked to people. They hurt you.
And the prison guards in Australia, was it like they were paid better, they were educated more, was there like more of like a sense of like a mission to get something done there? Like we gotta.
Oh, it wasn't good. It was just not. It wasn't so safety as we did that. We took it really. Oh, you had to.
Right.
It'd be like 1 out of 20 or 30 not be enough. Okay. But here, you get every other one.
Right.
With 50% of them. But it's
How many years did you stay in that prison in Australia?
18 years.
18 years. And it was the most maximum security prison that there is.
Most secure prison in Southern Hemisphere.
Most secure prison in Southern Hemisphere.
Wow.
And what was your experience like there for 18 years?
When I first came here, I've been in the Wichita and they got my paperwork and I was in 5 different prisons. They came and arrested me. That's where I was having suffered. And they took me to 2 different prisons. And they put me in the chute. And I was in there for over a year.
And that's it. The shoe is basically just an isolated box just by itself.
Well, there's 5 of us in this. Okay. And it was it had room for 12 prisoners. And they had it was kind of like the Silence of the Lambs. That was a big cage. And they had 6 guards on the other side looking at you for and they come in the morning with all of them. Big club, and they open the door, and they brought food in and cooked it ourselves. And then they come at 6 o'clock, knock out the doors, and that was it. So all we had to do, you could talk to them through a speaker, and that was all. And it wasn't bad, but it was just like, how long am I going to do this? And that's when I had the I wanted up there. I got 25 years in America, and I escaped from German prison. I've done this, got life here. I'm not never cheating. I believe all right about when my grandma bought them to really fast. And they had a computer room in there.
So you were there for life. You just thought you were there for life.
I was hoping I'd get out. I sure did behave myself. I had to do 18 years before I could ask for it. So I write it down at the outside. I got them that confronted. I'm going to write that story tomorrow. So they had the little computer room there. And I didn't know how to turn the thing on. And they had a thing called Paintbrush. She didn't have a program in it. So I could type. One line. And the next day I think about it. One day with Robin, Chattanooga. I write that thing story. And then I got where I write the 3 of them. And in the end of about 3 or 4 minutes, I had over 1 million views in 1 night. Wow. So when I got out of the queue, they gave it to me in this. And I went and got out. They let me buy a computer. They let you buy a computer. Oh, really? You don't pick up anything, but you can do all this. They put a lot of programs in it.
Like a laptop or something?
No, it was a full computer.
So where did you get that?
In your cell. Yeah.
Really?
So with a door and a lock to it. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's pretty nice. There's no lie about it compared to America. Quiet.
No internet, though.
No, nothing like that. But you had telephones and it wasn't expensive. I called Ari every day for 20 minutes. So anyway, I took that thing out and it took me 2 years to straighten out what all I had written. So it was all different colors where I misspelled and I just put what my thoughts were.
So you went through and edited and revised it.
I had to write it really, so I was just writing my thoughts as fast as I could. Just put it outside there. So I picked it out and I got took 2/3 of it out. So I was on 520 pages. Then you're 1,500 pages.
Wow. And you're published into a book now, which is called, what's it called?
Smuggler.
The Smuggler. Just Smuggler. No.
Smuggler, Roger Reed. I'm one more. And it's on the Amazon best-selling list.
I enjoyed it. It's fascinating. You have the audio going to be done too.
It's already done. I'm just waiting for Amazon to print it.
So what did you take away from all of this, from this crazy, amazing life that you've had, and after all the time? Well, actually, let's go back, because you were in Australian prison for 18 years, but once you got out of prison there, you went to another prison. It was
horrible. I was treated something terrible. There were 3 Australian marshals with me. Come back handcuffed because it was a warrant in the United States for being old in 1977. 43 years ago for possession of marijuana. I got off the airplane laughing and chatting with the Australian guards. I was slammed upside the wall by border security. Eyes forward, kicking my legs apart, putting handcuffs on me so hard they cut the blood off, leg irons, eyes forward. And they walked me about 100 yards, turned me over to the marshal. The marshal took some of the leg irons and stuff off, chained me to the wall and left me there all day. Then they took me to Metropolitan Detention Center.
on Con Air.
No, I was just leaving up there in Los Angeles. They took me to Metropolitan Detention Center in Los Angeles and put me into isolation. I said, what am I in isolation for? There's nothing. I was there 3 or 4 days and I talked to the lieutenant when he come in the morning and said, there's nothing I can do for you, Reed. So the guy came in, he was in a suit, nice looking fellow, he opened it up. Hello, Reed, I just want to see what you look like. My name is Associate Warden Schultz. And I saw you in National Geographic documentary, and it does me pleasure to keep you in isolation. You shut the room through this window, and that's the last I saw. I never could get out of there. So I stayed in 9 months without a hearing, which the parole board has to give you one within 3 months. They never did give me one. I paid the lawyer $7,500. His name is Cameron in San Francisco. He never once made a phone call, never somebody got to him. What's his name? Christopher Cannon. Christopher Cannon, a lawyer in San Francisco, that the full board said, don't touch it. And he stole my $7,500 and never made one phone call.
That bastard.
I mean, thoroughbred.
Thoroughbred.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
So what was the documentary he was talking about?
that's because you have to come down to Australia. They did one only called Australia's hardest prison. And they did one. I got some action in that one.
Because I was looking for that online. I couldn't find it. I saw something on that on the History Channel.
They take it off after a while, I understand. And that's when you have to go for the second. It was real good.
Okay. Yeah, I remember searching for it. I couldn't find it.
I got a copy of it.
Okay.
I got several copies of it.
How long did you end up staying in Los Angeles with politics?
They sent me on Con Air to Oklahoma. And there I got put on the ship forward, but I had to report to the officer every 2 hours, so they were going to go back in the shoot. So, yeah, I couldn't believe it. And I just saw the corruption of the Con Air and whatever congressman, senator, and saying.
Oh yeah, explain that.
I met people from Waco, Georgia, Albany, Georgia, Jacksonville, Florida, and they got caught with 2 grams or something. 3 grams, 5 grams. They facing 5 years and 8 years. Probably a lot of prisoners do. And they were being sent to Los Angeles for psychiatric evaluation. And it takes about 3 months to go and a month or 2 to come back. And they stay in Oklahoma and they go from one place to another on Con Air until they finally get to some doctor in Los Angeles that says that they have a problem or not. And then I met the ones from Los Angeles and San Francisco, and they were going to Atlanta to have psychiatric evaluation.
So no matter where you got busted for these small-time drug offenses, they would find a psychic or a psychiatric psychologist on the opposite end of the country,
So they could shuffle me back and forth.
so they had a reason to fly Con Air all around the country.
It's just blatant. That's the thing.
Who owns Con Air?
I don't think I better ask. I might be back in prison.
That's interesting. Can you find out maybe on Google like who owns like Con Air? You would think that would just be part of the BOP, right?
No, somebody owns it. Other BOP wouldn't be doing that.
How many airplanes do they have? Is on this?
I saw 3 big jets.
There's 3 jets.
And then they got a lot of, that's all I know. But that tower in Oklahoma, which is center, has got 1,800 rooms. And those planes are landing and coming in there day and night. It's just like Grand Central Station at Central Prison. Wow, they moving them like that. I can't tell you. Somebody's making big money.
Whoa, that is kind of wild. I had no idea about that.
Try to inch it over.
You just double click the top, yeah.
It's over. Tell you the truth.
Fleet size 59. Parent company Con Air Group Inc. Headquarters Abbotsford, British Columbia, Canada. Yeah, 59 planes. Con Air Group Inc. So it's a corporation.
Yes.
Whoa.
They own some politicians, I guarantee you.
Oh yeah. They're wow, man. Wow. What a world we live in, Roger.
What a world we live in, I'm telling you.
That is incredible. Incredibly corrupt.
Yeah. Let me just tell you about the drug war. Today, I'm not talking about but Constitution gets a job here in town. There's a 10 or 15 of them going this year. And one of them is a good giver. And he lets his hair grow and he gets some tattoos and some dirty clothes. And he goes under the bridge and he gets one of those poor mentally ill people, bonds, hobos, and they sell 2, 3, 5 grams to the neighbor over there. He's got some of them. That's it. Now he's got 2. And next month he does it. And he's got 2 more. At the end of the year, he's got 15 or 20 major drug busts. And he does that for 2 or 3 years. And the other fellow, he's in a death somewhere. And this guy makes captains.
This guy's a captain. The guy does.
The one that makes all these little tiny breaths, all these insignificant nothing. He just put 4 people in prison. But now he's captain. Now he's lieutenant. Now he's captain. Now he goes up the ladder. Rothschild. Now the prosecutor, the one that can say, I got him. He has 2 grams of methamphetamine. 2 grams, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. He has 5. Give him 5 years in prison. No matter about his cool life and choosing crime. Put him in prison. We need fodder for these private prisons and for the federal prisons. Oh boy, we got him. And if I'm a prosecutor and I get enough convictions, I got a 98% conviction, I'm going to make a judge. And I'll never lose my job at $500,000 a year.
It's all about climbing the ladder.
It's climbing the ladder.
Yeah, that's
exactly how it works.
The judicial system is just so corrupt. Are you familiar with the story of Ross Ulbricht?
No.
He was a kid who was in his early 30s when he got busted. He got like 2 life sentences for he started this website. It's like it's called Silk Road. It's basically like this dark web place where people can go buy any kind of drugs they want. So like an online marketplace for people to buy anything they want. As long as it didn't, like the only rules were you can't harm people, or you can't order people to get murdered, or there's no human trafficking allowed. But it was mainly used for drugs. So you could buy any kind of drugs that you wanted online, and it was kept anonymous. Like all the buyers and sellers were protected because they used this form of currency called Bitcoin. It's a cryptocurrency, and it's easily keep the people making the transaction anonymous. And he was just created a website basically that anyone could go on there and make a transaction and he took a small fee. And he ended up getting 2 life sentences because he didn't take the deal. They obviously offered him a really big plea deal, and he didn't take it because he thought he could beat it. And there was a bunch of corrupt agents involved in his case, and the kid got basically he got double the sentence that El Chapo got. And he's just some 20-year-old kid that made a website, an e-commerce website. That story really hit home for me as far as exposing like the real issues of the judicial system in this country. And they made a documentary about it. It's just disgusting. It's just sick. It's disgusting.
Vomiting sick on the floor. I mean, here I am, I served 33 years looking for marijuana. And I walked out with big billboards. Relax and deliver your marijuana to your home. It's just like the full history. This guy's got 12 years in Alcatraz for making whiskey. When they got out and the law was passed the next year, yes, but you broke the law, didn't it? Right. You got to stay. And after 12 years, they walked out of Alcatraz and walked across the street and didn't think out the ball. That's the same thing happening. It's insane. Just stupid. I mean, President Jimmy Carter had it all. Most of the prison, a great portion of prison is from mentally incapacitated, or people that are somewhat had some problems. They had problems from probably their childhood. They were unwanted, unloved, foster home, beaten, abused, men and women, and they come to prison. And they treat other people out there. We need help for these people. It's a health issue. It's a social issue. It's an issue that the society owes to the people that we have here.
Is there any country that's doing it right? Like, obviously, we're doing it worse than anybody. We have more people locked up per capita than any other country in the world, right? Is there anybody who's doing this right and knows they can take from another country and learn from them?
I understand it.
What's that? Oh, Holland. Holland.
Absolutely. Holland's great at it.
Didn't Holland legalize, like, heroin or something?
I don't know exactly what.
Where you can go. I heard that if you're addicted to heroin or you want to use heroin, you can actually go to a doctor and they'll give you like a clean needle. They'll give you like a
yes, that's been a long time. And Even Birmingham, next England, they got proof. Listen, the people clean up, the prostitutes clean up, the people get a job. But America goes into Birmingham and says, you can't do that. You can't set a precedent like this. We must have our prisons full. So they fight so hard, the American judicial system, the DEA. They want this stuff to go on. It's wrong. I mean, it's wrong in the eyes of man and God. It's just wrong. They take these people and they take them with their children, their families, and they take their homes. I mean, they work for forever. They inherited from their grandmother. They just, you better believe they see money in it, they're there to get it. So it's just wrong.
Do you think it'll ever change? What do you think there's a...
Of course it's going to change. You can't do this. All you swing hard the other way now. It's just got to. It's just,
what's the answer? Like what sort of steps do you think we're gonna have to take?
It might just be a health issue. If a guy's got heroin addict, let's just say heroin addict, they know right now if they just click on, if they will take those tablets, they'll have no withdrawal whatsoever. But the deep Federal Drug Administration
Crack them?
Crack them, yeah. They fight it hard. They don't want it.
Right.
It's just like the marijuana oil. They're using all these pains. They don't want it. They fight it hard. They pay their politicians. They got lobbyists walking the halls of Congress. And you get trips and you get money, you can do anything for you.
You got these pharmaceutical companies that produce pills. You got Oxycontin, we got Vicodin. You got to go to the doctor and get a prescription for some opiates. That's the answer. It's not this unregulated stuff.
Exactly. So it's coming to life. It's slowly coming to life. This is wrong.
It is. It's terrifying. And then another thing is parenting. Like you're like, parenting is so important, and a lot of the people that end up in prisons, a lot of people that end up in the streets, homeless, addicted to drugs, it seems like the catalyst, the the one common denominator across all these people is messed up childhoods and parents that weren't prepared for children.
My mark not to is a couple should have permit before they have a baby. That might be me, a little sparrow deal for minutes before she lays in the egg.
The problem is you can't stop them from having babies, though, right?
You can't stop them, but you have to have a permit to ride a moped on the streets of America. Right. How much more important is to bring a child into it? My daughter, who's a doctor, she delivered a baby to an 11-year-old child.
Your daughter delivered a baby
from an 11-year-old child. 4 generations in the waiting room, all on welfare. Wow, 12, 14 youngins.
That's the problem is even if you put in a law like that, people are still going to breed. People are still going to have babies.
I don't say you wouldn't, but I'm just saying that's the attitude to educate people and to encourage people to have a mother and a father, have a home, have a living, have something. You get babies we want instead of babies that we're just going to get for the welfare check. That's awful. You encourage the wrong people to have babies. You encourage the right people to have babies.
I don't know the answers, Roger.
I don't think we have them. That's the question. I guess the answer.
It is a question. It's a very hard question.
How are you going to stop it?
It's a very dicey subject, and it's just, I don't know what the answer is, but yeah, I totally agree that having a child is definitely one of the most important, like, serious decisions that you could possibly make. You're creating another life. I mean, that is going to set up, depending on how you raise that small baby child, depending on how conscientious you are, how prepared you are, how willing you are to be committed to doing that. I mean, that's going to send that human being into a spiral one way or the other, whether it be good or bad. And the effects, the consequences, the repercussions of it going wrong, of it going the bad way, are exponential. So it's just, yeah. I don't know the answer. definitely a dicey topic because you can't take away people's human rights to reproduce. But at the same time, it's the logic is obviously there. Like, you can't just have people reproducing just because it's a financial gain or just for the hell of it. Let's have a kid and then, it's on its own.
I don't know what to say about it, but there is an answer. I know that the government would take this as a health issue, and part of it is being family planning, and spend a tenth of money that they did on eradicating the marijuana from the country.
Right.
What a world we would live in.
Right. It's all about money. Right? It's all about money allocation.
Schools and teach children.
Right.
Educate.
Education is huge, right?
Richard Hughley says, that what his close the school, open the prison.
So, because there's so many stories of people who had abusive childhoods, who had parents that weren't there. They were neglected all their lives. There's so many stories of, like, the biggest success stories. They're people that had messed up childhoods, right? And obviously it's rare. It's rare. Not all kids that have messed up childhoods end up successful. But if they had the access, like I think it puts something, like if you come up from an early stage in your life with lots of obstacles in your way, and you're able to overcome a lot, and you have to deal with this. You don't have a very difficult life. It puts something in you, I think, that it makes you hungry, right? So I think if those people are hungry and they have access to get educated or to go learn or say, hey, it's not going to cost me, I have to go out and figure out a way to make $100 this week. Am I either going to spend my $100 on food or drugs, or am I going to spend my $100 on getting an education? They're obviously going to choose survival over education. So if those kids had access to some sort of a free education, and we took care of people who didn't have money, who actually wanted to learn and wanted to get better, that would be better for society, right? Because we would have, in the country, we would have less losers. We would have less people that are just leeching off the system. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but also
Because you want to have people that are educated. You want to have that's the goal, as in our community as a country. Like, you want to take care of, you want to think of the country as one community. As unfortunate as it is, we think of people as right and left, Democrat, Republican, whatever. We want it so polarized. If we thought about it as one community, we want to educate our community to make it better. You want people to have the access to the education to get better.
I'll tell you what, before son, maybe daughter too, if they have a father to put their arm around them and say, son, you should study this, you should do this. I encourage you to do that. That's leave that in addition to the choice of whether you can do that or not. You need good parents to make recommendations. And also, you shouldn't put such high standards for college and that sort of stuff to everybody.
Right.
They should put, you know by 7th grade, 8th grade, whether the college will be university material or not. Start them in trade school.
Right.
And our prison system should be only trade school.
Yeah.
Get a young food stamps in there, and they'll say, oh, they give me a run, so okay, you can be an electrician, we need an electrician. Okay. Your son is just to become an electrician. And you get a Class A license to be an electrician, you won't have to go. Well, you see them straighten up, stop taking the drugs, and
right, and that way when they get out, they actually have a path.
Go to work, $30, $50 an hour, whatever. And I mean, it's not fair to the people out there, but if they do a crime, so I just set them there just in a cell.
Right.
You have one teacher that's 20, 30 guys.
Mm-hmm.
And when they pass the test, they can do it. Let them loose. That's their sentence. And we have workers.
And the hardest thing also about the whole prison system is that I've talked about this before, but once you're in the system, it's almost like even once you're out, once you get released, it's almost like you have those shackles on you for life. Because there's things like probation, there's things like restitution. You're always checking in. There's only certain things you can do, certain things you can't do. If you do accidentally slip up once, you're done.
I had 30 years of that. They give me 25 years spectral parole. Anytime you violate it, you will be served all the time. And on top of that, I'm giving you 5,000 hours community service. You can do shelter and shit on the day. And on top of that, you're going to pay all the cost of prostitution. And on top of that, I'm giving you 30 years, what be 5 more years for that. It's just ridiculous.
What year did you get out?
I got that.
Last year you got out. Wow, man. Wow.
That stayed on another 9 months. It was harder than the 18 years in Australia in isolation here for parole violation from 1977 for possession of marijuana. That somebody was activated. They wouldn't let the lawyers talk, and they wouldn't let me out of isolation.
So what happened after you were in that 9 months isolation in Los Angeles?
They let me out. I went home.
You were a free man,
I was on parole, and I didn't know how long I'd be on parole.
but you were at least you were
I
able
was
to go
home
home.
all my life, and the COVID was out, and the parole officers didn't come, and so after a year, they said, we dropped the parole. You're free. I got my passport, I got my driver's license, I got my pilot's license.
Wow.
I'm ready to go.
Wow, man. What an incredible, fascinating story.
So he actually got my pilot's license and went down and into the plane for the day. Had a good time.
So what's your goals now? What's next for Roger Reeves? What's next what's the next chapter for you?
I'm just going to know what's going to take it one day at a time. I'm just happy to be on them.
No more playing roles in marijuana.
No, that's over. I got over the horizon.
Oh, that's incredible. You and your wife, the bond that you guys were able to form, and the way you guys were able to stay together for that long period of time, even though you were gone for 33 years, is so amazing. I've never heard of it. I've never heard of that. I mean, it's rare you hear about the people that didn't go to prison. Yeah. Let alone did have to be isolated for 33 years.
It's just unbelievable.
What is the key? What's the secret?
I mean, she's just a she's lovely. I mean, she's like too good for this earth. I said, what did you tell him, Mario? You're beautiful. She said, I told him.
Yeah.
Well, bless her heart. She waited on me all that time. I tell you, when I came home, there was the same table, around those tables that I had standing in, and there was the same place now that I had left 35 years ago. It was the same field where the same place. I just sit there and cry. It's like, it took me 3 days. I couldn't even look at pictures of her when she was 40, when she was 50, and when she was 60. I was
Yeah.
so,
How did it make you feel?
I would feel sick. Still, I don't know about people pictures. Even though I've done so many years of my life, I was in the goodness there. It just was.
It's like, hey, most Americans can't
They
afford
were
$48
I
for
broke the law and I'm outlaw.
That's why we use canola
But
oil.
I'm
Did you know
not
that?
a criminal.
I saw that.
I'm for goodness
What are
sake.
you doing?
Just got caught up in this and did it.
Like
Yeah. And there were so many people like you too that got caught up in that part of history.
You can pull up almost any port in the world and you can say video and say, I'm going to pay all of you $1 million to haul this load of cocaine. We might get caught. You can sink the ship with young men and women that get out.
So true, man.
It was.
It's so true. Well, Roger, I think we did it. I think we covered pretty much everything. Is there anything that we missed that's important to let know? I can't thank you enough for coming down. A baby deer in Alaska. Mari wants to bring up a baby deer. Oh, what happened with the baby deer in Alaska? We can wrap it up with that story.
Oh, that's just a whole other story itself. We went to might not fit right in now.
It's okay. We can still tell it.
All right,
Let's tell it.
about the baby deer.
Let's tell it. We're gonna wrap it up with the baby deer story.
All right. Maury and I went to Alaska in 1972 and bought a salmon trawler. It was an old sailboat. It was a Bristol Bay deer letter. And somebody put a little gasoline engine in it, I think 38 feet. And we went salmon fishing with our little boy, 5 years old. And we catch those great king salmon and put them in the ice. And we come into Goddard Hot Springs and after the boat in the evening sometimes to go for the hot spring and shower. Oh, it was nice. And sharks would cut the salmon in two on the way up sometimes, and we'd hang the head up and get several takes behind it. And then one day a little boy was crying on the radio that his boat was on fire, that was blowing up his daddy's legs was crooked and blood was coming out of his ears and help. So pretty soon the Coast Guard was flying. I said, we're strong where I was here. And so they toasted the watches. On overturned boat for burned boat. Yeah. And I had the little boys cry on my mind all day. And I was clean, so I went back on the back. And I turned and looked, and there was a bow of a boat coming up. I was almost to hit it. So I ran us out of the crucial and knocked the boat out of gear. And then I saw my mistake. It was not an overturned boat. It was a giant blue whale at the surface of my boat. And he blew his stuff all over. I could have gasped it. That thing was huge. Anyway, I had 4 cables out there, 6,000 pound test each, and he wrapped himself in those things, and we got around him, and he went down, and that back of that boat went backwards faster, like a cork going backwards faster, and it went forward. Jeez. They took all the gear off and all the stuff just bent down, like lifeboat and all that just sprayed. So we was out of business. So he said, let's take a vacation. So we did all the Southeast Alaska, just stuff from one place to the other. And we'd go into some of these bays that were just very seldom visited. And we were looking for glass balls. The Orientals used to have glass balls on their baits. And they didn't have corks, so they would put these glass balls. Some of them got big, some just big, most of them got that big. And they would put fingers on the lips and in the storms and the rock. They lost a lot of them. The Pacific Ocean is 70 million square miles, and those things exist with a mile on the ground. And in the storms of the last day, some of them get caught up behind the brush on the beach. So Mario walked one way and I walked the other. There's always a bunch of bears. And I take a 44 and she takes the rifle. And we walk different places looking for those glass balls. And I came up to a big granite boulder and a tree line. And behind her was a grizzly. And the grizzly, she turned around because she was trying to call. He knocked her down in the surf. And I just said, oh, you rascal. I took my pistol and shot her. He stopped and looked at me, and then he looked at me, looked on my.
Shot the grizzly bear?
No, I just shot him.
Shot Adam?
Yeah, shot him. Get out of here. So I walked and looked at me, and there was a doe laying there, the little slave lapping up. And I looked, I saw her. She was giving birth, and the little nose was sticking out. So I drove her out on the beach, and took out a razor sharp down and I screwed him back. And I cut her open and took the little fawn out. I dried him off and put it down the coop. He had a red, white, bad coat. How big was it? As big as a cat. And long legs. So I put him down my coach and I went down there. What did you shoot? I shot a grizzly. You see that? I said, put your hand down here. I'm not about to put my hand down here. Anyway, she did. The little deer was just beautiful. And we took him and put him on the boat, in the box on the boat. But he wouldn't leave anything, and he wouldn't let me milk. So we said, we're going to die. So we had left our daughter a couple of days with some friends in Sitka, Alaska. And we went back, she met us down at the beach, out on the dock. And when she saw the little deer, she held him, she was 5 years old, and he took her by the ear and started sucking her. Just like it was his mama. So we got a little baby ball. And put some milk in it, put it behind it, and it was running all down her ear and the milk. And he got sick, so we filled him up in milk. Anyway, we took him on there. We had to put burlap on the boat so he could walk around. And we raised him for the next month or so that we was on the boat going on vacation. And so when we got ready to go back to town, I was still on the fire department and folks saying about taking a leave of absence. We had to go back. And what we named the flag after the flag on the table after Marjorie Walton's book, the year of it. And so I bought a big shopping bag with a zipper, and I put flags inside. Now that he's about knee high, and rather funky. So Mari has 2 bottles, and I put him on the plane, put him in the seat on the seat, my feet over him. And halfway down to Seattle, he gets to flying for his bottle. So stewardess comes by. Mari said, "Would you eat these, please?" She said, "Where's the baby?" So I said, "Can I show her?" I said, "Yes." So he opens it, the flag popped his head out. And all of them had to come look at him. Captain, he said, "I'll smuggle everything in that plane. But never do it. Will you let my wife see these things?" We did. So we took him over to Redondo Beach with us. And we got 2 kids. We got where he could just jump 6 or 8 feet high, and we was afraid he hurt our little girl. So we gave him some people up in Napa Valley that had a horseback ski. And he stayed up there. We went to visit. Had a huge racket out there. And unusual in California like that. So we got a call one day that said some dog scared flag, and he jumped that 8-foot fence and he got away. He said, "All right." So the next year we saw an article in the newspaper that a strange deer, and it had a picture of flag was known when some tourists in Angeles National Park. And they took him, and the rangers took him, and took him to Santa Claus Village, where he spent the rest of his life in a pagan city.
Oh my God. One of Santa's reindeer. Wow, what a story that is. Unbelievable. Roger, thank you again.
Thank you.
I appreciate you doing this. Tell people listening and watching where they can find your book.
Find it on Amazon or Kindle.
Smuggler by Roger Reeves. And I'll throw a link in the show notes below.
Okay, good. It's been a real pleasure.
It's my pleasure too, Roger.
I still don't want to. Yeah, no, here comes a 10-round decision. Yeah, I don't believe they use everything. They might have done it once. Yeah. And then they're probably like, all right, it's not working great. It's not great. Oh, man. Is there something up? Yeah. Something's fishy. Way to go. Let's take a break because, all right, folks, this is insane for the first time ever. We got 2 full-blown all-women's boxing mega event going down in New York City. 2 title fights same night. Let's go.
It's a mind game. Life is about mind games. How can I jump in your head, stick you for your soul? That's how you make money. Bro, the more heads you got, the more you school them, the more you gonna eat. You're eating them everywhere. Yo, what's good? What are we doing? What's going on? What's good? Bob, boom, Bob. Yo, why is it taking so long? Why is this deal taking so long? I'm paying cash. What's good? So we're gonna post your bond, 100,000. You're gonna give me 10 grand plus collateral. If you run, I'm sticking you for your collateral. I got my bounty hunters who have more power than the police. They could go into your house without a warrant.
Brian Aponte is back on the podcast. What's up, bro? Yeah, it's been a couple weeks. We got you back. You were a good team on the first podcast. We didn't really open her up like we should have. I feel like we got to do take 2. Being humble attracts a crowd, right? Being ignorant attracts a crowd. Get a little bit closer. What about like Jake Paul and Logan Paul? Those guys know how to make money. All they do is talk shit. You think Jake Paul's gonna be able to knock out Floyd Mayweather or Logan Paul rather? You think he's gonna make that much fucking money? 122 million.
You can talk boxing all day, man. I can't.
No?
That's not reality. It's just like, who can I, Conor McGregor, what is it, 100 million?
I have no idea.
Yeah, he made a lot.
So you got guys that are not really boxers. They're like Andre the Giant.
Yeah.
For what? Come on.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a different game nowadays. They're all trying to just get more followers and they're trying to parlay their social media following. It works though. It works though. It's like because it sells tickets, right? Boxing is all about selling tickets, isn't it? It's all about making money. Who wants to go get knocked out for free? All right. You watch that fight? Did you?
Favorite one is she's just a mess. Like all of us. I'm sorry to say this too, but I don't think she has any love in her life. I don't think she has any kids. I think she.
So what's up, man? What have you been doing? You been making money or what?
Of course, I just been messing with my construction. You know, I see that crypto is like trampoline and stuff. She's Irish, right?
So you own any right now? Did you buy the dip? The dip keeps getting deeper.
Keep buying.
Musk on Saturday Night Live. I'm looking for John DeLucia. I see this dude, man. I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to surgery. Everything is crazy, man. You know what I mean?
He's a fucking weirdo.
But you know what? He's the only guy that I know that's not really buying these companies with what? 500 shares.
I will say, it's true that you see some people and they're like,
How's that Tesla stock treating you?
you see some
It's
kids
like 550 maybe. You know, last year before the after the closure, I think it dropped to 380. So again, it split 5 times, so now it's like 2,500 over last year's price. I guess it's higher.
How much?
On a few, but the thing is, like I told you from the last time, stocks and Bitcoin and all that, that's like a hobby. My thing is real estate. I want to teach people how to make money with real estate. Because what else is there? Cattle, gold, and real estate.
Cattle? Fuck, who makes money on cattle?
She said she was
People have a lot of land in cattle.
great in product.
They make money on cattle? What Texas was a cattle capital?
You know what? And Bill Gates is trying to get rid of cattle.
Still
Says when they fart, it destroys the ozone.
Oh yeah, it's true. I heard that. That's true.
I don't own any cattle, but I see cattle. Cattle, real estate, and gold. That's what I think.
What about trading cards?
Baseball cards, of course. Right? I told you last time. Dr. Newman, he was a good collector. I sold a lot of cards.
Did you?
Yeah, his clubs lived inside. His father used to have the largest Rolls-Royce collection. So when you see Dr. Newman, when you see his collection, look at his father. So he's the largest Rolls-Royce collection.
I was going to just jump on it.
But, you know, the cards is where the money's at. You know, don't get it twisted with new stuff. You want to stick to the old cards. Ty Cobb, Baby, Luke Berry, Joe DiMaggio, Mickey Mouse.
Are you day trading cards or are you holding them long term?
I buy and sell on eBay. I go to the shows. I do what I can. I like to just, I take a lot of my real estate money and just throw it in the cards. Because the real estate is cool and you make money, but the cards.
You buying the NFT cards?
I don't see the value in that. You know, you look at a computer screen, you pay $60.
Some people are making a lot of money on that.
It's like no, I see that.
Yeah.
I try to heavily highly manipulate this product. I just don't see that making money.
Yeah.
I think
that's
but really, like I told you, I like to talk about real estate because everybody in the world is involved in real estate. I know a lot of people who make money on charging thousands of dollars for classes. You know, last time I did a little podcast, and I read the comments, and I appreciate everybody's comments, and I see a couple of negative comments. I just like to touch that. I see one guy was like, hey, look, even if you pay cash, you can't close the house in a day. That's not true. We can touch on stuff like that.
Yeah, we can pull some up.
Yeah, definitely, please. So let me tell you how you buy a house in a day for the amount of money.
Aiden, there's a podcast we did with Brian a couple weeks ago. You can find it. Just Google Brian Podcast Concrete. You'll find it. Pull up the comment on the
Yeah, so basically how you buy a house in one day, a lot of people who deal in real estate are not actually closers, they're pretenders. Because I'll tell you how to real estate.
I love it when you talk to a guy who's really
You have a buyer, pretender, and a borrower. So the borrower has to does that in about so he has to either call a bank or deal with the appraiser. So he can buy a lot.
Well, let's be fair here. Most people are borrowers. Most normal people in the real world have to borrow money from a bank.
Yeah, you're 100% correct, but we're not talking about most people. We're not talking about the sheep.
Well, the people that are watching this are most. You have to understand
Yeah,
people
but
that
I
are
just
watching
school
this.
them in the game how to make money. Okay, the next time I come, I'll bring you the fox and but how you buy a house in one day for the people who don't understand business. Let's pretend that you are a wholesaler and you have a house. And a guy, let's pretend you're next door neighbor.
What's a wholesaler, first of all?
A wholesaler is a guy who's in the business who doesn't want to close. He just wants to assign his contract. So what that means is, let's pretend this phone is a contract. So you have a house for sale. So you want to sell a house for $100,000. He gets the contract, and he gets an inspection period.
Right.
So an inspection period, in other terms, is that then you get a few days or a couple of weeks so I can market your property to sell to a real buyer. So they go to a title company, and the title work starts going. They check for mortgages, they check for liens, and blah, blah, blah. So once the title company tells you, yo, the property's ready to go, so you got a contract for $100,000 to sell. So you want to push it on the street because you don't have any money, but you want to make money because you brought the people. Right. So then you come and you push it around the block, you email blast, and you do whatever you got to do. You push it for 120, 130, whatever you think you can get based on what's worth. So when that doesn't work, they call a guy like me. Hey, Brian, I have something left. I got to close it. Where you closing it? You know, the title company? Send me the title commitment. I look at the title commitment. Boom. All right. Send me the underlying contract. So I look at the underlying contract. I see what they're paying. I see everything. So I go look at it. So in Tampa, Florida, where I live, I know the street of town. So I already know what it's worth before I get there. So you're buying it for $100. I said, cool, I'll give you $110. So it's up to you to sell it to me. So you can make $10,000 and you didn't really do nothing except put up a deposit. So I call the title company and I call Candace, who runs my office. Candace, wire the money, get the title. Boom. So I go in there. I don't even have to go sign. I do DocuSign because I'm a buyer. I'm not a seller. So they don't need a notarized copy. So I buy the house in 2-3 minutes. Then what I do after I close, I give it to one of my team members so I can re-push it. So that is one thing I wanted to see because when I read the comments,
Well, let's look at these comments right here.
So go right in.
I mean, these are positive, man. This man truly understands life and money. You can tell by the way he talks.
One other guy was like, yo, Brian, stop making money. It's all about smelling the roses. I'm 50 years old. I've traveled the whole nation. I've bought, sold it. I've done everything. I've been to NASCAR, World Series, NBA Finals, championship. You name it, I've done it. So at the end of the day, when I wake up at 4:30 in the morning, what am I going to do? Walk my dog? You know what I'm saying? I do it, but at the same time, I want to have fun.
Yeah, but you're addicted to doing this shit. You're like the guy on something you call without it. We talked about last time without saying it. The Gemstones.
But the problem with that movie is it's not realistic, like you spoke about. The reason it's not realistic, he had some gambling debt, and he had millions of dollars scrapped over for scrap the less than 30 seconds at 98%. So that movie makes no sense.
I love how when he got that fucking that big snook delivered to his office, that fish that was full of diamonds, all those rare stones, that one fucking crazy green stone, blood diamond. You ever seen a blood diamond?
When I buy diamonds, I usually go to New York.
Put this thing in like
you know what? Last time I looked like I was like hunchback.
Just sit up straight.
Anyway, so the diamond game is tough because there's more diamonds than people. And the beers company, they all know the diamonds. So it's like a hush-hush game. Yeah. And then most of the diamonds that are retail are trash. Because the best diamond obviously is the FLV color. Flawless color. But the diamond game is tough because you gotta have buyers. And that's a challenge. It's not like real estate. Real estate sells everywhere. Diamond sells to select people.
Yeah, everybody needs it. One thing you can't. Well, I don't know. Diamonds are weird because I don't understand it quite. I don't really understand it because it's the De Beers company. They manipulate it or they somehow control. It's not like the stockpile and they slowly release it.
The thing is, there's the thing called rapping. So it's like a wholesale thing. How with the diamonds, anything over a carat, which is an FL flawed steel that has a high value. And then you have different colors, different colors. So, but the diamond game is like so super exposed, and you got every rapper, movie star in the game trying to like outfloss each other. You even got people putting diamonds in their heads. It's at the point now, it's just like, yeah, I'm not with this anymore. It doesn't make sense. That's why I keep that. I mess with the baseball cards and the real estate. Because the baseball cards are extremely rare, and the real estate is commodity.
The most expensive ones I got from Pittsburgh, right? From the Pirates. That most expensive baseball cards.
Yeah, there's actually one. The reason is because he didn't believe in tobacco, and that's a 206.
Yo, this guy in the comments says, I know a guy, won't mention his name, he uses banks.
Well, a lot of people use banks, but I'm going to tell you the reason why I personally don't use banks. I use owner finance, but I'm going to tell you why I use banks. It's like this. If you look at my track record, right? And you see that I bought thousands of houses, but I bought them in a day and sold them in the same day. I pushed them to hedge funds. It's like this. Let's say I'm buying a house that's worth $200,000. By the time a bank gives me that loan, I already got it sold because I got to go get an appraisal. I got to get a survey. Who has time for that? And if you got money in the bank to copy, who cares? Because you're already trying to repush it. You know what I'm saying? If you're going to buy it and retail it, I mean, those days are over.
You're a different breed, though.
So you have to be a different breed. If you're like everybody else, you're going to get that.
No one can be everybody.
Everybody
Hustling.
Everybody can be a hustler. See, a lot of people hustle different things. Some people hustle fish. They go fishing and pump the fish on the line. Some people hustle retail. You know, they sell cars. Some people hustle fur coats back in the day before, the people started shaking because it's not related to crap. But everything has a dollar trade. Some people hustle drugs. Yeah, I don't get into that. Less money than that. Everybody's going to be But bottom line is, if you want to make money, you have to have a good eye for what's out there. At the same time, you have to know who your client is, and you have to know how to buy. Because like I told you from the rip, you only make money when you only realize when you
So what's the best way? Because right now the real estate market's fucking crazy. You go, if you see a house for sale and you are interested and want to go look at it, the day it goes on the market, there's probably already going to be 10 offers. So how do you get skill when there's so much competition?
Because you have to remember, when it's up for sale, it's already real estate. When it's real estate, it's already retail. And then they're going to shoot the highest and best. And if you're an FHA buyer or if you're a conventional loan buyer, they're going to look at you last. They only want to deal with cash buyers because they want to They don't want to fix it. They don't want to do nothing. But the problem is that if you're in the city limits and you sell your house now, the odds of you moving back are very, very low. Because the houses are going to go up 30 to 50% next year.
Yeah, why? Yeah, definitely.
Well, because you have the liberal communists in office right now. And what they're looking to do is take 1030s on exchanges. So basically, with 1030s on exchanges, let's say you buy an apartment building for $10 million or whatever, and then you re-flip it, and then you take that money and put it into a similar product. They're trying to take that away because they want to eat your money.
Why the explain? I understand what 1031 exchange is. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense for people that are employing ridiculous amounts of people to be able to do that, to roll your profit into new deals without paying tax on it. It makes sense as an incentive for people that are.
Always remember, you're always paying tax no matter what.
Well, no, I know.
I pay hundreds of thousands of dollars a year.
No, yeah, for sure. I completely understand how it works. You're paying a shitload of tax. You're paying tons of payroll taxes for all your employees. When you're running that big of an operation, it makes sense as an incentive to incentivize the people that have the balls to take those risks, to buy those big ass fucking deals. So why would they want to remove that incentive? What is the logic?
I'm personally not a political person, and the reason is because that doesn't make me just call it enemies. There's people on both sides of the fence trying to fight me. But I'll tell you my opinion. The reason they need the money to pay for what they're bad because it's happening. But I'm going to tell you why. My thing is about this, and I'm telling you why the house. And you can take this in. We are in hyperinflation. If you go out to eat, no matter what, you go with your girl, you get a drink, no matter what, you can worst place to take people in. And they want to raise the minimum wage to $15. So you know what they did? So what they did was they started paying $300 a week plus $275. So that's $575 a week. And if you make $15 an hour, it's like $40, it's $600 minus taxes and shit, blah blah blah. So you're making more money to stay at home. So basically, you're forcing a minimum wage hike, right? So now the real estate is a capital gains. When you buy so real estate, you make capital gains. You're not working a job. So if they raise the capital gains and they eliminate 1031 exchanges, nobody who has any brains or cash is going to sell anything. What they're going to do is they're going to build, they're going to rent, they're going to refinance, they're going to take all their equity out, and they're going to rent Airbnb, or they're going to rent to regular Section 8. The Section 8's going to go up. You know, Section 8, you know, where people get paid to live, nothing. So all these rents are going to skyrocket, and the real estate will go up because you have less real estate to sell. That makes sense. Yeah, but that's where the market's at. But you want to be in the city limits. The money is always in the city. There was a guy over here, I just want to see, I live in a $400,000. He doesn't even know where I live because 99% of my assets are on trusts. I just found that funny.
He said what?
Some guy in the comments said I live in a $400,000 house. My funny thing is, how does this guy know where I live? Right. It's irrelevant, but I just found that funny.
You live in a $400,000 house?
I got a 3,000 square foot house on a lake in a good neighborhood.
Keep scrolling.
No, the guy who said that, I want to buy 100 of those for $600. Wait.
Yeah.
I'm a cash buyer. Yeah. Anyway, just wanted to touch on that.
This the type of guy who rips you off and then disrespects you after.
First of all, I don't rip anybody up because I'm going to tell you straight up and down. When I do a deal, I'm not going to call you on the phone. I'm going to look straight in your eyes. I'm going to look at your soul and shake your hand. I'm going to give you the money that you want. It's either this, you want my bread or you want your product. It doesn't matter to me because if you don't want to sell, sell it out, sell to you. And when you want to sell it, go shop around. Because if you give it to a wholesaler, they're going to call me back anyway. I think you need a vodka. I already have about 40. Here, I actually drink Grey Goose. Yeah, why not? Let's get there.
I'm sorry,
Aiden, keep scrolling a little bit.
I got. If you like, this is sparkling water.
Yeah, no, I like this sparkling water.
It's good, right?
It's up there.
Murder your thirst.
Murder.
They got good slogan.
It's always about that catchphrase. All right, anyway, holla at me. What else we got?
Let's see. Wow, what an incredible interview. This man has so much knowledge. I really hope there's part 2 of this interview. Well, today's your lucky day.
Exactly. So basically what I would like to do is I would like you to ask me questions how to school people how to make money.
Okay, listen to this.
In reality, the most important thing about any of this is for people to make money.
Well, check it out. I mean, we gotta make it. We gotta make it for like the average.
Yeah, so what if you don't have the money to put up?
Look at this guy. Let's use him. Let's use him as a testing.
I love this herring game.
How can we?
It has a crab lobster.
Where? Let me see it.
Hands chain.
What's it called? Herringbone.
Herringbone.
Yeah, they stopped making them in the 80s because they were crippled up. And then the hair on your chest would be crippled.
Does it do that to you?
Oh yeah, just caught in the chest hair all the time.
Damn. I don't fuck with chains.
Well, she's basically
I do all
she's a better younger.
They are the best. All right, let's use him for an example. He wants to buy a house. Tell him how he can buy it. So ask me some questions.
You want to buy it to live there? You want to buy it to make money? What are you looking at?
What a fucking beautiful narcissist.
Well, I need to buy somewhere to live for sure, but I'd like to make some money.
All right, so what I suggest is buy a lot.
I can't believe that guy died of cancer. That guy
Let's
right
think
there.
about it. If I'm buying lots in Burlington, I'm making 30-40% on my money. So wouldn't it be better for you to do the same thing?
Don't we have to start from like? First of all, where do you get the money to buy a lot?
Well, my point is, if you have like a job and you can get a loan, but let's pretend you're broke and you're a car, and you're driving a 1989 S1, and you're pushing a lawnmower. Right. So what you need to do is, you need to learn the value of the houses. And how you, I tell everybody, you know how you get in the game? You ever see them signs on the street? You'll pay cash for your house.
Yeah.
Those guys know more about real estate than that. Problem is they ain't got no money. And you know why? They're
Just middleman,
right? Because the middleman knows everything.
right?
He knows the value. He
And
knows
the
the
market.
resale value. He knows. So you need to school him. You need to get in his head. You need to tell him, yo, look, I see your sign. What you got? So he gives you the address. If you don't know the address, so okay, why do you think I should buy it? So you want to eat his brain why you should buy what he got, right? So then you go over there and then you understand. All right, let me look up comps. Let me look at Zillow. Let me see why this is what it is, right? So then when you know what's the deal, when you know the resale value, and you know what it needs to get fixed, you know what to pay. So then you ask him, hey, look, even if you don't have anything for sale, then guess what? I'm selling for 20 years. Where, you know what? My grandmother, she got a house and she wants to give it to me. So now he's shaking because he's dying to rob you. So now he's going to give you this time. So you need to learn from people who know what they're doing. So once you know the hustle, then you can get into it. That's what I would tell you from the book.
Yeah, I like that.
If I'm flipping burgers at Wendy's, and I want to get in the game, I'm gonna call somebody like that.
Yeah, with the little signs on the side of the road.
But I'm saying, yeah, of course. You always holler at me, I'll school you in the game.
Yeah.
But that's what I would. I would try to understand what's happening, how I could get in there, and then I would try to get my credit right. You know what I mean? Because if you're gonna buy, because right now the interest rate's like 3-4%, which is very low. You know what I'm saying? So, and then the bank will lend you money to FHA because they want you to get it. They want people to own houses. So that's what I do.
FHA, they're pushing those hard.
Of course, because they want home ownership.
Right. And what's the deal with FHA? Isn't it the
well, first of all, I don't really deal
inspections?
with that. I don't deal with that.
I know.
I'm saying if you want to get in the game and you ain't got no money, you got to figure out a way to get in the game. It's like anything in life. You got to figure out, if you go to a bar and you see a shorty, a dime piece, how am I gonna hook up with this chick? You got to have some game, right? Because if you ain't got that game, she's gonna bounce to somebody else.
Right. Aren't the inspections for FHAs way stricter?
They are, but at the same time, you have to understand, real estate is going up by the month. Real estate's going up 2-3% a month. So you gotta jump in the game and then figure it out.
So where's it going? When's it gonna crash? That's my question.
Well, I don't think the real estate's gonna crash. I'm gonna tell you why. Because we're in a hyperinflation. We're printing money by the trillions. The United States government cannot afford to pay the debt, so the Federal Reserve is keeping the interest rates very low, close to zero. So that's the reason why people want to own, because the rents are sky high, and it's like people are like sheep. They think, oh my God, my brother bought a crib, he's dead broke. He bought it in 2018. Now he got 100 G's in equity. I'm over here sitting on a 1992 Chevy S10, like I told you before. My girl's doing 3 jobs. I gotta sell my Timex. I'm fucked.
People are like,
my language. I'm done. So you want to get in the game? What other game are you gonna get into?
Right.
So that's what I'm
right, man. You're right.
The real estate is the fastest way to get paid.
Yeah,
Unless you know how to manipulate stocks or Coinbase, and that Coinbase is like so volatile. By the time you go home, you're gonna drink a bottle of Johnny Black because you can't afford the blue. You feel me?
Yeah.
That's just what it is.
Hell yeah. Got me motivated.
No, real estate is the key to your future.
You just gotta get that down payment, baby. That 3% down payment.
Finance. Look, when I try to buy houses, big money shit, like $1 million, $2 million, I try to leverage the buyer. Look, I'm selling a property for $3.8 million. The guy signed a contract to close in 18 months. So what do? I gotta play the game. He wants to stick me for my paper. I gotta make him give me 30, 40, 60 G's a month. To me, on the deposit, I'm making big money on the product, but I could afford to sell it because I don't need the money. But when you deal with people who have houses that are beat up, I'm gonna say another way to get in the game. Let's pretend you driving down the street, see a house, the roof is shot, the grass is high. Try to call the owner. Yo, what's up? You want to sell me this crib? All right, cool. I'll lease option it. This way you can control the asset with little money out of hands. The name of the game of anything in life is to control the asset. Once you control it, you're in charge. And what the fuck's a lease option? No, is that like rent to own? Exactly. So let's pretend I got a house and I don't want to deal with it. I live in Canada or I live in Jersey and I got this house and I don't want to deal with it, right? And I know I paid $150,000 in 2015. And I look at Zillow, 260. Cool, let me see what this guy's talking about. All right, what do you want to give me? 240? All right, cool. I'm thinking I need a roof, I need a kitchen. I gotta drop 100 stacks in this piece. Yeah, why not? Take it. And I'll do a deal with you. I think I'm getting over on you. Like, yo, give me a GMO, deal with it, and you fix it. You do whatever you gotta do. So your job is to figure out how can I wholesale this. So you call the guy on the street, yo, peep this. I got this crib. What will you give me? So he'll give you 220. You tell the owner, yo, I can sign a lease option for like 200. I need help. I got kids. I'm hungry. Sign a lease option. I lease it for 12 months at this price, and I have an assignable. It's very important. This way you can flip the paper to him. So you make 20 G's, you didn't do shit. Now you're rolling. If you got 20 G's in your pocket, now you ever play poker, chip in a chair? That's all you need. When you're in the booth, when you're on deck, whatever you got, as long as you got a little shred of hope with game and knowledge, you're good. You ever see that movie, that TV show? Nah, it's not a mentor, it's about reality. You gotta focus on reality. You know what it is? A lot of people I talk to, Danny, you know what it is? It's like this. Oh, I do this, I do it. Yo, I don't care about excuses, Daddy. I get up at 4 a.m. I'm good and I'm rich, I'm paid. Fuck, I gotta get up at 4. Why? Because I gotta eat. Because if I ain't eating, I'm dumping. Because there's nothing like, you ever see like when somebody's dying of heart attack and you see that flat line? Nothing in reality is flat line. It's either going up or going down. You gotta try to figure out a way to play that middle. East option. And you know how I make a lot of money? Non-qualifying assumable money. Let me school you on this, man. I'm gonna school people on this. They're gonna flip out.
What's it called again?
Non-qualifying assumable money. Okay. So let me tell you how this works. So I bought a property in Tampa, Florida. I'm not gonna give you the address because I could if I want to, but I'll let them holler at me. So I bought a property in January 7th, 2020, pre-COVID. It was 1.8 acres of dirt on our union. It's 2 full years. So I gave the lady 125 G's. I gave 170,000 down. Okay? So I had a non-qualifying assumable mortgage with a 5-year balloon at 3% interest only. Let me tell you what that means. So, when you go get a loan, they want to check your credentials. They want to see where you work. They want to check your credit. They want to see if you could afford the mortgage. So how I do it, let's say I'm buying up Danny, right? Danny, I'm going to buy this house off you for $300,000. Here's 100,000 down. So the 100 G's is ringing bells in their head because you're already studying the seller. The place is junk. They ain't got no money to fix it. They owe back taxes. They're in. They're done. Feel me? And no person can get a retail loan on this dump because they can't afford to fix it. So the only other people that are going to come in are cash crooks. They're going to want to pay her $2 something, right? So I come in and I look at the land. If I can split the dirt and do something else with that dirt, and I got a non-qualifying paper, I'm going to eat on both sides. I'm going to eat in the front and the back. I'm going to eat in the middle too. I'll show you how to do that. So anyway, getting back to it, I give you 100 on 300, right? So you give me, I create a mortgage, and I try to get interest only. Interest only is always the best for short-term flips. Because think about it, you're borrowing 200, yeah, but it's hard to get interest only, bro. Yeah, but I'm not dealing with a bank. I'm dealing with the seller. This is you. You can get interest only. I'm gonna school you for free. I'm gonna tell you how to do it. I'm gonna tell you who to target. But you're acting like I can actually go to the bank and get interest only. Hold on a second. Why do you keep mentioning banks? Why would you ever mention a bank? The person that's lending me the money is the seller.
Oh, the seller's lending you money.
Of course, the seller. Draw it up. Listen to me. The seller.
This seller's broke. He ain't got no money.
Yeah, but I'm already looking at Win2 data. I'm looking to see if they got mortgages. So I'm already working with the seller. You feel me? So if this guy got a piece of garbage that he wants 300 or 400, I'm gonna try to get it where I can put a little money out of my pocket and they give me the mortgage. They become the note holder. The seller becomes the note holder. You understand me now?
I understand.
I have many deals like this. This deal I'm selling, the seller's a note holder. So look, you get the seller to hold the note. And how you do a non-qualifying assumable mortgage is like this.
So wait, hold on. Sorry, I'm retarded.
But I'm gonna school you on it.
I know, but I'm gonna ask this great question.
Ask kindergarten question.
All right, kindergarten question. This may sound dumb, but if it's a non-qualifying assumable loan, so this guy owns this house for $300,000.
He owns it free and clear. The seller has no debt.
What if the seller does have a loan?
But then I have to give him enough down to pay his debt off. I have to understand his debt.
So So if he doesn't have a loan on the house, you're paying him monthly, and he's holding the note.
Exactly. He's my mortgage holder. So with non-qualifying assumable, you want me to tell you why I do that? So if I buy it from you and I want to sell it to him, he doesn't need to qualify for this mortgage because my seller is holding a note for me, and I'm allowed to throw that note on anybody I want. You could be doing a bid in prison. I could give it to you. You could be Mickey Mouse. It don't matter. You're gonna take my mortgage over. You get it? So I'm buying it for you for $300, and I'm giving you 100 G's down. I'm out of pocket like $105,000 because I'm gonna pay net to sell it. Because most of these people, they don't want to pay closing costs. So I'm gonna pay the dock stamps, the title insurance, blah blah blah. Right? The only thing they're gonna pay is the back taxes. So I'm gonna buy the property. So now I'm gonna push it on the bottom. But I already know I'm gonna sell it. Otherwise, I ain't gonna buy it. I already know I can re-dump it to somebody else. Okay. So I step to him. I'm like, no, dude, just give me $375. Give me $175 down. Take over this 200. 3% interest only, amortized over 20 years. If they want to do principal and interest, you want a heavy amortization because you want that payment to be low. So you can rent it or do what you got to do with a little bread out of your pocket. You understand? All right, so then you repush it, you make your money and you lost. That's better than paying cash because now you can leverage your money multiple times. You understand what I'm saying?
Kinda.
Okay, look, you own the house.
No, I get the part where you gave the guy 100, it's worth 300. You got
It's worth 500. I'm giving him 3 because it's a piece of garbage. It needs work. But I already know I can push it to him for 375, and he don't got all the bread because he don't want to go to a hard money lender. Because I told you before, it's hard to make money with hard money because they're gonna hit you with 2-3 points. They're gonna want 12%, and they're gonna want a year balloon. Meanwhile, you can't even get it done in a year. So you need to have control. So I'm gonna get you to give me a loan where you can hold my paper and I can flip it to this dude.
Okay, and how's this dude buying it? Cash?
No, he's gonna give me the 175, 375. My 100 I put down plus another 75. So I just made 75 on 100. And I'm out. Now you deal with it.
And now they're just assuming
he's taking my note. Now he's dealing with her.
Oh, that's
him, whatever.
That's simple, bro.
Exactly. Let me say another way I
Hey, one second. Aiden, is he in frame right now? Okay,
all right, check this. I'm gonna tell you another way I used to make money. I used to buy junkers for let's just say I buy a piece of junk house. You can't do this no more because the market's changed.
Right.
But I used to hold paper too. So I buy this house for 50 G's, right? So I buy it for 50. I sell it to you for 75. I just made 50%, right?
Yeah.
Wrong. Here's why. I bought it for 50. I sold it to him for 75. He gives me 20 G's down, right? So he owes me 55. I'm gonna charge him 5 points. So he's gonna give me another $2,750 for points. So he's gonna owe me $57,500 at 12%. But I only got really 30 G's in this. So he owes me $57,500 on 30 at 12%. So a point a month. So now he's paying me another $575. You understand me so far?
Yeah.
So then I go and sell this first note. I sell his first note to a mortgage buyer. I'm like, yo, he owes me $57,500 at 12%. Give me 55. So I sell it to the mortgage. Now I'm done, and I just made, do the numbers, 55 plus 25 plus, I made 20 some G's basically on nothing because I sold him the crib and I dumped the mortgage.
That's some slick
fucking that's how you gotta do. You gotta know how to push the paper. And also you gotta do is you gotta learn how to buy houses with double lots. Because right now my money's in land. I bought a property the other day for $245,000, 3 acres in Tampa. I got it. I tore the house down. I got an S1 variance to get 60 houses on it, apartments. Now I'm dumping it for 900. I'm in it for 3.
Yeah, some lots though they won't even let you split. I tried buying a lot a couple months ago, and they were saying I was trying because it was huge. I wanted to build 2 houses on it. I'm like, I can build 2 houses on that, triple my money, quadruple my money. Like, I call the county. Nope, not allowed to split it.
You have to understand the future land use, and you have to understand. So look, like I don't really know much about this because I live in Tampa, and everything I do is mostly in Tampa. So they have
There's still some land out there too.
Yes, exactly.
Not over here.
But look, like the Safety Harbor, I'm looking at. This guy's got a motel, 8 floors with a little cottage. He wants 142. I offered him $1 million with 500 down. He's like, nah, I'm with this. All right, but whatever. My point is, if I buy that, I'll get back to what I'm talking about because I know I'm off track. But look, the way to make money is you have to understand how to split the land. Once you buy the land, you split it. And then they have future land use. So let's pretend the highest density is CMU 35. Let's just pretend. The commercial use 35 per acre. So that means every acre you can put 35 doors, right? So there's a big necessity right now for affordable housing because there's so many broke people. The government needs to pay to build. And they got all these tax credits. I was telling the house, this guy right this property, he's gonna get tax credits to pay for it for free. And the guy's like, he's talking about realtor. Why he don't do that? I'm making money. I don't care about all that. I don't want my legacy to my kids. Yo, peep this. Daddy made money because the government paid me. What are you bugging?
What's wrong with that, bro?
Because I'm not with that.
Why?
Because I like to get my money on the grind. You feel me?
So it motivates you.
Of course. I'm not looking for a welfare check.
Yeah.
You ever see that movie with
Fuck
Mickey?
them. Take it.
Nah, I'm not with that. I'm not with that. You know why? Because let's pretend you're on your deathbed. And you got all your peeps with you, right?
Yeah.
Remember we did this? You remember Section 8 paid me? You remember I got a free check? You're gonna look at you do the boss. You's a stunt dummy.
Remember we got that truck check?
But you feel me though? The way I look at it is like this. How can I figure it out? How could I game the game?
Yo, what do you think about Trump?
I love Donald Trump.
Do you?
Of course.
What's your favorite part about him?
He's just ill with it. He tell you what time it is. It's like this, bro. Look, I'm a billionaire because one dude called him a millionaire on CNN like 20 years ago. He sued him. Yo, don't
Shoot him for calling him a fucking millionaire.
That's who I am, Daddy. I'm a billionaire.
That's next
Don't
level.
holler back at me.
I'd like to sue someone, please.
Yeah.
No, but peep this. The reason I like Donald Trump, he don't care. It's like, yo, look, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do it. I don't need your help. I'm not no broke little dog that's gonna whistle to the whistle and all y'all gonna tell me what to do. I'm gonna do me.
Yeah.
You feel me?
He definitely does what he wants.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure when people hear me, oh my God, this guy, this, blah, blah, blah. You think I give a shit what people say about me? Because look, we was in the bail bonds game, and I ain't care what anybody. You know why? Because I'm so freedom. I'm in the real estate game. I'm buying your crib. Daddy, I got bread. Ain't nobody canceling me. Come holler back, Daddy. Cancel me. What you gonna cancel me for? Stacks of bread? Come on, Daddy. Where you at? Feel me? So the reason I love Donald Trump, he tell you what it is. The reason I don't like Joe Biden, because he's the type of dude, here right there, look, he gonna get knocked out real quick. Feel me? He's soft.
My God.
Come on, Daddy, he's soft. What it is you got all these liberal communists trying to eat. Oh, let's see what retard we could toss up in this piece for like a stunt dummy. Like that could, yeah, that's what it is, Daddy, straight up. If you about that money, you about getting bread, bro. Let me tell you something. When I was a little kid, I lived by 3 rules. Don't beg nobody for nothing. Never fear nobody. And number 3, don't ever do anything that you're not gonna. If you say you're gonna do it, do it. And when I look at the world right now, I'm like, oh my God, you don't understand. Like, I can't even have Mother's Day because we can't even have a he or she. You feel me? I'm like, bro, what time is this? It's crazy. I'm not feeling this. But what I am feeling is all the money they're throwing in the economy. Let's just throw paper in here. Bring the paper, Daddy. I'm coming to get you. You feel me? Because think about it like this. If you got 6 dudes in a room, and 5 of them know how to get bread, and one of them is like, yeah, well, he gonna get stuff for his bread. Feel me? Mm-hmm. If you don't know what you're doing, you're gonna get rocked. Straight up.
Bro, how did you become so fucking crazy?
Because I'm an animal, Daddy. I come from the streets of Jersey. I was the oldest.
What was your childhood like?
My father was a garbage man, and he bought and sold anything. You feel me?
Garbage, man.
Exactly. My father was a garbage man, and then my mother worked in a bakery. You know what I'm saying? And then I went to a Catholic school. Why? Who knows? I don't want to be in a Catholic school. I'd rather be on the block busting knuckles. But hey, you know what? That's what they did. And then on top of that, my uncle, my cousin Toby's dad, he was the one who put me on. Feel me?
What did he put you on to?
Like the game, dog. I was 10 years old working in the hardware store. So my father was from Puerto Rico, born in 1949, died when I was 18 years old. My mother.
Your father died when you were 18?
Yes. So my mother, her family came from Germany. So peep this. My mother's grandmother. You could smoke up in this piece?
It's just vape.
Oh, okay, cool. No, I get it. So my mother's family, right? So my mother's grandmother, her husband, and her mother got killed the same day in the concentration camp.
No.
Straight up and down. So they came here in Jersey, or in New York, or Ellis Island, home. So my mother was pregnant. My mother was 16 years old when I was born. My father was 19 years old. Feel me? And my great grandfather, who's my grandmother's second husband, who brought her, he was born in 1895. Petrol Street. I was born in 1970. So this dude's 75 years old, raising me, cleaning candies. You feel me? Growing carrots, cucumbers, and then on my father's family, we got my uncle, my dad. These are like old school dudes. You feel me? From Puerto Rico, fighting roosters over there.
They were doing cockfights?
Yeah, look, I got cock right here.
Well, let me see it.
Oh, you got a flag with a cock.
Hang on, pull it closer to the mic.
Yeah, you feel me? This is old school.
All right.
Yeah, right here, look at these tabs.
Is that? It's a fucking Puerto Rican flag chicken. Hold up.
You know why? I've been chasing paper since the day I was born. This right here, self-made.
Hey, careful of the tripod.
I come from zero. Nobody ever gave me I gave my father that. That was a real ass thing. Straight up and down. Real shit. So my point is, in life, if you want to get it, get it. You know, if you need welfare, some shit like that, you gotta be out. I can't fuck with you. Straight up. There's no way I can fuck with you. Because if you about that loop, you gotta leave. I get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm already hitting through something. Yo, what's good? Where you at? Because if you ain't with me, and you ain't gonna bang with me, I ain't gonna bang with you. I got bread, I got paper, I got the whole nine. Come get it. Holler at me, stick me for what I got. Where you at? In the game of life, if you ain't about that grind, if you ain't with that hustle, you never gonna get it. That's what I told you when I'm with banks. Because when I step to a bank, all right, cool, what you got? Here's my 1031. I mean, here's a 1003. I got the dough, I got the credit, boom. Bro, by the time I'm dealing with this herb that works for the bank, making 60 G's a year, draw it up. He's making a G a week. I spend that in the bar 2 days. If on a bad week, so can't freak with him. So I'm gonna let this herb block determine my destiny. I need to determine my own destiny.
You gotta go get it.
Of course, Daddy. That's what's up. If I can't do me, I don't need him. And then the same thing when I tell you what I do loans. How the hell am I gonna let an appraiser who makes $400 on appraisal determine my business? Well, he don't even know where he at.
You slip the appraiser a little backhanded deal. You slip on a little hundo.
Nah, hell no. I don't do backhand. Yo, straight up.
Hey, if you say, yeah, yo, appraiser, bro.
Straight,
yeah.
Make them shit appraise. Like, I like the way you trying to holler at me. I don't come crooked like that. I don't do nothing to you. Because in reality, if I gave you $1 million, that could phase me at all. I do my shit straight. I don't give nobody. I don't wash pigs. Let pigs do them. Feel me? I don't need to deal with them.
Pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered.
Yeah, you down with Scarface, but you feel me? I'm not with that. Here's how I am. I school you on the deal. I'm gonna look you right in your throat. Daddy, I suck your soul out. Where you at? Feel me? Either you with me or against me. Because I guarantee you, if you ain't gonna flip me your stizzy, I'm gonna come get you. Because I'm gonna see who you gonna sell it to. I'm gonna look up on public records what you owe, who you with. I'm gonna get you in there. You feel me? Because that's what it is. Because I don't need to do something. I don't need nothing from nobody. I'm already paid. I do this shit for fun. You want me to get crazy, Daddy? Let's get there. What's the smoking Newport up in this piece?
I know.
I'll pay the rent. Where you at?
It was the guy up on the roof.
The guy on the roof, I pay him rent.
That peeked out with the blower.
Yeah, we can buy this motherfucker. Let's call him right now.
I like that dude. Aiden, I like that couch, Daddy. Where you at?
Aiden, turn that
we picked that up
Bluetooth.
at
There's a
the antique
Bluetooth
store.
channel on there.
Well, why can't we smoke the stove up in this house?
That's what I've been saying.
There's a slider that has a Bluetooth logo on top. It's one of the fucking volume sliders. Oh, you see it?
Yo, I like your man though, trying to catch me slipping.
He's trying to see what you got going on.
Day of my life.
He thinks you got something on the back end going on. Like it's too good to be true.
I deal with real social.
No, you can tell you're hustling for it.
I deal with my barber. It was barber something. Yo, my son is older than me. My son owns more real estate than I do.
How old's your son?
28 years old. I deal with my wife owns a real estate type of shit. I don't even close there. Because she's too legit to quit. Feel me?
Mm-hmm.
I got my other daughter, Bessie, got 2 kids.
Just like get like straight on with that mic. Like just hit like straight on like this. This way more?
Bro, every time I holler at
Right
this
there,
dude,
right there, right
it's like, yo, I feel like
You should give the guests this mic where they can.
and I'm cool, B, I'm cool. Just keep hollering at me.
All right, we're gonna call. Put your headphones on. We're gonna call the owner of this building right now. You're gonna try to buy the building.
God, I hope you buy it. We can smoke the Newports in here.
Oh no, he won't let us fucking smoke cigarettes. He won't let us smoke weed. He won't let us smoke nothing in here, bro.
I smoked outside. They complained about it the next day.
I got properties in Florida, Tampa. Can you hear? I won't even charge you rent.
Really?
Why not?
Now we're talking.
Yeah.
How much is your rent?
Yo, Forrest.
Yeah.
You're live.
Would you ever consider selling this building?
Yeah, probably. For the right price.
Oh, he always would.
For the right price. All right, I got my boy Brian here. He's a real estate hustler. He wants to talk to you about a deal.
Forrest, what's up, brother? How are you doing? What else?
Forrest.
Hey.
Hey, what's up? We're talking to Brian, bro. He wants to talk to you about real estate.
So, Forrest, I'm over here doing a live interview with your man, Danny. Good people.
We're not really live. This is a Patreon.
Oh, whatever it is. You know what I mean? So he told me you own this property, and I see the dude, he got a pack of cigarettes, and I want to say, yo, the landlord won't let me do it. So I buy and sell real estate. So I'm like, word, can I buy this property? So he say, I'm going to put you on the phone with the owner. I'm like, all right, cool. So tell me your situation. Are you looking to sell or not really?
No, not really.
All right. But you would sell at the right number.
Everybody would sell at the right number.
Do you own a lot of real estate, or this is like one of your own things you do?
No, just that.
All right, cool. So let me ask you this. How much does this property bring in monthly in rent?
I mean, I don't like to share all the details, you know what I mean?
All right, so
Forrest, we'll make sure that this part is blocked off, and no one will be able to hear it. I'll bleep out the sensitive information.
So how many square foot is this building?
5,000.
And how big is the lot?
I think it's a half acre.
All right, so it's like 22,000 square feet. So on a cash deal, what would you look at for something like this?
What's that?
Let's pretend I wanted to buy it for cash. What would you sell it for?
Probably $1 million.
1 million?
Yeah.
All right. So let me
Why
ask
do you sound so sad right now?
I'm just tired.
So what is it that you did today that you're tired?
I was fixing the roof of my.
So, hey,
He was up fixing the roof.
No, but my son owns a roofing company called Roof Doc. He can maybe help you fix that. But anyway, real quick, would you do any owner finance or just straight cash?
What's that?
Would you consider owner financing or straight cash only?
Straight cash only.
All right. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna talk to Danny. I'm gonna get the address. I'm gonna look it up, and maybe we could do a deal here.
All right, I have to think about it, but that would be my number probably.
Would you pay $1 million for this place?
Well, I don't even know the area. I don't know nothing about it. I'm just gonna figure it out when I get out of here. So let me ask you this. So,
We'll follow back on the next podcast.
so no, hold up. So
Hey, I want a commission, bro. If you sell this bitch for $1 million, I want at least 10 grand.
It's only 1%. Anyway,
We'll discuss all this later behind closed doors.
all right, brother. Listen, it was a pleasure talking to you.
All right, we'll talk to
All
you
right, be
soon.
easy, peace.
What do you think? He's a pussy. He doesn't like to talk. He's not a real hustler.
So anyway, I just wanted to smoke shit. Man, talk to you. What else is good?
Not much, bro. Not much. I'm learning about real estate with you, bro.
Let me tell you. Have you ever played?
I want to learn more about your childhood, though. I want to understand what's going on in that head of yours. How'd you turn out this way?
How am I?
You're fucking wild, man. You're a wild boy.
Just this. When you go to school, college, job, they train you how to serve the master. You feel me? Yeah. When you control your own destiny, you are the master. There ain't nobody gonna serve you. You understand?
There's no one like you anymore, bro.
Everybody I rock with is like me. You get it? So look, you have to understand. You gotta jump into the people. It's like this. Look, I could teach you everything you know, but I'll never teach you everything I know. Get it? Then at the same time, if I deal with you and your man, I'm a rock on the way you say. I'm never gonna put you on my level. Because if I put you on my level, you probably can't freak with it, and then we can't play. Get it? Everything is a game.
What do you mean I can't freak with it?
It's like this, look. What I mean by that, let's pretend I'm trying to do whatever I gotta do with you. I'm gonna look at you as like, what can I get from this dude that I wouldn't even want to deal with? Because if I can't conquer what I'm looking for, I have no use for you. Get it? So if I put you in my field, there's like a million things I do. So if you don't know how to, if I can't give you the football and run with it, you're gonna fumble. We're gonna lose. So my point is, I gotta break you down and then pick you up and understand what you got to offer. If you got something to offer me, I'm gonna get it. If you ain't got shit to offer me, I'm gonna pass you off, and I'm gonna look at your crew. And I'm gonna look them all. I'm gonna try to suck everybody's soul. What can you get? What can I get from him? What can I get from him? And how many other motherfuckers you got in your clique that I can school? Because if I can't get nothing from you, you ain't got no value to me. But the good thing is, I don't really think I need nothing from you except exposure. The only reason I'm coming here is because I got no social media page, nothing, zero garbage. And I'm seeing little stuff numbers getting paid. So I'm feeling yo, what's up, man? How do we get paid? How do we get paid? By schooling these people how to get paid.
You think you could sell some courses or something to some people?
I don't want to sell a course.
Why not? You
Only
make some good
thieves,
money, bro.
sell
Grant Cardone, you ever heard of him? He's the biggest thief in Florida.
Grant Cardone, he pushes businesses. He's a dream seller. The thing is, look.
You see this fucking jet, bitch? $1 million a day, nothing to me. Scientology.
Then if I gotta charge you to show you what I got, then I ain't worth nothing. I'm gonna show you for free so you can make me go. Get it? It's like this. Let me give you an example. If I know you can make me money 10 times, and you can make me 10 G's 10 times to start, and you can make me 10 G's, and because we're gonna do like a pyramid. You're gonna bring people, we're gonna eat off everybody off my bread.
Pyramid, an MLM?
It's like this. Look, let me give you an example. Everybody's a client. Every single person is a client. When you deal with real estate, everybody's a client. It's like this. Look.
Yeah.
You know your mother, your father, your brother, your sister, your cousin, your girl, the girl you're fucking, her sister, whatever. You know everybody, right? No, yeah. You know everybody.
Yeah.
How can we get what they got to make us money while they're making money? Everybody's happy, right? You get it? You understand the game? Yeah. Or you don't feel me? You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got it.
All right, look. Here's what I'm
How
saying.
am I gonna make money off my girl's husband?
Because if she has a house that her mother left her and she ain't got nothing in it, and she can't afford the payments, she can't afford the taxes, she can't afford the rehab, daddy gonna come in and comp her set, and I'm gonna pay you. You feel me? So everybody eats. But if I gotta charge you to school you, so basically I'm selling you a class that ain't got no value. So because I got no confidence in my ability, because I gotta rip you off. If I gotta rip you off, what value do I got?
So everybody you meet out in the world
has a value.
Of course. The first thing when you look into somebody's eyes, you're trying to figure out how you can.
Now, the first thing I look in your eyes is to see if you got heart, see if you can freak with me, see where you're at mentally, physically. Dominating. How can I dominate you mentally to fuck with me on my feet? Get it?
How you can make money, how you can leverage these people.
Why wouldn't you?
Because what else am I gonna do? Play two set with them? Honestly, I don't care what you do. What you do in your regular life has no value to me. How am I gonna eat what you do? I could only eat if we could get loot. If I can't get bread, I'm not with you.
When we were at when I met you at that bar,
when that lady was talking crazy at me,
imagine
I already got a contract. But that chick right there,
the first thing you said to her, she was a real estate lady, you could tell, and the first thing you said to her was like, "Listen, what deals do you got that I could buy from you right now?" And she was like, "Be honest, probably." She was trying to make small talk with you, and then you're like, "Listen, I don't want to make small talk. Tell me what deals I could buy from you right now. Give me the address."
Getting right to the point.
Yeah, of course. You know what it is? Let me tell you another thing I learned in my lifetime. And I've been doing deals since I was 5 years old. You can ask anybody who knows me. Shoot CeeLo, play dice, play spades, poker, push, whatever, comic books, baseball cards, you name it. The point is this. If you step to me and your game is whack, you ain't got nothing off of me, the fuck I gotta deal with you for? You know what I mean? Unless I could clean you up and show you how to get it. I could school people how to get it with next. I like to deal with broke people about it. Of course, because it's why I can say
right?
Of course, because if you got mad bread, what you gonna do? Try to bang with me mentally?
Right. You're trying to
I'll bang with anybody. You feel me? What you gonna tell me? Oh, I do this, I do that. I don't give a fuck what you do. What you eat don't make me shit. How we getting it? Because most people who get it, they're shook because they're scared. Second, they don't want to share the bread because they're greedy and they don't know to get. Because, like I told you from day one, if you don't know what bad is, you never know what good is. Wait, here's what I'm gonna tell you. Right, here's what that means. Let's pretend, like I told you from the rip. Let's pretend your father is worth $100 million. You went to private schools. You went to school in limousines. Everything that you did was force fed to you to get bread, right? Your dad cuts you up, gives you $1 million, throws you in a crib. Boom. Now in your head, oh my God, I could only buy a 3 1/4 Beamer. I could only afford this crib. Shit, I only got 800 stacks left. You think you're hit? Bro, because you don't know what the bricks are about. You never ate out of a bag. You never had to knuckle up for $5. You never had to walk this year the block because you got your shell-headed Adidas on and they trying to stick you. You never go to, you from Catholic school or public school. The first day you get there, dude look at you. Yo, daddy, I'm gonna stick you for your chain. Get him in the head real quick. Immediately. Come get me now. So the point is, if you've never done bad, you don't know what bad is. So the point is, I like to deal with people who've done bad. Because they're gonna get it. Because they have the knowledge how to survive. Survival is the key to getting bread. Straight up, bro. You never noticed that?
No, I totally noticed it, bro. The most successful people I know came up.
Of course, that's what I'm telling you. If you don't know what bad is, you can never know. Because you're always comparing this to the next dude. I'm not going to compare myself to Kanye West. Hell no. I ain't spitting on no mic. I'm not selling no shoes. I'm making money on the grind for nothing. I'm creating miracles at a bust. You feel me? So every day when I get up in the morning, I'm like, bro, I'm gonna call everybody in my camp to see what we got rocking. Because I'm gonna push you. Even though you cash a check for 100 G's, who cares? Get up, daddy. What you doing? You gotta be hungry, because if you ain't starving, I don't want to fuck with you. Because how the fuck am I hungry and I'm good, and you got a little paper, but you ain't good? You no good to me. You're trash. So you gotta be constantly starving. To the dude that told me, wake up and smell the roses. Daddy, I own rose gardens. I used to own nursery. I owned it all. I done it, did it. Beat me, look me up. The point is, that's boring. It's whack. What am I going to say? Hey, I got 5 more. I'm going to get 500 pounds. I'm going to go eat some caviar. For what? Let's get bread. Let's get real dough. Let's make a legacy. Let people talk about you. You feel me? When you hit the block, who you know to do this? That dude right there? Yeah. That's what it's about. It's about your legacy. When you're on the deathbed, you got stories for days. When you got stories for days with 100 motherfuckers, you good. Remember we did this shit, boom, 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 boom. Everybody could spit a story. You know why? Because you done did it.
You knew you were going to die.
What would I do?
What did you do all day tomorrow?
I'll call everybody I know. Look, I'm liquidating everything for free. I don't know. Hurry up. My kids, my girl, my mother, boom, this is what they getting. Everybody else got to come, and we're going to bang. And I'm going to look at you. I'm going to say, oh, he's good at this. You test, come get me. You good at banging, let's get this. You good at pinball? Pinball. Whatever you do, bang with me. Because you got to remember, man, I came out fighting, swinging. I'm not going to be like, oh, my God, I'm done. We've been done. Every day we closer to being done.
Yeah, but what's your favorite thing? What do you enjoy doing? Like, what would you spend the day doing? I mean, you would just spend the day liquidating all your assets, giving people money?
For free.
You just give people your assets?
Of course, because what does it really matter at the end? You're dead. Who cares? Because my kids are going to get bread regardless. My son got more money than me. He's 28 years old. He's iller than me. You feel me? My daughter got 2 little kids. She's good. She gets bread. I got a 10-year-old 12. My girl, my wife, she's good. They're all good. Because if you ain't good, I'm not with you. I'm not fucking with no bums. You feel me? Because I'm going to make you better. Because if I can't make you better, I fail.
And that's a good legacy.
Exactly. You feel me? If I'm freaking with you right now, you're like bobbing your head like you blunted. Because you already know, oh my gosh, I got to holler at this dude about blah, blah, blah. Right now, you don't even know what to talk about. Because you're like, oh, you're mesmerized. Because you already know, ain't nobody fucking with me. Because I'm on some other shit. I don't care. You feel me? I will bang with anybody on any topic. Because if I get schooled, that's cool. When I was in school, I remember like in 4th grade, we were talking about provinces in Canada. Brian, how do you spell Nova Scotia? Shit, N-O-V-A-S-C-O-T-I. No, you're wrong. Oh shit, why? Because capital N-O-V-A, capital S. So I remember that shit. I remember in the 3rd grade, The demonstrative pronouns, this, that, these, and those. I don't give a fuck about that. I remember because I got it wrong. When you get shit wrong, you remember. Because if you don't remember your mistakes, you're going to make the same mistake twice, and then you're going to get you. They're going to stick you. Get it?
Yeah, bro, you learn from the mistakes, you learn from the fuck ups.
Of course, I've made so many mistakes in the real estate hustle. I love it. I embrace it. Because I remember who got me.
So we're gonna charge you
Got me.
7%.
Oh, he gonna get got. Get it?
Mm-hmm.
I'm coming. Yo, Daddy, it's good. Come here. You got me. Come get me back.
A lot of money. We have 60 grand.
That's intense. I like the energy.
Bro,
I love it.
bro, reality is, look, you can never be comfortable. Look, if you know anything about sports?
I know everything about sports.
What's your favorite sport?
Basketball.
Who's your favorite player of all time?
LeBron James.
LeBron James. What does he say? He chasing Michael Jordan. He wanted to be the best ever. Even though he got the rings, even though he got the records, the minutes played. Oh, he chasing. Why? Because he's not settling. You get it? He was from the Cavs to the Miami to the Cavs to LA. Kobe died. They shitting on him because Kobe got millions. And he's like, oh shit, Jordan never lost. It's like, oh my God, LeBron. No, LeBron, he ain't gonna get it there until everybody recognizes it. What other sport you like?
Golf.
Golf. Well, who's your favorite golfer?
John Daly.
Hit the ball 400 yards. Big fat
Crazy
Yo,
motherfucker.
in San Francisco, California.
Oh shit.
Yo,
Careful.
Right,
Hey, is that still good? Is that still good?
Good.
Is the camera good? My camera. He just hit my camera. Oh shit.
All right, so tell me when you're ready. So John Daly, right?
Are we good?
Good. So John Daly, I'm at the Cow Palace in San Francisco in 1996. I see you guys selling baseball cards. He got a Rolex Prezi with a red face. You can look it up on Sports Illustrated. It was John Daly. Joe, I had to buy that watch.
Stop it, bro.
Of course, I swear to God, stretch like a motherfucker.
You still have it?
No, I push it. I push everything.
Oh, man.
The watches I keep are shit I like. I got like 10 watches. That's it. Because I need to buy and sell. I gotta feed the excitement. If I don't feed the excitement, I'm not doing
You
it.
know that motherfucker drinks like 28 Diet Cokes a day?
John Daly was the illest.
He's an animal,
Okay,
a gambling animal
give me
too.
another sport.
He's a gambling fiend, bro.
Another sport.
Football.
Who's your favorite player?
My favorite football player of all time? Marshawn Lynch.
Beast Mode went to Buffalo. He went to Seattle. He should have ran the ball. They could have beat Brady and Russell Wilson had a second rate.
God damn, this is an encyclopedia.
Okay, give me the next sport. Give me another player. Any player you got. Any sport, any player.
Any sport, any player?
Baseball. You know that baseball?
I don't know shit about baseball.
You like
Oh
baseball?
yeah, I like who's the fucking baseball guy who used to fight everybody? Nolan Ryan. I like him.
Bro, he came up in 1968. His rookie card got Jerry Kuzman on it. 1968 tops, card number 177. He was clocked at 100.8 miles an hour. Bro, imagine this. He threw 7 no-hitters, never won a Cy Young, 324 wins, most strikeouts of all time. The illest. So his name is Lynn Nolan Ryan. Holy
Mario Lemieux, Pittsburgh Penguins.
Oh, come on. Mario Lemieux had Hodgkin's disease. He was making so much money that the Pittsburgh Penguins were going to give him the team.
He bought the team.
Besides Gretzky, he was the illest player of all time. He
I
had
agree.
Kevin Stevens and Jaromir Jagr to win rings.
Yep.
Who else?
Yammer Yager.
Who else? Who else?
Let's go. Fuck, I don't know. I can't stump you now.
I don't
Troy
even-
Polamalu.
Oh, come on.
We already talked
UFC
about
the
that.
hair. Come on, Daddy. He played for Pittsburgh. They won in Tampa when they beat the Arizona Cardinals. Bro, safety, the illest. He just
The
ran the
illest.
field. Who else?
Kelly Slater.
Oh, you talking about Saved by the Bell?
No, pro surfer.
No, fuck that.
he was.
No, I don't freak with that.
You don't freak with surfing?
Nah, not really. I see that one movie where the chick lost her hands. But that's
Careful
not
with the,
like, you know what? No, but hold on, surfing. What about Jeff Spicoli? Last times that Richard.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
What about Keanu Reeves?
This is true.
But anyway, the whole point is, you got to be well versed. You got to know a little bit about everything. You got to be able to hold the conversation.
What about Steph Curry?
Like, come on, the illest three-point shooter of all time. Bro, the reason he decided.
Did you watch the game last night?
I remember the first quarter, he did some shot that was ill will. But I'm not really, I don't really freak with basketball. I'm a Knicks fan, and the Knicks back in the day. Like, I followed the Knicks when they had Patrick Ewing, Charles Oakley, Mark Bro, the ill squad. You come down the middle, you're going to get trapped.
Yeah.
So, like, since basketball.
Who's better, LeBron or Jordan? Greatest of all time. Who's the GOAT? LeBron
I
or
gotta
Jordan?
go. To me, the best is not even another goat.
Who's the best?
The best of all time, Will Chamberlain.
Wilt is still?
Oh yeah.
Still look him up.
He fucked more bitches than anybody.
That's what I heard.
100-point
Like, the
game.
whole point is that, yeah, we played with Syracuse at 100 points. But the point is, when you look, and then you look at rings, look at Bill Russell.
Right.
He got
Bill
11
Russell.
rings. But Jordan got to be better. He has to be better than LeBron because he played in a better talent pool. You know what I'm saying? When you look at the talent, and he never
Probably
lost
debatable.
What? He never had to play the Golden State Warriors, though.
Yeah, people draw it up. He had a
With
big
KD?
No, I get it. But they lost to KD twice, though. LeBron lost to KD twice. So Jordan was 6-0. And then he took a 2-year hiatus. They won 3, lost 2.
Come play baseball.
Yeah, the point is, I can't really say anybody's better than Jordan since '85 because he's undefeated in championships, and the whole world knows Jordan. Jordan is a brand beyond a brand. It's like this, you know. Jay-Z was like, "I'm not a businessman. I am the business." You know? So basically, Jordan is the game. Jordan is the hustler. He's the game. Right? But let's get back to real estate because that's my game. That's my hustle.
Real estate.
What else we gonna holler about?
I don't know. I'm ready to go buy something and sell it right now.
What about-
up in this place?
Oh man, I'm fucking ready.
What about cars? Like, what's your most expensive? I think I asked you last time. But like, I want to know.
I got Jordan 10s, 86 Flair. I got Mickey Mantle rookies, 51 Bowman. I got Willie Mays rookies. I got Ty Cobb's 206 greenbacks. I got Goldback Ty Cobb's. I got Walter Johnson's. I got Christine Matthewson's. I got
You got any with you?
I'm bringing
What about Pokemon cards?
Nah,
You don't know?
that's not my thing.
Bro,
That's not my thing.
some people make millions on Pokemon
Yeah, I
cards.
can understand there's money in that game. That's just not my hustle.
What about the sneaker game?
Yeah, my boy, bro, the illest speaker man in the whole country. Let me tell you a little story about my man, J.C. Lopez.
JC Lopez. What's the other one?
J.C. Lopez is the illest motherfucker ever. I'm telling you. This guy's from Jersey. He owns a sneaker store called Urban Necessity. Yeah, he's from the side. So this kid grew up from shit. They dropped him off in Vegas. My cousin told me he didn't even have money for food. This guy had a dream, and he's like, yo, no matter what, I'm going to get it. Now, he's the illest, bro. Honestly, and I'm going to tell you why I know him. He came here like 6-7 years ago. Right? So he grew up with my cousin, Candace, who runs my company. My cousin Paco, her twin brother, and my cousin Anthony, right? And my cousin Toby, right? They all grew up. Toby owned the bail bonds. JC worked for him, and he grew up with my other cousin. Boom. He comes here one day. And they're like, yo, let's watch it. So I'm like, where you at? So I'm thinking, yo, I gotta eat this thing. I get like 4 or 5 hours. I'm not. Let's go to the upstairs to the buffet. They got good shit. I don't care. You know what I mean? Food don't matter to me. I eat to live. I don't live to eat. Get it? So he's like, bro, I need a steakhouse. Boom. I'm like, all right, whatever. And he's like, bro, you remember one time you told me that they ain't money in this shit? I'm like, I don't remember. You told me, that's why I'm crying. You know, when he told me that, I wanted to cry. Now when I go see him, sitting all night, the illest sneakers of all time. That's my story on sneakers. And I got a couple friends of mine here, they own sneaker stores. I got involved with them. It's a hard hustle. It's not really my gig. When I figured out what work I had to do, I had to work. It's just too much work.
It's a lot of work.
Any game that has a lot of work to do, and you don't get big throws out of closing,
Yeah. You're going big.
Yeah, it's like just go big or go home.
What do you want to get to? Like, what's your
You got a goal?
ultimate goal in real estate? Like, you want to be doing what you're doing now?
When do you retire?
Don't you want to fucking sit back and just be like telling this guy, yeah,
To
I
be honest
want
with
to
you, my
sell
goals
this shit.
change by the minute. So sometimes it's like, bro, you know, I want to do this, I want to do that. But in reality, what I realized was,
What is your ultimate fucking, like, the most, in the perfect world, like, what is the perfect day look like for you? Like, if you could do whatever the fuck you wanted and money didn't matter.
if I tell you this, I know you're gonna say yes. My ultimate goal is to bet everything I'm black in it, bro. Let's say I lose it all.
Oh,
come
yeah.
right back. Be dead broke.
And do it again.
I got underwears. I got a BBD T-shirt, and I got a pair of chancletas.
I don't know how people say that, though.
Because the grind is the
grind,
thrill.
Daddy. You want to have the because look, what am I gonna tell you? I want to buy the Taj Mahal and have golden condoms. Who gives a fuck about that? That's like you cashed in your chips. You sold the dream.
Yeah.
You're out the box.
Yeah.
You're not interested in that.
Hell no.
Hell no.
That's whack.
A lot of people that chase the money spend a lot of time like grinding and trying to climb the ladder over a long period of time, chasing money forever. And when they eventually make it, they feel like when they get to the top, when they get to the top of the mountain, when they've achieved what they thought was their goal, when they earn their first couple of million, they finally be like, okay, wow, I finally got more money than I ever thought I would have, and this is nowhere near what I thought it would be. It's not what it was made out to be. It's not. I'm at the top, the quote top, but it's.
So I'm gonna put it to you like this. So you remember Nas came out with Illmatic in '93? He had 5 mics on the Source. In one of the songs, he was like, "Yo, I want 100 G's in a link." That was his goal. $100,000 in a link. Makes that just walking in the room. The point is, your goals change as the days change. You see a goal, it's like, bro, I want that. But in reality, monetary value has no value. The only thing that really has value is your memories. Fuck a monetary, fuck money, fuck bread, fuck the dream. It's about what you can remember, who you roll with, what can you talk about, how I can school you to get it. You that broke, you want to get it. How can I make you better? Like my barber, D Barber, ill motherfucker, came out the block with nothing, got mad kids, illest barber in town. And all he wants to do is help everybody. Why? Because when you are that dude, and when you know what time it is, helping somebody get it, and knowing that you got them there, it has more value than money. Because think about, we're going to eat steaks at Post and over there. Where am I going? Monte Carlo? Like what time? Like straight up and down. Where you going?
Yeah, bro. There's a really good feeling giving to people and giving shit away. To somebody else.
No, it's not like that. Bill Gates just throw money in the trash. It's like this, trying to get it. Let me school you how to get it. Let me show you how to get it. Wake up like Pete did. Remember he had that show? Go get me some. Go to Knickerbocker Avenue and get me a pastrami. Walk. Hey, why am I gonna walk? Why? Because you gotta see if you're dedicated. Remember last time I told you when I came here, I was a janitor at Brandon High School. Walked 4 miles to work for $6 an hour. Why? Because you gotta get it. You have to understand how bad you need it, how bad you want it, what you're willing to do. You have to grind mentally with the next motherfucker that's nastier than you. Get it? And I'm because if this dude wants my money, I gotta bang with him physically or mentally. And I'm not gonna lose too many mental battles. So now I gotta fight.
You know how to fight?
Not really no more. I'm an old school dude. I'm in the boxing 2 days a week. What do I need to fight for? I'm gonna catch a hit and go sue me. I'm not beat for that. This is not the old days when we could knuckle up and shake hands later. We're not with that no more. We are lawsuits now.
Yeah, everybody's fucking suing now.
Bro, this game has changed. The world has changed. Everybody like trying to get it. I'm telling you, Daddy, the way to get this bread is to show people how to make money. How can we get a daisy chain? Because if you bring, let me tell you how it is. Let's say you bring me 30 heads, right?
30 heads of what?
30 people. You bring me 30 people. Feel me? We talk about head. What does that mean?
Jesus. Like heads of cabbage, heads of.
I'm talking about 30 heads, dog. 30 people. And I school, I put them in the room. Look, this is how we're going to get it. This is how we're going to do it. You're going to holler at my man, and I'm going to school him so he can school you. Then you're going to call me on the deal. It's like a big. You remember that movie where like in a basement, what was it called? Damn, and there's like they're selling penny stocks.
Wolf of Wall Street?
No, before that, whatever.
Boiler Room?
Boiler Room.
Yeah.
It's like this, but instead of selling dreams, we're selling reality. Because I'm not trying to rob nobody. I'm trying to stick them for their crib at the right number. No, straight up, you feel me? Look, does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. It
no,
just sounds a little rough.
Straight up, yeah, because I'm telling you what time it is. Because look, if you,
it's
honest. 1968.
It's as honest as it gets.
If you go into your crib and you see a 1970s couch, where the fuck is that chick from? What was the name of that
I got that motherfucker for free.
No, I get it, but I'm saying you got family wood on the floors.
How many bitches do you think been fucking that couch?
100 in this. The
better question is how many chicks you smashed
in 9 euro.
And who cares? It has no value. So the point is, like I told you, the memory. But reality is, you gotta school people in the hustle game, and you gotta put them so we can get bread. That's the name of the game. But do it for free so you can eat. Everybody eats. Everybody has. Once you start charging for classes, you already start spending. Because if you pay me, I got no faith in you.
So what's your goal? What's your goal for getting in the online game? Why do you want to create a following online? Why do you want to be on social media?
Because you know what it is? I know a lot of people. I deal with a lot of people, and I feel guilty. I'm not spitting my game to everybody. I want everybody to know what time it is with me. I want everybody to bang when you question me. Give me the dirtiest question. Give me the knack. If you, straight up, if you give me a nice comment, I love.
You know who Joey Diaz is?
Joey Diaz?
Holy fuck. Aiden, pull up a video of Joey Diaz.
You probably grew up next to him. You actually do.
Where's he from?
I think you know this.
I think
he's from Jersey.
Where at?
Comedian.
I'm not sure. We're about to show you, bro.
You'll-
Put it up.
I think you and this guy would really get along.
Oh yeah.
You're right up your alley. He's big. He does a lot of coke. He smokes a lot of weed.
Yeah, but I'm not
Used
with
to.
Funny.
Yeah,
Used to.
Who's not with
No.
coke? Everybody does coke,
I
bro.
don't fuck with
He
coke.
just tells stories. He don't do none of that stuff
He
anymore.
said I don't do cocaine because I'm not trying to have a heart attack. I got natural energy.
Yeah, you got
Feel me?
plenty.
And I don't like to smoke weed because I get fatter and hungry. You feel me? I'm not
Yeah,
saying I
that
never
guy.
smoke weed.
Click on his channel. Let's find a video.
You gotta find his
Click on videos.
put on his clips from like Joe Rogan.
Was he like 100?
No, bro. He's like in his 50s, late 50s, maybe. Find one of his videos where he's talking to his phone. What's his fucking thing called? Where every morning,
Just go to Joey Diaz like highlights. Well, highlights.
type in highlights after his name.
Yo, you think we're boring people in here?
I don't know, bro. That's okay. That's okay.
Yo, it's right up the stove, dog.
I mean, that was me.
Is this an airport?
Nah, bro. I'll get kicked out.
Yeah,
That's what I'm fucking.
Oh, yeah, just do the best stuff.
Funniest man alive. Yeah, watch that. Watch the. Click on the short one. That one. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like you got YouTube puts good stories back.
Put the audio on the TV too. The audio's off right now. See it? In the bottom left. Bottom left. See what the little audio is? Yeah, there you go. Is it really?
I don't really watch comedy. Like,
You gotta go and control this audio.
I like Andrew Dice Clay.
Oh, this guy, he's best friends with Andrew
All right,
Dice
let me
Clay.
hear. Let me hear.
And you want to be the man. Learn how to dance. Joey Diaz.
Bro, my ex-wife's brother's name is Joey Diaz.
Probably, yeah.
Listen to this fuck.
Just pop. Some of y'all 5'5". Some of y'all 6'5". Damn. Let's take a little break because this podcast brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You choose to hit play on this podcast. Say smart choice. Progressive loves to help people make smart choices. That's why they offer a tool called an Auto Quote Explorer that allows you to compare your Progressive car insurance quote with rates from other companies. So you save time on the research and can enjoy savings. You can choose the best rate for you. Give it a try after this episode at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates not available in all states or situations. Prices really vary based on how you buy.
53 says.
Yeah, I'm 61. You don't know.
Thousands of free movies. Summer of Cinema is here. Feel the explosive action all summer long with movies like
Oh, it's supposed to be Halloween.
Oh, he's smoking like hell.
Yeah.
and Transformers Dark of the Moon. Bring the action with you and stream for free from all your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
These are like people I grew up with.
Yeah,
I know.
exactly.
Football coach that my nephew.
Oh, fuck yeah, bro. He just
Podcasts
talks.
and shit.
He just talks,
You got a
bro.
really good podcast.
And he come in and he goes, not gonna lie, I saw them. They big. They big. And they fast. They big, they fast. And if we play them the way we practice, we ain't winning this bitch. And the whole world will be like, fuck. Let's go and give him a good old prod in the fire. He was great, though. He was great. He was the kind of guy, he'd be sitting there and he'd go, now listen up. I'm watching the stands right now. Do you want to count of 3? I want you up, turn, and say, hi, Miss Johnson, whatever. So go, 1, 2, 3. I go, hi, Miss Johnson. She go, hi. They go, hey, you boys got me lucky tonight. I appreciate that. They love the shit out of him so much. But he just not. Yeah, he was too much of a realist. He was great, but he didn't play with one ball. He was like pure Bush. But, you know, these kids are all back. They got, hey, We practice. All right, now go on out there and try. They're all like, just go out and give a fuck. But they fucking loved it. They loved it. That one meme said in high school, they came out to I go hard for my city, and it was 15-3. I'd be like being a high school football player, going out to I go hard for my city. You're not gonna do sports like what? Sports doesn't give a shit. Do you need this? Nah. I got myself psyched to do 200 pounds. I was finishing. I was like, let's go. Work for a year. I was like, oh no, here you go. Got my shoulders. Working the straight bar right now. Working the straight bar. It's gonna be exciting.
Maybe it's the Jersey energy.
Bro, is that Jersey energy?
Yeah.
Did you get along with this fuck?
I'm already trying to bang with him.
Oh wait, this is gonna be good.
So this is a Tesla on auto drive mode, and then the guy had actually intervened because it's a little next statement says keep your hands on the wheel. Don't like start, don't you have to? Yeah, you hands on and track drive. Track drive. There's certain amount of time. Yeah, it's pretty quick. That person was merging over. Oh, that's not Tesla's fucking fault. That's the dumbass drivers. I hate Tesla, but that's they can overreact and go into the fucking wall. That's the problem with that self-driving. It goes real fast. I don't care. Well, you let driver do. Look, he comes right over in your lane. What are you gonna do? I think I was
7.
Yeah, Tesla's supposed to move forward. But that what do? You can't predict the fucking problem. That car was going like this. Yeah, it probably would have swerved before he did, actually. He should have got it, but it didn't. Yeah. It's J-Shop.
Why does Joe Rogan look like Macho Man?
That's young Joe. He does look exactly like
He looks like Randy Savage.
I always feel like the world is a place where
I know.
just
died right up the street from here.
it can be the zombie apocalypse and be like, hey, he's just smiling. He always smiles no matter what. Yeah, until he's not smiling. I have very careful. That's why we need to train dogs because I want a dog who's independent and big and super like you hear all the time. My dog's constantly like, fuck, I can't shake this fucking cool deal. His is like independent and big. I want a big dog. He's like, I love this dog. I love this train, bro. Everyone has that fucking German Shepherds here.
That's enough.
That's not
Bro,
That's like people you grew up with. That's Jersey.
you ever try to fucking make some money off somebody's will? Like, yo, you gotta light your brother on fire? What we gotta do? What's up? What's the deal with the fucking will, B?
straight up and down. I never forget, bro.
When you see a free lunch, you're out?
Hell yeah, there's nothing more expensive than free.
That's true. Scoot forward. Get in the mic. Get in the mic.
Let's pretend I don't know you, right? I'm gonna take you out to eat. You feel me? Bro, I don't do that. I usually pay 99 cents. Ask anybody know me. They'll come $1,000. I'll pay it. Fuck it, I don't want to sit for that.
Yeah,
Because you know what it is? They're always, you see how I rock? You've been out with me once. Because I pay every time. The reason I pay is I don't want to hold it. I just don't want to deal with trauma. I'm like, oh my God, I pay for this. You'll shut the fuck up, Daddy. I'm good. But you feel me though? I don't need nobody to pay. I want to pay. Because it's better to pay than need somebody to pay. Right or wrong, throw it up. If you need somebody to pay for you, you pay. If you paying, you could.
Facts.
You know what I mean? But look, bro, straight up and down. We need to do straight estate. We need to write books. We need to sit on the block.
You want to write a book?
Right now. Bro, we could write a book.
Shit's fucking boring. Who wants to write a fucking book, bro? What are we, scholars? What are we, fucking...
You don't write the book
No,
yourself.
you get yourself a little dime piece chick and you start spitting games. All right, then we're going to write a book called Mind Games.
A hot little dime piece?
Yeah, we're going to be on the 13th floor. I'm saying she's the writer.
A hot little dime piece writer? You
Yeah,
fuck her or you gonna pay her
no,
right?
I'm not hitting shit. I'm a married dude, Daddy. I'm good.
Oh, same
So,
here.
so what you do is this. You get somebody that you know that knows how to write. You know what I mean? Just spit game. It's like this. Imagine this. I got this book in my hand. It's called Mind Games, right? So it's like this. Cover of it. I'm on the 13th floor of an elevator, staring at it. And I'm sitting with some chick. And we're like trying to hold hands, but we're not holding hands. Then when the door opens, it's like a mannequin factory. And then your mind says, oh my God, I was in France, I was in Italy, Spain, Japan, we was good. I was like, holy shit, I was balling. But in reality, I was just a mannequin. Get it? Feel me? The whole point is, it's a mind game. Life is about mind games. How can I, like I told you from the rip, how can I jump in your head, stick you for your soul, and make you bank? I could bank off what you do. Get it? If I could control your whole set, your whole hustle, and make you call me on the reg, I'm gonna make you more money. But guess what? I'm gonna make money off what you do, and I need it. And I was even doing it before. I'm gonna make your life better. But guess what? I'm making it. That's how you make money. You bring people to your set, bro. The more heads you got, the more you school them, the more you gonna eat. Because if you got 100 heads in your camp, you eating on 100 times whatever they got. But if you got 1 million people in your set, you're eating off everybody.
How many people you call every single day?
I'm gonna say like 40 only.
40 people you call every day?
Damn, it's like ring around the rosy, beating them over the head. Yo, what's good? What are we doing? What's going on? What's good? Bob, boom, Bob. Yo, why is it taking so long? Feel me? Why is this deal taking so long? Beat them up, get it. I'm paying cash. What's good? You got, listen, in any deal, you got to dominate the conversation. Let's pretend me and you trying to do a deal, right? Yeah, right now, I'm trying to buy you out. What's up? Where you at? What's your name?
Shane.
Shane. Okay, cool. Shane. My name's Brad. You want some of your house?
Sure. For the right price. 500,000. 500.
I'm at 4. What's up?
Cash?
Of course.
Cash? I'll do 450. 450 hits.
Let's do 385 right now.
No, you went the wrong way.
Why?
Well, you went down.
I know, because you keep going up. I need to be at 4.
I went down from 5 to 450.
Come on, Daddy, keep this. What's your house worth? Okay, let's work it backwards.
It's worth 550 easy.
How?
The market.
Look at this. Look at this.
Guy wants $1 million for this dump.
I know, but he's cool.
Yeah.
He's sitting with the smoke stove. I don't want to deal with him.
Give me 450. You'll make 100, and we're both good. We both eat.
You just said 450. I got 400.
We're good because I like 420.
We smoking weed. Come on, dog.
420 and we'll roll a joint together. I'll roll you a stove.
I'm at 400. I don't smoke.
Price just went hard because you don't smoke.
No. What's up? 400 now. Come on. What's up? Good?
You got cash right now?
Of course.
Let's go.
All right. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? You got to jump in their mind.
Yeah, for sure.
You can never take
You got to
for
get them on
answer.
your level. If they're not, sometimes some old fucking white lady, some old realtor, she don't want to do that. As soon as you talk,
But he's off to the next one. He's not wasting time over
what
there.
the fuck's good? She'd be like, she's calling the cops on your ass, Brian.
Why?
Yeah, but he knows from the second he talks to somebody if he can get it.
Yeah, it's like this. First of all, I'm not dealing with no realtor.
Mm-hmm.
I own a real estate company. I call them, yo, holler at them. Bro, look, what could we talk about that interest rate?
We're talking about whatever the fuck interest
I don't know.
It's not about the people.
Pull up some more comments.
But you know what it is? I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm sweating bullets. I want to smoke.
Let's take a break.
Want to take a break? Let's take a break. Stop rolling.
All right, fuck it. I'm gonna holler back. All right, peace. Let's wrap it up.
How did you get back up? How did you get back? How did you explain the bail bond scheme. What the fuck's the deal with the bail bond scheme? How you make money? Are you ashamed of it? It's okay to be ashamed.
I'm not ashamed of nothing, but hold on. One time, real quick. I'm not ashamed of anything I've ever done in my whole life. I did it because I wanted to do it. Maybe sometimes I had to do it. But one thing about
you had to start. You
gotta start somewhere.
Get
it twisted. I ain't ashamed of shit. I've ate mayonnaise sandwiches. I've slept in cars. I ain't ashamed of nothing. The reason I like the bail bonds, because me and my cousin in Jersey doing bail bonds, because think about it like this: you sell it free, right? So if you're gonna get locked up, most people who get locked up are shook, because otherwise they don't need to be out. I mean, you could go play spades, knuckle up, chill. Eat a salami sandwich, cool out, eat a black coffee, you're good. But if you're shook, you want to get out. So your family, your mom, your dad, whatever, they're going to put up houses, jewelry. So the bail bonds like this. You got $100,000 bill, right? So we're going to post your bond, 100,000. You're going to give me 10 grand plus collateral. If you run, I'm sticking you for your collateral. So I lose no weight. And then if you do run, I got my bounty hunters who have more power than the police. They could go into your house without a warrant and come get you. So that's just a different hustle for a different day.
That was in New Jersey back in the day.
Yeah, but that's out here too. But the thing is, over there in Jersey, you're dealing with street cowboys. You know what I mean?
What's a street cowboy?
The dude that's fucked up and he knows he's wrong, but he don't want to face the music. So he gonna get out. Because if he got priors, he's gonna do it one time. So he's gotta do whatever he gotta do. So you already know your hustle. You know what I mean? But like I said, that's for the ages. That's for another day. The thing right now is the real estate. The real estate is the illest game of all time. No matter what, everybody needs somewhere to live. Everybody wants to buy real estate because it's a commodity that goes up. Sometimes, look, you know when in the real estate crash, oh my God, I lost money. You lost what you sold. All them houses, look at the numbers. 99% of those houses in the city of Tampa are worth more now than what they were worth in the height of it.
Yeah, I was thinking about that when I sold my last house. I sold it, and I'm looking at this is like it was 5 minutes from here in Largo. I sold it for $335,000. It was $335,000, and it was.
Very quickly, if you're in the Austin area
at all, 2,000 square feet.
So that's probably worth about.
And I'm looking at it now, and I'm like, the fucking estimate on Zillow is like over 400, something like that. I'm like, oh, fuck. I fucking left $60, $70, $80,000 on the deal. But then I'm thinking about it. I bought my new house. It doesn't matter because this house I just bought would have been even more money anyway. So it's like you kind of stay on the same playing field. It stays level because the shit you're going to buy next is still going up the same as the house you just bought. You're the same as the house you just sold. The shit you're going to buy is going up at the same fucking rate. So no matter what, you're kind of staying at the same playing field. But the shit you sold is inflating at the same rate as the shit you're going to buy.
I sold houses for 50 G's. I'll buy them back today for 300. All day. Right. In 2016, I think I sold like 250 houses. That's a minimum. I will buy every single one of those houses back at 100%. Why? Because the supply and demand, the cost of construction, the inflation, the low interest, the necessity, the people moving, everything's moving except the interest rate. The reason the interest rate is down is because we're writing $1 trillion checks and we want to keep the balance, the interest rate low because we can't afford to pay the debt.
If you buy a house and you live in it for 2 years, you'll pay capital gains.
Now, but if you have homestead exemption, you already got If you're homesteaded in that house, you're allowed to make a certain amount of money. You don't got to pay tax. But once again, don't take it 100% because I'm not an accountant. I hire people to do that. My gig is buying and selling. I try to stay focused on what I know. I don't wear 50 hats.
Yeah, that's the best way to be.
I know how to make money on what I do.
You want to be a jack of all trades or master of none?
Now I try to master a few. And then at the same time, I try to dabble in a lot. Because the way I look at it, I listen. The number one thing a lot of people do, they don't listen. So I got into Bitcoin because some guy was telling me, bro, this is boom, 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 boom. And I'm like, all right, so 21 million Bitcoin, it's at this, and you get in. And then I seen last year during the COVID, the shit dropped to 4,000, it was at 20. I'm like, bro, I got to buy some of these. I already made money, let me jump back in. Then I seen this Baldy coin at like 3 cents, and I see Elon Musk and Mark Cuban trying to like make it happen. Meanwhile, Elon Musk say, I need money to get this SpaceX. Oh, cool, we're going to manipulate this, let me jump in. Yesterday, Baldy was at 20%, now it's at 40, could have doubled up in one day. So you got to ride the wave. Whenever you deal with penny stock, doggy coin, anything, you gotta sit like a machine. Buy the dip, sell. Buy the dip, sell. You gotta constantly buy and sell. The thing about real estate, you're not really shook because if you could buy a piece of real estate and the rent covers the debt, you're good. You feel me? And at the same time, if you can take that dirt and make it bigger, then you can flip it to an investor who's gonna build. As long as you control the asset, the name of the game is control. Control the property you make money. Lease option, purchase, owner finance, whatever.
The name of the game is control the mind.
Yeah, obviously, how not that too? How can I get in your head? Because you know what? I need people. I need people.
Because you ain't gonna control the asset unless you control that person's mind.
Well, if you got cash, you already bought them. How you control somebody's mind is like this. How can you and I? Let's say I never met you. Danny, look. Let's say I want to make money. That's it. How on earth can we get rich? The only way that we can make money is if you have assets that I can buy and sell. Because you don't have any skills that I need besides that. What other skills do you have that I can use? None, really. I don't need laborers. I don't need miracle workers. I don't need none of that. I don't need singers. I don't need none of that. I need somebody that can sell me something. I need to control an asset where I can make money. How do you control assets? By showing you the ropes how you can make money. And there's a lot of people who do what I say, but they're charging straight up and down. If somebody right now is charging you to learn this, they don't really have confidence in their ability. They're trying to stick you for your bread and bounce. You get it?
Yeah. What about people like Grant Cardone though? He's making a shitload of money charging people.
Because
or like Ty, you know what the fuck Ty Lopez is?
Bro, you know what? Grant Cardone, this guy sells businesses, he's this, he's that. And you know, I give him credit for his hustle because he's making billions of dollars. I'm not gonna shit on his
billions.
Bro, that's what he claims. But the whole point, what I'm saying is this. I don't really care because I don't listen to him.
But do you think it's real? You think he's really making billions?
The thing is, Danny, it's like this. How can I think if I'm not studying? We could talk about sports because I study. Yeah. We could talk about real estate where I buy, where I sell, because that's all I care about. What this guy eats don't make me shit, so I don't care.
Bro, have you ever heard of mybookie.ag website? Mybookie.ag. It's this website where you can bet on all this crazy little, like, weird little bets. Like, you can bet on, like, if Steph Curry is going to score a triple-double or 38 points plus. And
so is there a big in this, like 10% big? Yeah. So they're eating on both sides.
Big, yeah.
Yeah, so Vegas wasn't built on winners. My whole point is I don't gamble. When I do real estate, there's no gamble. No gamble. And anybody who wants to holler at me say it's a gamble, I'll prove you wrong.
Yeah, but if you know more about what's going to happen, if you know more about sports than anybody I've ever talked to. So if you know more about it, this guy, how this game is going to go.
What I know, so look, Roger Maris won the MVP in 1960-61. Right? Who cares? Whatever happened in the past is irrelevant. What's going to happen in the future? I don't really know what's going to happen. I don't know that I don't know that this horse is going to win the Kentucky Derby. I don't know that. Because there's odds. The book is stacked against you. So why should I gamble when I don't have to? If I could buy real estate with owner finance, and I know the zoning, and I can split the zoning, I know the retail value minus the rehab. I know there's money there.
No risk in it.
Yeah, why should I dabble in something that's going to cost me money? Why should I have to worry about something when I can worry about what I want to worry about? If I'm eating off what I'm doing, why do I care about other things? I deal with sports baseball cards because I know the vintage cards are extremely rare and they're going to keep jumping. I know that already because there's more demand than supply. I know the Bitcoin and all these coins, they're being heavily manipulated because they want to create asset class besides the dollar. And then on top of that, this is a transfer of wealth. You got 12-year-old kids making millions of dollars. You got people busting bankloads because they know how to control the game. Because they're making money without putting money. Yeah, they bought this coin, so what? Put 100 G's, buy and sell all day. Is there fun in that? What's the sport? How could I rob the guy that's holding the bag at the end? Well, there's no fun in that. The fun is the chase, the deal. Let me see how I can scoop this loot off what I do. How can I make this land bigger, better, stronger? How can I make you money while I'm making money?
What about like buying a house, like a 3-bedroom house, and then splitting it and like adding a wall and making a 5-bedroom house?
We talked about that last time, adding square footage. Because if you're in a neighborhood where the square footage is $350, it costs you $150. You just make $200 a foot. Of course, you always got to maximize your potential. Maximize what you have. Study the game. Before you dive in, understand where you're diving in. Look, bro, there's so much money to be made in real estate. Guaranteed. Look, I'm a living proof, bro. I never went to school. Bro, when my son went to high school, oh my God, I was so sad. I told the teacher, oh my God, this poor kid is fucked out. He got to go to school. Bro, he got less time to get bread. And I feel sorry for these dummies that think you're going to go to school, you're going to make money. That's insane. Bro, draw it up. The teachers don't make money. Why they in there? These people are, bro, half these people on welfare, food stamps, unemployment. There's more money on unemployment than working. Why get in that? Makes no sense to me. Look, what else are we talking about? Let's get
That's it, bro. Let's wrap it up, man. That was a great way to
Let's
end
get
it.
there. That's it. We good?
How can people find your shit on Instagram? Tell them to follow your social
I don't
media.
got Instagram, Daddy.
You don't got social media?
No, hell no. I'm rocking with you.
What do you mean you rocking with
I'm
me?
rocking with you, dog. Where I go, you go.
All right, so we're doing part 3.
Why not? Let's do part 100.
Let's do
Let's
it.
get it. I'm
We
rolling
gotta
with
do the
you.
next one
I don't
live.
need nobody to chase me. Let me chase you.
You gotta make an Instagram, bro.
Why?
Good.
Yo, they want to holler at me, they holler at you. That's how you get on deck.
I don't need them to holler at me, bro. You
You
want to
don't
holler
want
at
to
me?
eat?
I'm already eating.
Cool. Then bring me somebody that can manage my shit. We both get
You need
paid.
to set up a fucking account, a social media account that can follow you and ask you shit directly. That way, when you sell your book, they're all looking at your Instagram, they're talking to you.
Let's just give the book away for free. Let's school them so they can write books.
How you gonna make money like that?
Yes, I'm gonna make money when they come see me.
What's to spread the knowledge?
Bro, peep this.
No, this motherfucker wants to make money. You want
Yeah,
to
of
But
course
at the
I want to
same
make money.
time, he does
How much
wanna
am I gonna
spread
sell
that
a book
knowledge.
for? $20?
$20
What do I get? 5, 3?
times 500,000? How many is that?
So what? 5? But peep this. If I
So
can get,
quick.
no, but my point is, if I can get 200 people to bring me one deal, that's 200 deals. If we can make 10 stacks, then we got 2 mil. Where you at? You feel me? That's one.
But I don't have time to fucking be hustling all these things.
I got time. Let them holler at me. How do you? I'll tell you, I'm gonna hire somebody to do it. If anybody knows what time it is on social media, my numbers. You want me to get my number?
Give them yours.
813-857-4104. Come get me.
You're gonna get a
Come
bunch of
school
calls.
me. Right now, I take all calls. I don't take calls when I'm sleeping and when I'm in the boxing.
You make money when you sleep?
Hell no. The baseball cards go up, the real estate goes up. I don't got no Amazon business or nothing like that because I don't like that. I like for people to have jobs. The only thing in my life I've ever bought online was baseball cards.
Really?
Of course, I don't shop online. I like to buy my own shit.
I like to press the fucking button, have it show up at my front door.
Hell no.
Who wants to go to the
I like
Gucci
to-
store when you can just
No,
press
I
the
like to
button?
go to the store so I can see what I'm dealing with and holler at the people that are working. When I go to Target or Walmart, wherever I go, I don't use those machines. I go to Publix every day.
Don't you ever go on your what do you when you open your phone? Don't you ever like scroll through some shopping shit and look?
Hell no, look at my phone.
What are your number one used apps on your phone, bro?
Hell yeah.
Look, dog, look, keep this. Look at my ass. I ain't got shit. Look, I ain't got nothing. I don't need all that.
It really doesn't.
The fuck I
You
need
have
that
like 5 apps.
Why do I need that? Well, how's that make me money?
That's fucking
No, draw it up. How does
crazy,
that make me
bro.
I
money?
love that.
No, keep this. How does that make me money? Sweating other motherfuckers what they do? Come get me.
You
How
don't even
does
have Instagram on your phone.
Hell no.
You don't have fucking nothing
I
on
don't
there.
need none of that. That shit don't make me money.
Oh my
He's
God.
Show me how
he's
it makes
got-
me money.
He's got 10 apps. He's probably used
Oh,
2
hold on.
of
Where
them.
the
And one
10
of them's
apps
the
at?
What
call.
apps you got? Let's see what apps you got.
Peep it, peep it,
Let's see
peep
what
it,
apps he's got.
peep it, peep it.
All right, he's got
He probably uses call and message.
he's got FaceTime, his calendar,
Stock app.
his email, which hasn't even been set up yet.
No, I get about 100 a day, but I check every single one.
Photo, he's got all the stock app, like not even all of them. He's got like 1/5 of the stock apps.
Okay.
He's got his phone, his text messages, Safari, Facebook Messenger. You got Discord?
Yeah, because my boy owns a sneaker store.
So you got Discord, bro. That's like some
But I
high
never
level
checked
shit.
it. Look at my email. I have 0 unanswered. My phone 0. My text, but I got 78 on Discord, right? How many I got on Discord?
You got 71 Discord.
Okay, 71.
You got the Charles Schwab app.
Okay.
You got WhatsApp for your Saudi Arabian clients.
No, because I got WhatsApp because I know people from out of the country. You're right.
Right. And then you got Zoom.
What is Zoom?
Zoom's like Skype. It's like FaceTime. Like
Maybe somebody made me
it's like
use it.
FaceTime.
Maybe somebody made me use it.
Props, just like you got
So-
literally no fucking.
No, I'm old
you have
school.
0 social media.
Exactly, I'm old school. I don't need that. That don't
I
make
like
me money. That makes me $0. But if somebody could,
I think that's like the new flex. That's like the new flex. No social media. It makes you more. It makes you more.
More real, right?
Why do I need to like filter myself? Why do I need to school somebody? Hey, I'm Brian by Chris. Look me up. Look me up online. You can see my husband, West Tampa Holdings, Florida Area Management, Florida Notes. Look me up.
Wait, you were born in Jersey, or were you born in Puerto Rico?
father was born in New Jersey. Jersey City, New Jersey.
When's the last time you were in Puerto Rico?
Like 8 years ago. But my whole life.
What do you think about the Puerto Rican tax situation, though? You can live in Puerto Rico and you pay only like 2 or 3%.
Yeah, because the thing is, Puerto Rico is basically a commonwealth, right? The problem is that Puerto Rico has been heavily manipulated by the United States of America because Puerto Rico is not allowed to do trade with any other country except the United States. Right. Puerto Rico has like 3 million people there, and they're very dependent because they had sugarcane, coffee. And
so what if you only have to pay 2% tax? What do you
know, I get it, but people go there and manipulate the game.
Why aren't you manipulating the game?
Because, like I told you, I'm in my circle, my box. Like I said, I like to have fun.
Not looking for handouts.
Like I told you, I don't need to. I don't just
want to pay these commies.
But you're right. But at the same time, it's good to pay because people got to go to school. Somebody got to pay for the welfare. Somebody got to pay for the food stamps. Somebody got to pay for the roads.
So you agree with paying taxes for the roads, for the welfare, for the...
No, I don't believe in welfare, none of that. I believe in paying for the sex.
What do you think taxes should go to? If you're the president of the United States, what do you think all the tax money that everyone pays should go to? What should the fund?
Well, we should never pay people out of the country. We shouldn't, because the reason
we shouldn't pay Israel $700 million for weapons and rockets to bomb other countries.
First of all, I'm not a political person because once again that makes me $0. But I'm very ignorant when it comes to politics because I can care less. But just as a rational person, if we have homeless veterans or we have homeless people in the United States, we should handle them. When it comes to the schooling situation, I personally don't believe too much in higher learning because I don't think that makes you money. And if your goal is to make money, I think you should understand business before you understand. So what about the trade? What about the ghettos? Well, the ghettos are ghettos because that's the way. It's hard to explain ghettos, you know what I mean? Because
like I'm talking about like Chicago. Fucking Detroit, like the worst neighborhoods in the country where there's the most crime.
Well, there's a lot of reasons behind that because there's really no work, there's no jobs, there's no education. Right. But the point is, you need to talk about reality, and you need to have people help themselves, and you have to have inner groups of how do we get there. Instead of robbing and stealing, let's just start shining and making. You get it? Let me help you. I don't want to stick you for your bread. I want to make you bread. If you understand how to make money, you can show somebody else. But when it comes to like the government spending money, I think we should. Let's just say the homeless, for like an example, right? Like that's killing California because we're getting $1,200, $1,300 a month, right? So if I were to deal with the homeless, I would take them out of the city. I would put them in the county, and I'll tell them, let's just say I had 100 people. How many people know how to do carpentry? How many people know how to do electrical? How many people are in the nursing business? So you put them in different sections of what they're good at. Then you hire people that can educate these people. And then if they're drug addicts, you got to get them off of drugs. And if they have mental problems, you got to school them. But at the same time, you can't let people live on the streets because it's going to destroy the economy. Then when it comes to schooling, there's a big problem in school because there's a lot of people who go to school who depend on the food. Like, it's a boring situation, but at the same time, it's very important. I mean, I see you going to take a trip. So I can't really educate you because that's not my gig. But in reality, if everybody were to help each other make it, it'd be like, and if there's just too much greed too. There's a lot of greed on the top.
A lot of greed. Yeah. Well, I mean, you're talking about like obviously when you think of communism, you think of people like that. You think of socialism, people giving off. You make all this money, you're like, okay, now I make $100,000 a year, right? I gotta pay a pretty good amount of tax, right? So I'm thinking, okay, if I can make $1 million a year, how good would I be? But no, I gotta pay fucking $400,000 in tax.
But it would be good if the money went to work into make the public. Like me personally, I'll pay 90% of my money if I need to help people, and then it will come back to me. Because you have to remember, if I made 100, let's just say I made $10 million, right? And I got 1,000 people with me, and I schooled them all how to get bread. I'll make 100 million because I'm gonna show them what I know. Because if I know this, where I come from, the hood, who I know? Ain't nobody ever helped me. My father died when I was 18. My mother worked in bakery. She's still broke. Who helped me? My uncle was rich. He used to, I used to work his hardware store. I was making $50 a week. My cousin told me son making $10 a week. And was, yo, why we make so little? You ever heard of college? Yes, this is your college. He's like, Brian, would you rather push a pencil or a broom? I'm thinking, fuck, I'd rather push a pencil. How the fuck you gonna push a pencil if you know how to push a broom?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No. The reality is you gotta educate people how to get it. And I like to educate people how to get it.
How did you educate your kid? Because if you made it, right? If you're making a lot of money and you came from nothing, your parents had no fucking money, but then you have money and then you have a kid and you want to teach your kid how to be like you are. How do you do that? Because most rich people have their kids. They go join the country
they don't want to deal
and they
with
become
them
pussies
because they don't want to deal with their kids. They rather pawn them off to somebody else so they can make money and smash hoes. They don't want to fuck with their kids because they don't love their kids. How do you treat a kid? You show them what horrendous is, and then you school them in the game, and you show them, yo, look, dog, I got $50. When my son, bro, listen, when the real estate market crashed in 2008, I lost millions. It was my son's high school graduation. I said, bro, look, we're gonna have to rent a shelves. It's like $800. You're gonna have to put 4 on for. But guess what? You eat the rest. My daughter graduated a year early. She did her hustle. The point, what I'm saying is, you gotta show them what you're doing, and you gotta show them why you gotta do what I'm doing. Yo, my boy Jay, look, I got mad people in my camp. My man Jay, when we didn't make money, we would go eat dirt for that day. If we didn't get contracts, we would eat dirt. You know why? Because we don't deserve it. You got to get your mind right. First of all, you got to be spiritually right. You got to be mentally right. You got to be physically right. And you got to wake up. You got to be on the phone before anybody in your team is up. Because you got to school that. It don't matter if you catch a check for $1 million the day before. How the hell are you going to take a vacation and one of your men in your camp is broke? Are you crazy? You're only as strong as your weakest link. Like I told you the last time. Think about it logically. If you got 50 people in your camp and you're the worst, how ill is your team? Get it? Like I told you, I have 0 employees. I only have partners. Because if you my partner, you got my back. I got your back. But if I'm paying you, you gonna stick with me. Because you see, oh God, this guy's made 100 stacks. I made a G. Fuck him. But if he made 40 and I made 40 and everybody else eats whatever and they keep coming up, they want to rock with me, right? And if I'm schooling you in the game, I'm like, oh, by the way, you got to give me $1,000 check. Fuck you. Well, I got to pay you to school me. Who the hell is you? Do it for free. Do it because you want to do it. Do it because you're righteous. Do it because you know that dude got your back. Because if you don't got my back, I ain't going to fuck with you. I already know when you scheming on me. As a matter of fact, I love it when you try to lie on me. Because I already know what time it is. So anybody out there, if you deal with real estate, if somebody want to charge you, fuck them. And I know people who charge. And I look at me, because you think you're cool. This stupid motherfucker stuck on me, pay for you to do it that day. And you pushing a car with a payment. And you in another nigga's crib. Fuck you, done. Straight up and down. That's where I'm at. Keeping it 100. 100. I don't give a fuck. Oh, this dude's racist. Use the N-word. No, where I come from, everybody's the same. White, green, Hispanic, Latin, Chinese, whatever. I love everybody the same. I'm from the hood. Everybody good. If I'm making it, everybody makes it. And if you don't like me, bang with me. If you like me, you get me. That's what's up. I can't keep it more than that. Whatever I say if it offended you, call me. You got my number. I love everybody and I want to get paid with you. Straight up to that. That's what's up.
That's the only way to fucking end this podcast right here, bro. Yeah. That's a wrap.
That's what it is, Daddy.
That's a wrap.
Till next time.
Till next time. Till episode 3. Let's run it.
Let's go.
My asshole gets tight when they show up. What a badass. Isn't that crazy? Dude, look at this. He's looking. The feet first. And now he's in his undies, dude. This is the 80s, baby.
Hello, world. Michael Dowd is the dirtiest cop in the history of New York City. In the 80s, Michael patrolled the streets of one of the toughest precincts in Brooklyn. He also headed a ruthless criminal network that stole money and drugs, ultimately resulting in New York's biggest corruption scandal ever. Mike was the subject of the explosive true crime saga, It's 7-5, where he tells all and relives his days as a mobster with a badge. Mike served 12 years in prison for his activities during that time and is widely considered one of the most corrupt cops of all time. Without further ado, please welcome the marvelous Michael Dowd. Is that how you guys met, really? You get a lot of attention, from the females after your Joe Rogan podcast? Too many. Too much? Huh? One's too many, goddamn. That's funny, man. Yeah, I spent the last 2 hours watching your documentary 75, and I was blown away. That was before my time. I was born that year. I was born in 1987. Oh, okay. So yeah. So that was quite the eye-opening film to see. Like Tiller Russell, he did a lot of great projects. Since then, yeah. Was that one of his first?
No, he had a couple of, for him, dynamic, but they didn't fit.
For people out there who don't know who you are or aren't familiar with your story, give me like a brief background, like a brief summary of where you came from.
I'm here because of the 7-5 documentary. They had on Netflix for about 3 years. And it was picked up by IFC early on. They owned it, and I think they have it again. But I was a cop in Brooklyn in the 1980s. When the crack epidemic broke out, it broke out everywhere. It broke out on the police. And so the era that I was a police officer was 82 to 92, and I eventually got arrested
I was like in New York before the crack epidemic.
Right. Yeah, so it was a very eerie time. We had AIDS epidemic. Right? So we went from one epidemic to another. Now we're in another one there. So as a frontline cop, we dealt with a lot of the issues in the street first before society as a whole dealt with it. And sort of learned as you were going how to handle things. And, so it was a thrilling, to say the least, and nerve-wracking. You grew up quick, right? So you went in there at 21-year-old young, and then in 6 months you've seen more than your mom and dad have seen in their life combined. Must have been so long.
You were 21 when you joined the police force. What made you want to join the police force? The documentary conveyed that there was a lot of young guys who had no direction.
Yeah, well, it wasn't like there wasn't anything to do. It was more like looking for leadership, looking for guidance. Guys in their 20s are fairly immature. Men don't mature till they're around 6. Some of us still live 5. Well, I'm 60 now, and she's telling me I'm still not mature, but I'm working. Yeah, so you had a bunch of young guys. Where you from? From house. It was like a fucking freak. It was a fucking business. But the honest thing is, it was dangerous, and so we can laugh about certain things because it's past, but the unfortunate thing is that we all took our job and didn't really appreciate it. Like when you're a soldier, you go to war, you always fight for the guy next to you. And then as you look back on what you accomplished, it's the same thing as being a police officer. When you're in there in the battle, you're battling for the guy next to you and yourself. And you don't realize the impact you have on society and the city and the people in general. And that's a big stuff, right? But everybody's little. Right? We're only one of the
Yeah, you were a big part of history. That was a major part of American history. That time frame.
Yeah, it sort of has tentacles into the rest of society for years to come, right? And a whole generation of people were decimated by important law enforcement, right? Because if you look back, and I don't know if you have any research, during that time, police departments were devastated by the crack and the money by choices, bad choices that guys made because they were exposed to such. I mean, when you're making $17.9 a year, and the guy that you throw over's got $17.9 in his pocket, you know, with no fucking job, you know, and he's 16, and you're like, and no license for the car, but he's got a brand new one. You know, it's just, you say to yourself, what the fuck are you doing? But it's a reality check. What makes sense? So, you know, yes, you're supposed to be the right thing, but you don't know it. You know, and that's where the 51% good guy or 49% bad guy. And some days they switch sides.
Dude, it's crazy that you survived 10 years doing that through that period in New York City. I mean, don't you think? Don't you ever like feel like, how the fuck am I still alive? I'll give you an example. And how many years? You did 12 years in prison? So I did like 10 with the city and 12 with the feds. Anyway, but so I forget. So I looked at it like, so the question was, how did we survive? I bought life insurance. Like, so how many men do you know, like 23 and 24 years old, that have $1 million life insurance? So I had two policies that were worth over $1 million in case I died. So, yeah, so, and double indemnity was great because I always thought that if I did die, I died by an accident because I gave you double indemnity, right? So, that was a lot of these officers.
Yeah, because it was crazy. And especially guys that were doing this sort of things that I was involved in, you know. I mean, I hung out with the Dominican drug system, you know, so one day it could be, you know, caviar and champagne, the next day it could be shootout. You didn't know what was coming from one day to the next. And I'm not saying that I was involved in shootouts, per se. But the reality is it could be. So I can always be like worried about, you know. So one of the reasons I stayed in the police force was because how do you raise a child as a kingpin drug dealer? It's not like, you don't put that on the resume, what did your daddy do, you know? So, because at some point I made a decision to really not share anyone without being info. Because I just really should, I think it's going to be better at that than at being a police officer. You know, I think right on Congress and Caesar Chavez right there. Can't always call it. I learned the movements. I learned to know that guy over there has either got a gun or he's got a holding some dope on. Just by the walk. And the movement of the head. I mean, it's just
were a lot of guys with these sports back then numb to it, like numb to be able to read body language or reading somebody, like a real hustler in New York. I feel like that's someone who can deal with anybody. That's someone who can talk to anybody, who deal with somebody.
like me,
like you, exactly. And that's something that
in uniform.
Right. I mean, that seems like something fucking crazy. It's super valuable, especially if you're a cop and you're actually doing your job. And you're aware of the skill that you have. Then the other guys who people have this skill is sort of like coming to work and
well, so I guess I alluded to Foster before. In the 80s, there were numerous, like hundreds of police officers. Hundreds. It comes close to 1,000 police officers from 1980. I practically started to hit to 1993. Close to 1,000 officers. I was the white Long Island guy, working the Brooklyn Police Precinct, and he was purveyor of evil against the poor people in the ghetto. Fuck out of here. They trained me.
Right. No, I mean, what you did, I mean, well, first of all, in the beginning, like throughout the documentary, I love how the court testimony is read throughout the whole thing.
Great. You know what? Because I'm not a film guy, so that almost bothered me to see it. But I can see what every single person that I've had an interview with have always said exactly that.
So the backbone of the whole thing is
yes, great. It's weaved through the whole thing.
And the best part about it to me was how matter of fact and straightforward and honest you are about everything. Like it's just straight up just telling you, yes, I did this and this. Like,
well, you know what? So comment on that is that. So people, why, you know, why were you so deadpan honest? You know, I had like 30 federal prosecutors sitting in the fucking room looking to see me fuck up, okay? That's number one. So if I told anything incorrect or lied or obfuscated, I could be charged with it. And on the other side was, I mean, what people don't know is that I was suspected for 9 murders. They're looking for 9 bodies to attach to me. And the last thing on my mind that I'm worried about is a couple hundred kilos of whatever, fucking, 200,000 in cash. At this point, I'm still fighting in my head that they're suspecting me of being involved in 9 murders. And it was like, this is nothing compared to what these people are talking about. So from that perspective, you can understand why it was so easy for me to say, I actually lied. I did thousands. And the only reason I didn't say thousands is my father was in the fucking audience behind me, watching me testify. So I hope they don't get a federal sentencing against me for not telling the complete truth.
I mean, I felt for you in that documentary. Making the small amount of money that you were making, being a police officer in New York, seeing, like you just said, seeing all these guys that you were busting that had, tens of thousands of dollars on them. If I was in your shoes, I'd probably would have done the same fucking thing. I would have been hustling with them, stealing money from them, and running around gallivanting, snorting coke.
Yeah. Banging horse, yeah. That's what listen, it was that. So, but I was the face of it, right? So everybody has to be the fair guy. And I don't lessen my responsibility by saying that. I take the but most guys just that way they could turn it on. But my situation was I got away with it so long. Your story on a wire to my ex-partner's house in Ralph. Yeah, he put a wire on later, but his phones were tapped. And then that's how they got me. He didn't know his phone was tapped. I haven't seen him in 4 months. The day I showed up at the house to sit down.
Now, what happened to him? He never even a day in jail or prison?
Yeah. I mean, the first arrest, they hold you over. It's that. They gave him a plea out. Cooperate against him and we'll try to get you out of the So it's ended up in jail.
Did you ever see him after that happened?
Yeah, we made a documentary.
Really? What was it like 16?
So it goes down like this. They asked me to do it. They would. So I wasn't going to let them be part of it. I didn't look at mom and everything. Sorry, good luck. When you get out here, I'll take you in the family on a trip to fucking Spain, whatever, nothing. No, like, listen, I'm sorry, I did what I did. And it's not even what he did. It's just how he did, he was off with plea agreement, and what he was going to take the plea, but he should have been held because he was and his wire on, tried to start to stuff about my family, my brothers, my cousins, my aunts and uncles. He tried to get a whole basket full of shit to get some facts. When the reality is, he's not exactly what I did. Of course, I would I'd be lying if I didn't say I was instigating. But all you have to say was no.
What was it like though when you saw that?
So I told the director, two of us, I said, there's only one way this is going to happen. I said, I want you and your film crew at the precinct, and I want you to tell him to meet you at the precinct. Meet you guys at the precinct. You want to push your life. trained at 75 precincts.
So it's usually
Sure enough, like 12 of them, I knew 11 fucking people, so he came down the block and turned the first precinct. And I just went to the mailbox. I just looked at it, I was like, yeah, he did. So I came over and I gave him a hug. They said, hey, you know, we're home, it's over, you know, how you doing? You know, yeah. You know, what are you gonna do? You know, we needed him for the documentary in some respects, you know, and at that point, you know, you miss your old friend, you know, even though, you know, it's like a dead relationship, you know. The time goes by, you know, you forgive each other. Hey, listen, you made mistakes. It's a similar shit. The only thing about it is, I would like to see some people with some, you know, some feeling of compassion for your life. You know? So people justify what they do to others by blaming you for the thing. Right? So, you know, his life is torturous. You have 3 quarters of security pension and you have to say, that's what they're doing. What's the goal? Right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So like, you know.
Yeah, I just wanted to live that guilt too. I'm sure.
Well, so to alleviate that guilt, I said, listen, you know, I must not have been easier on you. So you know, I got him in my car. He said to me, I'm going to tell you the truth. I didn't lose a minute sleep. Yeah, fucking kill him. He's in my car. I'm driving. He says, I'm not gonna lie to you. I didn't lose a minute sleep over this. You know, because first of all, people don't know him. His name was Scum. Right? So everybody had their little nickname, money, whatever. They had some couple names, and his name was Scum. So I said to him, they were working with. Why do they call you Scum? Because I'm a scum. So that he is known, like before I was in his partner, he was known as a scummer. You know, so he was a scummer, and that's who he is. So he's true to his word, true to his name that he earned. When I said to him, if I felt as though you had some compassion, I mean, so it is. I cement walls. I wake up pretty, you know. I don't know. I'm fucking in prison kissing brick walls. I mean, it happens, you know. And he's not kissing other dudes. Thankfully, you know. So in his case, he'd turn over and kiss his wife or fuck her, you know. And I'm kissing bricks. So and I got 2 kids that grew up without a dad. You know? So you don't have to feel bad for me for that, but you should have some compassion.
That's very surprising. Such a high profile. It doesn't make any sense. Because he's such a high profile.
Going through an empty fucking hole. So it was a little bit disappointing in that respect. But one of the things that I liked about him was I was in control. He tried to, but I was in control. And he would say something like, "That's the way you do it. That's not the way. That's not the facts." You know, he said, "Why is it the way you say it's right and the way I say it's not right?" I said, "For 12 and a half years, I sat in a fucking prison cell recalling what I did and what you did. And for that 12 and a half years, you were fucking your old lady raising kids and working. So who do you think would have a better feeling than me? You or me?"
You spend that most of that time, most of the 12 years.
I would say a good portion of it, you know. So it was more so that, you know, that I tried to tabulate it and document it, write it down, started it and stopped it, started it and stopped it. I'm still trying to get it started and stopped. Right? My life rights are owned by one of these organizations in Hollywood, and they still haven't been able to write Check this out. If you're DraftKings around 5 bucks and so I told him, if you come sit with me, you're like, hello, you want the story? I gave you a real big Boston man. It's one for 3 fucking years on Netflix. You think you sit with me? I'll give you the most. I'll give it to you. I can give it to you today. You want to sit down? You and me. I'll write the fucking. I'll tell you. You're right. I mean, I've been talking to my phone now. Yeah, exactly. For about 8 days. I got 86 fucking vignettes.
Yeah, I could tell. So far, I could tell from the text you sent me earlier that you were talking.
Yeah, it was New Yorkies. Yeah, you figured it out.
Yeah, I know how you guys are. I love the part of the documentary where you said that you took from one of your first bucks, or one of your first, basically robbed a drug dealer. You went to his house, you saw a big giant bag of marijuana, and you found a couple guns and some cash. And you said you took that money and you went and bought a condo in Myrtle Beach.
That was cocaine.
Oh,
That was Noriega's cocaine. Yeah, that was not even Noriega's cocaine. That's what we put
so you sold his cocaine?
Yeah.
Where did you sell the cocaine? Right.
Oh, we gave it to Con Ed. Some guy was working in Con Ed. They had a good connect in Con Ed.
Oh my
It
God.
was the best Peruvian fucking pink lake you ever saw in your life. I bought the condo with that. That was Noriega's cocaine.
How much was the price of cocaine per kilo?
28,000.
28,000.
Then, but consistently went down. It ended up down about 11%.
She got kicked off. She didn't get to do this because, she
Constantly went down, didn't fluctuate. Was it like Bitcoin or was it down?
No, it would eventually go up, which is why we ended up getting arrested. Cocaine went from 11,000 to 15,000. And what happened was it went from 17.5 to 34 overnight. Easter holiday. Colombia is very religious. So they don't ship cocaine around Easter.
I'm sorry to say this too, but I don't think she has any love in her life. I don't think she has any kids.
And they shorted, and maybe a couple of big busts happened, so the cocaine price dropped. So at that very week, it doubled. Penny and I got into our own little supply.
She's Irish, right?
Conversation, we needed to recruit a few people to put extra money up, and that's when the whole story. People don't really know the whole story. There's 4 other cops in the center surgeries and stuff involved, to put their money. Because Kenny cheated. Instead of coming up with half the money like I did, he had to go recruit 3 or 4 guys for $2,500 each.
What do you think? What is your opinion on like all of the stuff you see online today? Nowadays, everybody got a phone, and all you see is like shootings, kids getting shot everywhere, all the stuff with the guy he just got murdered, George Floyd, and like all the stuff that's going on with police brutality in New York today, compared to what it was like when you were running the streets of New York. Like, what is your?
This is fucking Disneyland. This is Disneyland compared to what we had.
Right.
This is a fucking joke. There's no brutality out there.
There she is.
And if there is, it seems like most of the time it's captured on. There's somebody
You see every fucking incident. Back then there was one every 3 minutes. And I spent the last 2 weeks with a bunch of rap guys. Like, you can't be tied up. I was with a bunch of rappers, and they were all from my era. I was chasing them down the street because they were selling crack and rapping songs on weekends. But half these guys I ended up running into. And so much better back in the 80s. Today, fucking, it's crazy out there, because they got their money taken and they went home. And then they keep running their business. They keep doing their fucking thing. This is them telling me I'm the top in the room. We're doing a podcast with a bunch of guys smoking ganja over my head and running around, blood clot motherfuckers. And this is how they're telling me. So much better back then. Today, everybody gets locked up for nothing. So, this is the guys who took beatings all their life. I think, but they were out there. They were high. They weren't killing on the police. They weren't killing on them. It was a whole different society. The 80s is where a lot of people learning how to survive it.
So, when you walk me through, like, what it would be like a day in the life of this officer in the area that you were working, and like a day, not in just any kind of like your life. What was like the percentage of crime, organized crime you were participating in, and like the percentage of actual police work?
Okay, so I guess it's 2 different ways to describe it. So there were times when I was an ordinary patrolman, which is what I was in my career. I had 2 different focus. In the beginning, I was like, I would every job that was a drug runner, I would go on it. And it was like 50 different, you call it 50 different drug calls a day. So not everyone would rob that. Because these guys are sick too. They try to get robbed. You know, and then sometimes you take it or it's the police department didn't have anything. Okay? So start with that. So now you're a police officer in a crack-infested neighborhood, and you're getting called to 30, 40, 50 drug runs a day. If you're not on one, you're backing up on one. You know, so whatever. So the point is, and we back each other up. You know, because any minute guns start flying and bullets start flying out there. You know, and it was a violent neighborhood. It was violence every day. I mean, they probably averaged 5 guns a day, taking off the streets in one piece of the world, right? So, and we average about a homicide every day and a half. So, usually it takes 10 shootings to get one homicide. Maybe 8. 8 to 10 shootings each homicide. So, you talk about 2,500 shootings in my precinct and about 100 murders. You know, so in that ballpark, my number is disrespect.
But I think just people who are like, oh, he was a Steelers fan. We never he was 19, that guy was a monster. So I'm not top 5. He was a monster.
That's it.
I made 36 of them in 1 year.
36
felony arrests in 1 year.
And after that, for the rest of for the remaining 9 years, it was like 10 more.
I remember you.
That was done. I'm done. You get in trouble, they get arrested. So I found out another way to make money. Making arrests was a big money man. You know, every time you get arrested, you usually get overtime, right? So the cops are also making at that time, like I told you, I said $22 an hour. I was making 36. So, and most of the arrests were paperwork and drug work, but it's paperwork, it's court appearance, it's sitting in the DA's office, transporting a prisoner. So, you know, your buddies by the end of it. Your buddies, you hate each other by the end of this, because you're with this guy the next 16 hours, okay? You and your prisoner. You're hanging out for the next 16 hours. Yeah, together.
So if you make an arrest, you're basically just fucking around.
Now you with your pal.
Wow.
You went from fucking running somebody down, knocking him over the head, and giving him a hug and buying him a beer.
That seems like a pain in the ass. Like a waste of time. Well,
that's how it was. I'm telling you how it was. It's not necessarily that way, because I'm hearing today that it's sort of because the volume of arrests and backlog and the no bail, because the guys they don't post bail, they're back out, they get arrested. Some guys got arrested 7 times in 3 days. So I mean, from what I understand, it's really out of control right now. I'm talking about from my experience. So an arrest takes money. So if you don't get the arrest, you found other ways to make money.
What was it like? So the first time you started working for, there was the one guy who worked in the
But what we're overlooking is the fact that the police department didn't want you making arrests. You became an armed security to the drug dealers. Make sense?
Don't get it twisted. It ain't no DC. You better quit messing with it. Like, we can help you, dude. So now, it's funny how I look at 6'5",
it's a municipal organization.
I look at symmetry, and I go, I'll never be happy.
So every time I made a drug arrest for a crack dealer or a marijuana dealer at the time, or a heroin dealer at the time, I took myself off the street. I had 17 hours overtime. I put one guy in front of the judge. The guy in front of the judge, he got bailed out, a day later, and cycle repeats itself. So at the end of the week, I could make $5 every one of them. Once you make one, you're off the street. You get it? So they only make the arrest at the end of shift, because then you get overtime the whole run.
So what did they want you to do? They want you to
be visible for the homicide. And some. And make sure you're ready. Yeah. So I used to write up to Benjamin Ward.
And when did all this change? When did this, I mean, at some point, there was a huge push to get everyone that was doing crack or coke off the streets, right?
Yes. So there was a time when they executed the top 30 drug organization in and I could be wrong with the year. It was either 86 or 88. I don't remember quite. So on the back of that, BD and the feds teamed up and they put a joint task force together and went seriously after craft organization.
Semi-all 5-5. This spread's
Specific.
so I
It
get
was, it was odd because they actually went after the craft organization. And I was in Brooklyn or Manhattan, you know, because they
I said,
executed.
you're 13. If you want to get girls and you want to be the
So
man,
that was where the push
dance
came from.
really fucking
And
well.
what happened was the Fed stepped in. And the new laws that they were complaining about, which Biden put in place back in the 1990s, those laws put in, and the Fed began to enjoin arrests by city TV. So the city TV, the federal, the federal
Insurance you choose to
together so that they were taken from city
smart choice.
prison
Loves to help
federal
people make smart choices.
So
That's why they offer a tool called
federal
Auto
prison
Quote
system in 92
Explorer.
was
It allows you to compare your progressive car insurance quote with the rates from other companies, so you save time on the research and can enjoy savings when you choose the best rate for you. Give it a try after this episode of Progressive.com.
And most of those
Progressive
people that
Casualty
came in,
Insurance Company and affiliates not available in all states or situations. Prices will vary based on how you buy.
probably 100,000.
All arrested for crap. That thing was
No. Listen, no one in there is there. No one's in there for the first show. No one's in there for. In fact, they're not in there for the 10th show. But they're in there for crash and burn. So there's and I'm not saying that anymore. I'm just giving you a blanket example. And then there's guys there that sold 1 kilo of crack to undercover, and they got one. 22 years old, they got one. Set up, never saw the kilo in his life. They gave him a kilo to sell to you. That's on both sides.
Yeah, entrapment.
It doesn't
What were you? What did you feel like when you first started actually working for like the head of one of these drug organizations? You were working for these drug empires based out of New York, and you were top on duty. Like, was there like a moment, like a shift for you, like a moral shift where you're like, fuck it?
Yeah, so I was under the
I watch the stands right now. Do you want to
so
count
my
three?
career took a prepare.
I want you all to turn and say, hi, Miss Johnson, whatever. So,
At what point was this? How far in?
Oh, I was gone. I think
I appreciate that. They love the shit out of him so much, but he just not
so going on with that,
He's so much more realistic. It was great. He played you one ball. He was like pure glitch.
When I was in Coney Island, I did my training. Usually Coney Island, Nathan's out there. So that's what I did. Anyway, and then when I came back from that, the 7-7 had broken. It was a scandal in 7-7 precinct, 13 cops were left. So everybody around me, two went to Nassau, two went to Suffolk, two went to Florida, one just went to North Carolina, another guy got arrested for something stupid, another guy went to rehab, 2 guys went to rehab. So I came back
I got myself psyched to do 200 pounds. I was benching. I was like, let's go. Work from here. I was like, oh, no, here you go. Got my shoulders. Working the straight bar right now. Working the straight bar. It's going to be exciting.
one guy went to Quebec. And the reason he went to Key West, so he could run to Cuba if he had to get the fuck away. And this is for real. So,
New Yorkers love
yeah, well, it's the second bar. So, 5th, 6th bar, whatever. Yeah, so he was
Well, next treatment says keep your hands on the wheel.
I'm from New York, and I'm the only one who's there. They're looking at me. How are you still on the So it was difficult to get shot, and then eventually I worked my way started to earn the respect of the guys a little bit again, and then I ended up working for them.
Well, that person was merging over.
So at that point, it turned
That's
from
not Tesla's
being
fucking fault. That's the dumbass drivers.
to everything. But
You know, I hate Tesla.
I'm getting tired of not making money. I'm mortgaged on 4 homes, condo on the ocean. I got some bills here. So I lived okay. I had rental income and whatnot, but the reality was that I'm so used to that extra money. And you start bringing in an extra $2-3 grand a week. So what happened was I left the cat down with the city guy, music in. And who goes to put these $40,000, $30,000 music systems on the phone? And so I was a friendly side at his shop. I put a car up, we put a new Benzie. Back then they had Benzie boxes. I don't know if you guys even know what they are. See, I know you don't even know what a Benzie box is. Look it up.
Look it up, Austin.
Yeah, what it is back then they would break your windows and then break your dash, like ruin the dashboard to take out your radio. Block pump is a shit thing. I mean, it has a no. People would steal your block pump radio because it was worth $200. It was worth $200. Worth more than what they had in their hand, right? So back then they began to do people the Benzie box. Put the radio in, pull the radio out. So when you left your car, you take the radio with you. But what happened was most guys would take the radio and put it in their trunk, or take the radio and put it under their seat. So they break your window anyway and go under your seat and get it. I lost 4. Okay? I lost 4 Benzie boxes and 4 windows.
Wait, isn't that the thing where the faceplate of the radio, you could push it and it would come off? You could like throw it in your backpack or something. Remember that?
Yeah. That was a new Benzie. That was a new Benzie. That was a new age Benzie. Yeah. So the whole radio came out. You know?
What kind of impact did the police force actually have? Did you see any changes being made? Was there any progress? Was there any kind of like?
It was the finger in the hole of the duck. We just were holding the fucking water back. And really, the sad thing is, the truth of the matter is, the cops could have held it. The cops could have handled it all. But, you know, cop's job is to be, a politician or, a nice guy. So the heavy-handed cops would get in trouble, like any other time. And thank God they weren't fucking on camera. Because they'll be like 80% of the force would have went to jail. Okay? Straight up.
You said you guys they would have let me.
Well, because you weren't allowed to make arrests. And, there's ways of convincing people to move on or stop. And it was not. So being a cop is not necessarily. Okay? So I know you're standing in that corner. It's fucking snowing out. It's 2:30 in the fucking morning, and you're out there with your 3 friends. What are you doing? I know what you're doing. You know I know what you're doing. But I can't do anything. Okay? I mean, this is how it is. So, I mean, because there's no reason for you to have to with your fucking. Back then they had whatever. They had the fur around the fucking collar.
Oh yeah.
And they came out like this.
Like an Eskimo.
Right? Eskimo. Thank you. They had the Eskimo hats and coat trunks, and they'd be there for the whole. They had shifts. They had shifts. And they changed shifts when we changed shifts. So it was like perfect. Oh, right. While I'm out of here. When I'm out here, nothing I can see. You got it, boss. I mean, that's what I would tell them. Because I would go to the bodega, sit down and have a cup of cola.
Was this before or after the pimps were running the streets of New York? This was after, right? That was in the 70s, I think.
Yeah, crack to me. Which is very violent. And very, very lucrative.
Crack basically thinking it's coke, right?
It's coke.
Coke is in
Coke
pot.
with some baking soda.
Yeah.
I don't know. I never made it.
You never touched smoking crack? Yeah.
It's gonna kill you. Might lead you out. Might end up Vic somewhere because you need more. Watch yourself.
Wasn't there an NBA player who died?
Yeah, Len Bias. That changed the world.
How did it change the world? That was before my time.
When Len Bias died, he was drafted by Boston Celtics, right? So this is all interesting. Boston Celtics, he's in charge of Boston area. Kennedy, right? The Kennedys run the Boston. So when Len Bias smoked on that crack and killed himself, he never got a chance to play. The best player in the best player at the time drafted. He played 1 game for the Boston Celtics. Ted Kennedy drafted number 1. Ted Kennedy came up with his deal.
I remember looking at him, he's 6'4", really handsome, great actor, kind of cancer.
He went very wide and took his working place, which did a great job. I mean, 5 years later, after Giuliani took over, he can walk in Manhattan on like Disneyland, 22nd Street, he's clean, everything's good. So the crack wars eventually did their job. problem was along the way, crack was alienating a lot of people, and a lot of people got burned by crack. Including myself, and I was part of mine. Demise.
Those guys are just highly intelligent.
And the crack laws specifically were basically if you got busted with crack, it was way worse of a
Right.
prison. So I don't know.
Right, but yeah, but not in the city.
Versus
Right, not in the city, but in the feds. So that's how it became effective. Ted Kennedy was a federal senator from Boston, Massachusetts. So he and Biden and that group together vicious crack laws to help clean up the city, and it did. It's just when they cleaned up, it was they were basically
Joe Biden was around back then? So he's barely hanging on now. And then when did that start changing? Didn't Obama start trying to roll that back?
Yeah, you know what it was? And so to his credit, he tried, but the reality is Democrats always consider it become crime, right? So if he was able to pull off what he wanted, because he wanted to end his kids, Obama. He's running. So what happened was they didn't want
goddamn Nancy Pelosi.
No, he's running. They didn't want Trump to get drug charged. So every time Trump wanted to introduce something, they wouldn't go for it because they didn't want anything positive on Trump. So he ended up doing executive order to promote. They would go pardon this one, pardon that one. He was pardoning these people. And he did change some of the sentencing laws. And what happens is people don't realize that most sentencing laws, they're oppressive sentencing laws. They're designed for a reason. They're designed to make you want to tell on you. And that's what that's what the law was designed to do. So, and every person is given that opportunity at some point. Not all, but usually most individuals cooperate. In Kenny's case, he cooperated without going to prison. He cooperated for a while on me. But anyway, so that's why the laws were designed the way they were. They were very heavy handed in their sentencing, and they would bring. So one of the things was that they wanted everybody to be arrested. That was the federal goal: arrest every person selling drugs. And that was their approach. So if you got arrested by the feds, a city in the feds joint task force, if you brought in 25 of your best friends, you would get a 2-year sentence, and each one of your friends would cooperate against each other, and they'd all get 5 years sentences. So you can get 2, they get 5, and then they can go home. If they didn't cooperate, they got 50. So they all fucking turned on each other, and they filled the fucking prisons up, and they cleaned the city streets out, and then most of the guys came out, they got the hint, they get the hint now. If you did a 1 to 10, 5 repeated, whatever. But the fact is, when you sit down for 8, 10 years, 15 year stretches, they keep up. They keep doing it. And they do that to most of the people. And if they didn't straighten their lives out, they know what the next. They know they were offered a 45-year plea and they got offered 6. So they know the next time they show up, there's no offer. You're going.
I think most of these crimes and most of this violence, a lot of people say that a lot of it is
within 45 minutes, that windows
So my thing on drugs and laws is shooting. It's been a disaster. More people have died fighting the war on drugs. I'd like to use that fucking money myself. Okay, and that's all. I'm not loud. So
you got your fair share, Mike. Okay.
Well, that's what they say, but I came out broken.
Really? You did stash any before you got locked in?
Well, you don't think you're gonna get locked up until you do. 4 houses in a condo on the ocean. A lot of cash waiting to get up.
You're very cash now. So what did you actually get charged? What was your actual charge? Was it RICO?
Yeah, I was eventually charged with a RICO statute, but that consumed or subsumed or contained the actions throughout my career. So when I walked in, they offered me a plea 24 to 30 years. I was like, fuck, this get it. I walked into prison, never been arrested in my entire life. I walked in, I was offered a plea for 24 to 30 years. And are they fucking serious? like my lawyer's like, calm down. You know, this is just the first. I said, just the first offer in 30 fucking years. I mean, who did I kill? Of course, a month later they put a story about me killing people. But anyway, but so like, you imagine like you're facing 30 fucking years and like, what do you do? Some fucking money.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
like, I can't show you. Took some money from some years. What the fuck? We just changed. But you know what? I laugh about it. It wasn't a nice thing.
You had one hell of a fucking fight. In your heyday, you had these drug kingpins paying you what, $8,000 a week, something like that. Basically, just tip them off on shit.
Yeah, and then half of it I made up because you had to do it, right?
Right.
We pay.
Make it look like you're actually doing something.
Right, and one time it worked out, but I saved Diaz's organization.
And who's Diaz?
I'm here as a Dominican guy who's just the red
How big was his organization? How what?
He probably had 30 men working for him with 4 stores. Out of 21. Actually, 2.
So these guys were selling what? Just coke?
No, he had 3 different spots. He just sold coke. He sold
coke
4 or 5. Yeah. So you go to the grocery. So if you see the movie, you can come to my store. You can get Heineken. You can get Pampers. You can get a kilo. You can get anything at my store. His bodegas were very successful.
You can buy some Cheerios and you can buy an 8-ball.
Whatever you want. Yeah, but most of his but he had 1 or 2 spots because everybody like, the lower you go in the number, the higher the profit margin. So he had 1 or 2 spots that sold 8 which I didn't know about. If I had known what I found out, because when you get arrested, you get all the documentation from the case. I was tied into his case, and I got all the documentation from his case. You know, he's pulling in 100,000 a week. Yeah, if I had fucking known, 20,000. What the fuck? I mean, I'm risking my freedom.
So is that the way most of the city back then? They just basically had a couple grocery stores and they would sell coke out of the back.
Bodegas little way.
Bodegas.
Legitimately was to do business. And instead of getting the money at the register, you went to the back of the bodega and you hit a shoebox full of 20s or 50s or 100s, whatever it was. 15 minutes later, down they had patches of shoes. They're like going to the bank and they have this thing that sucks. The tube, yeah. They have the same thing in the fucking bodega.
And everyone was buying like bars.
Well, that was his thing. You know,
that's how he sold like the studio.
Right. Oh, yes. Right. Yeah. So he would pick up 100 kilos and sell them.
Where was he getting to?
So I didn't get that to that part of the routine, but from what I hear and what he said, he got them from large distributors that were trying to, I think, Columbia. Yeah, the cut out. Pablo. Yeah, that guy was pretty interesting. And
very interesting. Like there was like so many. There was one scenario where you guys robbed, or somebody robbed a store, something like that, and there was 2 guys who robbed somebody else's store. His cousin's store or whatever, and then he sent you guys after.
No, he sent us to rob his cousin.
So one was
taking his business.
Weren't there 2 guys that, at one point in the documentary, I remember, they're asking, what happened to these 2 guys that robbed the store? He was like,
Franklin and Coke.
Yeah. What was the story that part of the Rico?
Actually, I don't think so. Let's just say yes. I don't know. They're not.
But you were the one who tracked them.
We got them.
You got them. And they're not around.
I don't know. Yes, but I don't know. I don't know, but I'm told they're not around. But I didn't have anything to do with that one.
Oh, okay.
So I found them, but I found somebody that. Yeah, I found them. He's over here.
Got it. And you just told them where they were.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, they're here.
So that guy was making $100,000 a week in profit on. How much time did he get? You know? Remember?
I know he did 8 years initially. So, and he said he wasn't. He said he was charged with money laundering, not cocaine. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I didn't read the paper, but that's what he said. And we've spoken.
It seems
I
like
speak to him every couple of days.
Do you really? What's he doing now?
He's
Running a laundry
He's
mat?
rolling cigars. And he's rolling it. He's rolling.
Are you serious?
What's that say?
The 75. The mind of Brooklyn. Land of fuck. Brooklyn's the land of fuck? Is that what it's
Welcome to the land of fuck.
What is the land of fuck?
Okay, so in the movie,
I remember
that term was used. So, you know, that's why we put that on the No.
Oh,
Yeah, Jamie has a backup. Palmer.
and who's the other guy? Who's in Chico? I mean, Chico. No, the other guy. The other guy has a small little baby cartel. Like a small little drug gang. The first guy. Is he really dead?
Yeah.
Yes, like his name was like Chico or something. And his gang.
I'm getting old.
His gang was called the Company.
The Company.
The Company.
Yeah, I pulled him over.
First guy. Pulled him over after you found out.
He put it in.
How did you find out that it was
Well, first of all, he put it on me because he shorted me $700. And so I made it known that I wasn't happy about it, and he come up to $700. And he said, you know, fuck you, or I'm not paying. I said, okay, fine. And then I put pressure on the store for about 2 days. I was talking about the store, I chased customers, I paid another bunch of cops in front of the store for a fucking 4 or 5 nights when I was there, and chasing them and all those plans. And then also my pages with 911 and
such a fucking huge I can't even like I feel like a kid right now, man. Absolutely the former UFC fighter Martin Schaub. In fact, Schaub did just about the opposite. Martin Schaub delivered Tyson's Ray's challenge. He disrespectfully Tyson's face, referring to his fighting style as principles. Downplaying how Bruce is saying that he doesn't actually do cardio because he can't be on the red from all the smoking that he does.
Within a block of the store, outside more wooden posts. I told them all that. He doesn't know what I want to say. And I'm open.
You think that this guy's like super fucking violent?
Let's go. So I'm looking in his car. I'm looking to see if he opens his glove box. There's a gun in the car. They just said there's no way to do it, right? So I'm going for a second. And so he takes the gun and goes like, fucking hit on me, motherfucker. And told me, oh, my concern is why is the fucking piece there? So, why don't you get on the no. So, the other time we'll do it right here. People fucking done it, let's do it right here. It's what they like. I said, we'll do a fucking Mexican fucking war. Let's go. Yeah, okay, corral, motherfucker. Let's go. And he's like, I said, you pull the fucking hit off right now, or I'll come to see you. Like in jail. All right. I got my tape. Meanwhile, the fucking precinct, no one never told me. The precinct knew there was a hit on me. How would they know? It's everywhere, bro. The feds were in that organization somewhere. and they never fucking told me. You've never been in the movie. Joe, this guy, Detective Joe Hall, in the back of a van. And they come out the street sweepers.
Yeah.
Well, there was a guy in that van that was pointing out all the organizational people because he was a snitch for them. They knew that they put a hit on me and never told me.
That's fucked up.
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy that you, at such a young age, were able to develop that street mentality to be able to coexist with these guys and work with them and make money with them. And like even how the one guy that went to goes to cigars, was talking about you. He was like, yeah, I could talk to this guy. He was just like me. Like,
Is that a compliment?
I could recognize.
I don't know if that's a compliment.
Well, yeah, well, like, it's a street guy. You know what I mean? Like, he's a New York guy. I can talk with him. I can, hustle bustle with him. He's not like a normal cop.
Well, it is. I think if you show vulnerability, and I mean by that, you take risk. But if you take risk, people accept you more, right? So, for me to have the balls to come up to somebody and say, like, I'll give you a funny example. I was working in 75 with my partner at the time. His name was Jerry. He pulled his car over, 280ZX, maroon. Back then, there was not his car, maroon or burgundy color. 280ZX, I pulled him over and I go to toss the car. Because then I was their car. And I tossed the car, I can't find it. And he's looking at me, he's like sweating his fucking balls off. I was like, all right, you're good this time, and I let him go. Now I get transferred to Coney Island. Nobody told you I get transferred to Coney Island. So I'm looking to beat in Coney Island, and this Spanish guy, who's short Spanish, says, hey, Batman and Robin. I don't know who the fuck Batman and Robin are. It's me and my partner. That's our nickname to them, right? So I go, who's Batman and Robin? He goes, well, he's Batman because he's taller than me, and you're Robin. I go, okay, what's up? He goes, you guys are in the wrong precinct. So, you're really smart. Because cops take their numbers from their old precinct and put it on their gun belt. So you can see it back in the day. You put the new numbers on your shoulder. It says 60 precinct. That's Coney Island. And I put my 75 numbers on my gun belt. I said, you saw my fucking gun belt numbers. He goes, no, you pulled me over with 280ZX. I said, burgundy. I said, back trunk. He goes, yeah. He goes, this is hatchback. Yeah. He said, you missed it. I said, you motherfucker. He says, all you have to do is pull that fucking the mold, the plastic mold. I got something.
Oh yeah, what do you mean by that?
Like, I want to work with you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He says, I said, why? He said, because you never try to wrap nobody up. You just want some money. So I said, fucking motherfucker, you're right. He said, we used to call the police. We used to call 911 to see who shows up. And when you and your partner were working, we knew we were good for the night. This is how fucking criminals work, right? They would check on themselves and see who's gonna roll up. So anyway, that's what it's like.
Yeah, I think cops are a different breed nowadays than they were back then. Especially around here. I don't know how much time you spend in Florida.
Yeah, they're nice guys.
Yeah, they are nice guys.
I mean, they're fair.
Yeah.
They're fair. I find them squared away, military-ish, more on the lines of military than, that approach to things, But, once you let their guard down, which is the truth. I mean, tomorrow your brother's a cop, your uncle's a cop, or your aunt's a cop. Right? So, your names.
Yeah, it's not a job that I envy. I mean, especially nowadays.
Yeah.
With the spotlight shining on everybody and all the phones and everything.
Well, so that's funny because you put the spotlight. I was the first advocate. Because I'm a dirty, broke fucking cop. I was the first advocate behind every cop should wear a button.
Really?
Every cop should. Well, because it keep you honest. On those moments where because people, human beings put the uniforms on, right? So it keeps you honest, and most times cops do the right thing. Most times, but 99%. I mean, you might not like what they did, You might not have wanted to be arrested, but it's an ugly situation in any respect. If a patron or a perpetrator doesn't want to get arrested, so you're asking a human being to do the job of a machine. That's just if you spit in my face, I do want to knock your fucking teeth out.
Right.
Just as a man, right? So that guy's still a man. You just spit in his fucking face. I mean, I don't know how they do it.
How's your first cop? It was good, buddy. I was flying the fourth thing we were so
Video the other day. My father-in-law
flying.
He used to work for one of the big place called SRT. Sold a lot of Give me a video of this guy charging a police officer. The cop shoots him at least 11 or 12 times. The guy's still going. And eventually he gets like the 13th time to finally drop to his knees.
Yeah, not done. Not done yet, though.
Never seen anything like that.
I very much was in your house from the assault for the
Yeah, you know, I'm in a cop.
Well, how about the scene you saw the one with
one day when I succeed, that's the house I want. So congratulations on that. Thank you very much. The neighborhood.
stab the girl in the ground?
Oh, yeah.
Stab the girl against the car.
It's like very pleasant. I'm waiting for the foot to come back. And so,
Yeah, that's the problem with the internet. That's like I agree with that. The cameras are great. Like, you can keep your right?
You're honest and you can't lie about what happened.
Right. The problem is that once you throw that into something like Twitter, then it's just tribalism at its worst. You know what I mean? Everyone wants to. They're like, okay, before I form my opinion on this, what side am I on?
Well, yeah. Well, if you start out on a side, then you're really
that's the problem.
You're there's gonna be a problem, right?
Right.
So I told you, but I've been arrested. So I know how to be a little more exacting and judgmental of their acts. So I always say that I think I'm one of the better critics of policing and police work. So if I tell you what's going on, okay, take it from the guy who's been arrested several times, okay, and I didn't like any one of them. But, I did put my hands behind my back because I knew that I was submitting to being arrested for something I did. I'm not guilty of said crime, but, I mean, it wasn't pretty when they came to arrest me. I'll just say that. I wanted to fuck them. Because they arrested me at work the first time, and then the second time they arrested me, I was out on bail.
And didn't they storm your house then?
And
He's only 4%,
32%.
So they did Roger Stone. They put the fucking helicopters, fucking speedboats, every fucking thing else. Dogs, searchlights. Look at the deck.
They beat your ass or anything? They'll rough you up a little bit?
How much fun is all the houses have different, like our thing, we had chili in our house, we had chili and something else. So they could just come over and
I had
just
one
put
guy
your
who
doors open and your kids go to the houses, so they could for like an hour and a half at one house, another house. There's nothing better than crazy. I mean, if your neighbor.
They say it's a couple hard knocks here and there.
Yeah, but if you survive it, if you comply with them,
Well, that's different. Yeah.
do you think that I couldn't get my ass beat?
No, I agree. Like 100% does not be your You're correct. It should never happen.
Do you think the problem is a lot of people don't
Was he complying? Was that gentleman complying?
Yeah.
Maybe he was.
That was his story.
No, yeah, no. And he very well could have. I know some guys just got so amped up. Like, they got to prove justice. Right?
There's nothing.
Have the guy say it. There's nothing wrong with that. I used to buy them beer and fucking.
I invited you.
Right now. And it's that compared to when he was overseas.
I know exactly what's going on. So I tell Chin, watch him drive. I know he just went through like, watch him drive for.
He would say like when they would go into foreign countries, whatever, their job was to basically integrate with the civilians. He can talk to everybody, figure out what's going on, and basically be like a communication hub for them. Like talk to them, be friends with them, and try to like solve or beat them.
So, for example, if it's a crack investigator,
Well, I don't know. I'm just asking. I have no fucking clue.
Right.
I'm just,
So
I'm
we have that.
Yeah.
We have that. We have the community policing. We have outreach officers. We have school officers. Problem is, right? You know, and the real because the one man that's running the neighborhood once I build on that, and you people don't want to traffic but if you're not sure if you want to feel you know,
but then I went down the day after.
so when they say nothing like that, you point to the face when you walk into the room. Oh, this is real fine, you know. So things change, you know, all that practice is over.
Yeah, I think we were talking more about like befriending people and trying to get people to trust them, especially in those communities overseas and foreign nations like Iraq and Afghanistan, whatever. And you know, you compare that to, I mean, the most famous incident, I think, is the Trayvon Martin. Walking down, the kids walking to the grocery store, walking to the house, like that. And in Florida. Yeah. He like chased him down. Like,
the guy was a civilian, an armed civilian, right? With a little bit of
Yeah. Anyways, I think the point is, I think Jocko.
The guy. Listen, the guy. He just goes down. He overstepped.
He overstepped that he got in the fight.
Right, and that's it. Now I'm kidding. That's unfortunate. He made a mistake. The other guy did. The mistake he made was confronting. He was not wrong. That's it. That's why they had to find him. But the fact that he got involved, at that point,
Dave would still be alive.
if he didn't fight. He might have been the nicest guy in America. But when someone's on and they're making a citizen's arrest, they have a choice to take themselves too. And he was tuning this fucking guy up. Don't kid yourself.
Oh, yeah.
He was getting tuned the fuck up. The 17-year-old kid, whatever he was,
He was beating his ass.
beating the fuck out of this guy. And guess what? If I got a gun on me, that means it's your gun now. So I ain't giving it up.
Yeah, but you instigated the shit. You started the fight, motherfucker, and now you're getting your ass kicked. Now you're gonna kill the kid.
You're gonna take my gun and kill me. That's all that matters now. You beat my fucking ass. Now you're gonna take me and shoot me with my own fucking gun. That's what it's yeah. That's what I'm telling you. Okay? That's the problem. The problem was he's overstepping ground. He's not there. So he's going to
They talk about not eating. You don't eat. You do not eat birds of prey.
He stepped out there and tried to be a citizen police officer. Trayvon now
Get all kinds of weird parasites.
his actions
You don't
and
breathe here. You usually brine
the other guy's actions caused the incident.
cook.
Trayvon's
If
actions.
anybody's searching bear, that's I mean, I was just asking you if you're in trichinosis.
Do you not connect to that?
That's why
So that's why these deadly physical force stop. No retreat law or something. You don't have to retreat, or you don't have to fucking just blown off if if the guy's fucking got you down and choking you out, you can let him kill you.
Right. Yeah, I guess so. Fucked up part
And so we should, like I said, all the police don't confront
or try to talk to him.
Yeah, I don't think it's
around. Hey man, what are you up to? What are you going?
Yeah, I don't know.
Where you headed? You're gonna be like, I feel like
advanced conversation skills, or even
Well, this guy is an cop too. Yeah.
Right, that's true.
This guy's a civilian who has a little. I think he had a little training as a police officer. So he's not a local cop. He's had a little training. So now he's got a gun. And now he's put himself in a position to be a hero. And now he's a fucking hero. And someone dead. So I mean, but that's life. If someone burglarizes your house, right? And they're in there doing a good job on it, and you go to stop them, and they start shooting you up. And, you reach for Uncle Sam and you fucking door, and you fire a shot at him. You're probably gonna get arrested, but should you?
I think the point I'm trying to get to is when I originally brought it up was like Jocko was saying to become someone that he was, become a Navy SEAL, you have to go through what's called hell, which is basically the most illegal fucking thing that is created to break humans, right? Like you want it bad enough to make it through that, you can get this job. Right.
So is that every cop should do that?
So is every cop should do every cop.
No, I'm gonna tell you. Here's your answer. I'm gonna give you the answer.
His point was they should go through more, or they should have to want it more, or they should be more.
I'm gonna give everybody the answer that I gave people 10 years, 15, 20 years. Send them to prison first.
I had a real lesson on helicopter safety. Like I looked at the actual stats. And if you fly a helicopter without doing all the power lines and rescue and all that all day,
We don't have any. Start a cop out.
Crazy safe. If you look at stats,
if you make it through a week,
people live in those.
you'll understand what
It's
it's like
just for
to
transportation.
violate someone's
It's the same
rights.
as anything. Safe as
You'll understand what it's like to the severity of putting handcuffs on.
if you're gonna like lose power,
I mean, of course, the first cop to put the handcuffs on, it's nothing.
and a lot of times when you, and also the other thing when you
But
go
when
in
he's
the
just done
helicopter,
training,
you're going slow.
so you
kind of roll over. It's like a slow roll.
and he needs to understand what she the magnitude of the decision that they're making and what they're doing to something. Because watching someone's family grow up through pictures,
There's some things that are very
as you watch them grow up their family grow up through pictures,
the
sort of
back
put a little
road,
sense of
that's
humanity
what
into what you're doing.
it's like never walking the back now.
Humanity.
Remember that one girl? She married my buddy. She walked into a helicopter.
In a relationship with crime that's committed. So someone shoots somebody in the face. Doesn't matter, right? Maybe it's maybe so.
I don't know why I get all like
Maybe
let's take a little break here, man. I want to talk about bronze.
what's
All I
like
do
fuck
is
his
I
mother,
just wear boots,
and so on, and so on and so forth. So now you just
most
saw someone
comfortable
shooting
boots
up
I've ever freaking put on.
You know what?
These balls I got here look good too. Oh, dude, they're great work boots. All right, comfort, but also like a lot of times they're very rugged and built for terrain. They're not that comfortable. These are very comfortable, but also can handle.
Yeah, no, I mean everybody bring morality into it.
Also, those boots are kind of bulky and heavy, not these lightweight ones. Slip out the heel, slip, oil resistant, heat resistant, electric hazard.
I think when it comes to like how experienced you are, how trained you are, and whatever it is, you're using weapons, you're defending yourself, and if you've never done it, and you get into a fight with somebody, you should be able to fucking win the fight without having to blow from the head up.
You go ahead and fight
Who is that?
Oh, the guy from Miami. That's the guy. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
Go fight Masterval, trained cops. Good luck. All right.
Yeah,
If you don't have 60, you got a problem.
Right,
So,
exactly.
so and all cops should be very trained. Yeah. But you gotta understand, they're trying to turn cops out in a rate in 22 weeks. They're trying to make you okay. So in that time, they teach you law, social science, vaginal work, whatever the fuck they put cops through today. Whatever. I don't know. You're fucking medical doctors. You fucking teach people how to read. With social work. So all the stuff they're going to learn in the next 22 weeks, and then you got to teach them how to be an expert. How about it? You know what I mean? And don't forget, these are people that are getting paid in salary by a city.
Good luck. We're gonna, at the end of it, we're going to attach a GoPro to you. Good luck.
How about it? You know? And meanwhile, you're still 103 pounds. What the fuck? You know, you're 5'4", you're 103 pounds. You got a 22 inch. You're a dime piece, but people want to fuck you, but you can't fight your way out of what paper bags.
Not only that, we're going to pay you 40 grand a year.
Yeah, right.
So let's go see what happens.
Let's see how it turns out. There's a lot of reality that goes through. Yeah, I mean, so it would be nice if Trump would give you more self-defense. I would say if they spent 40% of their time in self-defense classes rather than all the other shit.
Want to answer?
My friends got taken down, but I was holding on to so much with my buddy.
Yeah, so, right.
I was a kid. I
You mean a
remember my
documentary?
buddy
No.
said help, and I grabbed him.
He's got his own documentary?
Actually, he was at a wedding for Blanco, the Blanco.
The story
Griselda Blanco?
Yeah, he went to the wedding the other day, and
his
he
life.
presented them.
Right, saved Tommy's life. Now, Tom Tulip is now, I believe, on death row.
Jimmy Vegas. They call him Jimmy Vegas because he's from Florida. No, he's from Ohio. Moved to Florida, then moved to Vegas. So for some reason, his name is Jimmy Vegas. And but he's a pretty talented artist. And so at Blanco's wedding,
So, if they did Blanco,
the son of
the mother?
Yeah, yeah. He had a big wedding, and he got a reality show.
I punched him as hard as I could in the face.
Yeah. He got like 5 million views on the reality show. And then he got married, and in the wedding, on TV, it was a real wedding. He really got married. He presented them with one of his pieces of art for their wedding day. Some interesting characters out there. He's run into a lot of different people.
Anyway, I was vindicated because he was.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
When you did, at what point did Killer? At what point did he reach out to you and say you wanted to make a movie?
Yeah, so I was in 2012.
You already out.
Yeah, I was home.
It's like in the comedy store that one time where that giant guy tackled that guy who couldn't get out of it. Fit Bill. And then I jumped on the guy to help him. He got off and he said, Brian, did you help the guy down? He was this giant black guy.
He hasn't
It was
gotten
like being on a raft. He had his
publicly
face short, and his wrists were so thick I couldn't put my hand on my knees. I can't help this guy down.
So it turned out it was.
But he thought I was
I
a cop.
thought it was Jeff Smith.
We have like 27 kids on our
So you, how the fuck?
We don't want to keep this up.
It's not even my number. How'd you get this number? And it's funny because he would go on to repeat that same verbiage that I used on him. The next 4 people we called said the same exact thing. He said that, but they all followed it up with one other thing. What did Mike say? So yeah, so we called up and
he was out there trying to save lives. It's very tough to find the kids under all the debris like long. So in North Carolina, we still have the
you're gonna have Goodfellas. This would blow Goodfellas away.
It's so sad.
But so he goes, "Oh really?" So she goes, "Tell me, we got a fucking star."
If you see the video, they like coming.
A star. Yeah. Eli. Yeah. Are you listening to me? Yeah. He goes, I go, he's the star. He goes, we've been working on this documentary for 6 months ago. I said, and you came to see me at the end? She goes, well, we just changed the whole thing just now. I go, really? So then I
retooled their whole project.
spent $500,000. Spent $500,000. Forget everything we fucking did.
Forget about
We
it.
got it all. Do it all over. They had to reach out to producers for more money, and they went on and they put together. And so we $75,000, which they put together. It sat on the show for almost 2.5 years, just trying to get it out. And they fucked it up. And I said, guys, right.
It's that black swan event, right? It's like sometimes a black swan's born. It's just out of nowhere. And there's that. The one thing about life is there's always these unexpected things that happen. They should have. I'd be so pissed. I'd be so pissed because Americans, we don't do shit.
Yeah, exactly. And so anyway, they all help each other out. So anyway, many people extremely rough draft. They had like 3 hours at that time. They were looking at it 3 hours at that time. So one of the guys.
That was like when you listen to Rogan, was that computer scientist?
More him and less the others. Okay? So yes, so they cut it down to an hour.
It's wild. And it's almost, It's almost the whole team. I was like, what in the world?
But there's 158 versions.
So,
158 full-length versions.
It's sold out forever, but
That's a lot of fucking work. So I'm really disappointed. I would say there's probably 156 better ones than the one they let go. Really? Because the shit on the cutting room floor would make your head stand up. Yeah, so it was fucking incredible.
Who ended up buying, by the way?
IFC, all three media produced it. With some financing from others. And they sold it to IFC. IFC ended up. Yeah, this independent film company. It's part of AMC. They put no money into promoting it. Like, they put $10,000. And so it didn't. It should have got the award. It should have got the Academy Award for Best Documentary. Sure. No, it should have. 100% should have. Not because I was in it. Not because it was great. No, it should have. It should have got the. What happened was it got lost in a small film festival in Manhattan. Didn't make it to Sundance. And then after they agreed to take it, this little small show in West Village, Sundance called them up and said, fuck that. Sundance is where you want to. You can't take that name in the industry. If you back out of these little film festivals, I don't give a fuck about the next film. I care about this film. Whatever. I got no control. So if you didn't go to Sundance, if you don't go to Sundance, you're not getting fucking.
Yeah, everybody's fucking nerdy. If you would have been in charge, look, motherfucker, I was the one making all this money dealing with on the streets. Like, if you want someone to sell this thing, it's me, motherfucker. And what the fuck are they doing?
Nothing.
First 172
Are you getting paid? From them? Are they paying you?
It's supposed to be paid. They haven't paid the profit. Well, 3 years on Netflix. They haven't paid the profit.
That's the problem. I think that industry, I think the big film, music industries, television industries, they're on their way out.
Well,
they're corrupt. They're on their way out. They fuck over artists. They fuck over talent, and they're infamous for fucking over talent. Tons of documentaries. Go to Netflix. You watch 1,000 documentaries like that expose music industry, film industry, TV, and industries for doing this. And because of that, all this light being shined on it, they're on their way out. Now, like people like you, artists, talent, people that create stories, they're creating their own platforms on things like YouTube or whatever else. They tell it and they build their own platform. Right? And the audience is what they do. Right. What they do.
Look at this.
Well, this is what I'm working on.
He's looking.
It's tough when you're I'm not together with the other guys doing it. If I could get on board with each other and we could pull our funding, and maybe we could do something big together. But
you know, there's somebody doing something like this.
No, well, I'm gonna do. I want to have. I don't want to go to okay? I don't want to do. I want to have everything that's going to be as better. Cameras, I want the system set up. I don't want to go like this.
192, so not that crazy.
Yeah, a lot of guys on Twitter say that.
It does. It has. I actually was involved in a short podcast. And it really felt good. I was a big and it was a 220 by 220. And I had like 5 or 6 episodes.
And was it like one of those edited podcasts with music or tell a story? Or?
No. Talking about the day.
Really?
Yeah, we talk about the day. Then I just
I can swim with you.
And just kick it, talk about, the air conditioning not working. Oh, you're not.
I don't think they have heard of it. It's not trouble. Well, where can people listening or watching on YouTube, where can they find your, what are you pushing?
So right now, I'm really just,
Yeah,
I have a cigar line that's been still available. It's just I haven't what it is there's some addition stuff from the Europe because so, but you know, people were interested in getting cigars, they can contact me through Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook. You know, from my guy on Instagram and Twitter, and my I'm really not pushing much. Right now, I'm looking to get my screenplay done. And I'm looking to get my I've had the authors 3 times to write it out. The first author, that's done. The next author, no good. We went to a meeting with all the top publishers and we didn't get the deal done. And then, anyway, yeah, he wrote it like a bitch. And the other guy, who's a pretty good writer, he got 4 books published. He's sort of happy. I sat down with him for 2 months. It's exhausting going over these stories. You know, reliving them and passion and passion and feeling
Yeah, where? I mean, if you want to land somewhere, you have to feel just like a field. Yeah, you don't really. You can land, especially if it's a
writer and write passion. I named himself right.
You gotta be careful, but yes, there are places.
So screenplay and the book I'm working on. I own my rights to the book, and I own my rights to TV series with first right to refuse to vote. But so I'm working on the legend because it's all in the book. I'm trying to get the screenplay done because they dropped the ball now 5 times on screenplay. They've had 5 screenplays written. It's not the best, so something's not there. And I don't see any of them. I don't get a chance to see any of them. So I don't know what they're putting out there. But I know what they can put. If they would just come and sit with me and pay me a fucking decent salary, it'll be done.
That's what I got out of that fucking I used to do the same fucking, I used to live in the same house. That used to be my job. I used to develop TV show concepts and sell them and pitch them to TV networks. And that was the fucking nightmare of it. Is that push your project on them. You're the one that knows everything. You're the one that's on the ground, right? I was more like the filmmaker. I was like packaged it all, shot it, edited it, whatever. And once you pass it off to them, those guys in Hollywood, New York, wherever the hell they are, and they get their hands on it,
It fucked up the whole thing.
They botch it. They botch the whole fucking thing. They think they know it all. Yes, they think they know it all. They want to take care of their relationship. They think they.
How about get the fucking product out there that's good? Get the good product.
That's why I got it. Started doing this. Started putting it all out on YouTube myself. Don't have to answer to anybody.
Yeah, but I steered you wrong. Have I ever steered you wrong? They got a crazy.
You survive.
They got a crazy.
Don't worry about putting on the table.
You're feeding the family. That's what it's all about. And that's a good thing. And that's why I go on shows. And but some of the guys. So that I remember who I am. Help the little guys. That's what everybody should do. Help the little guys. That's what the life's about. Whatever. That's how I was raised.
That's good, man. That's yeah. You don't live in Florida. You still in New York, right?
Yeah, I still live in New York.
You don't put too much monkeys on that. You just eat the ribs of brisket, dude.
You got a condo here too, motherfucker? Really? Clearwater?
I don't have one in Myrtle Beach anymore.
Okay, hold on. That's okay. Thanks for doing this, Mike. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I enjoyed the conversation.
I'm telling you, that tri-tip
Goodbye, world.
is bring up that tri-tip. Just go there. I did those pictures of here to adjust us. Like the way they dip it, he's got this tri-tip that's perfect for barbecue, right? Like they smoke and all that. And he goes, "You want this?" And he dips it in there, and I was like, "Fuck you." Yeah, it's just so good. I don't even know how to describe it. I think they choose this really specific long way. It's a long way. But if you go 8 hours, you're okay. They move
Is that your number? Maza or not? Yeah, okay. Well, I appreciate you coming here and doing this.
They're still talking about it.
Cocoa Beach. You live in Cocoa Beach. Yeah, what's it like living over there?
You know, it's a little quieter than like my area.
Yeah, she can't do it. That's an hour. I'll just go somewhere else. But W is good. I got way to even. I mean, 20 minutes is like 20, 25 away. Yeah, that's a long time. You live an hour.
Yeah. Yeah, Cocoa Beach is an interesting place. Yeah. Hometown of Kelly Slater.
Yes.
Yeah, they got the nice big shrine right there in the main area.
I got a gym there.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, breakfast tacos are easy.
Okay. Hell yeah.
I don't do that. Tacos are eggs in a corn tortilla.
Do you ever serve?
I have salsa.
Big surf?
I never did it in my life.
They're one of the best places for breakfast tacos. Is actually the I-4 seasons.
Okay, so for people who aren't familiar with your story and look out and say popular film to
Almost company that's so good. Sometimes this episode's brought to you by Viva. You want to wind down. You probably still wired, grab a drink. It's not what you want to do to stay sharp, dude. That's it. Yeah, they got a relax and unwind shot, plant-based. It's a way to decompress. They use kava, GABA, other calming herbs without alcohol, without sedatives, without next-day rockiness. Okay? Just takes the edge off naturally.
Wasn't also a movie or something you starred in?
Alright, and every batch is independently lab tested for quality and consistency.
Oh, okay.
Guys, you can try free.
Oh, wow. That's recent, right?
Yeah, that's covered in shipping. That's it.
Okay.
The link in the description. All you have to do is cover shipping and experience the
So,
difference for yourself.
I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, but for people who aren't familiar with the story, just give me like a brief background of who you are and your break.
You know, it's always nice to start
Spots.
when you
Yes, I mean, the decision was trash. It's like Cassie meets that woman who is, I guess, the Health and Human Services, like Director right now. She was able to those students as a Stanford dropped out last year, so she was not practicing doctor. She got her degree. And she was talking about how she hates has
you know, and what got me there was cops that were on my case.
for a quarter
Part of the task force back
it costs $48.
90, 89,
It's like,
90,
hey,
91.
most Americans can't afford $48 for your fucking olive oil.
Right,
That's why we use canola oil. What did you
So, yeah, after they retired, they went into that. And when he was looking for somebody, they all knew me well. And they said, Larry's the guy you want. He read the book,
it's nutrition
Life,
for rich
and
white people,
he
for
said
other
it
rich
was
white people.
several times. And he had a plan for it, but, you know, he's so busy, he's got so much going on in his life. It's too slow for me. So this little thing in took it and but now go back to what got me is you know, I was a main guy in the company and I didn't start out that way. I started out with normal upbringing. My father was a lieutenant in the fire department. My mom worked in a bank, really went to Catholic school. My brother, my sister, myself. And, you know, we had everything we wanted growing up. You know, not that we were rich. That's my favorite. We were expected to do well in school. You know, we expected to do well. And I went all the way up to college. I did a year of college. Yeah, that's funny. But somewhere, you know, just about 6 months before I went to college, I met an older woman I was working and her name was Linda. And very attractive. I was not quite 18, and she was about 32. So it was sort of a mutual attraction when she got to whatever way you want to. We wound up having an affair. I found out soon after that she was married. I knew she had 2 kids, but I never met the husband. The husband was always gone. He was always away. So I was assuming he was a businessman or a doctor, just with crazy hours. I think we're closer to you. Yeah, just pull it. Yes. And yeah, there you go. And ultimately, I find out later on that he is one of the bosses in the Colombo family. and his name's Greg Scott. I called him the Grim Reaper. He had, and he told me he stopped counting 50 bodies, and he's probably got 100 or 200 of them. He's probably one of the most feared mob guys in history. So, the way I found out was,
Now, sorry, no, when you were that age, did you know anything about the mafia?
not a lot. I knew there was these social clubs all over the place where the guys always dressed better and never worked and had the caddies, that type of thing. I knew it was there, but I didn't know anything about rules or the real actual lifestyle. So like, I didn't really know you're meant to be in that life until later on. So, and I did have an Uncle Albert who was a dinosaur. He died at like 93 years old, 94 years old. And he was very, very young, right? In and out of life. He was one of those guys that you see like in movies that really like the mob guys. He was that guy. Greg, on the other hand, was vicious, greedy, ruthless mob guy. So, and I wound up somewhere in between because growing up under Greg Scott, we had to produce. So I learned to be a gangster like this.
It's summer. It's camping season. Let's talk about pitching tents. Okay, so you're having an affair with this woman who's more than 10 years older than you. And then you find out that she's married to a guy who's an infamous murderer. How does that not freak you out? How do you not run for the hills?
It did, but here's what happened. She broke it like little bits and pieces. She said from the first he was an influence guy and helping in business. And they actually put me in charge of sales. They had a company, paper products, fire extinguishers, supplies, furniture, all kinds of things, restaurants. They just made me the salesman. He came in and she told him that she had a guy that can do it. Next thing I know, I meet him that way. So now going to different establishments to get the business, if they said no, the next day he would set something to the place and say, all right, we go back tomorrow. I would go back and so happy to find out. So the business was, so I started understanding, of exactly what he was. But where I was strong on people in business, to make sure they gave me the business. Yes, that was the good. And it was going well for a while. But what happened was, because now I knew him personally, and he was helping me and making me successful in his personal business, I started feeling guilty about it. I said, now it's really, really bad. He finds out he's got a problem. I know who he is now. So this went on for months, and he saw, I did some things that were parallel. Like when he called me for a meeting, I said, he can come to me. Well, if you want me to drop him off downtown or bring him somewhere, and I was always the one to do it, I started worrying, I'm going to trip on my own.
Because he's going to find out, but guess what?
Yeah. So ultimately, somewhere along the way, they discussed it, or she told him, there's a lot of theories now. Because people think he might have known from the very beginning, very possible. Some say, well, the other thing you got to know is he had 2 other wives. Yes.
At the same time?
Yes. So he had 3. He had one that was living in Vegas. He was really beautiful. He had Connie, who was his first wife, with his first children, and then he had Linda, who actually was a common law. I'm pretty sure they never got married. We found that out later on. So he was juggling 3 wives. So the other theory is that I made it easier for him because his youngest wife now wasn't going to complain when he wasn't around. She had her own little club, her own little nightclub. Right. So anyway, he confronts me with it. We're driving to the club, and he knew because just a couple of days earlier, I had to show up somewhere. It's not like something's wrong. So on the way, we started breaking the ice. It's just us two in the car, and we would get to the club every day about a half hour before the rest of the night showed up. And on the way, he was saying things like he loves you like a son, Linda loves you. I'm going to have this conversation with you because I think you're very mature for your age. I'm only 19. Just about a year and a half later, we had this story. And we wound up getting in the car, walking into the club. We go, he sits down behind the desk. I sit at my spot on the other side of the desk, like we do every day. And he's going on and finally he says, I know about you. So, my heart's beating. And I remember always saying that I never said it. I would never ever admit it. I just have to deny it. But something came over me like it was do or die at the time. I mean, I loved her. I didn't want to not be there. And my answer to him was, Greg, I have a lot of respect for you, you know that. And I think you are far from an idiot. But only an idiot would see it.
So you ready for these? All right, folks, this is insane.
He knows
First
I'm
time
there.
ever, we got two full-blown all-women's boxing mega events down in
I'm
Illinois.
with her
Two title fights the same night. Let's
you
go.
know,
If you're like,
I don't believe
the
he really
action,
thought
I
I was
like boxing.
around the
And women, sign me up.
Yeah,
Captain Sportsbook is where it's at.
after all
We're
this
talking
time.
Katie Taylor.
So I
Savannah
sort of,
Serrano.
maybe deep inside, I knew that he knew. And it's just a weird time. It's very rough and stuff. But now, the way the world is off my shoulders. But I did learn one of the main rules that day. He took me outside, we were hanging out on a parking lot with me on the knee, get some sun, and he told me that it's okay. He says, I'm fine. Anybody outside the three of us finds out, he says, you and I will be killed. Somebody could kill the Grim Reaper? Well, yeah, you're breaking one of the rules that told you before you become a guy. You know, you never turn on the family. You have to come whenever the family calls you. Come first. No drugs. Obviously, I'm not talking to law. And no messing around with other people's lives or broken. You know. So I learned that rule that day, but as the years went on, I also learned every one of those years broke. There were so many guys doing drugs. So many guys dealing with the feds. My boss himself, he's 30 years old. You know, that's like the coup de grace. The end of the story of my life. Find out that he was, been informant for 30 years.
That's interesting. I had a guy on here. I think the only other guy that I've had on the show who was previous mafia was John Alite.
Yeah, John.
He was saying the same thing.
Yeah. No, it is. Like I said, the drugs is running rampant. There were guys messing around with people, but I didn't know. He was like John Gotti with his boss, John Crow. He was at the door. Sammy the Bull. White out of he's the biggest hypocrite of all of us. He's big into drugs. He's sleeping with his boss. And they were both married. I mean, it was,
So Sammy the Bull was running around the same time frame. He was, is he a different?
He was a Gambino family.
Gambino,
another family, really Colombo family. But I was friends with him in the street. We played ball together. Racquetball. What was he like? Sammy was no nonsense. Tough guy all the way. A killer. Big money on it.
Did you know like this guy's a killer?
Well, later on, I began to like that.
This is not like you just like you hang out with these guys. You guys are both going. This is not casual conversation.
No, we used to go to the same racquetball. So when he was into boxing, I was into martial arts and boxing also. So we actually started with those. But he's, I like him. He's very really smart guy. And he used to survive it, obviously. The up against what he was up against, everybody wants to talk to rats and things like that. But I always say there's a lot of different ways to break that in. Okay? Some guys cop out and did things that are hurting the next wave of defenders. That happened on my case, where guys came in, they admitted there was a war, they admitted they were part of the Thurman family. They don't have to prove that anymore. These guys just admit it. That becomes evidence against you. Okay? But they got their reasonable deal. They were happy. John Gotti talking on the history of being flamboyant and being in the public eye as he was all the time. That's not a good thing. You know. And then other guys do it, like my boss did, the smartest way of all, just be partners with an FBI agent. The whole career, you'll never get arrested. And that's what happened with him. Wow. Yeah. He sold his own son out, like Junior, who I'm still very friendly with. He did 33 years. And when the father died, he did deathbed confession. And he saved other people. Either for me or his son, as part of the deathbed confession, exonerating us. So this, yeah, and
is there stuff that he could have said that would have exonerated you?
He could have said that all I did was drive him places. He was my driver. He didn't know anything about the hits. What he did for Hollywood, Percival, who was the boss of the big boss of the family, Carmine Percival's son. And while I was away, Ali Boy told me that him and his father knew about Greg for the last 20 years. So
you knew about him talking to them.
Yes. Yeah. And then I found out later on there was an actual case from one of the attorneys on our case. There was a very big tax indictment. Okay. And about 8 of the guys, heavyweights in the family, were indicted. So they all show up to the first meeting. And it gets delayed. You know, they always put it off for 3 weeks. They come back to the next one. They're all going to separate. They have to delay it again. 2 weeks later, they show up again. No bread. The fourth time, they show up, no bread, they throw the case out.
That's not
okay. So those guys, Junior Percival was on that. So he had to know something. But either he felt he helped us. So what's the problem? Plus, they knew he could kill without having a problem. They never been arrested, so they had him doing a lot of work. Plus, he was an enormous asset. So all those things, they gave him a pass for having a partner with the others.
Is that a super rare, valuable thing in somebody to be able to murder without emotion?
Yes. And the truth is, because most of the guys that I know aren't that way. Like, even Sam, he told me, because I never, they got me like, I don't hate. He says, when I have to do it, he says, I'm so mad at this person for breaking the rule, forcing me to have to, business. It's hard to realize that. And they say the human body can get used to anything, endure anything, and eventually it just becomes the way of life, but Greg could kill you. There was a lawyer that once described him as good-looking, articulate. He said something like, you could sit down with judges and lawyers, have dinner with you, and to dessert with you. That's how he described it. And we had to take this lawyer got caught with heroin, got arrested, so he immediately cooperated. And they were interviewing him about all the guys from the Slumber family that he dealt with. And we had to take. How did we get that tape? Greg's connection down. And this became, as we look back on, in time, the handwriting was on the wall. We just couldn't believe it. No, he was such a killer. I'll tell you what happened during the war. I mean, really, certain. But there were things like Greg Jr. told me that just weird things that would happen where his father was a part of something. The next day, found out was a lot of that. There's a lot more of that going on. Like Whitey Bulger.
Yeah.
I'm sure those aren't the only three. There's
Whitey Bulger. Yeah, that's a fascinating story.
Yeah.
About him.
Oh, absolutely.
And how they tested him, experiments on him in prison, and like all that stuff. I saw that. There's like a famous government program called MK Ultra during the Charles Manson, during his whole era, they were testing these CIA mind control tactics on prisoners by basically giving them certain doses of LSD every single day. Wow. And they were doing that to Whitey Bulger while he was in prison. Yeah, he talked about it. So it's like a CIA experiment for mind control. Wow. Anyway, so I'm curious about what kind of like human traits did you notice in a guy like this, Gregory, what that makes him able to just murder somebody?
Well, it's the same thing. It becomes second nature. He was born in the life. I mean, at 15, 16 years old, he was already in stealing. Doing all the things that he's been a patient, very an up and coming guy. And somebody that's already in the life sees his trait and sees that he's tough. He's got balls. He's got what it takes. Okay? And then they groom you. Yeah, I was poor. I don't think that's happening anymore. Because I can see different people that are in the life now. It's not the same. It's definitely not the same. They miss that room and teaching by having a person come constantly like we walk into a place, they know who you are. And you don't have to tell them. These guys, somebody can do. And Greg always had that. He got straight down. Well, when you get into the trial, especially with doctors, having at that age, you had to have somebody that saw a lot about it. And he loved money. He loved money, so there's nothing. Every racket there was, he was some joke open funds, number two, Shylock. Who's a Shylock? What's a Shylock? You lend money, it's organized. So you give a guy $1,000, and you could charge anywhere from, he would charge me $10, but I would charge $30, $50. That's it. They have to pay that every year until they get that. So he had schools making, and just what I knew about him, those guys, about 25,000 weekly every week without fail. Nobody missed payments.
All the people that were getting these loans knew that the collateral was their life.
Well, they're wealthy. Right. He would probably kill them. Their legs are we put to work on that. Even that they start you out doing somebody abusing did something very bad, like robbing them. Found out that he's selling drugs. We don't give him a piece. He said, "Sorry." Anyway. He thinks he did the right thing. That's the other way from the situation. That even this person that robbed somebody, friend and grandmother. Then you would participate just because the guy owes money. But you already see that they take baby steps. They never ask you to kill your friend. That's like a myth. Like a best friend. They're not going to ask you. The ones there to ask you to kill somebody, early on somebody that did something really bad. Later on it becomes nuisance. This guy, had a fight with Julia Percival's nephew. And Julia Percival's nephew lost the fight.
He was the worst coach in the world. Let's go. And he
committed a fight. Yeah, I got in fights growing up. I would have been so fight night. I lost my too, but it's just I actually got spoke to the meeting that I had it. That was in the after hours. We weren't supposed to be in the after hours. What's the after hours? Okay, the nightclub's closed at 4 o'clock. And there's clubs that open at 4.
Oh shit!
Yeah, they were legal, but they were all around. So I was in one of these places, and I get to I find out later on, I didn't know. And he picked the bad time because I was really cheap my go off as good. And I wanted to fight. Okay, I just used him and getting me down. Once he went down, I walked away. It was over. The next night I get a call. I have to go to the diner. And it's like late at night, almost morning. It's almost 24 hours. And I'm thinking to myself, I love that. Greg, well, he's doing a focus. So I get there, I see Sandy the focus hanging outside. He says hello to me. I walk in, he's sitting, stashing, podcasting, Greg, and focus around. So I don't know what happened. Greg now comes over and walks me outside to the front door. And he says, once in a while. He says, no. And he's telling me he wants satisfaction. So Scrappy, but I learned the lesson. Scrappy was talking about Captain. He was a boss for a while. Very well respected. So I remember now he's Paul Stalker. He says if it wasn't for Scrappy, okay, you'd be better ready. Now Greg got there. He says the hair is combed on his head. You'll find more bodies in the street. Now Scrappy has Greg. He should have said that. But you see it, Paul, you shit his pants. Always no good. He was a boss, he was a businessman. So anyway, long story short, I owed Scrappy my life. Because he's safe. So now I owed him.
What kind of guy was Scrappy?
Scrappy, old school, old-time mob guy that died in prison. He got 132 years. He was the guy that exploded the newspaper. When he got the 132 years, he looked between the first verse as well. He only got through 2 terms. And it was in the newspaper. And then when he got the time, he was about 65. So anyway, the funny part of this is, after it's over, I walk outside and talk to Sandy real quick, and he said, while I'm walking away, he says, you should have killed that guy. He didn't like the kid. He didn't like the kid. So that was fun. Yeah.
So did Sammy kind of have your back too? Was Sammy
part
of the same gang?
No, he was there on
he was the other guy.
Yeah. Paul Castellano. But we were friends. So I said we had a look and he knew me.
So if this guy would have had his way, Sammy would have been the guy to kill you.
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. That's a good question. It's a great question. I don't know that. Yeah, I don't think Greg would have allowed me to get in the car there. And then the other thing is this: typically, they wouldn't let somebody else do it. If it came down to, and I'm going to tell you a story where I had to be killed. My own family, they wouldn't allow it. And there's a reason. If they torture me, make it real hard, run them away, we get rid of them. We had a friend of ours, Tony Fraser, who used to like to go out and drink, and when he did coke, he got really crazy. And he liked to coke. So he's in Sammy's club, called Tally's. And he winds up getting out of hand, acting crazy, whatever. The owner, Joey D'Angelo was his name, tells him he's got to leave. And he's a good fellow. Tony wasn't a wise guy. So he doesn't go. So now a couple of the guys bounces, they physically take him out. He goes home, gets his gun, comes back, and kills the fellow. That's the moment. Can't even raise your hand. So winds up, Scappi tells him to get out of town. Well, guy comes down to Florida. I might have been to this area, Tampa. So comes down to Florida. Yeah, I think it was Tampa, it's funny. And he's trying to sort this out. So he goes to have the meeting with the I'll never forget this. We know he's at the meeting, and we're waiting for him to come back. We all like him. He's one of us. He's a tough guy. He's good. You know, we all like him. He comes walking in, Scappi. He used to walk in there, bouncing his keys in his hand. So we heard him come in.
So this guy's trying to save him.
And he always said, gentlemen.
Your first one,
He said, gentlemen. And we're all waiting. He says, I got good news and I got bad news. He said, the bad news is Tony's got to go. The good news is we get to do it. How chilling is that? That was the good news. But I understood. They would have probably tortured him until we get to Joey D'Angelo. So, yeah, it's, you know, I was on the outskirts of that one of my early hits.
Were you there for that?
I wasn't at the actual shooting, but I was there. I actually picked Tony up with Mario at the airport and drove him to where Greg Jr. was waiting for him.
Did he know that he was about to get executed?
No, he thought, as a matter of fact, he made a stop. And Mario went in. Everybody was going to go party. And I didn't. That's when I drank. Anyway, and the hole was already dug. Behind Gregory's house. And somebody flipped years later and told me about it.
Why wouldn't they just be like, if they really like love this guy like a brother? Why wouldn't they go to the Bahamas, don't come back?
That's what I said I would have done. Again, it's a difference, but a guy like Scappi, who lives by the school of Cozen Oak, he probably could live with himself. He says it was the other way around. They hurt one of our good fellas. You know, we want the same satisfaction. So there are guys at certain levels who live this life that know the rules, and they just take it for granted. You know,
I guess you have to always have that concern in the back of your mind that this guy does come back.
Then there's a war. Then there's a war. And then there's the extra few guys. Then Scappi's like, you like it. So, yeah. And there were others. I mean, Bucky was a friend of ours that put Memphis Colors, let's say that was friends, that got into drug business. And he was supposed to stop. And this is why it's such a critical, because just 5-6 years later, we were the biggest drug crew in Brooklyn. I'll tell you how that happened in a minute. But Bucky got killed for dabbling in the drug business. And he was one of us, but again, it was a rule. You're not supposed to be doing drugs.
Did you guys find a more humane way to like kill your own? I mean, these guys are kind of like your friends. I mean, you just always shoot them, or was there a better way to do it?
The only thing I ever knew was I never heard of guys with knives. Never heard of poison. The only bombing I heard of was when they tried to bomb John Gotti. And they got Frankie Chico instead, who was armed for Castellano. And it was another family, Chin's family, and some of the other families never sanctioned that on Castellano. You can't kill a horse. You can't do it. If that starts happening, John's own consular told him, if you did, there's a bullet waiting for you now. You broke the rule. And also, who's going to want to be the boss if you just start whacking horses? They don't, you know, so you don't hear about that. It's very rare. And it's even more rare to kill a consular. Because the consular is his position is to save lives. And like that night with me, if it was off there, this was two different families. So, but if it was
constantly, he's like the lawyer, the negotiator.
Yeah, but he's
mediator.
He's not. He's liked and respected by all the captains and all the good fellas. Okay, so if he calls you to a meeting at 2 a.m, you go. And you have all the confidence in the world. You're not going to go. And again, that's a sacred rule of the life. So if you really believe in the life, and he calls you, you go. You know, that slipped over the years too, because guys in that position shouldn't be in this cold-blooded killing. You know, it's typically a position where I did his work, made it forward over the years, as well life and smart. You can, almost like you said, the movies make it like a lawyer, like Tom Hanks and Rothschild. But it's as a matter of fact, Greg told me that's the best position. Because you're untouchable, it's a lifeline. They can never break you. Your captain, they promote you. You're the underboss, they promote you. If you're a country there, it's for life. And that's the other reason it's such a trusted position. You know? So, you know, when that's why Sammy Poker needs to country there. He kills too fast. You know, he kills you before you negotiate.
And is that just because of is that just his nature, or was that because that was his job?
Yeah, no, it's probably
He would kill people whose job wasn't even kill them.
Well,
Like they weren't all orders.
usually it was orders from the top, right? And he would be the guy because they know it would get done. Okay, but I'm sure, just like Greg and most of us, we had some that wasn't put on record. It's emotional. It's not emotional, but when you know you're, even though you're not going to get the approval, you still want to. So we were involved in a few. But I remember him telling me, I put so many on record. I put so many things in the family. They'll never question it. If the guy turns up there, they're not going to take his shit because he always does it by the book, except those 4 or 5 times. So, and that was what hurt us. Often we let us into the war. Conway Trust was the guy that I grew up under. He's a little older than me. Got his button first. Then when there was a split in the family, he was Vicarina asked our consigliere, Jimmy and Julia, to approach all the captains. All the captains, Vicarina was named acting boss by Jimmy Persico and got that 132 years. But he didn't want to step in. He still wanted to be there for Has that right? Some people say he was willing to do that. That's a valid opinion. But the rule is, if he doesn't step down himself, or get voted out unanimously by all the captains, he's the boss. So Vic asked Jimmy Angelini to come see that, all the men trust, to go and all the captains, and see if they will all vote for me to be and vote for Junior. The problem with that is Junior has 2 sons that captains. He has lifelong friends like Scappy, Greg, and others that are never going to turn him. But there's also guys that have vendettas against Junior Persico for whatever reasons over there. So they jump at the opportunity. So now there's a split in the family. There's Persico faction and the Lena faction. And he has Jimmy go to all the captains, and they don't remember. You know, it's not even 50-50. Most of them are Scappy and Junior. I shouldn't say that. It's probably about 50-50. Within 2 weeks, Jimmy Angelini was dead. He's country in. Even me, this is like 10 years into me being in life. I've never heard of the country yet. It's raining, so I figured you can get fireworks and the rain stopped. Like I said, Vicarina puts a message to Junior Persico that Jimmy was trying to take over the family. He's talking all the captains. So Junior thinks he did the right thing by, treacherous. Turns out that wasn't the case, obviously, because now he promotes Carmine Sessa from captain to consigliere. Carmine is ready to start the scene, of course. He grew up under him as brothers, like their son. At 15, 14 years old, Carmine was already on record with Greg. And that's why he put him there. He figured he could convince Greg to come over. But when he came to see Greg, Tom Excessive came to see Greg, he told him that Vic wants me to talk to the captain. Greg busted out red. He says he's going to do the same thing to you. He's going to have you approach everybody and say that you're trying to take over him. Just like you did for Jim. So Carmine, this is the treachery that goes on behind the scenes. So now Carmine goes back and he decides he's got to kill the ring. Because he can't get the captain to come over. He botches the attempt. That's his first mistake. He should have told Greg what he was going to do. Instead, he wanted to go and do it on his own. He tries to do that. Big shot, comes from there, whatever. He boxes, that box trying to kill him. Yes, he had two other guys with him, and they just I guess they were prepared. I mean, they saw more detail what they tried to do. Well, they were in a car. They knew Vic's daily routine. He came home just when he was supposed to, but he saw them in the car. So I guess he took off. So it was how'd you let them see? There's a whole bunch of questions today. And they still shoot. I mean, if they really went to do it, so he saw it. You know, that's what I said. They weren't really ready for that. I think they didn't have they would have had Greg with them, like I said, and I said if Steve had been on Vic's side, I remember later on in prison telling him he wishes he had us on his side. And I said, well, if that was the case, there'd be a lot of dead persons. That's what I told him. So anyway, that's how that all ended. Just a month earlier, Jimmy called to Greg. Okay, Country at Baltimore. I sent the company club talk to Greg. Greg had just gotten out of the hospital. He had like multiple operations on his stomach. He had ulcers from taking aspirin. Nothing. Just popping in. There's nothing. You don't want to get a headache. Years he didn't have a headache. And he had me taking him. And I was taking him for years, a couple of years, just to resent that. But anyway,
if you want to make that, just those, the wire probably better. Oh, just with it, switch the side for that. That one just crossing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Perfect. They had several points.
He asked Greg over that. Well, just after the headache, was there anything else?
Well, we would go for a drink after the club.
After the liquor, have a nice
no, I think it's just so if you drink too much, you get a headache. He had the aspirin first, so he wouldn't get the headache. That was his thing.
I think that would add to it sometimes. I wonder if it's
I don't know. I think it's the aspirin itself that is very acidic and causes these holes in the stomach. So it all burst over at the same time. Anyway, he almost died, and he had to get a blood transfusion. This is another story that we can't make up. 30 of us show up to give him blood. One match. First of all, he should have took the hospital. It was green. They knew there was no AIDS in it. And just right at the height of AIDS. One match. One of our guys, Paul, big muscle guy. He's the match. He gives him the blood. So Greg winds up with AIDS. And Paulie got it from steroids. They would share it. I always say it because I didn't know the way things are now, it doesn't matter. But he wasn't getting it. I mean, he had this, everybody was and it was for the most part, but he had more girls. He's polished. He's the first guy that taught me how to drink wine and taught me about wine orange. So Paulie, but it was a wine intervention. This was God wanted to Greg to go out that way. Or just come up, I don't know. But he wound up with AIDS, and he had enough money that he was able to survive it because he kept using it but eventually he lost so much weight, and eventually and during the war he had dementia. So we were out hunting.
How old was he this time?
Probably, it's funny to say, I gotta say, early 60s. Yeah. Because I met him, he was about just in 152 when Jim was 32. He's like 20 years older than her. This is 10 years later, 60, 61 years old. Okay, yeah, that's about it. Yeah. So, I'm 60. So it's like, it's making me think about it. I'm saying, yeah, really, I don't feel like I'm ready to go soon.
Oh, dude, you look great for 60, man. Great shape.
Thank you. But, so he eventually he died from that. Yeah. But yeah, the war was a nightmare.
How long after he was in jail did he die?
Probably 4 years. He's still hung on. Yeah, he gets sent to the hospital in Springfield. I heard at the end he was really
Now was like in the beginning when he was trying to groom you and like he told you he was treating you and bringing you up as his own son, right? Was his objective to turn you into a trained killer?
No, he was turning me into, again, the only way I could describe it is consummate lifestyle. He wanted all of his guys, when you walk into a place, they know you was with them. And not because you bang face up or fights, just the way you carry yourself, and the way you talk to others, the way you dress, the way you tip. There's a whole bunch of things, and he taught me every one of those. We never walked into a restaurant where he didn't make the food. And then again, this is passion. I still do that, A person that took me to the table of furniture. It's just, walk me to the table and shout. So you had to be, and you had to be able to kill and hurt people when they be hurt, So yeah, it's a grooming, and I tell you, baby steps. The first hit that I was even privy to in any way, shape, or form, I was asked to give a guy a flat tire. He gave me the guy a stick. And that morning, very early in the morning, I went and gave the guy a flat. I didn't think nothing of it. I thought it was silly. I thought he parked in the place or in the driveway or did something disrespectful, and he just wanted to give the guy a flat. The next day in the newspaper, man killed 16 flat tires. So he shot. And I didn't say anything to Greg about it. I read it, I knew it was the car I gave the flat to. But I think it was my first little test. You don't have to wear those again. You sure? Yeah, that was my first test. Where if I would have came in, nervous, but I knew better. I was probably only 20. But I was already around these guys. They treat me like an equal. I go everywhere with Greg. He's bringing me to meet other bosses, other captains. So I just know. Okay, a few months later, he asked me to go buy a shovel. A couple of a year goes by, 6 months. It's not like we're training every day. Somebody's got to go. It's totally fresh. So me and Gregory have to go buy shovels and dig a hole. Okay, so I said the whole day is up. Okay.
We had the first murder you witnessed.
Yeah, that would be the first one that I was really pretty that I actually brought him to it. But later on, the first one that I was cracked on, and I was right on the scene, and I saw the guy get popped and jump in the car and drive away. So that's what I'm saying. You don't actually pull the trigger for quite a while until you've been around enough of them that
you're kind of desensitized to it. But
it's hard to use words. That's a great word to use. It's sad to say, but that's a good word. You do get desensitized. That's a great way to put it. I fumble over it to say how it's possible. Especially growing up the way I did from a normal family. One of the cops on my case, Tommy Dage, a dear friend to this day, said in an interview, one of those interviews among cops where they're trying to figure out, the mind of the killer or whatever you want to call it. And he said, he's a sweetheart like Larry Madison. So, you know, it's how you brought up. And here's the other thing that I realized. We're recruited at a very young age, where you're maybe easily misled or you like the cars, you gravitate, you like the Cadillac, you like all the money, and you don't really know the bad side of it. So you're recruited at 15, 16, 17, I was 17. The guys that you and me that were coming. My point is, all these years later, they can't recruit me. Nobody can recruit me to do something. I know that. I learned the hard way in some ways, but I would never, I wouldn't. The hitman thing is another myth. I'm not a hitman. The newspaper one day put an article out. Hitman to testify against Hitman to testify against Junior. Because I wound up, that was my saving grace at the end. I mean, I made a deal with the government, but basically it was about corruption. Because all they say to me was not so
Whose cases were you going on?
well, all the guys that were going to be going to trial, it came out now that Greg, my boss, was a former 30 years. So we didn't know who it was, who he was getting information from. We thought it was either a cop or somebody on the other side during the war, which I'll explain to you further. So we knew there was somebody. But now he admits, fast forward, while he's away, that he was a government informant. So he wanted to leave. Even at the very end, he wanted to leave. Like all the murders we did during the war, and the justice not this time. And he said it was 10 years of his life. Wait, I want to track it.
So if he was protected by the feds,
that's why the trials were going on. Not only that, this agent was giving us addresses of our enemies. So he gave us an address. He gave us an address. So these are all the things, and I'll get to them. The last casualty of the war, well, not really last one that we did. Then when I was away, there were a couple of months, we got arrested, just sort of cleaning up the mess.
So did this agent get in trouble? Is that how Greg ended up?
No, him and Greg worked together for many, many years. He was working for the feds for 30 years. It goes all the way back to the Mississippi burning story. You ever see that movie?
No, I've heard about it. I'm familiar with it. What is it? Please tell for people who haven't heard it.
It's about these 3 civil service workers that they're fighting to abolish racial tensions and all of that. But the Ku Klux Klan in Mississippi is still very strong, and they killed these civil service workers. One was black and two was white, and they buried the bodies. That's why I couldn't get anybody to cook. None of the Klan's guys would cook. So they recruited Greg Scott. They brought him to Mississippi, and you could see it in the New York Times. This is very public. He went, and the words that were told to me later on, because sometimes you have to write his motivation, was that he did unspeakable things. So, that leaves you a little imagination. And then later on, I heard he had a knife where,
cut their dicks off.
Again, I wasn't there, but these are things that you piece together yourself. Unspeakable things that are not.
It's not unspeakable if you're talking about take
No,
in your character, cut his balls and dick off. Sorry, we can smile about it.
That's true. So anyway, he finally gets to the guy that knows what about it. It's like only one guy really knew. And but it was the second in command or whatever. And so since that day, I used the term carte blanche. He had carte blanche with to do whatever he wanted in the streets. He never get arrested. And he took advantage of it. So
to a money making machine, a killer.
He's making he must have been getting paid quite a bit.
Oh, he was getting paid too. Yeah. That came out later on in the trial. The FBI agent, I won't mention his name because he beat the case. The reason he beat the case,
really?
was Greg, Linda, his last wife, the one that I was with for 10 years, just about, had conflicting stories. Earlier on, and this is my deduction, she was still on the payroll. Keep her quiet. But she knew a lot about this age. Okay? And once they stopped paying her, I think she got scorned. Okay, because now she had no money, she was not living well. Greg is dead, so she comes clean and admits what she knew about it. So the things that I knew, okay, during the war, we had this big, I don't know if you're too young to remember, big shoe phones and big stockbrokers. You know, now everybody has a little cell phone. We didn't have phones back then. So he would call somebody, or the person would call on that phone, and he would refer to the person as his girlfriend. My girlfriend, his connection, whoever it was, we didn't know. We thought it was a cop based on some of the information, then we thought it could be somebody on the other side, someday I'll tell us. They wouldn't tell us. Me and Jim, my partner, we were the only three guys who were together every day during the war. Nobody else would come near us anymore, because we knew somebody would get us up. Our own friends now, to get this over with, to kill us. So we wanted three of us. And
because Americans, we don't do shit. We don't take the necessary precautions.
The big shoe phone, calling his girlfriend.
Yes, so I had phone records. Later on, the feds got these phone records, so they know exactly who he was talking to. Okay? We had a scanner, which had a secret code, like 5 or 6 digits. Any 5 or 6 numbers. 171654. We had that code. So we were listening to the FBI and local task force police as they were following us and our enemies. We knew when they were behind us. We knew where they were going. So how did we get this? Then they came a little later on, we were getting this information that had to be from surveillance. Came back like we knew exactly what time this guy leaves his house, 3:40 in the morning, because he goes to the school bus company. Okay, we get there at 3:20, 3:40, right to your car. Somebody was doing surveillance. So that information was later on. We also had access to FBI agents and presenters, because there was one guy he wanted to go and call him out of the house as the FBI. They get him in the car, and once he gets put in the car, Red behind the car. I mean, picture that. That guy himself. He's in cuffs and sitting up in the middle. You know, because the guy I knew was actually his wife, though, he told him. And he knew me, so I couldn't go to the door. But there were a few guys that he didn't know that was dressed in the chief of truth from the go up to the door, show them credentials, and call them out, tell them we're not going to cuff you in your house. You know, sometimes the FBI will do that, they'll cuff you outside. You know, if they want to be nice, not to do the because they know we're not typically shooting out. So anyway, we had this whole plan. So all these different things led to the FBI. Okay, later on, 2 agents themselves were sitting in the office with this agent, and they have an episode on The Sopranos about this. When the biggest hit of the war happened, Nicky Rancio, who was Vic's choice to come to the okay? When we got him, he banged the desk. We're going to win this thing. We're going to win this thing. The other agents said, like, then they started
putting pieces together too. We had this is what made them know. There's one case underneath. This is a supervising agent. The underneath there, his name's Chris. Gets an address from surveillance of where Picarine's hiding. That's our number one target. We killed Vic and was over. Okay? Red gets this address. Okay? We go there. There's no house on the lot. It's a wrong address. So, the only person Chris gave that wrong address to was his superior. How does Red wind up with the same exact wrong address? So now they knew.
As they saw, they followed right there or something?
Well, no, just Chris didn't give it to Red. Okay? This address. He gave the address from surveillance. This is to his superior. So that's the only. So he's wondering how Red got that address. You know, and this all came out in the trial later on. You know, that's how it went.
How did Greg initially get, like, if he had that protection, how did that protection resolve? Because the other agents found out that Chris was dirty?
No, Chris wasn't. His superior. Yes.
And
partially that.
Yeah.
And, well, you know, it's a mix. Yeah, his name's Lynn. You know, I don't like to come on in because he beats the case. Okay. So
he doesn't speak about it publicly.
He does. He wrote a book. You can read the book. It's called Deal with the Guy. Yeah. And he's done documentaries.
Oh,
really? So he's out there. I mean, just you can research it. It's his first name. So the way it all ended was Greg at the end of the night. Okay, his dementia was setting in, and he wasn't making good decisions. His son, Joey, who's my godson, I stood up for him in confirmation, winds up getting the drug business. Okay, and I'll backpedal that a little bit and tell you how the club went down there. But Joey was now in the drug business. And I guess there was a corner that he claimed was his, and somebody else was selling it. So he went with a baseball bat. The guy pulls out a gun. So he leaves. He comes back to the house. He tells his boss. Boss calls me. I was home. Takes me 5 minutes, 8 minutes to get there. Depending on my looking. I drive to the house, and he tells me what happened. So I said, I know I go talk. I know who he's talking about. We go to the corner. He's not there. He probably knew. But before we go, Joey has a gun. I took the gun, so I put it in and left the apartment, and I locked it. This is when I went to. And your father asked me to talk. So this kid was coming in and out. Like his father. I'm misled to be right. Be the Grim Reaper. So we go looking. 15, 20 minutes. He's not around. I said, let's go home. I go back. I tell Greg, I think it's best anyway. I said, let everybody come down. We'll find him. Cool ahead. He agreed. I said, yeah, I think you're right. I go home. I'm not home 1 minute. I don't have my clothes on. I'm getting ready to get on. And the phone rings. It's Linda. Screaming on the phone, panicking like a lunatic. She thinks Joey got killed, Greg shot. Just much. I'll be right there. She's telling me, see me, come over, please. I get in the car, I drive back. On the way, I guess the block where this kid lives. There's unmarked cars, police cars, ambulances, fire department, and it's a place. I go around the one way, go to the house, get to the house. The car that I was in has bullet holes all over. Joey's friend, who was in the car with me also, with Joey, he was sitting in the back. Joey was sitting next to me. He was in the back seat. He asked me to try and get his record. Every once in a while, it's done. I go upstairs into the house. Red is on the phone. He has a scotch in front of him. He's got a towel. He's got his eye shut. Okay? And he's telling the parole people, because we were already, he was arrested, and it was given bail, which is the biggest loss in the history of mankind, because nobody got it. Nobody. They gave him bail, and he had the bracelet. So they were calling this is your arm went off. You were further than 50 feet from the house. And he's denying it. No, I know that. I've been here the whole time. Now, I got to bring him to the hospital. Okay? He didn't even get his eye shot out. Oh, he went there with Joey. Joey was probably still breaking his shop. We got to get this guy. We can't let him do this. He's pulling on me. And probably I just used to get on his father's shit. So when it comes to just like that, just let's go. So he goes. They were waiting in front of the house, and there's about 8 guys. As soon as Greg gets out, he starts shooting. They all shot. They opened up the shot. This kid's in the back seat gets hit in the head. Joey runs. He runs in the driveway. I heard a kid hit him with a garbage pail or something. So he runs. Survived. And the father gets his eye shot. So I got to bring him to the hospital. There's 4 or 5 hospitals. He insists on going to the hospital. I say, no, I'm signing it now. So I got to go through Mobile to the cops. It's a days when the cops know. I got to drive through Manhattan with this guy dying in his house. And I do it. So I was loyal to a fault.
Oh, the kid's still in the back seat?
No. I took him the mic. Right. This guy, he's going to die. He's going to lose it. So I walked into the hospital and the nurse comes and she said, oh my God, what happened? I said, he fell in the yard. I think the pipe went inside. So she reels him in the back. Come on the journey. She gives me paperwork. She comes back out. She said, you stay right here. I know she's so cool. So when she walks away, I go to the door. Open. That's the last time I see him. That was the last year, but now they locked him up. He couldn't get there again. They had to leave him right behind us. Jungle, but they had the best agent. And a few months later, I got arrested. Because they just rounded everybody up. They had guys, 4 or 5 guys split. On my session, first one gets one. Before his meeting, everybody got arrested. Except him. So I mean, it's a treachery and backstory. There's no it's just mind-boggling. He survived and shot with AIDS and everything. Yeah. And then the bullet, well, here's what happened. Here's what they said. It didn't go in this way. Okay? It must have deflected off the car coming in this way. So it didn't penetrate deep into the brain. Right. Yeah. So. Yeah, both exactly. So, but he was running out of his own life. The age was eventually now being in prison.
And how much time did you actually look into?
10 years.
What was your whole trial? What was your whole
Well, I didn't go to trial. I was offered the deal to tell them I knew basically about the corruption. Okay, I walked out 3 times because they wouldn't let my partner Jimmy come in on the same road. They wanted to catch us. He was on the limb. Jimmy was on the limb. I got arrested in Florida.
Oh, really?
I came down for vacation after work, and then I said, out of there. This way they don't see me around. And Jimmy and I had plans, even from down Wheatley, and we would drive off to go somewhere. Because you set up our pipelines and just to stay out of their faces. Time would help. Because our boss, I confuse with our boss all the time. This Joe T is our acting boss on our side. The person goes, and he went on the land. They caught him, I think, 5-6 years later. Okay? And they made a deal with him like that for 5 years. Okay? Because there's new prosecutors, they have their own cases, they don't want this one thrown up now. So if we would have went on the land, we would have probably got that same 5 years, 7 years. But ultimately, they said, okay, came back and But and I couldn't admit knowing where he was. So I says, I'll see if I can get a message to him. Last year, I could get from him somebody. And I had no idea who he was. I really didn't. But I knew how to contact him. So he was able to come in. And, I had to cop out for 0 to life. So if I would have lied or I would have gotten, if they would have found out that I was complaining on things that I did, I could be charged. Ultimately, he did 10 years. And, the guys that, like Carmine got 3 years, Sammy got 5 years. So the guys that really give them a lot, but they didn't really like me because it was the corruption. It wasn't, not that they didn't like me personally, but the case that I brought them was basically their own. So they weren't going to fight tooth and nail. They did this reform guy and give him a second chance. They did what they had to do. They said he lived up to his obligation. And he beat it. Yeah, like I said, he walked out. So, but the judge, the New York Supreme Court, the judge said in his closing argument or closing whatever that record is, I read it. Said, even though you're walking out of his courtroom, I'm not convinced you're innocent. And he was the judge. He was the judge and the jury. He was raised the jury. Okay? And he ripped into him and he ripped into the FBI for how they allowed this monster, that's what we call it, to survive all these years in a partnership. So he ripped him in. And he was the best judge out of all the judges I was with. I mean, I had our first judge, what's the word? Recused himself, stepped down. He told us, he says, you can't get a fair trial. You're all guilty. He said, and I feel like an honorary member of the Colombo family that I've heard so many New York cases. He said, you can't get a fair trial. So he left. We get this other guy, Sifton, who was the most miserable human being on earth. Even other judges hated him. He just was a hated man. And I wound up with him. And the same judge, earlier on, at the very beginning, when I first met him, I was on the fire department test. I took the test. I got a 99. I got a 95 on the physical. I was going to be called within a year to the academy. This same judge, because at the time minorities and women claimed the test was too tough. It wasn't fair. So it took him 2 years to rule on it. And then another 2 years to set the next date. So 4 years went by. I'm not blaming it, but it just shows you how some things happen in life. I would have taken the fight. I was still early on. I didn't know grade. I wasn't a year and a half in, 2 years into my relationship. And now he's moving and my along. And he's the same judge that had a sentence. Wow, yeah. How wild is that? Yeah, it is. It's amazing. It's amazing. So, but this judge, going back to judge, it's something like Reebok or Reichbach, Reichbach, Reichbach. But research him. If he's a really, he's still a guy. But this guy, you know how they always wear the black robe? Yeah, he did. He wore John Guy's shoes. Had his hair impeccable, but he was a smart guy. And he would ask me questions. Like, while I'm sitting there. Even though there's lawyers asking questions, he said, I want to ask you questions. And he asked me questions. And very good, just brilliant. And very, very polite. And, like the other judges, you're a piece of garbage. Yeah, nothing but they went go away for life. They were all the same team. This guy was very fair. And that's why when I had to get thrown out, it got thrown out. So he told me, you're not interested in my house. But he was able to, obviously keep his pension and everything else.
What kind of prison were you in? Was it federal maximum security?
Maximum security. And then as time went on, I wound up in Navy. I mean, but the very, very, yeah, but they are. But you could avoid that. It's not like again, like the CTV. There are prisons like that where it's just gangs and they're always, that's their life. But most federal prisons are not that way. If you're not into gay stuff, you'll avoid the fights. They'll actually fight over that. If you don't gamble, which I did every single day, you guys make sure everybody had to catch up. Stamps was good. Want a better football game? That's actually put up. That was my main business. Yeah. And I booked every day. Yeah, it was wet. Yeah. I'll tell you, this is a funny story. I said it 1,000 times. You're allowed 3 books of stamps. Everybody's equal. You can't have more than 3 books of stamps. Because you can use that for currency.
They book stamps in what time period?
At any one time. Like if they come and shake my room down, I sell. Right. If they see 10 books, they're going to write me up. Maybe I go to a hole, maybe I get extra duty or whatever. When I got released, I had 2,000 books.
Oh my God!
And I left them in there with different guys. I gave them like 500. So they get you use them for. I pay a guy book a stamp to my room. Pay another guy book a stamp to bring me his food out of there. Like broccoli, I'll boil eggs. I don't want to eat the broccoli. So you can live a little better. Right. If you want to, you got that money. There's always money. I'm gonna put these 10 years back on again.
Were you still in contact with any of these mob guys when you were inside?
No, it's because everything's monitored. The phone calls, you can't really call.
Right, but didn't you see some of the guy, like one of the original bosses was still the boss after he got locked up?
Yeah.
Like, how do you do that?
He would do it on visits. He would have, Chucky was a captain. That was his nephew that would go visit him. His son would go visit. So he would bring, and they put him all in California. And he still would get messages. And that was also a problem during the war because his brother Teddy was not very smart. He was respectfully, he was a simple-minded guy. Okay, he wasn't crude. He wasn't street smart. But he was going because he's a brother. He can go deliver messages, and he wasn't bringing the right messages back. Ultimately, we found out he was soft-coated with thick naked mechanics. So he sort of liked it. And I remember Junior saying, "How do you make his own brother? How do you make, but he did it with the Machiavelli tactic." Like bringing one of the brothers is a task, he's showing good faith, But he was bringing like Greg would say, you bring this message, tell him that we are not going to stop shooting until the first word out of the mouth of the meeting has to be, you are recognized as the boss. Teddy would come back and say, no, he wants you to keep talking. He wants peace. He wants to keep talking it out. And Greg told me, there's no way Junior said that. There's no way. Junior, his message would be, take that cocksucker out. One person he had to interview in the whole wide world, and he wasn't happy. That's the greed. That's that ego. I want this position official. You did have it. You were official acting force. So all you had to do was run this ship. Like, I think he was worried he was not going to call my son, seeing the first of son at home. And I don't think that was going to happen. I don't think that was the case. My person, I had conversations about it. And then he said, you can behave. You can take it. He said, I come out, I'll take that position. I'm back in the game. So, not immediately anyway. Maybe ultimately he would have wanted the position. But he was a cousin. He was Junior's cousin. So he should have been more loyal. But Greg said he wasn't a powerful couple. He was very big. And Junior thought he could control it and never lose power. But the problem was, other people told me too. Like I said, if you put a guy like himself, if you put a guy like me, or Goatee, maybe 4 or 5 guys, they would never try to take the family. You know, and anybody comes to tell them to do it, they would tell them. Talk like that one for me. You know, keep going. I don't want to hear that. You know, they can do it. Listen. And then John Gotti had major problems. He wanted Vic to win. The reason is, Vic Thunderbolt, Joe Strobel, grew up with him. And John, all the egos put together, didn't so much. He wanted to do the boss of all bosses. But he wanted to have the strongest vote on the commission. So, if Vic wins the war, this came out later, it's a fact, they will kill Vic themselves. And let Joe Stoker become the boss. So him and John like have 2 votes on the commission. Wow. That's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
What is it like? Is there any thing left over in this kind of mob gang world today?
I'm going to tell you what Nick Pileggi said in one of the write-ups for Ultimate TV series. What's left is a few scattered guys going after the road patrol, or picking up the road. I forgot the exact words, but there's just a few guys left, and just to meet up the burn. Exactly. Yeah, there's nothing left. You know, because the guys that I grew up under, that I saw, and I had to answer to, were seasoned, old school guys that you may see in some movies. Okay, now they scrape the bottom of the barrel. They don't dress the same, they don't act the same, they don't have the same ethics. You know, they wear the hoodies. I mean, you know,
different culture for sure.
It is, and the families are totally weakened. I think
it must be harder to kill people these days, I would think.
Oh, it is. And I think, you know what? I had always said that was our downfall. I said, if I ever started something, I would say, no, kill him. Beat the guy up until he leaves on his own. Just keep beating him up. Every time you see him, give him a beat. Eventually, he's going to leave. It's just as good as yeah, and we don't have to face life. I believe, and Sammy told me just recently, and he might have heard it somewhere too, there's a no-kill edict. If that's the right word. Edict is like a law, right?
I will say, it's true.
Yeah, I think that's the exact word he used. There's a no-kill. So there hasn't been. You haven't read it. I used to read, you know, almost a few a month. You know, you see a body, somebody got killed, somebody's missing. Now you don't. I mean, the last one that I remember reading about was a famous pizza place. Okay, that was somewhat mob. I say that because I think it was part the mob guy and the guy that knows the recipes.
Yeah,
they split up. There was a problem. Okay, and one of the guys tried to take the recipe, and they killed him. He was killed in front of his house. Had something to do with the recipe, the pizza recipe. L&B. Oh my God. It's a great, yeah, still a great pizza. If you ever go to Brooklyn, go to L&B.
L&B?
Pomoni got it. And there's Pomoni ice. But I got a book for you, so I'm going to give you the book.
Okay.
I wish you would have read it first.
Yeah.
Because a lot of these things I'm telling you, you sort of would have known about it already. Like the restaurants and stuff in New York, but not right now. Yeah, New York. I wouldn't go to New York.
Everyone I know that was born and raised in the Brooklyn area, they never want to go to New York.
Especially now. Especially now with the politics. Nowadays, it's terrible. It's horrible. It's more dangerous than we would. And some people want us back. They say, well, really more dangerous. Yeah, you guys in the street. None of this. You know,
The nonsense that you see in there, just the rioting, looting and stuff. They could. When Al Sharpton marched through our neighborhood, okay, the cops knew it, they were happy. We had more mob guys from the 5 families lining up the streets. They weren't allowed on the sidewalk. They had to walk. They could do their march, we didn't care, but they were not going to come near our stores or our houses. Right? So we lined the street where they walked. Until one knucklehead, and I know this kid too, I knew his brother well, runs in there and stabs Al Sharpton. He stabbed the IRS, he did time for it. He's right in front, there's cops all around, all the mob guys are there, and he just runs in the middle of the parade and stabs Al Sharpton. Yeah. Needless to say, he's not a good fellow.
How did you end up getting in touch with Robert?
Well, the cops that were on my case, I told you, became their security guys.
Yeah.
And he was looking for somebody from the old Thunderlight that can give him some tips on playing like a Frank Sheeran type of guy, a mob guy, a big man, or whatever. And they all said me. And, and it's funny, too, I've said this a few times, it's double-edged sword. They all said me. So I'm going to tell you how to kill a guy, how to get rid of things, how to bury a body. I mean, that's what you would think. But he also wants to get the words, how and situations. How would this happen? How would a guy, knowing he's in trouble, not run, not just run when you reach the top, things like that. So because there's a scene there where you got to kill a guy, and the guy knows he's in trouble. So I told him, Greg used to have a handkerchief, and he sneezed or cough, and he reached it, throw it in his pocket. And the guy would see the handkerchief, and he'd actually be weak. So he wiped his nose. When he put the hanky back in, comes out. So that was a little trick of his. Yeah. So I told him how we got rid of weapons, and all of that's in the movie. I mean, so probably a dozen things that I sat talking about. So it was a one-time meeting. No, I met him probably 3 or 4 times. Well, we met at his he has a hotel in Greenwich Village, and his office is right there. So the first time I spent about 3 hours with him, and he was just listening. And I kept saying, Mr. D, you want to say something? No, keep going. Just listen. And getting words and hearing about hits from my book. Then the next time, he gave one of the cops a list of things, and I got on the phone with him. Then another time, we went back and we sat in his living room. We went to Scorsese's house one time. Really? Yeah. And he had he wanted to meet Martin Scorsese, and he had 2 casting directors. He was also listening to them. So they were all using it for their own casting reasons. And ultimately I was going to get a part. I didn't know why. I got on a small part, but I still out on stage in the bus. Which is a famous or infamous hit in New York back in the 50s. So it was an incredible experience. And then probably a month or so later, I'm in Nick Pileggi's house. And Nick Pileggi was Goodfellas, Casino, part of American Gangster. Yeah, he's the 3 of them, my wife was throughout the whole thing. We said we are sitting with cinematic workers. That's it. The Nero Scorsese and Pileggi. It was amazing. And then I met him twice after. As a matter of fact, the last day the last day of filming, he invited us in to watch the last scene. That was it. He was filming just, a small scene. When you see the movie, you'll see that he has to put a lock on a truck, and there's significance to that. But it was funny. He made it. He tied a knot 2 different ways. And Scorsese caught it. He said, Bob, earlier on, you tied a different knot. So he had to tie it the same exact way. So De Niro went like this. But they're friends. I mean, and he went back and he had to do the scene again,
And
that's crazy
Yeah.
when you think about all like little continuities and stuff like that.
yeah. Well, Kelly got to watch him film my scenes through the camera. He still uses the old fashioned camera. A lot of guys use these handhelds and stuff. He uses the old, big old
Film cameras.
Yeah, the old, just yeah. And she was able to look through it and watch exactly what he saw. So there was a couple. We did my scene. When you see it, it's real short, but probably 20 seconds. We filmed it 40 times. Once he got a walk, too much of a brick wall, and he said, "Keep on coming to the movies to see it." It's always got. It's always. Then another time, one of the girls walking by me smiled, and he said, "What are you smiling about? We did the movie." She was walking a baby, so she couldn't smile. And then, Big Bob, one of the cops, that actually wrote the forward to my book, the only part of the book I didn't write, because I had to write about myself. Right. He's the bouncer, the body bouncer, probably he's walking through. They want him to look menacing, so a bunch of times they came through, and he was giving me the eye, and that makes people think he was in on it. Nobody knows for sure if the bodyguard was in on it. Well, he wasn't. So him looking at me, just, and then we walked up the steps. And actually, I had another part in a TV series called The Perfect Motive. I played a corrupt ex-cop. So, and the mob guy I was working for was Joe Pesci's character in the casino. Tony Spalato. Yeah. And it's funny too. We have on our desk a possible story about more about this guy, because he worked the bar. I was behind the bar, and I was popped out of the back seat. And they see I was in every club. Somebody comes out of the back seat. Yeah, I was the guy. But in the scene in the bar was this guy, and now it's called a Crazy Horse. It's a cabaret in Vegas, but it was a violent, bouncing in there, killing people, biting them in the desert. If they weren't paying bills, they would beat them. I mean, it was bad. Drugs. It's almost like the Studio 54 type of movie. But we have, we have somebody that wants us to get our producer. My wife's the manager. She does all the management for all the people we bring in. And we got several. So I have a show starting. They're going to start filming it in June. It's all about paranormal and Bigfoot and stuff like that. But it's mob related, because it's an ex-mobster that really believes in this stuff. And he goes tracking them now. Finding Bigfoots, yeah, and paranormal stuff. But they have all the equipment, and they say that, we're losing our skills in tracking people in the street, that we had to go actually with. Oh my God. Yeah, but it's going to be, I think it's going to be lighthearted, but it's real, but there's going to be humor. I mean, it's no way. Yeah, it's going to be, because he's an ex-mob guy, and they're talking like mob guys, and he tells them, he tells one of them, who's a martial arts guy, he says, "We learn from Bigfoot, you're going to have to use all your moves." That's serious, but I laugh too, like, you just did it, I like to see you go there before you're done on it. Well, they have stuff. They're going to have rabbis and priests, in case they run into an exorcism situation, so. But we have like a little portfolio, anyway, yeah. So
what was it like going into Martin Scorsese's house? Where was his house?
Okay, it's near Central Park. Very exclusive house. It's a 4-story brownstone. So it's a very rich house. Yeah, very. What do you mean? What does that mean? It's a type of house. They're all built together, side by side.
Is it like on the ground level?
There's the ground level. Okay. Then there's 4 floors. But each one is a house. It's a unit. So we go in.
Is it kind of like, I don't know if you've ever seen the pictures of Jeffrey Epstein's house in New York? Probably. It's like between these big buildings, and you just go in. It looks like a cathedral.
Yeah, this. I know what you're talking about. It's more. How would you describe it, Joe?
Can you find it on Google?
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Katie, can you find a picture of a brownstone house in New York?
Yeah. So anyway, his was white.
Yeah.
And it's 4 stories. We walk in. I don't know I'm going to his house. I know I'm meeting him, but I'm assuming he's in a restaurant, studio, or something. So he brings us upstairs, the butler, like the first floor. And it's one huge living room. Okay. There was another room the other way. It might have been a bedroom there. But so we're sitting down. All of a sudden, I just start looking around.
He's looking around.
So I go, I see the Oscars. Oh, no, I'm looking at the Oscars. This is what it's happening. So I turn around this end and the door video. So he comes over, says hello, sits down, then Marty comes down with the video. And it was amazing. We were talking, and it was, you know, a couple of times I cursed, and I apologize because I don't like to curse. I don't. Anyway, it's another story. But and I would say I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Okay, yeah. Those are all over New York.
Yeah, exactly. So you see, the red one in the middle there.
That one?
Yeah, but it was like that, but a white. It was a white.
Okay.
Yeah, you might as well have on the top.
It just blends in with the rest of the house. You can't even tell it's
Exactly. But inside, they're incredible. And, you know, Nick Reggie,
and it has those like stairways that just go right to the sidewalk.
yeah,
Every single
and
one
then
of
there's
them.
a basement. There's a wall level also.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's a style back then. Nick, when we went to see Nick Reggie, he had, we went on the second floor, and there was nothing but books. When he came in, he came from upstairs down. He says, my wife made me buy this unit also. He lives in penthouse. And that downstairs was sort of his office, his library. Yeah, amazing. But he had a big spread of food out for us. I'll never forget him. So my mother would never forgive me if I didn't put out food for him. No, it was amazing. He's a very nice guy. Yeah, very nice. I called him. He always answers back.
Scorsese?
No, Nicolette. Yeah. You know, at the beginning I was in contact a lot with De Niro, but he wound up with personal issues with going through divorce. And I think the other thing now with the pandemic, he's got businesses all over New York that had to be killed. Restaurants, hotels. So he's sort of just been, I think he's in seclusion almost. You know, Scorsese, I haven't talked to again. But, you know, when we were leaving, he made us come back in because his wife wasn't in. So we went back in and met her, and then at the final day of filming, she was there, and she has a new Parkinson's. I think that's what it is. So she's having a little trouble, but she remembered us. All these months later, she's very, you know, so now, and he's a nice guy. He's very personal. Like, De Niro's quiet, shy. Scorsese talks, he laughs. You know, he's outgoing. You know, they're almost opposite. Yeah. And the other thing I learned is that these casting directors, you don't have to be the greatest actor. Okay, so if you start watching a lot of De Niro's movies, the idiosyncrasies are always there. You know, most of his movies, the way he laughs, the way they look at you, you know. So when they're casting somebody, they're looking for certain things. You know, like, not that he's not a great actor. I mean, because he's done things like I saw Harry Carrick, like The Deer Hunter, those are fabulous. I mean, fantastic. The gangster movies to me, you know,
He's got like some fast movies.
yeah. Well, it's been a huge moneymaker. It's a huge moneymaker. So, you know, but you know, and then there's guys that can, you know, go back on stage and play Hamlet. You know, right? You know, but those, you know, those are. But anyway, I've noticed that. That's why you see a lot of the same guys in the same movies. Not because they're great, just because they almost don't have to act. Like in The Sopranos.
Yeah, it's almost like he's got like that brand around himself. So it's like, you know, this guy in your movie, what makes him marketable.
Right. Oh yeah, no, definitely. No, he's a dream without that. He's in movies. So yeah, he's still making money. And let me, the name of the book, I'm going to bring it to you. I wish I had it here to show you. Yeah. To show the fans too. It's called The Life.
Tell people where they can find it and where they can download it, whatever.
Yeah, it's called The Life. There is a Kindle version. The difference is you don't get the pictures. And I have some really nice pictures in there of all the people I've met, including Manilo, Mike Madsen, Armand DeSantis, who wrote testimonial. That's just phenomenal. And he's a great guy. Armand DeSantis, he's one of the great young guys.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
The original. And he also,
not John Travolta.
No, he wasn't good for that. And I like John Travolta. So you can get it on there, or you can go to my website, www.larrymazza-life.com. And there I sign every book that goes out. And some mornings I spend hours signing them. Like probably after your show, I'll get a bunch, I hope. And so I sign everyone. And like I said, the pictures, it's worth getting the book for the pictures. Right. Those pictures, you could put a face to every name I said today. Junior person, you know, and Carmine Sessa. When you look and see them, and I think they're important. I think they're important.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
Yeah. And you get a picture of Greg. When you see a picture of him, you're going to say, if on the mobster in the dictionary is his picture.
Oh,
that's
really?
how he dressed that way. You know, the fancy watch.
And he was the guy who did the 666, like he would carve 666.
No. That's a myth. What happened was we all had beepers back then. We didn't have cell phones, so we would have a code. Like say the guys from 13th Avenue. It would be 013. So we knew who was beating us. Then the next thing would be a number of this, and we had like 12 different numbers. One was Nathan, one was LMB, one was McDonald's somewhere, one was a diner. Yeah, all over the city. And all actually like Jersey. So we knew this was the first, as it was 11, it was the first of those. He took the code 666. So they knew it was him. So it was a 666-8, which was a restaurant in Sousa Bay, -1. At 1:30. So that's how we No, he liked, no, definitely not. He was traditional. He liked Barry White. He liked that type of music. Okay. He liked Frank Sinatra, of course. Jerry Vale. And I listened to all that. He was really
Well, cool, man, dude. Thank you so much. This was,
it's a pleasure. What I liked about, what I really enjoyed was we talked about some different things. I'm tired of talking about the hits from before the war. They were never easy. I let those. The hits during the war, talking about them, it's a little easier because it was killing people. He had his wife, and he couldn't show you this. But a lot of people want to hear, the first time you did this, the first time you did that. I'm so happy to there's more to me than that.
Yeah, No, I think it's a lot more fun to just get to know somebody and just have a loose conversation and just like go, do bullet point questions.
No, definitely.
South Carolina, August 1 or 2. Yes. And San Diego, California, it might drop August 22 and 23. We're going to change the world.
Not at all.
Charlotte, North Carolina.
Yeah. Get a little lower than that.
And I was a trainer. That's how we met.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Joy mode, sexual performance.
That's beautiful, man.
Thank you.
I'm happy you guys. Thank you so much for being here again.
Maybe we'll do it again.
We'll have to. We're only a couple hours away from this.
We could do a part 2 for sure.
Designated and designed to enhance blood flow, giving you firmer, more reliable balls. Okay, boners. Joymon isn't just about better sex. Daily use supports healthier blood vessels, boosts heart health, and enhances your athletic performance. And it's expertly formulated and backed by science. Also, you don't have to have all the weird side effects that get with prescription drugs or those gas station pills. They just simply mix a pack with water. Real effects within 45 minutes. That way, anywhere, anytime. Never miss a boat.
Where you right now? I live in Ohio. So basically, I want to just introduce your story real quick, and then you can elaborate. But basically, you were sentenced to 12 years in prison for trafficking bath salts from China, right?
All of that. So, we had a variety of things. Methadone. That's really what really got us on the DEA radar was methadone, which is synthetic MDMA. And
not much money I am back from Brad. Shout out to Brad.
a lot of people call that salt.
Is that what the news calls bath salts? And the same thing?
Yeah, it can be a variety of chemicals. A lot of people blend, like that guy in Vermont, that's common. His face is off.
Yeah.
Years ago.
Is that the same shit that you were telling?
It was like 5 different chemicals blended into one. So experimental, they call them research.
Oh, really?
But
And you actually you met Matt Cox in prison too. You're in the same prison as Matt Cox.
so in prison, I didn't meet him, but I when I met him in person, and we realized we were at the same facility, I recalled looking out the door and seeing him beelining it for the library. So he's always like in the front of the pack, just going as fast as he possibly can. But there's a library on there, holds like 100 people.
Just a little man running.
Very memorable.
But you never actually talked to him.
In prison, I never talked to him. Wow, we have some mutual friends. Donovan Davis.
Yeah,
He wrote his story.
I know I was in your houses.
Frank Bennett, big real estate guy here in Florida, commercial real estate guy. He got like 15 years for running some kind of wholesale scheme. Of course, I've just like Donovan.
That's the house. Congratulations.
What about you? Ever meet Frank Amadeo?
I didn't meet Frank Amadeo, but very popular.
Yeah, I was talking to him a little bit before he got out.
It was raining, so I figured you could get fireworks.
Okay, so for the sake of the story, can you sort of like explain how this whole thing began with you distributing your shit and eventually busted?
Sure. So, I moved to Orlando in 2004 to go to college. After college, I started working at a real estate company. We were doing really well, and then I saw an opportunity. I was actually playing poker. This guy stood on the back of the company. If you can figure out what this is, we can And
So he was like trying it.
no, he actually owned head shops. And so they sold these products in their stores. And he didn't understand. He didn't really know what they were putting on the and marshmallow, the loose leaf. It was making people high. Given at the time, WHA, it literally was like a so it wasn't crazy. Now when you hear K2, like run for the hills because that stuff was making people fall on the floor. Dangerous stuff. And I've seen it with my own eyes. But back then, before they kept modifying, what they do is they move it like one carbon molecule to the left or whatever, and they just call it something else. And now they've got all kinds of chemicals. I don't even know what they're selling the cannabinoids, but they don't produce a cannabis like that. Now they're like more like a tryptamine or something like it's like literally like they're running through another so not cannabis.
So that's what you were trying to basically do, just mimic cannabis.
Yeah,
it obviously wasn't legal.
right. So they had a line that was their bread and butter. When it was it was never scheduled. See, it wasn't scheduled at the time. It was covered under the Federal Analog Act. The Federal Analog Act, see, instead, you have the Controlled Substances Act, which controls everything, Category 1, 2, 4, whatever, of all of the listed controlled substances. But then they've also got what's called the Federal Analog. The Federal Analog Act states that any substance that produces a similar or like mind-altering effect, they can charge you with the nearest related substance. So even though that's not the substance you have, that's what they're going to charge you because it produces a similar effect. And you're probably rightfully so. I mean, some of these experimental drugs, people are misusing them, they're extremely dangerous. But
where they can just go get the real thing and know the proper dosage. And, if they like using drugs for recreational purposes, I believe that's on them. Like me personally, my beliefs are the government shouldn't really have a whole lot to say with what we can buy, sell, consume, or possess. If you like to get high, so, I justify that. My libertarian viewpoints, and I justify what I was doing. I disconnected, I disassociated with me enabling people and potentially putting people in harm's way. I think being in prison, I kind of connected those dots a little better. Like I realized that, hey, I don't want to be part of the problem. I want to be part of the solution. And money isn't what you can't buy that. I think a study shows that a couple of 8 years, your happiness can increase as you make more money. But after that, the law of diminishing returns kicks in, and you just it doesn't help. If anything, it further complicates things. It makes your life crazy. So what brings happiness to me, what brings joy to me in my life, I've realized is helping. If I can create something that helps people and adds value to people's lives, then I feel better about myself. It isn't about how much money you have. It's about what I'm contributing, what I'm helping.
Right. I mean, now you get that after prison. I mean, but what? So when you were playing poker and your buddy slid this little baggie of K2, what happened after that?
Sent it to a lab in Texas. I had it analyzed with JWH. And JWH it's an analog. It's a synthetic cannabinoid. At the time, it was not scheduled. And then I started looking for supplies. And in China, I found a whole host of supplies. I ended up going with a company called Kanzotech. Kanzotech Private Limited in Jiangsu, China. And I was getting this stuff for like $1,200 a piece.
So how do you go? I feel like you're progressing on this path way too fast. What were you doing prior to this? How are you making money? What were you doing?
I was running a property management company.
Okay.
So I was making about $20 a year. I was doing good. I have a college degree. I was doing good, but at the time, like I see a way to make money, and the entrepreneur is just like figure out how to do it. I wasn't thinking about the repercussions. I wasn't thinking about who was hurt. I wasn't thinking about the consequences, positive or negative. I was just thinking about how much money can we make now.
You knew that you could sell that stuff to head shops.
Right, and people that were producing the product, selling it to themselves. Like I have a buddy in Fort Lauderdale area, in the same name, but was selling millions of units.
So you knew somebody who's already doing it. And you
Very
wanted to duplicate it.
I didn't just want to duplicate it. I wanted to get myself in the middle between me and the people that produce it. And I wanted to become the largest influencer. I wanted to find a way to position myself where we were bringing the largest amount possible into the country and reselling it to people who were producing it. And I was pretty successful at doing that. I negotiated a consignment relationship. We were bringing in hundreds of kilos. So very large quantity.
So once you, how did you find somebody in China and how did you know what you were looking for? You just Googled the ingredients of this stuff and you found out the biggest manufacturer.
Right, so I searched the chemical. When I found out what the chemical was, then I searched it. And I started looking for supplies, and I saw like reddish, red, and I found some people that hey, you can order from this lab, and I just went out. I think the very first time I placed an order, I just sent a Western Union, and that got more sophisticated. When you're sending hundreds of thousands of dollars to China, you can't just keep sending money through Western Union money. So we started using Bitcoin, and we started trying to disguise. We started using PGP, pretty good privacy, PGP encryption. So between all of the communication between me and the suppliers in China was encrypted. But the problem is that all of the emails are archived. Everything in Gmail is archived. It goes all the way back. The NSA has a copy of it. I promise you they do. Any of the federal agencies, the alphabet soup agencies can access it. The DHS, the DEA, the FBI. Once they get a Title III, once they conjure a grand jury, and they bring an indictment against you, all of that is like public information. They can see it all. So even if you go through and delete a message on Facebook or something, it's not deleted. Trust me, it's not deleted. It's archived in NSA servers.
So what
As
happened
well as
was
text messages too, probably.
everything. I think it's called PRISM. So you have to look it up. But the federal government, the Pentagon, and the DHS, they connected all together through this back office system. It's called PRISM. And what it is, it's like we're each a node in like a mesh topology. So we're all connected, just like every computer, every device on the internet is all connected. We're all connected in this system, PRISM. So they can pull me up. See this? Now it pulls it up on the map, and now that you and I have set up this table together, now there's a line drawn from the map. So they know that we're sitting in the same room together. You know, I don't know how sophisticated the AI is, but I'm sure it's the best technology.
Right.
But
So you were cognizant of this, and you went extra steps to make sure every communication with this company in China was secret.
as good as we could, but the problem is those emails, those first three emails before we started encrypting was enough to bring an indictment. Those three emails, when they slid them across the table, I had every intention of taking it to trial. But when they slid those emails across the table, and I said, do you have these substances and how much are they? They responded with the price list, and then I said, this is the one we want. And then they had an email with the rest of the proof that I wanted. So if I went before a jury with that proof, they didn't need anybody to testify against me. They didn't need anything else. They had everything they needed in the first 2 minutes. So what good is encrypting everything else? The first thing, you know what I mean, gave it away. So, hindsight's 20/20, but honestly, I don't regret going down the path that I went down. It's tough now, like it is, like getting out. You know, obviously, I have my own company and we're doing good, but the first year or so, reintegrating into society as incarcerated, it's difficult. You have to play by the rules. You're not technically own your own business, or at least income. There's all kinds of rules.
After you found the company in China that you wanted to do, how much were you buying with them? What kind of deal did you do?
So it started slow. I ordered a kilogram, probably maybe 500 grams. How much was that?
Oh wow.
I think the kilogram we were at 1,500 for. How about 100 of them? I would get $1,200.
Okay.
I think the cheapest rate we got was 1,100. So, you know, and the chemicals quickly change. So China isn't like the United States. In the United States, like we find out like something's going to be scheduled or something's undergoing testing right now, determining whether or not they're going to bring it on the schedule, how it's going to be scheduled, what the potency is. The DEA toxicology report comes back and says it's like equivalent of this amount of marijuana or whatever. Pretty crazy how they do that actually. But in China, it's black and white. It's like it's either illegal or it's not. There's no gray area. And they give their manufacturers that. So whatever you got of this chemical, liquidate it, get rid of it, or destroy it. Because after this date, which is policies, so their suppliers in China know that, and they work around it. So when something's coming up, they know it's going to be scheduled. They just change the chemical a little bit, where it still produces a similar effect, but now it's technically legally way different. So that's how they skirt the law there. And I don't know. I think they just haven't thought it through as much as we have. In the United States, if it produces a similar effect, it doesn't matter if it's illegal or not. If you get caught with that substance, you're going to prison. So, very different.
So what was the first substance that you were buying?
JWH.
JWH. You were buying this for like
15, and then you got
and then what, you started selling this?
started selling it to people who were producing the product, and started producing our own brand. We actually had the first menthol product, and we were selling thousands, tens of thousands. So some little plastic vials all over the place. And they got we sold for $1. And 1 gram of JWH was produced 10 grams of smokable product. So
How much came in a little vial?
1 gram.
1 gram.
1 gram,
$1 each.
well, we sold it for $1. Stores are selling it for $20, $25. Well, that's how we got it.
by slow bank. K2 is charging $5-6 a unit, and we're selling for $100. We're getting a check next Thursday. We're not getting paid today. We're getting paid. So
How long did it take before you started making like crazy money?
about a year. 6 months to a year. 6 months we were making $3,000 to $5,000 a month. It wasn't crazy. After a year we were making like we had $20,000 base. I remember one day we did almost $100,000, and I remember thinking like, wow, this is the biggest payday I've ever had. And the amount of money that was coming in was impossible to say no. And I knew that we were playing with fire. At that point, I already knew I had some feeling. Your intuition will never lie to you. The problem is, all these temptations, you know what I mean? The lifestyle, being able to fly to Vegas and rent helicopters, and do whatever, and not think about the price tag. That is so alluring that when you're caught in the mix, or at least I can use ice. When I was caught in the mix, I couldn't say no. You know, and now, having been through what I've been through, it's a totally different story. Of course I would say no. But,
So you say $100,000 days, is that like revenue or is that profit? Revenue.
Yeah,
that's the same. And how old were you?
First kid I ever punched in the face with my life. Use that metal gun. I don't know, but it's the first kid I ever seen.
Yeah, so you were making a shitload of money and you started getting worried.
And then they held me back and I was so angry. And I said,
one day of all places, I was sitting on a toilet. And I had this overwhelming sense of
kid's fucking maniac, man. He like pretended he was okay. And we were holding that. I haven't played him since my last. You know me and my anger. I was like,
I'm not clairvoyant or anything. I just knew that like I was operating in a gray area. We got multiple letters from the FDA. So the FDA sent us letters saying stop selling this product, or we can bring criminal action. So I would rip them up and throw them in the trash. You know, I went and talked to a lawyer. I was like, can they really do this? This lawyer's not a federal lawyer, but he's like, no, as long as it's not scheduled, you're good. If it's not like an illegal thing, so I wasn't do it, right? And it wasn't. It wasn't a time. It wasn't, but you know, they would tell us like it's going to be scheduled. People are using this. The letter would say that people are consuming this as a drug. And it produces undesirable effects. It's dangerous. Stop selling. So the FDA will send you warnings. They'll tell you to stop selling the product. The DEA doesn't send warnings. The DEA gives them a book.
They send letters.
The FDA. I mean, they all work together. The Food and Drug Administration, the DEA, they all work together.
Did you hear any stories back then when they were selling it, or people like doing fucked up shit, like faces off?
I mean, like, I'm going to the news, but me personally, I never experienced anything like that. You know, I think that's probably a major
Tried it?
Yeah.
Did you?
What was it like? I mean, back in the day, we would take 10 days. I remember, I can't say who it is, but they came to visit me from Philadelphia, and I got some of the sand back and tried it, and I was like, you know, it tastes good. Let's try it. And we packed a bowl, we smoked it, and we watched the movie together. And we all got high before we watched the movie, and it was like a weed high. And it was actually enjoyable. But those chemicals, trust me, do not use spice, baking, whatever. Today, it's not the same thing. So I don't know what I'm sure they've seen it 1,000 times since then, but they're in prison. It's like an epidemic. Through coronavirus. Like the K2 problem in prison is insane. Every day, someone is falling out. They're swimming on the concrete. They're screaming Jesus. It's making them see things. It's like an LSD trip.
Why is it so different now?
Because they keep changing the chemicals. It's all experimental. Like they drugs have never existed. So they just keep changing. And they don't know how it's going to interact with your cannabinoid receptors. So if that's even what it's interacting with at this point, I'm convinced that it's not even a cannabinoid drug. Seeing the way people react to this stuff.
So you never saw anybody react like that when you were
No, that goes back to like my libertarian viewpoints. I see prohibition as a problem. Like if you make weed illegal, all right, and then to the point where people feel like they have to produce that chemical to circumvent drug testing, They can't just smoke a plant. It grows from the ground. You know, that's why this stuff all came about. It would have never existed if prohibition.
If weed was legal, you would not.
That's true. That's very true. That's very true. Wow.
So, how long did you last when you were making $20,000 a day?
About a year. So what happened was there was another product on the shelves, and it came in a little pack, 2 little red pills, had looked like the Walmart smile, and Happy Time pills. Some of them just Happy Times.
Mr. Happy, Mr. Nice Guy, is that the same
Well, Mr. Nice Guy, Happy, methylone, knockoff.
Okay.
So that's when the DEA didn't ever do anything. As far as I know, their investigation didn't even involve the data. FDA didn't like the synthetic cannabinoids. DEA drew the line in the sand at malt. So when they see, people are taking this club drug, people overdose on this stuff that's dangerous, the DEA gets involved. And that's when problems. So, we got indicted on DK and methadone. That is what the DEA indicted us on. That is like synthetic Molly, or like you said, bath salts. Yeah, you call it whatever.
So up until the point you got indicted, like what was the process like when you first realized, like, shit, you might be in some shit to the point where you finally got like, what was it instantaneous? Did it happen like the next day?
It was instantaneous, but I did have my intuition. Like, I remember I got an email from the supplier that asked for a phone number. Somehow cracked their PGP. Like, this just seems fishy. But it was such a big order. It was like 300 kilos. So it was such a big order that even though it seemed fishy, I took the bait. So definitely was baited. And at the time, I wanted to. I was sitting kind of doing it. I'm like, did I honeypot it? Like, somehow the federal government set up a honeypot in China. Like, it just seemed weird. How how it all came about.
No, that's not what a honeypot is, and they try to get some hot chick to, like,
well, what I meant by that is like set up like a sting operation or a honeypot where they would they facilitate the drug trade. And so the government actually sets up an offshore entity, facilitates the drug trade, lets you get big so that they can knock your head off once you get to the point where you're going everywhere.
Oh, okay. I thought a honey. Maybe I'm thinking of a honey trap. Maybe there's a difference. Did you actually go to China to check out this money? No, you never went there. So,
it wasn't necessary.
What was it like the day that you found out you were fucked?
This is insane. He's under 172 feet.
How did that walk me through that day?
They laying in bed. They kicked the door in,
like early in the morning, late at night.
Midday was like right. It was like in Orlando. They kicked the door in.
What a badass.
People all over the lawn. I mean, all up the street. They had. I mean, it was just crazy. People, video cameras. There's no warning. They don't knock. They kick the door in. They come in with guns from all angles. They throw you on the ground. They bust all your doors. They rip doors off the hinges. They destroy the place. And they hold you to the ground with a huge military boot until they zip tie your hands and throw you in the back of the dog catcher. No, I mean, well, besides the they're not gentle. But, the way they see it and the way, if you read that article at the Department of Justice, they paint me like I'm somehow Chapo. Then, what's funny is the girl I'm dating right now, she has a lot of law enforcement family, and her family is adamant on her not dating. They think I'm some drug trafficker. One of her brothers said, if you choose this lifestyle, we're disowning you. You're not allowed to see your niece and nephew anymore. You're not welcome at our house. And she says, but he's not trafficking drugs. He has an app. It's a C corporation in Delaware. He has employees. He has revenue. It's all done legally. And he said, well, if he was doing like hard physical labor, like I just don't believe it. He thinks the contractor plus is some way for me to launder drugs or wash drug money. I would never touch drugs again. I don't care to use them. I don't care to sell them. But convincing someone who is in that line of work of that is difficult.
Yeah, Matt talks a lot about his trouble trying to make friends and meet people.
It's hard. Have you ever seen Orange is the New Black? So the last season is actually really important because it shows Piper's reintegration into society. It shows her interaction with her probation officer. It shows the struggle she has finding employment. Dude, I never thought it would be a problem. As soon as I graduated, I had an internship in college. As soon as I completed, as soon as I got my degree, I applied for one job, and I got that job. It's a web design, a web developer, which is not what I went to school for. But so I got that job. Within 6 months, I'm running that business and another business owned by that guy. Another 6 months later, I'm given equity and promoted to vice president. I'm running the whole business. As you know, and I ran that business for almost 7 years. So finding employment has never been a struggle for me. I started my first business at 13. Before I ever went to college, I started working as a e-commerce director. I think I was 17 years old in Pittsburgh at Action Fanatics. And so they're like a paintball distributor. Jeff Lizzick owned that company. Brilliant man, by the way. He owns a marketing company now in Pittsburgh. He's been buying up smaller marketing companies. He's been kind of like a mentor to me. He believed in me when I was 17 years old. I remember I got a call from him, and I was talking Chelsea office, and he said, "Do you know who I am?" And I said, "No." And he said, "Well, where are you at right now?" I told him. He laughed. He was like, "Dude," he was like, "I saw the website you built for the paintball team in Columbus," and he said, "It was an indoor paintball field." He said, "I saw the website you built, and it was just immaculate. It was awesome. And I need you to come to Pittsburgh. How quick can you come to Pittsburgh?" I think you gave me like $25 an hour. That's pretty good pay for a 17-year-old kid.
Oh yeah.
So I went to Pittsburgh. I built their new website. We migrated to a new e-commerce platform called Utopia. A couple months later, that company, our main supplier, T-Action Sports in Sewell, New Jersey, just owned by Gino Folks. One of the biggest brands in sports. They called Jeff and said, "You go to a new website." And so they called Jeff and they told him to come to Sewell, New Jersey, on the brand new. So I go to Pittsburgh, get in the car with Jeff, and we drive across the state of Pennsylvania. And they pulled us in the conference room separately, first together and then separately. And because of my age, they offered me, I think, $35 a year, and I told them no. I said, "My age has nothing to do with it. I'm making more money than that right now. So you're going to have 10 people working. This is just a starting pay." They tried to sell me on an opportunity, and I said, "Well, I don't need it." Jeff, they offered him like $185 a year, like a 10-year contract. So,
what's the price?
Just pretty interesting. At that point, I said, "It was a pivotal moment." I said, "I'm going to college. I'm going to go to Full Sail. I'm going to college in Orlando, and I opened the door." And that's when life began.
What did you get your degree in?
Music business.
How did you pick up your working yet?
Absolutely not.
Crazy. I think I've told you this already, but I'd probably like 5
You know what it is when you get
no one paid off this way.
Well, it's an expensive school. I think for the bachelor's degree, you can't work where you go to that school because they have a split schedule where you go from like 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. and then you have 3 or 4 hours off and you come back to So it's impossible to make anything unless you're doing your own thing on the internet or something as a freelancer. You couldn't work and go to this. So a lot of people, unless you're born with a living amount, you have to go and for your living expenses as well. And that's what I did. So I think I have $120,000 in student loans, and I put on that for years. It's like a $1,200 payment with just paying interest. So it's pretty wild. How much is the interest on that? I think it's 4%. How much do you owe now? Well, so while I was incarcerated, a lot of those loans were charged off, and I disputed. I tried to all deleted after credit. So all the credit bureaus, no student loan. COVID, I think, was a blessing. Because people were working remotely. I don't know if that's why they got deleted,